from our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Okay, from the 27, Prescott back, in the pocket forever, deep, he's going to the end zone, Lamb at the 3, but he's going to be tackled short of the end zone, and the game's going to end.
And in case you did not know, the Texas Rangers are World Series champions.
I heard a rumor about that. I don't know. Is that still true? Sources? We have sources.
That's going to be a recorded bit throughout the week. Next week, that's right. Anytime I get in an argument at home, out at a business, Rangers are the world champs. That's like our serenity now. That's the serenity now that we need. After 28-23, that was the final call last night on this radio station. We are live, as always, here on your home of the Cowboys. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. We got Peyton. We got Rai. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Bobby Belt is on his way in off the airplane from Filthy, where they lose 28-23. And Choppy, I really don't know where to start. Like, last night after the game, Amanda's like, are you mad? I'm really in shock. I'm really stunned over the series of events.
You're in shock over this?
I'm in shock over the game, the number of things that happened. I really don't know where to start. I kind of heard that in Broadus starting the post game. It's like he was like trying to touch on this and like touch on that and not really knowing where to dive in. Wolchuk finally did, going at the quarterback, which I found a little bit surprising. But where do you start? I wrote down details in no particular order. Details, referees, Terrence Steele, defense, Dak Prescott, game of inches as my possibilities. Where do you start?
Cal State.
Thank you, Randy Galloway, on last week.
Man, there's probably enough mistakes within this game to go back all the way to the first drive of the game to be able to figure out what happened here. I'm not going to put on the quarterback. That I know. Maybe if he had shorter feet, be better.
Awareness is the word. I almost feel dirty and lazy starting with him. He was magnificent.
He was very good.
He was magnificent. The two things that we can get into maybe a little bit later on, stepping out of bounds with the 2-point, and then people are more awareness upset because he took a sack and then the delay of game.
Yeah, the delay of game was bad. I don't think even Bobby can defend the delay of game. Now, he may find a way to put it on McCarthy, but that's the delay of game.
Greg Olson did.
Yeah. Delay of game, though, that was really, really bad. That was two people who do not know that are on the same page, coach and quarterback. That was really, really, really bad.
Look, here's what it boils down to for me. In moments of chaos and clutch, I always feel like the Dallas Cowboys will do something to shoot themselves in the foot. They will screw things up somehow, some way. Should they have even been in that position? Was it a miracle and a gift that Philadelphia allowed them to go right down the field? Maybe, but at the beginning of that drive, I felt confident Dak was going to get it done, but I also tweeted, just don't have any tackles, have a DM blow by them, and don't have a stupid penalty. Both things happen. Because you just know what's going to happen with this team. A lot of people will point that to coaching. A lot of people will say, no, you have a coach on the field in the quarterback. Is Philadelphia just better? Did this defense not do anything until 2 must-have stops later on in the game? And then you're going to have a lot of people blaming the referees and the officiating as well.
Yeah, I generally try to stay away from that because, we talked about this during the World Series. Like, the Rangers got bad calls, 10 out of 11 missed calls went against them, but the game before, 9 out of 11 missed calls went for them. So it's like, okay, and this game may have hurt them, but then again, look at the number of penalties for the game. They had the same amount of penalties. Going into that final drive where the Cowboys had two of those penalties at the very, very end, the Eagles had been a more heavily penalized team in that game. How can I put it on the officials? I don't know how I can. When we look at that, like, oh, it's a bad call, but we never recognize that it's a bad call the other way.
Right.
We don't do that.
Which I tried to do the last 2 weeks. I'm like, the Cowboys benefited in these last 2 games with some pretty huge calls that kept drives alive. And then when you have the big plays go against you, everyone thinks the fix is in.
Philly, 10 penalties, 98. Cowboys 10 for 83. The penalties didn't beat you. They did not. You could say some of them were BS. Sure. Or you don't agree with some of them. That's fine. They're subjective calls. I'm sure Philadelphia is talking the same thing about the penalties.
So what would you vote as the number one reason they lost?
They're the Cowboys. That's the number one reason why they lost. This is what they do. They get you to the point of hope. They get you to the point of you know what? Because this, you could really, if you really want to break this thing down, and it's probably more of a Wednesday topic, this probably was a moral victory. They showed they could play with anybody in the league.
I agree.
Maybe not San Francisco. But they showed they could play with Philadelphia on the road.
Yep.
If this game was at home, I think the Cowboys probably win this game. Like this I'm not in here sky is falling today.
No.
I think Dak played well, and, the defense didn't. That's the one downside.
The biggest problem with this is the standings.
Yeah.
Like, it is a moral victory, but now you're 2.5 back.
Right.
Philly's going into the bye week. You get the Giants. Laufenberg projected when these two meet again in a number of weeks, it'll be a one-game difference because I think they have like San Francisco, Kansas City, Buffalo coming up with Philadelphia. Yeah. Say what you want about the Bills after last night, Cincy getting that win. But the biggest problem with this is the distance in the standings because otherwise you feel really, really good about the way that you played and what could have happened in that game.
Yes.
3 fumbles going to the Eagles. Game of inches. Dak with the 2-point. The touchdown right at the goal line with Schoonmaker. Some people are blaming that on an attention to detail. With McCarthy, why are you having a route be cut off that short? Is that on the player himself? So it felt like a lot of the luck went to Philadelphia, and you were on the road and you barely lost that game, and you can feel good about that moving forward. They're not going to admit it. They're not going to say anything, but I was thinking that as a fan. I was.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily want the Cowboys to think that way, right? I don't necessarily want them to think like, oh man, you know what? We had to come close here. It was a good game. I don't necessarily want them to think that way, but I mean, they could have packed this thing in at 28-17. If there was not that...
everyone thought it was over 28-17.
Yes.
Everyone. All of us.
And if they get the 2-point conversion,
then you could kick the field goal on one of the later drives.
Right. So, I mean, there was a lot of things they could have done.
Mike McCarthy on any moral victories after this one?
I'll say this. I felt last week we kind of turned the corner. I'm a huge believer in you get what you put into it, whether it's life or in a game of football. And I thought our team really hit their stride going into last week's game, played well, did it again this week, came in here expected to play well and win. So as long as we stay after that, there's an ebb and flow in every game, but there's a vibe that gets created when you get into routine and you start building that momentum and so forth. And that's why a win tonight would have been excellent because you get a nice chunk of confidence come out of these wins. But we know who we are. I mean, there's no excuses. We need to make one more play tonight, and we didn't do that.
Okay, Mark that. He thought that the Rams game was a turning of the corner. Maybe that was offensively going downfield. I don't know how much you take out of playing the sorry Rams with a backup quarterback taking over for Stafford, but Mike McCarthy did not sound too furious, did not sound too ticked off, but Mike McCarthy has to get examined today and this week as well. A lot of people are furious with him. Attention to details, pace, rushing. Greg Olsen kept trying to get them in the last 3 or 4 minutes to go faster in case you needed another possession, and that one possession wasn't do or die. The Cowboys decided to make it do or die.
They were just playing for that to be they wanted to take it down to the end. Yep, they wanted to take it down to the end. 4-minute offense. And, I don't...
And a lot of these plays, it felt like Romo was back there. A lot of these plays were getting snapped with 0.2 seconds left on the clock, it felt like. It was like, yo, let's go.
Yeah, I mean, look, they were obviously not going into let's snap every 12 seconds. They didn't want the Oregon Chip Kelly offense rolling in there. I don't necessarily hate the, bring it down to the final snap. I don't hate that because, possession.
Well, I hate it when the clock is against you.
Well, I mean, was it though? I mean, they got the ball back. The problem is they didn't score. They got the ball back with a minute to go.
But that,
you're talking about with 4 minutes.
That was also a miracle.
Yeah, you were talking about with 4 minutes left, though, right? That's when Olsen was talking about it. And I get that. I mean, to me, it's just keep the ball as long as you can. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. because you could.
I mean, the pace goes into the delay of game as well. Like the big delay of game did happen. We have to look back at that series of plays to see how much chaos was taking place in order for the play clock to wind down that much. We also need to look at how quickly Terrence Steele was beaten before you talk about Dak Prescott's complete lack of awareness. And look, one of my biggest issues with Dak has been not throwing the ball away, but right now I'm blaming Terrence Steele. I'm blaming Terrence Steele. This guy is trying to make a play. If you throw it away, was he in the pocket for intentional grounding with a 10-second runoff? All these things need to be taken into account. So we're just getting started. Let us know. We need you on the truckwreck.com text line where you start with this one and where it should end in terms of the reason that the Cowboys lose in filthy. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 as we go inside the locker room to hear why the Cowboys think they lost this one to the Eagles. All of it on a Cowboys Monday is next.
Down to 6.5 minutes. Prescott in the gun, Lamb in the slot. Prescott back, flushed out. Great block by Tyron. Rolling, throwing to the end zone, wide open. Tolbert for the touchdown. Coming left to right against the boundary.
And Jalen Tolbert thrown into the mix because of Michael Gallup early on. A crucial 3rd and 3 drop. It looked like Gallup was benched for the next series. After that, he did return to make a couple of catches. But the Jalen Tolbert play that everyone is talking about is the decision to throw to him late.
That was, curious. Now, I guess you could say, well, maybe you figured he was going to have one-on-one matchups. But when it's a fourth down, I'm probably going to go to CeeDee Lamb.
Well, that's easy to say. I'm just trusting everything Dak Prescott saw yesterday because he played that magnificent. And they did show CeeDee Lamb's route. They showed his coverage with the replay, and he looked pretty covered to me. Now, if you just want to throw it up, fine, throw it up. Ball looked a little bit high to Jalen Tolbert, but a lot of people, it's not as easy as just saying, I want to go to him, so I have to go to him. Miami double covered Travis Kelce and tried to make him obsolete in a couple of big moments yesterday in London, but I'm not going to get on Dak for the read or go into Tolbert just because he's not that proven. That's just me. That was a talking point.
It was a talking point, but I don't even think it seemed like he didn't even look any other. That's where he was going the entire time. Now maybe there was one other check down. That to me is a problem. That can't be your first option. He's your fifth option right now. Fourth anyway, because he seemed like he was higher than Cooks on the option chart yesterday. That's for dang sure. He barely even played. But they had gone to. Dak loves going to the tight ends. What was it, an 8-yard? It was 4th and 8. Is that what it was? I don't know. It's not that I didn't like the play. I always just found it curious.
All right.
That was the option.
Let's hear from the Cowboys afterwards. And what is the truckwreck.com text line saying about why they lost this game? Pepe, your initial reaction and feelings as to why this happened last night.
Game of inches, it happened 2, 3, 4 times. And aside from the refs, you had a chance to win that game. You had Dak, who was your best player all night long. Maybe CD was number one for some people, but Dak the ball was in his hands to win the game. Good teams win that game. You had the ball on the 6-yard line with 27 seconds to go. With 4 shots at the end zone, you threw the final pass on the 27-yard line. Can't happen, and that's the difference of, just being a wild card team and going to Super Bowls. Because you win that game, you're half game out. You basically have the tiebreaker. You have the easier schedule from here on out, and you basically miss down the division home field from that loss.
Where are the Tolos taking it choppy to start off?
All right, let's see. They're saying the collective loss. Steele got his butt whooped by anybody who lined up in front of him. Hell yeah, 1v1. Why not go to or why not 1v1 or not? Oh, here we go. If it's one-on-one or not, why not go to Lamb? We never go to him in the most crucial moments. Tolbert twice late. On the 4th down, he made up his mind and went to Tolbert when Ferguson broke wide open quickly. They lost because the coach hasn't learned clock management. Clearly doesn't know how to run a 2-minute drill.
Well, there's clock management that can be talked about with McCarthy. And as Brian Broaddus pointed out in the postgame, and Bobby Belt previewed this in the film room on Friday, were you ever thinking about giving Terrence Steele help? Terrence Steele, the quickest way to the quarterback is not going around the tackle. It's going up the middle, really. Straight to the quarterback. And Terrence Steele was stepping to the side and saying, here you go. Here's the red carpet. You don't have to go around me. He was completely whiffing blocks against Reddick. And if he's not going to be able to block him, which appeared fairly obvious early on, do you chip him? Do you throw a tight end over there? Brian Broaddus saying Reddick was going to be a problem coming in. He was scouting it up, and the Cowboys didn't seem to give him any help. That's on Mike McCarthy. That's on the offensive coordinator. That is on the head coach. Mike McCarthy on the final drive and football being a game of inches.
Yeah, definitely. I think that, stating the obvious, it's a game of inches, and we came up, inch or two short on a couple plays, but love the way our team plays. I love our play style. Give the Eagles credit. It's a great home environment here. I have a lot of appreciation for Jeff Lurie and what they've done here. So love to come here and compete, and we knew this was the kind of game it was going to be. And like I said, we came up short. So that's why we work the way we work, and that's what we'll do. We'll get back to work. So a lot of football left to be played, but we had our opportunities, and we were in position to win the game.
He sounds, this is a theory, I'm just guessing. I think he's going to take this as a positive. He sounds upbeat. He really does. Oh, God. Bobby's.
Oh, my God.
Oh,
You're going to vomit.
Bobby's bringing in
That's disgusting.
the old pizza from Philadelphia. We'll throw up on this later on. It's looking a little darker than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah. It's probably been cooked 3 times since then with the room temperature. You can't leave food out for like more than 3 hours.
Oh, no. You can leave cheese pizza out. I mean,
dairy?
That's a lot. Pizza for the championship. That was 3 hours old.
And I didn't touch it.
What?
I didn't touch it.
I did. I didn't get sick.
Oh, man.
I didn't get sick. We all don't. We aren't fake Italians like you. I can eat pizza even if it's older. So that's Mike McCarthy. He sounds more upbeat than I thought. But look, when it comes down to a game of inches, I'll always bet against the Cowboys. I will. They get disorganized. I've talked about their football intelligence a lot in the past few years, and a lot of that does have to fall on the head coach. It just does. 877-881-1053. Here's Dak talking about barely losing this one in Philly.
Yeah, you said it. It's a game of inches. It's why you got to love this game. It's tough. It's tough to win. We fought our asses off. Obviously, they did. Great NFC East matchup. They came out with it tonight. But as you just said, an inch or two on one of those 3 plays, and we could be talking about a different outcome. So, but they got this one. Sucks. We're gonna take it. We're gonna move forward and use the fight, use a lot of the success. A lot of good things came out of this game despite the loss. On the road, division game, great opponent they are, success that they've had in their environment. As I said, it sucks in the moment, but a lot of good we can take from this and use as we keep going.
All right, so this is the poll question I put out right after the game, Choppy. We've got about 5,000 Tolos who voted on it at 105.3 SS. The Dallas Cowboys lost this game because the officials, Mike McCarthy, details and mistakes, Terrence Steele, and then Philadelphia is just a better team. Now, I think a lot of people wanted me to substitute Philadelphia is just better for the quarterback, which I was just not going to do. I wasn't going to do the low-hanging fruit. But you had people who just hate Dak Prescott's guts. They always will. There's probably people who are rooting for the Cowboys not to win a Super Bowl so they don't have to give it up to the quarterback because people are incapable of changing their minds. Just look at politics for that. But people wanted me to sub out Philadelphia is just better for the quarterback or the defense. So how do you think the poll results ended up, and which one would you vote for? Referees, McCarthy and team details mistakes, Terrence Steele, Philadelphia is just better, defense, or quarterback?
It's tough because I think I think every answer is a little bit right. If you win a close game or lose a close game, generally the reason why the outcome was that is in some form all of coach, quarterback, defense. Like quarterback plays a major role in it, even though Dak was not the reason they lost. The ability to make a final play is part of that. I don't think it's the refs. I don't want to blame the refs for this. They have the same amount of penalties. It's at this low hanging. You end up with the ultimate low hanging fruit. It's blaming the officials. They made too many mistakes. Like the correct, they made too many mistakes. Some of those mistakes were coaching. Some of those not challenging to play. Some of those mistakes were false starts, penalties, delay a game. Some of those mistakes were the toe being out of bounds. Some of those mistakes were not. I mean, how do you not know how deep you have to run a route? That's a mistake.
And those details and mistakes are leading the way. 38% of the Tolos are voting that. 26% Terrence Steele, 23% referees, 11% the Eagles are just a better team. Star up, star down with our Cowboys insider who is fresh off the plane from Philly. Bobby Belt joins us to talk about Cowboys Eagles next.
Always From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
But Hurts will be in the gun on 2nd and goal from the 3. And he will float it out into the left flat to A.J. Brown, who makes a move on the cornerback Bland and cuts into the end zone. Touchdown, Eagles.
And that is the play in which all of us thought, all right, this thing's over with. 28-17. It was kind of blow for blow. Then I made my tennis analogy that Bobby Belt made fun of.
Elitist.
Here on 105.3 The Fan. It just felt like the turning point right there. The Eagles finally got a stop. It was 21-17. The Eagles got a stop. Schoonmaker hold wipes out the 18-yard run from Rico Dowdle. Let's focus on that for a second.
Real quick, would 21-17 be the equivalent of 30-15 in tennis terms?
30-15, 21-17?
No, it'd be
40-30?
It'd be 40-15, wouldn't it?
No, I think 30-15 because it's not like
2 scores, though.
21-17.
21-17.
Oh, I thought we were talking about the 28-17 point.
You know what? Leave it to me. You guys focus on golf and fake golf.
Sorry. We're all raised with a pampered sport like tennis.
I think break serve, sorry. Good
Douche,
Lord.
Whatever it is.
Schoonmaker and his hold. Legit or not? Ticky-tack or legit? Greg Olson saying that's a good call. He was grabbing right under the shoulder pad, which he was.
So, yeah, from when I first saw the angle they showed in the stadium was from behind the defender, and that looked like an awful call. Then when they cut back around, and you see, he's got it's just the look. Like, you can't grab there. Even if it wasn't a classic hold, the actual look to an official is going to be bad. So, probably technically the right call, but also a little ticky-tacky because it felt so letter of the law.
I didn't have a major problem with it. Eagles get the ball back. Hankins offsides. The Gilmore 17-yard penalty. My goodness. That was maybe the worst call of the game, and the ball was uncatchable.
The worst one I thought was the Micah no call.
Okay.
When he got held.
Well, yep.
But the Gilmore one obviously gives him a first down.
Then Donovan Wilson had a hold. AJ scores the touchdown. 28-17. We think it's game over. Cowboys with 3 penalties on that drive. It was not game over. But anyway, that was the audio from 105.3 The Fan. Bobby Belt, our Cowboys insider, is back from Philadelphia. Where would you like to start?
I mean, you want to start? I can go any direction you want. I want to start with the quarterback, I guess. I know Zach Walchuk is just having a panic attack here, and we even want to lead off with the quarterback and things like that. But I thought Dak was really good yesterday. I thought
he wasn't really good. He was magnificent. He wasn't good. He wasn't really good. He was incredible. He was fantastic. He put the entire offense on his back. They cannot run the football. They could not run the football. And, 374, 3 touchdowns. I'm surprised it was 29 of 44. There was even that many incompletions. He got sacked 5 times. I thought he was fantastic. We can talk about a couple of detail things later on with that final drive. I thought he was spectacular.
Yeah, he was great. The play that
throwing on the run is like a brand new facet that has changed this entire offense.
Facet.
Yeah, I heard it. The play that
facet versus
facet.
Yeah,
you're going et instead of it.
No, I'm going to keep saying it like that. Just like cement. I'm going to say cement.
Just make sure you put the T on the end. Yeah. I think that Dak, the best play to illustrate, I think, his command of the offense and how comfortable he was yesterday and how good he was yesterday was the deep throw to Tolbert, where he's kind of sliding up, back in the pocket, up again. He's directing traffic. He's freelance. He's telling Tolbert, like, all right, go. There's a penalty on the play. He recognizes it. I just think that all of that was that shows his comfort level with his receivers right now in a big way. And so I think that when you are doing anything on this offense outside of the triangle of Jake Ferguson, CeeDee Lamb, or Dak Prescott, they're going to lose. And if
anything happens to CeeDee Lamb,
they're done.
They're totally done.
They will. I don't know that right now this team can win a game if CeeDee Lamb isn't playing. Like, he's that important to what they do. And so CeeDee Lamb, Jake Ferguson, I know I heard you guys talking earlier about the 4th down throw to Tolbert. I don't know if they showed it on TV. Did they show Ferguson on TV on his route on that play?
Wasn't he wide open?
He wasn't wide open. He was open though, and I don't know if he was in the progression. I didn't hear Dak get asked about it post game, but as he was releasing the ball, I thought Ferguson was open.
Yeah, my question is, was Tolbert the first read? Was he the first option?
Probably. It was probably the way the coverage looked. When they got to the line of scrimmage, they probably knew he was going to be singled, and so the progression called for him to be first, is what I would guess. But I thought Dak was great yesterday, and the connection.
What could we criticize him for? What besides that Tolbert
Dak?
play right there? Yeah, I'm asking Bobby.
I mean, look, the step out of bounds on the 2-point conversion it's not great. It's tough though. See, I was talking about this with Nick Eatman afterwards. I don't even know that just strikes me as somebody trying to make a play, an angle, you run out of space. Like we see it all the time. I don't even know how much of awareness that is. There were probably a couple times where took a sack when he didn't need to.
Let's talk about the sack at the end because that's the one in the focus. Taking the sack at the end. And then the delay of game, because that's where most of the Dak criticism is coming in.
The delay, okay, so the delay of game, I felt like as the play was going on, I felt like that was Ferguson. And I don't know, I don't know how McCarthy addressed afterwards because we were in the locker room getting icy stares from everybody as we were trying to, get audio. But I thought watching the play live, there was 10 seconds left and Ferguson was stopping and was trying to get clarity on something, and Dak was trying to repeat, and I was like, dude, just get to the line. Let's get moving here. And so the delay game is on just without being able to know who exactly was responsible for the miscommunication. It just felt like bad communication. So bad communication, especially coming off of what was a penalty. So it's you had plenty of time to sit there and figure things out. I thought that was just in general on communication. Who answers for that ultimately? I don't know. Dak, Ferguson, McCarthy, it's one of those three.
And the sack?
The sack was more on Steele. I know when he started trying to get rid of the ball, because the defender got on him quick, and you could see, I don't know if they showed the replay on TV, the replay they showed in the stadium was he was trying to get rid of the ball, and it was no, just pull it back because you're going to lose it. And so I thought he almost fumbled there. But I think it's so cliche and it's so stupid, but it's the game of inches line. It's everything. This entire game was about the game of inches. Yeah. The stepping out of bounds on the 2-point conversion, Schoonmaker not running deep enough on the goal line route, the fumble with Marquise Bell that you thought you had scooped up, but he ultimately recovered. Swift did. The fumble at the end of the fourth quarter where it was right in Micah's arms and it just slipped out. It was all these very little things, and that's why when I hear, for instance, when I'm driving in and I was texting you guys that I was ready, Chop was already starting to get a fight ready for me.
I did wrong.
Was that you said that what they showed yesterday is they can play with anybody. Did we learn anything new about the way they play Philly? This is how they know they match up against Philly. They know they can play Philly. What I think they showed yesterday again
semantics
is that no. Because look, when we talk about it, you're the one who says, "Well, they covered. They covered. If they cover that's good. They cover the Vegas." Yeah, Philly beat them by bigger than any of us picked. We had 2 people pick Dallas, and then Sean and I who picked a 1-point victory for Philadelphia. So Philly actually beat them more than any of the 4 of us picked. So I don't know why that would indicate to us that they played them better than we anticipated. And we already know that they can play with Philly. What we saw yesterday is a continued pattern over the course of 3 years of in big games, they will always lose the details every single time. Yep. So I think what it showed yesterday was it actually solidified they can't play with the bigger teams. Because the bigger teams are always going to beat them on the details.
Look, when you get the ball, when you get the ball inside the 10-yard line on a first down with a chance to win, you're playing with them. To me, you're playing with them. Now that sack,
but does that surprise you? Didn't we know they could play within those? We knew that they could play them.
You're kind of making it that about more of a matchup thing, whereas me and Choppy are saying, okay, Philly's a really really good team. Look, if someone's going to blow someone out, Philly's going to blow out Dallas, not vice versa, in my opinion.
I think Cowboys have a chance at home to blow them out.
Okay.
Because they play that way at home. The Cowboys, home field advantage for the Cowboys, I think, is so huge. They play such a different style of play. They play so much faster. at home. I just didn't do.
I mean, one of the other things I'll say here when we talk about the way they play them, star down, fire, whoever you got to do, whoever the hell drew up the play script to start that called for 2 runs and a give up pass.
So I want to go actually track that. Either you or Peyton. I would like to go back to every game this year for the Cowboys opening drive.
Don't run the damn ball.
And I would like to see how often it was run, pass, because something is telling me that is a McCarthy stubborn thing. I want to see how many times it feels like he's just saying, no, we're going to do this. I don't give a F. I don't give a crap if it's successful or not. We are going to do this. So something for a little bit. No, it's not a study. I would just like to see the Cowboys' first offensive series. How often is it run, pass?
And I think it was Archer who said yesterday that they've played, now they're 8 games in, half of the games they've played this year. I think it's 4 of them now. They've gone 3 and out to start their first offensive series. No. And it's probably because I think San Francisco was a run pass to start. It is. It's incredibly stubborn. It's the R2P2 method. Yep. And when you put yourself on that kind of a footing, and then Philadelphia comes out and goes their 12 plays or whatever and 2 fourth down conversions, it just puts you in an unnecessary hole early. And this team needs to start fast. This team needs to get up and play fast. And I can't understand the logic.
And they have to stop downplay. We've let them off the hook a little bit too. And I'll take personal responsibility for not pressing them enough about not having a running game. We've let them off the hook with how much of a problem this running game is. Whether it's Pollard's explosiveness, a lot of people, and I'm not going to argue with it, want Rico to get more touches. They can't run the football. So that's why I asked McCarthy, and he was a little surly on Friday for some reason. Can you really execute your game plan and hand it over and crown your defense as being the strength of this team when you can't run? You cannot run the football. They just can't.
He's probably surly because he saw the game script that shot.
I said to somebody in the press box yesterday, I was like, we're not allowed to complain about Dak's contract as long as Gallup's contract is on this team right now. And then somebody said, or how about Pollard's? And Pollard has just not been good. And look, a lot of that's what gets blocked up for you. The offensive line hasn't been as good. But again, that's an all-encompassing.
But I will add this. If they knew or didn't know that his full explosion wasn't back, they have to get killed for franchising him.
Yeah.
I was
better to franchise than give a long-term deal, though.
Yeah, but there should have been no deal.
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that.
If you thought that he was going to be a step behind, sorry to be cold-blooded. This is the meat market. You throw that one in the trash and you move on to the next cut.
I mean, that's what it is. They would say the same thing about Gallup too, though. They knew that he was not going to be able to come back from that ACL.
I don't think they had any idea that between the ears, Gallup was going to have some of the struggles that he has approaching that injury. I don't think they had any clue that he was going to be 2 years deep into this and still dealing with it.
Because you saw, he made 2 contested catches for first downs, or they were big catches at the time. But the drop of the first half, he basically got benched.
He was benched. He was that first drive coming out of halftime. He didn't play a single. He was not rotated in. They rotated in, I think, 2 or 3 tight ends and 4 receivers on that drive. He wasn't one of them. And it's something that there's a strong argument at this point. That one of the things we need to ask Jerry tomorrow, probably in some roundabout way, is what is there any excuse for keeping Gallup ahead of Tolbert right now? Because there probably isn't.
Pepe, you got the run pass to open up?
Sean, you might be onto something here. It's happened a total of 4 times. Philly was run pass to start the game. Chargers was run pass. The pass ended up being a sack. The 49ers was a run pass, switched it up just a little bit. Arizona was a run pass.
Yeah.
And against the Jets, it was a run pass. Now,
so their first play has been a run in every game? Their first play?
For the 5, for the 3 and outs or whatever. That's what I have.
Yeah.
So probably a lot more, too.
So 50% of the time, I'm telling you, I don't know this.
I want to run the damn ball.
I really think it's McCarthy. It's McCarthy being stubborn.
I want to run the football.
It really is. I'm just going to. I don't care what happens to the first drive. I'm going to establish that. That's just a guess, but I was like, I feel like we keep talking about this. And 4 out of the 8 games you've done it. Why? Why are you trying to establish, trying to feel that out? Anyway, this game's a lot bigger than the first drive.
No, but the season's not. And then the fact is that your head coach is stuck in 1994. That's a problem.
Did the passing game and passing attack look like it was stuck in 1994 yesterday? As we're praising the hell out of
the first
Dak
drive,
Prescott?
absolutely. Look,
after the first drive. Open up your mind a tiny bit.
Okay, but what got
he
going?
He threw for 375.
What got going was the 3 times that Dak went, all right, I'm scrambling. I'm bailing on your stupid effing 3 and 5 step drop, Mike.
We've been asking you to do that for months.
Right. And what I'm saying is you've got a quarterback freelancing at this point and saying your scheme sucks. Your Rick Meyer offense that was meant for like that kind of a team and Curtis Martin running the ball 40 times is garbage. And you're lost in this league. You're Joe Gibbs still thinking the play clock is 45 seconds in 2003 or whatever the hell it was.
I think I want to take some phone calls. I just want to start early. 877-881-1053. Hit us up. 877-881-1053. We haven't even officially gotten to Star Up, Star Down. We'll do it next along with your Cowboy calls on 105.3 The Fan. But you got to go ahead and make this call.
Nation and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
First down and 10 at the 13. They give it to Gainwell running right. He broke a tackle. He got to the 5. He dives at the pylon. Touchdown, Philadelphia.
That was the first drive for the Eagles, and that leads us to talking about the defense and how much blame they should get. The phone lines have lit up. 877-881-1053. We're taking early calls here on a Cowboys Monday. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. What are we saying about the defense in this game? Jalen Hurts, 207 yards passing. He was sacked 3 times, 2 touchdowns. The QBR was a 60. They gave up 109 on the ground. A.J. Brown did the majority of his damage early. He ended up with 7 for 66. Devontae Smith, 3 for 51. For me, it felt like the Cowboys defense could not get the big stop until later on in the game. The Eagles were backed up on their own 1-yard line. Thank goodness the Cowboys came up with that stop, and then they got another stop after that. But before that, I was like, get off the field. Stop the third down conversion. What are we saying about the Cowboys defense?
I mean, look, you hold A.J. Brown to 66 yards. You get 4 3-and-outs in the game, including, the final 3 possessions. I mean, that fourth quarter, it was 14 yards is all that Philly picked up on 3 drives.
In the fourth, yeah.
So, I mean, they ultimately did their job. Now, they had some bad...
No turnovers.
Mistimed. You didn't get the turnovers. You had some really untimely penalties, some of them ticky-tack, some of them legitimate. There were times early on in this game where they were picking on Jordan Lewis. Jordan Lewis didn't play great, I didn't think.
No.
And so
Jordan Lewis on the Goddard 4th down, and then it was a 3rd and long. He was in coverage against Devontae Smith.
It felt a little bit like all or nothing. Like it was, they had 9 drives in this game. 4 of them were 3-and-outs. 4 of them were touchdowns. Then you had 1 that was just a normal drive. So either they were getting off the field quick, getting the ball back to the offense, or they were giving up a touchdown. It felt like they played well, and yet they were never there to just finish things off until the fourth quarter.
And as Archer tweeted, for the 6th straight game, the Cowboys defense has now allowed points on the opponent's first possession.
Ugh.
They overcame a 2nd and 23 on that drive. Gainwell went in untouched, and of course, this was the first problem that Tolos had with Mike McCarthy, not challenging being down before they converted the tush push.
Look, I don't blame the coach for that. I blame the replay guy on your team for telling the coach that. That's his job. Coach probably can't see that. If the referee can't see that in real time, the head coach can't either.
Okay.
Was it on the Cowboys side of the field or the other side anyway? Those on the other side. So I can't blame McCarthy for that.
Watching TV, it was who was at the top.
It was at the other side. It was not on his side.
So he's 53.3 yards away. That's a number Dak needs to know, by the way. 53.3 yards. That's the width of the field.
Oh.
But no, so I'm not going to blame him for that. I doubt they're showing replays in the stadium on that one.
I don't think they did. If they did, it was like they didn't have like a close up of his knee. It was just like a
that was a big missed call,
shot.
though. I mean, you could argue it cost you 7 points.
Sure, because Hurts was nasty
punting.
after that. Yeah, they probably would have punted, I assume.
Yeah.
But then again, with that team, you never know. But I blame the replay guy they have. There's somebody they have in the booth that needs to tell McCarthy to challenge that play. I can't blame the coach on that one, but that was a huge missed opportunity.
Detail.
Huge missed opportunity. Whoever that guy is needs to get his butt chewed out today. Literally, he needs to what?
Goodness.
Don't say literally.
He needs to have
Jesus.
He needs to walk in. He needs to have half a butt.
All right.
He needs to have half an ass today.
By the way, what is let me see here. Since McCarthy got here, has he not this doesn't have his challenge record for this year, but his first 3 years here, McCarthy is 2 for 9 on challenges.
Let's hear from the Tolos. Jason, start us off. You're live on Sean and RJ.
Good morning, guys. Y'all are going to cut me off before I'm done talking, but I can't help that. What in the hell are we doing here, man? I mean, I'm so sick of watching this Mike McCarthy offense. Run, pass. Even if we get lucky enough and he passes on first down and it's incomplete, I can sit on my couch and turn to anybody that's watching this game with me and say, they're going to run straight up the middle on 2nd and 10. If I know that sitting in my living room, you don't think every other team across the league knows that? It's so predictable. It's so archaic. It drives me nuts watching him. It's like, you hit it on the head, Bobby. It's like watching a 1990s offense. You cannot play offense in the NFL this way. You can't play scared. Every play that Dak Prescott made yesterday, every big play that Dak Prescott made yesterday, I guarantee you it was improvisation. That was not his first read. That was not his second read. And it damn sure wasn't on Mike McCarthy's call sheet. Oh, my God, and that throw to Tolbert, you please tell me. I want to blame McCarthy so bad for that because to me that looked like his first read, maybe his second. That was a horrible decision. Guys, this offense cannot win against elite teams with the style of offense we play. Dak is not comfortable in it. Nobody is comfortable in it. The route combinations suck. Anyway, I'm going to get off the phone because y'all are fixing to cut me off anyway. This guy's got to go, and we got to do better. Bye.
Checks in the mail, Jason. Checks in the mail.
I don't blame McCarthy on the Tolbert one.
I mean, it's I don't know what the route
decides what to throw.
No, okay, but I don't know what the route progression was.
Sure,
Like, the route progression is
real quick. I think we're harping too much on the running. They only ran the ball 15 times. I don't count Dak's 6.
I know, but
they ran the ball 15 times. That's not
with the McCarthy narratives. And Bobby is going to come in here and the game was lost on the first drive. So,
it's a 7-point difference in a 5-point game.
Ball 15 times, man. Like that's not running the ball too much.
Right? They clearly said we're gonna go ahead and throw in order to stay in this or try to win.
Got to rest that defense, man.
Brian in Baltimore. Brian, you're next on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, guys. Listen to you guys every day on YouTube.
Thank
you. I just want to say this call is inspired by Bobby's rant before you went to commercial break. I agree 100% that our offense is totally. I'm looking at Brett Favre and the Green Bay Packers, but we don't have Brett Favre and the Green Bay Packers. That's one. And like the gentleman that you previously had on who was ranting and he said he was going to get cut off, I feel like, I can go the same route, but I'm not. So I'm just going to touch on other things real quick. I still don't feel like Dak has that legacy win on his resume yet. Last night would have been a great opportunity when we got the ball first at the 11. That would have been a great opportunity for him to cement a win, get that legacy win, and build from there. Tony Pollard, are we purposely not running him so that he can't get his big bag contract next year? Because our running game really is trash. Last but not least, Stephen A. Smith is a clown. And also, too, I'm going to close on a good note. Turpin getting the score yesterday got me a W on my parlay, so I love it.
Excellent. Congratulations on that, Brian. Thank you for listening. Thanks for the call. Brandon in Plano. Brandon, you are live on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? Good morning.
Good morning.
Man, I woke up this morning. This is not a game we can put on Dak. I'm typically not a Dak lover, but this is not a game we can put on Dak. I thought he played well, played excellent, made great throws. Just to touch on the running game a little bit, it definitely does seem like I think Pollard has lost his confidence. There are runs that he's just not bouncing out with his explosiveness that we usually are seeing from last year or the year before, right? I think he's just so focused on following his blockers that he's losing sight on when he needs to bounce. And I think that comes to just not having enough confidence like he did last year. Also, just, the defense, man. I thought the defense actually played well. There were some penalties that did hurt us. But, this was the game that we wanted to have in San Francisco. We didn't give up big points. I thought the defense played well. We played well enough to go win this game. It's unfortunate we just didn't. But, I think there really are some good things that we can take from this game. And I look forward to seeing how we handle this loss going forward for the rest of the season.
Thank you for the call, man. Appreciate it. Dak passed for 173 yards in the fourth quarter. ESPN Analytics
got 6 points.
ESPN Next Gen says that's even crazier because the Eagles posted 13 pass rush wins in the fourth.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you blitz Dak, you're screwed.
Tied for the most by any team in a game in the last 3 years. And he threw for 173 with the Eagles winning up front over and over and over and over again.
I mean, look, we've always known that if you blitz Dak, it generally works out poorly for you, right? I mean, he's great at that. But this is what happens when you have a fourth, basically a turnover on downs at the 6-inch line. That's part of to get all those yards and score 6 points. It's tough.
Jason in D.C., obviously listening on the Odyssey app. Jason, you're next up on the home of the Cowboys.
Hey, guys, love the show. You make it bearable living in this Washington, D.C. cesspool. But I think that a lot of the stuff you guys said about moral victory makes a lot of sense. I mean, at the end of the day, we went into their house. They had the best record in football, and we probably should have won the game. The problem I have with making it a moral victory, and I knew this was going to happen, when they lost that game to Arizona, that was just devastating. The Arizona Cardinals have one win, and it's against us. And I can deal with losing to the 49ers and losing to the Eagles, but good teams can't lose games like that. I think there's so many good things they could take away from this game, and I love Dak, and I think they could bounce back. But that game against the Cardinals is going to come back to haunt this team, whether it doesn't get us in the playoffs or whether it makes us be the 5 seed. But that's what makes this game that much more difficult to stomach. Is I could deal with losing to good teams, and they probably should have won this game, but you can't lose to teams like the Arizona Cardinals.
Thank you for the call, Jason. Thank you for listening to us in enemy territory on 105.3 The Fan. They got The Fan in D.C. as well. All right, we can continue with a few more phone calls. We got to talk about what happened around the rest of the NFC East. Bobby is grooving. This is the most phone call approval that he's ever received since joining the morning show, so he's feeling fantastic.
Stock up, baby.
What was it like? What was it like in the locker room? Daniel Jones is probably gone for the season, and the story of the NFL may be the team that the Giants were playing, lighting it up in the locker room afterwards. We'll talk about the rest of the National Football League and the Rangers parade with 105.3 The Fan on the scene. Just in case you forgot, the Rangers are the world champions. All of it is next. But first, what's next for you?
brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is racing to finish this year #1 in America. They're leading the way with an unheard of 400 Silverados with their best Black Friday savings all month long. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Shotgun to DeVito. Three-step drop. Looks right. Fires up the middle. Through the hands of the receiver. Bobbled and picked off by Hobbs. Working across the field. 35. Cuts up to the 30. And he's brought down at the Giant 25-yard line.
My new coach theory strikes again, or the New York Giants are just absolutely god-awful. Raiders Radio with the call. Good morning, Metroplex. We're going to get back to your Cowboy phone calls. Texas Rangers drunk parade audio from someone on the G-Bag Nation.
What a party.
Star up, star down, all of it here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. The Raiders are one of the stories of the NFL because of what happened to Josh McDaniels and the general manager getting fired. They destroy the New York Giants yesterday with Antonio Pierce stepping in as interim coach. 30-6 as Daniel Jones goes down with the non-contact injury. They are fearing ACL, and man, I feel bad for this kid. I really do. He has been battered, destroyed. Yeah. The only unlikable thing he's ever said was like, yeah, I think I'm like worth more than $40 million. And it's like, no, you're not. Shut up. Just be happy that they have no other choice and they got a dumb front office who's going to give you this money. But he is physically assaulted. And yesterday, he didn't even get touched, non-contact, and he'll be gone for the year.
And he may be gone forever. People were speculating, is this the end of Daniel Jones? And I'm like, wait a second.
What?
Just signed up. Like that. SI had that this morning. Is this the last game Daniel Jones ever played with?
Come on,
the
New
York Giants? It's Maven now. Let's.
Is that what it was?
That's not.
I don't know. It's an SI on my thing, so we'll see. But they're speculating. Is this the end for Daniel Jones? He just signed a deal.
We need the Giants to win a game here and there now because we're getting in danger zone territory of a high draft
Caleb
pick.
Williams territory.
Well, I don't know.
He's dropping.
He's not dropping. He's going number one.
Dropping.
He's going number one. I'll bet you anything you want.
Do the Meadowlands have a nice area where you can go sit in the stands and cry? We'll get to that later. I had to take a cheap shot.
Could you imagine if they're so bad that
By the way, though, it is tear down Caleb Williams season right now. People are coming for him. They came for Colorado. They got what they want with the Buffs losing. People are coming for Caleb Williams. We'll get to that later.
Could you imagine if they're so bad, though, that they do get that top pick and they say, well, we're done with Dable, and then they get to hire
Lincoln?
They get to couple Lincoln with Caleb.
I don't know about Lincoln's stock right now. Anyway.
Lincoln's in CYA mode. That's why he fired Alex Grinch in the middle of the night.
The USC defensive coordinator fired. The Raiders are going to pay out $85 million for getting rid of McDaniels and the general manager. This was a team worth it.
Yeah, worth it to get that toxic.
But hang on.
Yes.
McDaniels is only owed $45-ish million. The GM was making had a $35 million contract? That seems like a little bit high, right?
I mean, how many years was he under contract for? If he was under contract for like 5 years, I mean, that could be general manager salary.
So, but the Raiders, according to people that we trust, were cash poor.
Cash poor.
They had problems financially.
They've had problems financially basically since they left LA. They've had problems financially. Mark Davis is not like this super rich dude. He's
His
rich.
haircut will tell you that.
His haircut will tell you that. He's rich. Like
Sports clips.
Compared to us, he's rich, but compared to NFL owners, he's supposedly not this mega rich guy.
But there's apparently this epic meeting that took place before McDaniels was fired that left him completely shaken and the team completely furious.
The big thing was last Thursday, there was this big airing of the grievance meeting, and players just unloaded on Josh McDaniels from captain to player to player. And finally, Josh McDaniels actually had Antonio Pierce get up and speak on behalf of him and the coaches. When Antonio Pierce got up there, he said, look, guys, we have to have our own culture. It's got to be about culture here. And we also have to look at it. And he brought up the old Giants team that beat the Patriots, Josh McDaniels' team, in the Super Bowl in 2007 season. He said, no matter who we played, we thought we could beat them. We had a game plan that we could beat them. We had to believe that, and that's not here. We have to believe it here at the Raiders. We could beat anybody. Well, he finishes up that speech. Everybody thinks they're great. except for Josh McDaniels. Josh McDaniels then goes over to him and says, don't ever talk about the Patriots like that. And then you really saw how divided that building got. That got up to Mark Davis, and I think Mark Davis looked at it and go, okay, I'm going to choose the guy who believes that we can win every single week, and that's what his plan is going to be. And by the way, this is not just a throwaway for Antonio Pierce where, he's just going to coach out the rest of the season. He has a shot to keep this job. That's Mark Davis's mindset.
That's Glazer on Fox. What a loser.
That is so.
Don't you dare talk about the Patriots.
The Patriots are the greatest team ever.
That is so great, though. Antonio Pierce did the classic Jason Garrett sabotage where it's like, hell, you go up there and speak on my behalf? He's like, sure. And he's like, guys, I know how to beat him. I know exactly how to take down his system. It's garbage. You want me replacing all this? I do love that, man, the Raiders and their smoking cigar. That had to be more about celebrating McDaniels is gone than any sort of a
lighting
victory.
it up in the locker room. I thought it was a bunch of joints at first.
They were they were living it up. And by the way, can I just say,
by the way, people are also, I think, factoring in the Gruden payout in that 85 million.
that Gruden's got like 80 million on his own.
I want to retire forever. And I'm surprised. Usually athletes are not ones to just kill these things. They want to find their own thing that they can own everything. We need to retire forever now. It's had an awful 2-year run of this smoking on that whatever pack. I'm so tired. And that was yesterday, smoking on that Giants pack. We're in here smoking our cigars.
That's your boy Dez.
It's everybody. Dez doesn't get to claim that. It's everybody.
Apparently this meeting was so brutal for McDaniels. He went out to practice and didn't even coach. He was like just a bystander. He was just like looking. And I'll let them go ahead and coach.
You should coach the Cowboys.
Now. So that's one game in the NFC East. The other game, speaking of the Patriots, Mac Jones, a ball that probably should have been caught, throws an interception at the end. The Commanders moved to 4-5. They beat New England 20-17 in a pretty hideous game. I can't watch New England. I could barely watch Washington. If they weren't in the division, I would not care whatsoever. All right, 877-881-1053. More Cowboy calls on Sean and RJ. Trey and Burleson, you are up next as part of the 6 a.m. club.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up?
So there's a lot of positive things about that game last night. The defense, they played good enough to win the game. Dak, he looked good. He made some mistakes. Ferguson on that fourth down pass when he threw it to Jalen Tolbert. That in my mind that a veteran quarterback couldn't make that read. Jalen had a defensive back on him like a jacket, and he throws it to him. It makes no sense to me at all. And it's like he's scared to run the ball now. He slid instead of going for that first down against a defensive back. You weigh more than him. Put your shoulder down like Josh Allen and get that first down.
Thanks for the call. Oh, sorry. I thought you were done. Are you still there, Trey?
Yeah, I'm still there. And Terrence Steele also. We need to go ahead and get rid of him this offseason. We need to draft a right tackle because he's no good for us.
Bobby, what the hell is up with Terrence Steele? My word.
I mean, he's coming off an ACL. That's the only thing that I can think is that he's coming off that injury. He's having to rehab. He's got to get stronger. That's the biggest thing with him. I think.
How about make contact?
Okay, but
it's hard not to make contact with a defensive lignman. Steele versus
foot away from you.
Steele versus Reddick twice. Then Brandon Graham twice with 2 minutes left. I wrote down Montez at end.
Montez Sweat.
You mean Josh Sweat?
Yeah, because Montez is in Chicago. Then Josh Sweat at the end. I mean, I can't wait to see his PFF grade.
Yeah, I mean, well, knowing PFF, it'll probably be a 90 because he didn't look good to everyone else. So then PFF's going to say he was awesome. That's generally how PFF
does
things.
Do they do updated pass rush win rates by game like this early?
I don't know. Pass rush win rate is such a flawed stat to me anyway because of how much it's dependent on. If you get the ball out in 2 seconds, then it looks like everybody won their block. And so Steele's just got to get stronger. That's the biggest thing. I think he's still coming back from that ACL.
Chris in Arlington. Chris, you're up next here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby.
Hey, what's going on, guys? I'm a truck driving Tolo, listening to you guys all the time. How y'all doing?
Thank you, brother. Not very well.
I'm great. Rangers won.
Okay, here's my take on the game yesterday. Oh, yeah, I'm a huge Rangers fan. I went to the parade. It was awesome.
Well,
huge game yesterday. And, it sucks that we lost. But you take away, stepping out of bounds. And, that could have been the cost of the game. But there was a lot of other things, too. So if he stepped out of bounds, or if he didn't step out of bounds, and then maybe we were able to get the ball back and go get a field goal, then we have a tied game. We might go into overtime. However, that didn't happen. But huge day for Dak. I'm really excited about that. And, I mean, if you look at overall how the team performed, I mean, we were up there competing against Super Bowl contender. I think we did a great job, and I'm really looking forward to the rest of the season.
Thank you for the call. Man, he sounds like the guy from what's the show I always try to get you to watch? The baseball player wannabe.
Eastbound and Down.
Eastbound and Down. Sounded like that guy. I love that guy.
Do you have a problem, by the way, and I know we haven't talked about this at all yet, do you have a problem that on either of the 2 times they turned it over on downs, they didn't kick?
That is going to be a 720 discussion because people are saying, why don't you just take the 3 points? I did. So the fourth down I doubted the most, I was wrong on. They converted. It was at midfield, and I was like, uh-oh, here you go. Don't do this. And they converted it. It may have been the Ferguson pass, but I did not have a problem with it. McCarthy was clearly in match energy mode, and I already know your answer to it.
Well, I mean, it depends on where you are. Field position is a big part. Like, if you're down, where was the Schoonmaker one for, like, the 3-yard line?
It was like the 1.5 or something.
You can't kick from there. Like, there, in no world can you kick from there. It is, you are completely minimizing your advantage if you kick from there.
Here are the 4th downs. 4th and 1, the Stones play and throw to Lamb for 29.
That was like, I mean, that was a wild play. It's 4th and 1. Just get the first down. But that worked. It worked for him.
That sets up 1st and goal at the 4. Then the play action to Ferguson touchdown. That was on 4th down. That ties it. Ferguson at midfield. Big play. Star up to Jake. I was wrong last week downplaying Ferguson's emergence that Bobby was pointing out. It's clicking. I think, 18 for 18, 19 for 19?
They were 19 for 19. They had a couple misses after that, but 19 for 19. And he's growing a lot. He took a lot of responsibility in his locker. He's like, those misses we had today were all on me. I got to finish catches.
And then I believe Schoon at the 1 was with 10 minutes left.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the game was 28-17. Those were all 4th down calls. All right, let's let Miguel get in the last word for the 6 a.m. club. Then we'll continue. By the way, Cowboys-Giants tickets. We're hooking you up with them for this Sunday, brought to you by Miller Lite. Miguel, go ahead.
Hey, what's going on, guys? First of all, let's be real, Cowboy fans. This was a scheduled loss. It was a divisional game against the number 1 team in the NFC. Outstanding defense, outstanding offense on the road. We competed. Dak Prescott showed me something, and he played a masterful game last night, had full control of the offense. Who do you want to blame? We're looking around, the quarterback, the running game. We all know the coach. No. Well, the problem here is Jerry Jones. Bobby, you can say it's McCarthy, but we know good and well Jerry's going to hire some cream puff to come in and pretty much be his puppet. He's the problem. This offensive line is being held together by duct tape, and in the offseason, not in the offseason, but in the trade deadline, he goes, "I'm open for business." Howie Roseman isn't waiting around on a phone call. He's pounding the pavement, trying to improve his team. He's delusional. He's a quack. He's the reason. He'll always be the reason. And the Cowboy Nation take pride in that game last night. They fought. They had them on the ropes. We let them off the hook. They'll be back here. I think we got them at home. We're happy to split with a division rival. But all is well in the Chicken Fried Nation. We're World Series champions.
That's a good
Shout out Galloway.
Great
That's
call.
a good reference.
All right, let's get to that Rangers parade. We have drunk audio. Someone on the morning show quit the parade. We also have Mavs stars, rest of the NFL, and more Cowboy reaction with a Giants ticket giveaway in Arlington next on Sean and RJ.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Two receivers right, one to the left, stamps his foot, snap back third and long, pressure coming. He runs out of the pressure to the right, throws on the run to the sideline. It is caught by Lamb down inside the 20. That's unbelievable.
I wanted to take a second to highlight this guy. Give him his damn money. 11 for 191 on 16 targets, 17.4 a catch. Richard Sherman, I want you to go on national TV and talk about him being a real, true number one. CeeDee Lamb was the freaking man. If anything, protect him at all costs. Anything happens to this guy physically, they are donezo. Jake Ferguson, 7 for 91. Tolbert stepping up after Michael Gallup got benched for a little bit, 3 for 49. And Dak Prescott, in my opinion, was magnificent. But the Cowboys don't do the little things, and they lose in filthy 28-23 on this radio station. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We have a Cowboys-Giants ticket giveaway for them to hopefully recover against the Giants with no Daniel Jones. More on that later. Expressway ticket giveaway brought to you by Miller Lite, starting at 7:20.
Hard to say Dak wasn't great. I mean, it's really hard to say that. If you don't say it, you just don't want to.
You hate him.
It's that simple.
You just don't want to get off your narrative.
Did he make mistakes that were costly? I mean, one. I'm
trying to judge this 2-point when they keep replaying it. I'm trying to say, I'm asking myself, did he have to take that angle? Like, I'm trying to figure out the excuse or not of whether that was excusable.
Look, it's basically you got to know time, score, momentum, and you got to be aware of where you're on the field. Like, you can't, as a receiver, run out of bounds. You got to be aware of your body. You got to be aware. Dan Orlovsky got to be aware of where the end zone is. A basketball player got to be aware of the end line. You just got to be aware. It's hard to really say. I hate saying that because there are nuance with it.
Did he have to take the 2-point angle?
Yes. from above. When watching it live, I was worried he was going to get caught. Like, why? Like, he doesn't move like he used to. And watching him run, I was like, he's going to get caught. And I was kind of surprised he got to the goal line.
Sorry, Chop. Go ahead.
So, I mean, like, yeah, it is. Like, I do think that is on him. But, I mean, that's really the only thing he didn't do right. You know, I don't blame him for Schoonmaker running the route short. Obviously, you can't blame him for CD not getting to the end zone on the final play.
Well, people are blaming him for taking the sack where his helmet, the shot up high, people wanted called, and also the delay of game. Those are the three things to talk about with Dak Prescott. The 2-point, the delay, and the sack. That's it.
Yeah, and the thing with the sack is, you know, if you look at the game clock.
Although you may not think that's it. You may think those are things that cost you a game.
Yeah, the ball was set at 27 seconds, and he was snapped at 24. I was sacked at 24. Well, it's 3 seconds. That's not like it's a 5-second sack. That's quick enough.
I mean, he wasn't dancing around the pocket or anything. He started to try to get rid of it, and I was glad he pulled it back because he was trying to throw it away while in their grasp, and that was almost a fumble, and that would have been a bigger meltdown. Honestly, the thing I was most when we got down there, I was joking around with some of the beat. I was like, you know, the worst thing in the world that can happen to this football team right now is they get a tipped interception here at 1st and 5 from the 6.
Yeah.
Because the entire country will melt down on the quarterback after this. But overall, he played great. I will say, when you're at the game versus watching on TV, you obviously get different you come away, I think, with different storylines, different narratives, things like that. I was stunned when I looked at the box score at the end and saw CD had 191 yards. I thought he played really, really well.
Yeah.
But was that a quiet 191 in a way? Like, did that feel like he had almost 200 yards receiving?
No. First loss when outgaining an opponent by 100 yards since 2020. So the Cowboys can go ahead and add that to their ledger. We will hear from them and hook you up with Cowboys Giants tickets coming up in the Expressway 720. And we've had fantastic phone calls so far at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. The game of the day, much to RJ's excitement and happiness, was supposed to take place in London with Chiefs-Dolphins.
Chiefs lead 14-0. They'll throw it in the near side. Tyreek Hill hit right in the stomach. Fumbles the ball. Picked up by Kansas City. Tyreek Hill with the catch and a fumble recovery up the sideline. Here comes Mike. It's Brian Cook. 10-5. Touchdown. Kansas City.
I need to do some in-depth homework now. I knew that they were a storyline. I need to start learning about the Kansas City Chiefs defense. Kansas City with a defensive pitchback for that touchdown. The Chiefs offense does not score in the second half, but their defense gets it done in limiting the Miami Dolphins, who people are now calling a Cowboy-type fraud because they have not defeated a 500 or better team in 405 days. This year, they're 6-0 against teams with losing records, 0-3 against teams with winning records. Chiefs defense is the story.
It is. The thing with Miami is not so much the winning records to me, it's the home versus road. They are such an elite home team. And when they are not playing at home, that is somehow a different team. A lot like us.
On grass?
Yeah. Well, the Cowboys on grass. Miami and the Cowboys are the two teams that absolutely have to have home field advantage if they want to go somewhere. Like, because they played. I think the Cowboys have a better chance of winning a tough road game, but both teams play so much different at their barn. So much different.
Boy, Tyreek Hill talked a lot of mess leading up to this game for somebody who ultimately gives up the game-winning touchdown in a 21-14 game. At the time, that made it 21-0. It was a game that felt like it was about to just be an awful blowout. But Tyreek Hill was, they'll see, they're going to get it. And then what did he get? It was like 66 yards receiving, and he has that fumble. When you talk that loud, you better come through, and he didn't.
The Raiders, Josh Dobbs, and C.J. Stroud, also the storylines of the NFL yesterday. We'll get to that in a little bit. Late last night, too painful for me to watch any more football. I watched some, but I turned to the Mavs. Bengals beat the Bills 24-18. I'm going to have to write my Cincinnati apology letter for burying them. We all said they were done and finished. The Bills starting to reel at 5-4. When does Stephon Diggs demand out? So while that was taking place, I was like, screw this. I need some basketball in my life.
Dallas is 4v5 on offense. Lively getting back into the play. Williams, a trail three. It's on the money.
The Grant Williams edition For the Mavericks, comes up big in the fourth quarter last night. He hit a couple of huge threes. Charlotte makes some young rookie mistakes. They survive LaMelo Ball's outstanding triple-double, and the Mavs improved to 5-1, 3-0 at home by beating the Hornets 124-118, 5-1 start.
5-1 start's great. Coop, tweeted before the game that the Mavs struggled last year with teams that were shorthanded, and Charlotte was shorthanded. And in the second game of a back-to-back,
Charlotte basically ended their season. That's what I remember the most from that stretch.
Yeah, right, absolutely. And if you go back, and they struggled with the team that was shorthanded here last night. You get the win, that's great. But still, it's this is not a team that it's a tremendous start. But for some reason, they will play down to their comp.
One of the things we're learning early on about this Mavs team is, Jason Kidd, you better not start playing any of your stupid mind games with young players like you've tried to do in the past. You better not do any of that with Derek Lively. Just let that guy play. He has been so good to this point. I mean, he's had his few moments where there's a little bit of rookie mistakes, but he's been a complete player. He passes the ball well. He's been rebounding. He contests shots. He's been great at the rim. A lot of that stuff that I think we were concerned about, stuff that Mike and I had talked about, and all of us, we kicked around the idea of, how he needed to get stronger, that you were worried that he wasn't going to be able to be strong enough to play in the NBA consistently this early. A lot of that's been pushed aside. He's been really, really good so far.
Stars get shut out in Vancouver on Saturday 2-0. Monday Night Football tonight, Chargers against the Jets. But let's talk about your Texas Rangers parade. By the way, 3 Gold Gloves won yesterday by your Rangers. Nate Lowe, Adolis Garcia, and Jonah Heim. Corey Seager didn't win one, but he won the parade.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Really, this was truly special. We appreciate all your support, but I just got one thing to say. Everybody was wondering what would happen if the Rangers didn't win the World Series. I guess we'll never know.
Bam, Jared Sandler gets out of his seat. Oh, fist pumping, going crazy. And Corey Seager, who doesn't talk, who is
never
a Jason Garrett type robot, delivers the line right in Alex Bregman's face.
I don't know that Jared Sandler has ever been that turned on before. He was,
and his wife was sitting next to him.
Oh my gosh, yeah, he was hyped. He was high-fiving Emily Jones after that. Everybody
This is the Sandler.
Was selling. Yeah.
The double fist bump on the YouTube video. This is the Sandler.
Not just that. Made sure, because standing up, he's a little short. He wasn't going to be able to be seen behind the crowd. He made sure to step outside into the
That's why he had to get on the float.
Yeah, he had to get in the aisleway and all right, guys, yeah, hell yeah. But no, that was a great line from Corey Seager. I was wondering, I was like, this team's not petty enough to do it. Nobody's going to drop it. But of course, it had to be Seager, who was on that Dodgers team.
Chop, give us, that's right. He remembers the armpit going up and getting cheated by them. Give us your perspective. You went out there right after the Friday show.
I did not go right after the Friday show. I was going to.
Oh.
We were going to go out, and then
I saw videos of Mackenzie up on the table dancing.
Oh, that was at night. That was drinking. That was at
a baby
karaoke.
Oh, so you didn't go.
No, we were going to go, and then
all right, well, we don't need to hear.
Well, no. It's a story.
I want to hear from
we have a segment for that, Chop.
like Peyton. Peyton, give us your perspective.
It was great. I mean, I loved it. I got there, traffic wasn't that bad leaving right after the show. I got there to my parking spot around 10:45. Now, I did your
parking spot? You parked in the media lot?
No, I did not. I didn't get a pass for whatever reason.
There wasn't a pass.
There wasn't a pass. You could just park there.
No. Well, I parked about 15-20 minutes away, a 20-minute walk to where we were going. Parked at Buffalo Wild Wings off of Collins. So me and my buddy parked there. We walked about 15 minutes, and the crowd was already packed. I mean, we were lucky to get a spot. We were just pushing our way through the whole crowd. That's what you had to do. We got on right. It was the last turn before they got back to Choctaw Stadium. So we didn't make it all the way to the stage. We were way too far for that. Waited about an hour for someone to finally come by with a float or cheerleaders or whatever. But it was really good, really packed. Got a little hot, and I got noticed.
You did?
I was walking through the crowd talking to some guy. He had his kids in the stroller. Poor guy. He was making his way through the crowd. I was like, man, I'm trying to get my way through as well. We'll get there. And then he looks at me, he goes, "Are you Pepe?" And I just smiled. And I kid you not, there were about 7 or 8 people that looked around thinking, "Oh, do I need to know who this guy is?" But no, they didn't know who I was either.
But Chop, I did hear some of the same complaints that you did.
I told about a dozen people that were at the parade, and all 3 of them had basically the same 3 statements. They're all glad they went. None of them would ever do it again. And the players should have all been together.
Not in single
separate trucks, 5 minutes apart.
Yeah,
they should have. I mean, like that's the thing about the parade. Everybody's together, throwing beer, throwing bead, doing whatever. It's a party.
Yeah.
It's not like this was very
subdued.
Yes, very subdued.
The complaints I heard, except for Nate Lowe, the complaints I heard, the players were not high enough to see. They were on trucks instead of like double-decker buses.
Yeah.
You know, you're sitting there in pickup trucks. If you are 3 rows back deep, which you're going to be, you can't see anyone. So they weren't high enough up, and then there was like 5-minute delays apparently between cars.
This is what happens when you worry about jinxing and public perception and decide to plan a parade 36 hours in advance.
That's right.
Yeah, maybe.
That's why you need to plan it a couple days in advance.
I mean, look, it's
true.
You can't. You're not gonna be. It's not gonna be perfect. This is the first parade this team has done, right? This is the first parade. Probably Arlington's. When was the last time Arlington had a parade? Right? Did
they throw one for the Renegades?
Maybe they threw one for the Renegades. I don't know. But also, they expected 200,000 people, and they got an estimated 700,000. That's why they ran out of beer by 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's
brought us drink all of it.
That sounds it. But my goodness, that's an amazing crowd. I mean, that's almost triple what the Mavs got.
All right, let's play one of these broadest clips. There's 6 of them, and I want to get them in today. But Brian Broadus apparently taking that BAC higher and higher.
Tolos are loving it. I'm actually going to go a little bit further. Come on. I'm going to try and carry this thing a little higher if I can. Your BAC. Can you take your BAC higher? I'm going to try.
That was great.
Okay, well, that's
great
not
clip. That's fantastic.
You need to listen to the rest of them in the commercial break, and you need to tell me what's good and not. I'm not playing like levels of that.
Spittle called me. He was like, "Go, dude! Listen to Broadus how hammered he is on
the dance, the fan cam dance he did that got tweeted out of him just wobbling around.
Nadell coming up and celebrating with Eric. That was an awesome video.
Looked like a party.
Yeah, we'll get to you quitting on the parade.
Quitting?
Yeah, you quit. We'll get to that at 8:20 this morning.
Oh, I'll quit.
We gotta hook you up. It won't take quitting. You'll get effed. That's fired. We got a Cowboys Giants ticket giveaway. Let's talk about what happened with the disastrous ending with this team in details. Did the referee screw the Cowboys as well? And I may get sick, physically sick, off of something Bobby brought back from Filthy. Expressway, commercial free after this.
Let's get you over to Zerez, the clean way, the green way, the Zerez way. Let's get your carpet cleaned. Let's get you over to Zerez. This is the best carpet cleaner in the industry, without question. No soaps, no chemicals, none of that. You're going to get Zerez, and you're going to get the best carpet cleaned that there is in DFW. 3 rooms, pre-treated, clean, and sanitized, $109. They're also going to kick in a free hallway cleaned, absolutely free, and they're going to give you a $50 off air duct cleaning from Zerez. You want to get it taken care of every single year. You want to get your carpet cleaned every single year. Carpet and tile from Zerez. It is the RJ Choppy Fan Special. Absolutely love the offer. Do it every year. Do the clean air special as well, the ventilation system in your home. 214-37-CLEAN. 214-37-CLEAN. 214-372-5326 or ZerezDallas.com. Spell it backwards or forwards. It spells the same. It's Zerez.
Wake up. You're waking up with Sean and RJ. In just a few minutes, we go commercial free all the way up to 8 right here on The Fan and on our Odyssey app.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My
And it's brought to you by QC Kinetics.
It's a big 2-point play. Pollard behind him, fakes the draw, rolls to his right, looking in the end zone, running to the 5, toward the pylon, diving! Did he get the pylon? He did! Prescott runs it in for the 2-point conversion, and it's a field goal game.
Crowd doesn't like the call. Now they like the review. Oh, yeah,
he didn't make it.
We're going to see
He did not make it.
Details.
Go Rangers!
Man, Bassick is lighting me up.
Gold gloves, baby.
Talking about the parade. You got the gold gloves. My buddy said that his friend waited 3 hours in line for an Evan Carter meet and greet yesterday. I heard the Adolis Garcia one was just as nuts. Bassick saying these Rangers are just as popular, if not more popular, than the Cowboys right now. But, yeah, he stood in line. I think it was at a Dick's for Evan Carter meet and greet.
No, it's funny. Mike Ramirez, our promo guy, I saw on his Instagram the other day. He was at the Corey Seager one that was at an academy. That was, I have thousands of people in line. I mean, that was wrapping around a building, going into other parking lots. That was hours long wait.
By the way, I'm dying to know how Canes gets these stars right off their win to work the drive-through. I want to know, what is the offer? What is the money amount? How did they get Corey Seager
Some of that
to go,
pre-Kane sauce. It's good.
to go work the drive-through window? Kane somehow pulls this off. I have to know how they do it.
I assume it's a deal with the team, and that's what it's done, right? Like because they're probably. I think Kane's a big sponsor. I've seen their signs in there.
I know.
So I assume it's a deal through the team.
Yeah, but I would guess they're also giving a significant lump sum to Corey Seager as well.
There's 2 commas. You want to come in here and run the drive-through?
I mean, honestly,
I'm glad Sarah didn't go. She would have gone in there with her pants down, for crying out loud.
For Seager?
Oh, she loves Seager.
Aikman or Seager?
It's a good question. I think
it's like the old Dion commercial with Jerry. Both.
Yeah, I think both. She probably would want both.
Fractured forearm, by the way, for Dallas Goedert.
Really surprised Marquise Bell didn't get hit by somebody right after that play or a little bit later, because I thought watching it live, I was like, ooh, I bet some guys on Philadelphia will think that was an unnecessary technique to bring Dallas Goedert down.
Cowboy calls at 8 o'clock with the Tolos. You're going to need to know this number right now. This is the Expressway. We're commercial-free. Cowboys Giants ticket giveaway brought to you by Miller Lite is coming up. Sean, RJ, and Roberto back from Filthy. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 to talk about the 28-23 loss last night on the Fan. Okay, so let's talk about details, the final drive, and the referees. I went back and tracked it. Amanda's like, "Why are you doing this to yourself?" Why? I was like, because I was stunned. I was in a moment of shock. So many things happened. I had to go back and rewatch it. Cowboys 1st and 5. On Philly 6 with 27 seconds left. 1st and 5 on Philly 6, 27 seconds left. False start, Tyler Smith. Was it? No doubt a false start in y'all's mind.
Yeah, I didn't notice it. I didn't think to myself at the moment that was a bad call.
I didn't think it was. But I could be wrong. That's why I'm asking you guys.
I didn't think so. But
we need to compare this also. We should have done this before the game. We need to compare this with the Lane Johnson technique. The Lane Johnson
the rock back
false start technique that everyone thinks he gets away with at right tackle.
They explained that. Was it in the San Francisco game?
Yeah,
they explained that the whoever the official guy, the officiant is for NBC's broadcast, he explained why it's not a false start.
Well, and I think it's I believe I can't remember because it's such a loophole. It's such a technicality. I believe it also would have something to do with the fact that he's like the position he's playing, like tackle versus guard, like the amount that you're allowed to like reset at tackle.
So Tyler didn't agree with it. I thought it was ticky-tack. So now you're 1st and 11. You've gone backwards 5 yards.
Good. Still just all you need is 11 yards, Sean.
Dak Prescott gets sacked. Now we need to talk about this. Lack of awareness, some are saying. Dak has to know. Man, we need to watch this play 5 to 10 more times to figure out how fast Steele was beat. If Dak throws it away, is it a 10-second runoff? because he's in the pocket. I give him the benefit of the doubt. He's making plays. He's basically Superman for your offense all day long. Have I criticized Dak in the past for not throwing the ball out of bounds? Yes. I'm going to blame Terrence Steele more so than blaming Dak for that sack that took place in that moment.
Yeah, and I mean, look, a lot of the last 3 games, a lot of the plays that you've hit on, a lot of the big plays have been Dak extending and Dak not just getting rid of the ball or whatever else. And so you got to take the good with the bad. There are going to be times where him not getting rid of the ball is going to extend a play and you're going to get something out of it and you're going to get cut by it at times. And that was a time where it hurt you a little bit. He also got on him really quick. Steele's got to be better than he was yesterday. Steele cost
He was
you a
horrific.
lot. He was bad. He
Horrific.
was bad.
Awful.
It was about 3 seconds that from snap to contact with Dak. It was 27 at the snap and about 24 at the
Are you
contact.
watching
I went back and watched the video again.
What do you think?
I mean, it was quick. But
he was in the pocket. Yeah, it would have been grounding to just throw it away.
I mean, you could have thrown it in the vicinity of somebody just way overthrow it, right?
But does he see?
Does he see the
does
guy?
He see him coming?
Yeah, that's the front of you. That's your face.
But where was he looking? Was he looking left?
No, he was looking up. He was looking straight down the middle. I think his issue is instead of stepping up and flushing the pocket, he kind of stepped up but then stepped back again.
Man, that's
right.
too
He went up and then back instead of just going up and then over. He could have ran, but I don't think he wanted to run in that situation.
It's just wild to the split on that drive. Where when that drive starts, they need 86 yards with no timeouts. By the way, there was a lot of discussion there. Did you guys have a problem with leading into that drive, the fact that Turpin didn't catch it? He let it bounce for 6 seconds and waste even more time. That was something he was getting criticized a lot for just in the hallways, was catch the ball. Like, you can't just let that bounce. But it's when you watch that play or just watch that drive, the fact that Philly shot themselves in the foot and gave you, 60 yards? Mm-hmm. It was like 60 yards of penalties.
Yeah, they did.
To get you down there. 3 penalties. And then you kind of balanced it out. You had the sack, you had the couple penalties.
I'm watching it over and over. I'm not blaming Dak for that. I agree with Laufenberg. Like, the split millisecond of a decision to go ahead and do it. I'm blaming Terrence Steele. I'm not blaming Dak for that. That's me.
That is what makes some quarterbacks like super, super elite and others not is that they are able to make that split second decision.
But what's the decision there? The decision is intentional grounding.
Well, I mean, no. I mean, you could have thrown it in right over the middle of the field. There's nobody there. It's not intentional grounding.
No. Mike doesn't want him thrown in the middle of the field. Can't do that.
That's fair.
Well, they also had no timeouts.
Here's his problem.
Yeah, that's another thing. No, because you're throwing the ball. If that receiver catches it and then they get tackled, you're wasting more time on the clock with no timeout.
Here's the issue. If you notice when the pressure comes, when he steps up, there's a whole lane over here to the right that he could have gone to. All he had to do was step up. He stepped up, but then he realized, no, I don't want to do that. I want to keep going back. And it was that double decision really screwed things up.
I don't think
it's still Steele's fault for letting the.
I don't think he's looking right at all. I think by the time he looked right, it was done and over with. I think he was looking left, in my opinion. Anyway, you're on your own 11. Dak is sacked. Then you get the delay of game. People are blaming Dak Prescott for that, and Mike McCarthy for pace problems. Greg Olsen was all over the Cowboys for not rushing enough. And we saw a lot of plays come down to 1 second, just after 1 second. Then they get the delay game. So, y'all, you have gone from 1st and 5 on their 6 with 27 seconds left to 3rd and 27. Lamb catch, game over. They went backwards 21 yards in 22 seconds. After being at the 5, they went backwards 21 yards. That is embarrassed? That is a lack of detail, unclutch, and dumb football team in the important moments. And you felt it was going to happen. They're certainly more than capable of it. 21 yards backwards in 22 seconds.
What's hilarious? There's after the sack, they had just on their own net yards, not penalty yards, net yards. They'd start at the 14. They were right there on the edge of scoring a touchdown. They were just outside the red zone after that sack. Put them at the 22. Yeah. They had picked up 13 net yards of offense to get down to the 22 from their own 14. 13 yards because of all those penalties. They picked up 13 net yards of offense by the time that sack
the first one got them 30, right? That
was like 36, I think, was the penalty. And then they got a 15-yard, and then they got another 5-yard. And so they got big chunks to go down there.
Mike McCarthy on the final drive.
Yeah, definitely. I think that, stating the obvious, it's a game of inches, and we came up, inch or two short on a couple plays, but love the way our team plays. I love our play style.
All right, forget this. I already heard that one.
It's just like anything.
Nothing
Sean.
but compliments. Dak, let's see if you give us a little bit more detail on the disastrous ending to that final drive.
I've got to be better, get the ball out of my hands in a situation like that. A little detail on one of the routes there that could have been cleaner. That didn't happen, but as you said, for us to get down there and then just kind of stall out, we've got to be better. We practice these situations a lot. And inside of that last play we felt very, very comfortable with. I think that last moving back 5 yards obviously hurt that play. That play's supposed to be, right there in the end zone, about a yard. And I think just that last pushing us back toward the 30, a little bit outside of the 25, makes that play a little bit tougher when guys are standing right there at the goal line. But it was tough. I mean, it was a great game, obviously, on both ends, and tough to be on the losing end of it. And as you said, especially when we had so much success and got down in that red zone and then didn't complete it. We had so much success and got down in that red zone and then didn't complete it.
That's as close to post-game criticism as you're ever going to get from Dak, where he says specifically, he's like, route detail could have been better.
Detail, yeah.
I don't know that I've honestly, it sounds so soft, but I've not heard him say specifically somebody's detail on their routes have to be better. Like that's as close.
Who do we
to
think he's
criticism.
talking about?
Schoonmaker.
Schoonmaker.
And it's true. Schoonmaker's route depth needs to be better. He's a rookie. These are the little nuances.
Do they not teach you where the goal line is at Michigan?
Okay, but those are the
I know Connor Stallions will teach you what the other team's play calls are.
The margins on those steps are so precise. That's why somebody like Schultz was so valuable while he was here. Schultz did have all of that in sync, all of that in time. That's the kind of little details that you do work towards. That a step matters. The length of your step matters. Exactly where your cut is. That, like the stem, that all matters, and it's just something that, Schoonmaker still as a young player is getting a feel for.
Let's talk about the officiating. 877-881-1053, because, man, Twitter, it was just blaming the refs. I can't stand when it gets to a certain point of it's just refs. We're the ones being screwed. But you didn't say anything the last 2 weeks when the Cowboys benefited. You've already forgotten about it. The Cowboys benefiting with two humongous third down calls that extended their drives. I could argue it won the Charger game and was big early on in the Rams game, and you don't even know what I'm talking about because you just focus on the negative part of it. I had people telling me that Devontae Smith's touchdown was offensive pass interference against Deron Bland.
Yeah.
And it wasn't. It just wasn't. It was a perfect play. Just tip your cap, as Barkley would say. Deron Bland, he lost the rep. That's it. It was a perfect throw. It was some hand fighting. It wasn't a clear, absolute push off. His hand went out a little bit. That's not offensive pass interference. That's you being a homer. Micah held with 5 minutes left was the one that you had the biggest problem with, RJ.
Yeah, that was a bad no call. Now there's holding on every play. Sure, I thought it was a bad no call though, especially because it's right in front. I mean, there was a clear line to the head of to the referee there. There was a clear line that he could see it. That I thought was a terrible missed call.
And I'm shocked that Mike McCarthy and the Cowboys did not take this to the officiating in the post. That's usually they usually do that real quick. They usually run to ref blame. Tolos are blaming Jerry for coming on Tuesday with us and insulting the refs with his Halloween costume.
Stephon Gilmore and Tyler Smith did a little bit. Tyler Smith did say when he talked about his false start, he said, I thought it was a little ticky-tacky. He's like, but I got to be better, blah, blah. Gilmore was the one who specifically, we asked him about the pass interference call that he got on A.J. Brown.
That was a joke. That was my biggest problem.
And Gilmore was like, they missed that. And he goes, they missed a lot of stuff tonight. They missed a lot of stuff a lot. And then he said, but you know what? What can you do? And we were like, did you get an explanation on that? And he goes, nope.
And then I feel like Nick Siri, the worst part of that whole night for me, watching Siri on his face, I hate his guts. I hate him so much. I really do. I saved a video of him early on after the first touchdown going like this, and I wanted to tweet it as trash talk back, but I wanted to wait until I felt the game was in hand, which of course it never was. I can't stand him. I can't stand him.
You'd love him if he was here.
Did they? Nope.
Yeah, we would.
Would not.
He's a douchebag.
Nope.
He's a douchebag.
Did they on the broadcast give off the feeling, and this is another one of these dumb little I'm going to be so smart things that I hate from Sirianni. Did they give off the impression that Hurts was not going to start the third quarter? Because Hurts did not come out of the locker room until 2 minutes left. And then when he did, Hurts stood off to the side with his helmet off. And it was Mariota with his helmet on standing with the offense when the kickoff happened. And then as they're going onto the field, Mariota started taking the steps and then turned around and Jalen Hurts sprinted out there and put on his... It was this dumb, like, haha, I'm going to make them think they're getting Mariota to start this drive.
Sirianni told Aaron Andrews, hey, you got an IV in my office. That's it.
That's right.
No test.
Sucks.
No test done.
Sucks.
Got an IV in my
Boy,
office.
doesn't that show you that there's no halftime adjustments that are made? He's sitting in his office.
Well, he's getting an IV.
No. The coach sitting in his office.
We don't know if he was sitting in the office. He could have seen Jalen Hurts getting the IV in his office. He didn't have to be sitting in there.
I took it as he said he was sitting in my office with me. That's how I took that.
Okay.
They're just shooting the S. They were talking.
That's right. Hanging out.
So Micah held. That crowd, you'll never convince me otherwise, was intimidating. Sirianni and the crowd made that referee pick up the Bradbury Gallup flag. The shot to the helmet. The shot to the face. They threw it? No. Never mind. Because they had called some defensive secondary penalties already on Philly. Crowd's getting furious. You were there, Bob. Getting more restless. Gallup gets hit in the face by Bradbury. Olsen's like, that's shot to the helmet. Mm-hmm. That's a shot to the head. They pick up the flag.
Yeah, which that one was ridiculous. And we were, we're like, oh, okay, here's what. And then they just come back and there is no foul. And it's like, gosh, okay. There did feel like that was one of the times where I did feel like, all right, there's a little bit of you got pressured into picking that one up a little bit. But I think that happens naturally. I'm sure there have been times McCarthy or somebody else from the Cowboys have complained to somebody and, pressured them into pick it. It happens. That's something that happens across the NFL. I thought the officiating was equally bad last night. I thought it was just really rough all the way around. But ultimately, you didn't lose.
Where do you think they got screwed?
The Gilmore one was one where they got...
No, where do you think the Eagles got screwed?
Oh, I thought early on that there was some ticky-tack stuff on Philly.
Well, I wrote down Schoon goal line early. I don't know why in my referee thing.
Well, didn't he get called for a hold?
He got called for the... He got called for
the hold, but
Rico.
that was at like the 40.
That wasn't goal line. But the other one we have to talk about, Udoga eligible. This was a big moment too. Now, who's responsible for it? Video afterwards from the internet was saying, look, Dak is checking him in over and over and over. Dak. Does Udoga have to check in?
Yes.
How does the process work?
Udoga has to check in. So that's the thing we don't know. Dak definitely didn't. Dak, you can see it 3 times, is he good? Udoga says he checked in. I also recall a time where Jalen Tolbert said in Green Bay that, I checked to make sure I was on line, and then the video showed he never checked to see that he was on the line. So
I remember that.
There's a little bit of CYA potentially there. Dak repeatedly checked in and was looking as like, okay, I'm not seeing anything. I guess we're good. But it is something that's why they say 71 has declared as eligible. Like, you have to declare yourself. And so
they have to announce it.
Yeah, Dak can't do it. And so
the ref has to announce.
The ref has to announce it.
Yeah, and so that's.
Did you notice if the ref announced it?
They did not.
They did not.
Nope.
Detail. Aubrey kicking out of bounds. Detail.
Got to find a new kicker.
Philadelphia ended up scoring, I believe, a touchdown on that drive.
They
started on their own 40.
Clanked the extra point, kicked one out of bounds. When
now you want a new kicker.
Yep. This is where the cracks begin. We talk about details. These are the details.
So that was my referee questions, and then details, end of drive, disaster with the way it ended.
Yeah, look, I mean, the referees, again, like a lot of that's just kind of noise. Like, teams get hosed throughout the year, they get benefited calls throughout the year. We talked about this during the World Series and then the ALCS, like World Series Game 2.
Balances.
Yeah, it balances out. Rangers got 10 of 11 strike calls that went their way, and in Game 7 of the World ALCS, they went. They got 11 of 14 in their favor, so it's like it all balances out, man.
You can't have 4 drives in the fourth quarter. You can't
get 6 points.
You can't outgain Philadelphia 200-14 or whatever it is in the fourth quarter, and put up 6 points. That just can't happen.
Yeah, and look, I mean, it should have been more. Schoonmaker learns how to run a route. It should have been more. Should have been 13 points.
I would also like to see how much pressure was in Dak's face on the Schoonmaker goal line throw.
It was there was some.
They were coming right. I was like, did he have to get rid of that early, which cut the route shorter? I don't know. I have to go back and look at that again.
He may have. I mean, he had already made his cut though, right? So he had already made his cut short of the line, and that's you can't do that. Like I know that he's young and everything, but I mean they know exactly where the line is.
I'll show you. He got blitzed. That was right up the gut instantly. He was there.
But like if Schoon had made his route a little bit deeper, another
but did he have?
step.
But I wonder.
Throw would have been there if Schoonmaker would have been deep enough. But now here's my question about the thing is that, and we were kicking this around in the media afterwards. Why is the play over there? What like why is the play over there? But if he would have fallen to the ground and the ball would have come loose, they would have said, okay, the play was over as long as he doesn't go to the ground and then lose the ball, because they say you got to complete the process of the catch going to the ground. So the fact that he goes to the ground and doesn't have an issue, they say, okay, well then the play is over. The ball's marked right there where his knees are down. He's caught it before he's gone to the ground. But if he were to go to the ground and the ball were to jar loose, we would then say, well, no, he actually didn't catch it. That's what I don't understand, is that why is completing or going to the ground, completing the process of the catch part of it, unless you then go to the ground and complete the catch and then you say, well, we're going to take it back before he fell down to say that's where we're spotting the ball.
Just because when your knee is down, that's where progress is stopped.
But if he were to fall to the ground and the ball jarred loose, they would say it was incomplete.
You got to complete. Yeah, you got to complete the process.
So, but why is the play marked down there unless he were to then not complete the process down to the ground? Then they would say, well, it would have been down, but now it's here and we're saying incomplete. That's just an inconsistent ruling to me. That's a stupid loophole.
All right, Bob, go throw this in the microwave.
How long?
Like 45 seconds.
Okay, all right.
Well, that's
with a glass of water.
That's a strong microwave. I don't care about the crust. Crust may actually be the only part I can eat without getting sick. We want to thank y'all. Turning it on, leaving it on. Miller Lite, the promo department, and the Dallas Cowboys are sending you to Arlington on Sunday.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see your Dallas Cowboys take on the New York Giants at AT&T Stadium Sunday afternoon, courtesy of Miller Lite. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
And Pepe, another one on Thursday?
That's right. One more on Thursday, Expressway.
Another giveaway during the Expressway on Thursday. Your Cowboy phone calls coming up at 8 o'clock right now. Best and worst of the weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
Did you fix the brakes? Did you fix her brakes?
I did.
And has she tested? Did you do it? I saw an Instagram video. Did not look like you were under that car.
No, you probably don't get under a car when you do brakes. You get to the side of it.
Oh, sorry.
I started doing it. And then Brad, my neighbor, is like, "You're not doing this." He goes, "This is not going to work." Because I'm thinking about it. He goes, he just got off work. He goes, his wife had left the house. He's like, I'm going to take care of this. I was like, okay, cool. So I'll just watch. Now, I had already, tried to get some stuff done. I did the other side. So he started it off, showed me what to do. And then he let me do a lot of work on the other side. So it was good. It was great. Way easier than I thought it would have been.
Really?
This is absolutely something that I would undertake again.
Saved yourself how much?
About $1,000
before her medical bills.
It was well worth it. But Brad did, I would say, 85% of this.
Okay.
All right. He was tremendous. We didn't do the back. We only did the front. The rear, once you find this out, the front stops your car. The rear is where the emergency brake is. That's kind of holds you that holds the vehicle in a stop position. But the fronts are absolutely the more crucial ones to have.
Has she driven it?
I drove it. I drove it.
And?
It works. I got in the car, I floored it, slammed on the brake. Floored it, slammed on the brake.
So she's not nervous at all.
No, she's not nervous at all. She feels like it's ready to go. So that was both best and worst of the weekend. The parade, what we did during the parade, we went to Boomer Jacks, your official game day headquarters. And
so you never started heading out there.
No, once we found out they were out of beer, we were like, there's no point in going. And I was dead tired anyway. The parade starts. We watched the parade on the TVs there, and then I went to the car, took a nap. I couldn't stay awake. I was falling asleep at the table. I went to the car, took about an hour nap in my car. That was cool.
Roberto, best and worst?
So I did not get to attend the parade.
You didn't get to.
No, so here's what happens. We were supposed to park in Lot R. I started heading that way. As we were getting like we're driving down that direction, then the police had said like, all right, this road's blocked off. You can't go down here. Okay, where do I go? All right, go around this way. So we're going around. Come down to another road. This road's blocked off. You can't go down here. So they keep pushing me around. Eventually we realize, oh, okay, like every road is closed getting into R. And so because we've driven around and sat in traffic all this time, now it's like there's nothing like everything is filled up in the process of us just looking for the route into R. And so there's nowhere for us to park. I think the closest we could have parked was like 2 miles away, 3 miles away, and then I was not going to be able to walk to the post where I was supposed to be to broadcast for this thing. So I missed out on the parade.
Do you think that Peyton made you look bad, the fact that you left the show 45 minutes before him and he still got there and parked while you said you couldn't and turned around and left?
No, because he went directly to a lot while I was looking for the route into the lot. Okay. And so by the time he had parked, and he had been parked for a while by the time that I had stopped and realized, oh, there's nothing left now. Yeah. And so that's what that was. So that wasn't great. Best was the pizza I had this weekend.
My most exciting
So you liked it?
No, it wasn't this pizza. It was the pizza I had in Flower Mound on Friday night. Actually good pizza. Shout out to Jamie Creevy in Flower Mound. He's opening a pizza place there, Pie Hole, and they invited us out like, hey, do you want to be the ones to come out here and test it out? We're doing a soft launch.
I tried to look them up last night. I couldn't find it, but I was interested.
Yeah, so they haven't opened yet. They're doing a soft launch where they had people come in and try the menu. And Kristen was like, this is the best pizza I've ever eaten.
Wow.
She's like, it's really good. And the sauce, I don't know, they use some specific tomatoes from Italy.
Marzano.
I think that's what it was, San Marzano. And so it was fantastic. Sauce, crust, everything. So it was a high bar when I went to Philly. And you were having me walk down there on Sunday, got in a couple trolls, made you think I was stopping at Starbucks. Did you buy it?
I go down these food rabbit holes, and a 2-year rabbit hole, Choppy, has been based upon Dave Portnoy's pizza review of a place called Angelo's in Philly.
Mm-hmm.
And his mind was blown away. This guy is obsessed with like dough. His family, his in-laws run this famous bakery that's apparently next to this cheesesteak and pizza place.
Yep.
Sarcone's, I think.
Yeah, it's like 30 feet away.
So I've been just dying. Like, I wanted to go Rangers-Phillies World Series just to try this place. I didn't even care about the baseball. So I was begging Bobby, you got to try it. You got to tell me, please. Living vicariously through him. I was so hyped up for this. Once Chiefs-Dolphins got out of hand, I'm like, I was just waiting for Bobby's updates.
Mm-hmm.
And he trolled me. First he went to Wendy's the night before.
I mean,
he went to Wendy's.
Staple.
It's a fantastic place to go. I love a good Wendy's day.
Then he trolls me. He eats the hotel breakfast.
Yep.
Which I was disappointed he did that. Then he goes to Starbucks.
Which I literally had no plan on stopping at Starbucks. I was like, oh, this will be funny to stop at a chain and order. I didn't even drink all the coffee.
Yeah, because you don't even drink coffee in here. So I'm like, okay, he's eating there. And then he tells me he's going to Angelo's. And I tell him, I give him all the warnings. I said, cash only. You have to get in line. And you can't eat inside. They don't have tables. And I thought that would dissuade him and he would quit.
I think that's bad for Angelo's because you want pizza immediately. How long was the walk back to the hotel?
I Ubered back. I planned on walking there and Ubering back, and that's what I did.
Right.
Because, you want to eat that within 10 minutes.
Yeah. So Bobby's like, let's do an Instagram Live. I'll review it. He says, what's this? It must be fall here because leaves are falling off the trees on the pizza, the spinach. I said, that's basil, you idiot. The very sophisticated people do this with the basil. He tries the pizza on Instagram Live. He doesn't get the cheesesteak. You can only order a large. That's
they don't do by the slice.
It's like a $24 pepperoni pizza.
They don't do it by the slice?
No slice.
And apparently that's a thing in Philly. Philly is very purposely not a by the slice city. Now I'll say I had planned on, if it was really good, Sean, I was going to tell you it was the worst pizza I'd ever eaten. I was going to be really negative, and I couldn't even get that out because it was so average.
He called it a 6. He said it was mid. Now, it looked spectacular in my opinion. On the bottom, you can tell. This is true.
That's great. This
is true, like brick oven, coal oven, whatever they do. So Bobby, with the Instagram Live ending, goes, if I bring a piece back, will you eat it? And I was like, okay, you going to refrigerate it? How are you going to do it? What's the weather there?
It was in this backpack sleeve for 12 hours.
Look at that backpack. Look at that backpack.
Ew.
Scott Agolnik from the Cowboys is worried for my health, but I've been dying to try it. It's been sitting in Bobby's bag. This thing is so great.
Ryan, let's get a one shot just on Sean for
Scott
this.
Agolnik from the Cowboys, who runs PR, thinks that I will get sick. But Bobby went. He microwaved it. Here's the pizza right here.
Ooh, look at that.
Look at the grease stain.
That's great. That's how you want it. That's how you want it.
Look at the grease stain. I told Bobby, he goes, "This doesn't taste like Hormel."
No, it did. No,
Pepperoni.
it did taste like Hormel. That was my problem. The pepperoni tasted like it was bought out of a package.
I will say it looks fantastic, better than any piece I've seen here, even as it's been sitting how long?
Well, it was frozen for about 2 hours, sat for 12 hours, and then stuck in the fridge for 5 hours, and now it was been sitting out for 2 hours.
I don't believe you can get sick off of like pizza sitting out. Agolnik is,
You can't. I've had millions of pieces of pizza sitting out all day.
The pepperoni's worrying me a little bit, but Scott said, no, that's the cured part.
Yeah,
That is
the
part.
dairy. It's probably the dairy that's going to screw
so
you.
So I am going to try it, but go ahead and give the rest of your review, Bobby, while I try.
So if 5 is average to me, it was a flat 6. It was okay. And you were even saying it was drooping a little bit more than you were anticipating.
Had too much flop.
Crust is okay. Not enough sauce for me. There was a very thin layer of sauce.
That's
the
biggest typical up north, though. They don't overload with sauce.
The biggest problem was the pepperoni. The pepperoni tasted like it was store-bought to me. I didn't enjoy the flavor. It was okay. It was a little above average.
Okay.
What do you think?
I've eaten a bite of it. Strong pepperoni flavor. Very strong.
But does it taste like quality pepperoni or does it taste like Hormel?
Bro, it's pepperoni.
No, there's a difference.
It's not a Wagyu versus. You don't know what you're talking about.
As somebody who taste tested was considered to be enough of a pizza connoisseur to taste test on Friday, Sean, that pepperoni was fantastic.
There's not crazy levels of pepperoni difference. Okay, this cupping up, the pepperoni that cups up and crisps up is the higher quality, better pepperoni.
It's an A cup.
Yeah.
A-cup.
So
A-cup pepperoni.
There it is. Now we'll see if I get sick.
Did you break off any of the just crust itself to see what you thought? What'd you think?
It's good.
Is it what you anticipated though?
Man, it's so hard to live up to the hype.
Backpack for 12 hours.
It's so hard to live up to the hype. I'm scared to take another bite. I think fresh would be outstanding. I mean, you can tell. Look at it.
Looks good.
It looks like a high quality piece of
It
pizza.
smells good
pizza.
still.
It looks good. I would definitely think that's higher than a 6.
No,
but
wasn't.
that's why I am not a food review fan because everybody's taste buds are different. I know people who think Olive Garden, sorry Peyton, is better than like old school like New York Philly Italian food.
I'm not kidding.
Which it's not.
I enjoyed my nuggets from Wendy's more.
877-881-1053 is the number. Congrats to the Tola who won the Cowboys Giants tickets. Cowboy phone calls for you to vent, go off, blame game after losing in filthy. We hear from you on the home of America's team with your Cowboy calls next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course, Stephen Gilchrist, own store, Gilchrist Automotive.
also secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
First and goal. Eagles leading 7-0. Late first quarter. Prescott in the gun. Here comes Lamb in motion. Claps his hands, wants the ball, gets the ball, goes in the left lane. Ferguson wide open at the 3 and bangs his way in for the Cowboys touchdown.
Jake Ferguson. My word. One of my buddies was texting me, Dr. Timon. He's like, he's been texting me every week. Where's Mozzie? Where's Mozzie? What about Laporta? What about Laporta? I said, forget Laporta. Jake Ferguson is now here. As Micah Parsons said about Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift, you play better when there's a dime in the stands. You play better in front of your girl. And Cavender, she has to be motivating. Is it Haley, Hannah, whatever?
It's Haley. And yeah, the two tight ends. The amount of games, like, Kelce, obviously with.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the twins.
Cavender twins.
Yeah. No, the two.
I'll take a little sip.
I see what you did there.
We'll get in trouble for that.
I mean, Kelce only plays well when she's there, and ever since Cavender and Jake got together, I mean, the dude's an all-pro.
The way Ferguson's playing lately, he no longer has to take her last name if they get married. She's not taking his. He's earned a hyphen. He's earned a Ferguson Cavender. Now we move to Cavender Ferguson, and eventually, if he's playing well enough, if he puts up Kelce numbers, then he can be she can be Haley Ferguson.
4 for 47, and he had some big time plays. He started with 3 for 51, touchdown, 4th and 1 midfield before the half, 3rd and 10 with 3 minutes left, coming up huge.
He's going to be a captain on this team one day. Like he is. Everything when we talk to him, he's obviously fun and he has a lot of fun. But you could see it when we talk to him in Oxnard that he thinks about things the right way. He comes from that football family. His grandfather's Barry Alvarez, so he's got like he has grown up around the Big Ten football culture. He knows all that. But like last night when they're talking to him about how well he's playing and the connection they have, and he's like, yeah, I still missed a couple tonight. Like, I got to come through with that. And he said they were like, are there any positives you can take out of this? He's like, I'm sure Tuesday I'll find some positives. He's like, it's hard to feel positive about anything right now.
All right, this is 105.3 The Fan, so y'all take over on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill hotline with your star up, star down, whatever Cowboy reaction you want. Derek in Dallas, start us off.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Well, I think overall the Cowboys need a little bit more discipline. Dak played a pretty good game. I think that some people need to just realize we definitely need a new running back situation. Our run game absolutely sucks. Our O-line, they need help in the big moments. So just a little bit more discipline here and there. Also, I want to point out that the turnover on the goal line should have been pass interference. There's no way that a ref standing there looking at the pylon, looking straight down that line, should not have realized that the guy was tackled before he even caught the ball.
Derek, real quick, as you're talking, I'm showing the guys exactly what you're talking about because BR on Twitter just sent us this. So this is
he was easily
it was early contact
for sure.
I don't know if it was like flagrant that they're going to catch it live in the moment, but it did look like Ferguson was dropping down before the ball got there.
It's a little bang bang. Like, I mean, it's easy to freeze frame it, but I don't totally blame them for not seeing it because it does look like he's also laying out for the ball at the same time.
Was early contact. Derek, go ahead.
Hey, I've refereed on the D1 level.
Wow!
There we go.
Should not have been missed. It's just that simple. But overall, I'm going to give the Cowboys, a grade C+ on this one because I kind of expected to go there, drop that one, and then when they come here, we're going to run them, baby.
Thank you for the call, man. Enjoy the rest of your day. Ben and Forney. Ben, you're next up on Sean, RJ, and Bobby.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Morning.
What's up?
All right, so first thing I'll say, I'm glad I'm calling right now because last night I was pissed.
Why didn't you call? You should have cussed out. You should have cussed out Zach in the post game.
Capitalizing on the moments when they matter. This team has had a problem with that. They have a problem with that continuously, and it happened multiple times. Number two, We haven't beat the 49ers and the Eagles now. The 49ers lost the last 3 games after they beat us, and now we haven't beat the Eagles. So for me, it's hard to have any confidence in this team. The last thing I'll say is I don't care who steps up and who doesn't. I'm not going to blame anybody, but somebody has to step up and do it. Whoever that is, they got to get it done.
Thanks for the call. Let's get to, is it Avel in Arlington? Avel, you're next up on the home of the Cowboys.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey, first and foremost, I love you guys, Sean, RJ, Peyton, Bobby. Y'all are great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
When it comes, no problem. When it comes to the game, man, like I was saying earlier, Jake Ferguson is emerging as a good tight end. He's just, there was a couple of drops he had, but hey, overall, I give him, a star up. Dak played a good game. There's going to be some Dak haters talking about Dak, this, that, and the other, but Dak had a very, very good game. Overall, that PI call they called on Gilmore was terrible. Overall for the team, though, I think we'll be fine. I have full confidence in the team. We do need to run the ball a little bit more. Get dial the ball. I mean, he ran tough overall, but I think we'll be okay. Dallas is going to be good. We're going to be in the playoff hunt. In the mix, we'll be fine. I appreciate y'all. Have a good one.
Thank you.
We have some breaking news.
Uh-oh.
Per Diana Rossini, the Cowboys are bringing in recently reinstated wide receiver Martavis Bryant for a workout tomorrow. He was a stud who just completely got knocked off track Josh Gordon style. But Michael Gallup, again.
Well, let me bring up another name that we have not mentioned this morning, and they must not have mentioned in the game plan. I seriously had to double check if Brandon Cooks was inactive. What the freak?
Well, I mean,
where is Brandon Cooks?
Bad fit.
What?
Bad fit how?
What happened?
I don't know. I mean, it has to be a bad fit. There's no other explanation for it. The guy picks up 1,000 yards everywhere he goes. He has to be a bad fit for the scheme they want to run. There's like seriously, what's the other?
But that's the thing, plug and play scheme and everything else, like in every other situation in the NFL.
Right. But doesn't that make sense? That would be the scheme. Like,
I mean, I guess maybe that's the thing. Maybe we got to get Brandon Cooks a DeLorean. He can train as if he's a receiver from 1994, and then he'll fit in the scheme.
But it's fine for CeeDee Lamb. Look, right now it looks like
Lamb's the best receiver in the NFL. Sean, you can't compare.
Right now it looks like they've missed on wide receiver evaluations. The Gallup thing's looking like a disaster. The Cooks thing is looking like a total miss. Tolbert, we'll wait and see.
Yeah.
But
I can't blame him for Gallup only because how much of it is mental.
That's mostly, I feel like.
And that's outside of anything they could predict.
I do feel a little bit better about Tolbert recently.
Sure.
Michael Gallup was never as good as y'all made him out to be from the beginning. It was before the injury. David Hellman, Newey Scruggs, I got names on it. I got receipts. Y'all made him out that y'all tried to argue with me he was a 1. Some people did, which is asinine and laughable. You should have. I was like, maybe you should trade him. Maybe you should put him on the block just to see what you could get. What are you you have 2 1s? What are you talking about? That was before it. That's me on Gallup. Jay Waxahachie. Jay, you are live on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Go ahead, boss.
Hey, man, I'm doing good this morning. I just got a really quick question. I know that Dak Prescott had mentioned in his post-game interview that he needed to get the ball out faster. And my question is that a Dak processing type thing, or are the receivers not getting open fast enough for him to get the throws off?
That is a Dak politician answer. That's Dak trying to just put anything post-game on himself. That's what he does. I don't know how much faster you want him getting the ball out. He was getting sacked within 2 seconds on a lot of those. That's just covering for guys, I think.
Carl in Arlington. Carl, you're next up on 105.3 The Fan.
Okay, gentlemen, here we go. First of all, I'm not going to get into the referee situation. That's been called, that's been a dead horse. Secondly, Dak played a great game, but here again, we got to do something. They have to fix that front line. Dak cannot take the football and do something with it when he's on his back. And he was on his back a lot during that game yesterday. The running game, here again, fix the front line. Maybe Pollard can do something.
Could be.
I got to be honest. We've had 2 calls this segment. One of them sounds like Randy Galloway. One sounds like President Obama.
Yeah, Carl, can you just say yo and hello
I'm
for us?
positive we had both of those guys on the air here in the last 5 minutes.
Say again.
Can you say yo and hello for us?
Say hello.
No, we're good, man.
What did you have Galloway say about cows good? What?
Cows win, cows stink, or cow. If it was a bad win, and this one would have been cows lose, cows stink.
Tweet of the day so far from Zach Frazier. As Smoltz would say, this was a better loss for the Cowboys than it was a win for the Eagles. All right, let's get to Rayshawn. Rayshawn in Baltimore. You are live on the home of the Cowboys.
Hey, good morning, y'all. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for calling.
I'm going to say, man, it was a great game for the Cowboys. Tough loss. Dak played a pretty good game. I thought if we lost, it was going to be all on Dak. Now, even though he had that play when he stepped out of bounds on the 2-point conversion, but other than that, he played a good game. We need to get rid of Mike McCarthy. I don't think we're going to ever win a Super Bowl under this guy. I mean, that's just being honest. I think we need to establish this run game a little bit more. And looking forward, at least our next 2 games we got to win these 2 games against the Giants and the Panthers. And then we got Seattle, then Philly again. So, I mean, I don't know if we're going to catch the Eagles in the division, but I'm quite sure we get a playoff spot and hopefully get that 5th seed and play the 4th seed in that terrible NFC South division. So, but that's all I got to say, fellas. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for the call. Thanks for listening. Man, you just made me take a nice sigh when you said Giants, Panthers. Giants, Panthers, Commanders, the next 3 coming up. Look at Philly's upcoming schedule. Laufenberg projects this will be a 1-game lead. Right now it's 2.5. It'll be a 1-game lead in the division when they come to Arlington on December 10th.
And I'll tell you this: you want to get rid of McCarthy all you want, but he does want to establish the run because he also said about establishing the run.
Right.
McCarthy definitely wants to establish the run. This team has problems running the ball. They just have problems. Is that on the running back or is that on the offensive line? Because generally the running back gets what the O-line allows them to get.
Yeah, I mean, establishing the run is just a silly concept to me at this point.
Right. The run doesn't need to be established.
No, if the run is there, you take it. And if you can.
They wanted to see, or I guess he judged it off the first drive. He's like, can we run? No. Then they threw 45 times.
Why do we talk about it in those terms, though? Why do we talk about establishing the run? Like, it's something where it's like, that's not going to get going on its own. You got to make it happen. It's like, well, why not take advantage of it if it's to your benefit? When I hear establish the run, what I hear is I'm going to ram my head against a wall 10 times if I need to before it breaks through. And that just seems like a waste of time.
They're 14th in rush attempts in the NFL. And they've had huge blowouts where they've run it more to kill the clock. So I think you all would have guessed that they were top 5, top 7.
I mean, they were the first 4 games of the season. They led the NFL, I think, in rushing attempts.
Okay, well, now look at them.
But again, the first 2 games of the year, they had blowouts. They were blowing to. They were going to run the ball more. This is not a team. You just go look at the rush. They don't run the ball that much. This is not a run-first team. They could say they want to be one, but they're not.
Ralph in Sulphur Springs. Ralph, you are live on Sean and RJ.
Good morning, guys. How are y'all doing?
Hey, Ralph, do you go by Ralph or do you go by something else?
I go by Ralph, RJ.
Way to go. Way to honor your mother. Right. Way to honor your mama, Ralph.
My mother hates my name. She hates Ralph.
Why'd she name you?
She didn't have a choice. My dad told her to.
I'm the 6th son of,
There's 5 other Ralphs in your family?
Well, no, there's 5 other names in the family, so
they ran out.
She named me after the doctor that delivered me. My name is Ralph Fitzgerald.
Oh, my.
And
what's your dad's name?
There's Lorenzo and all that. Well, yeah, Lorenzo Jr. and
yeah. But it's not Ralph.
No.
All right.
But what I want to say is, people need to get off McCarthy's back.
Preach.
You look at the Steelers. They've had 3 head coaches in the last 50 years. People give up on the coaches too quick these days.
I agree.
And I feel like, and the Cowboys, Dak, all these Dak haters or whatever, Dak played a beautiful game yesterday. I mean, he can't do everything.
Yeah.
I mean,
beautiful game.
When somebody's on your back within 2 or 3 seconds, that's where they need to maybe put a running back to help that tackle that's having problems.
Yeah, there was no help. It seemed like I heard Broadus in the Post say there was no help for Steele versus Reddick, and Bobby highlighted that as a mismatch problem last week in the film room. Back to the Cowboys, 8:40 below the belt. Does Brian Broadus remember the Texas Rangers parade? The audio is next.
Let's get you over to, I'm going to say no. Hey, number one.
Brought to you by Window Nation and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
I just want to say thank you to all the fans for showing up. Continue to bring that energy. This is the standard now. Keep bringing that energy. Everybody in this room right here, everybody on this stage, we're going to keep working for you guys. So thank you. Thank you.
Marcus Simeon on the stage. Just remember, whenever the Cowboys get you worked up, Serenity now. The Texas Rangers are the world champions. And the parade was Friday in Arlington. Pepe was there. Bobby tried to get there. The KMC Masterpiece and the G-Bag Nation were representing on the scene. What a sick setup they had. Man, their broadcast table right there, literally in front of the stage. Eric Nadel joined the party. Mike Bassick was on the floats along with Sandler. Got to be a top 3 sports moment for them, or top 5. Bassick did play in the bigs. And we have some audio to go along with it. And then the amount of Tolos telling me that they went out to get a meet and greet done with Evan Carter and Adolis Garcia is crazy. Crypto Rec sent me this. Heard you guys talking about the Rangers players signing autographs. My son and I waited at the Adolis signing for 10 hours.
Wow.
Bro.
We got there at 5 a.m. We were numbers 225 and 226.
So the Evan Carter one, I think it was that one because my kids had told me that it was just jammed. It was at Glade Parks and like the Euless Colleyville area at that Dick's. Yep. And the amount of people that were there. Like they tried to go to like, I don't know, Canes or something like that. And that they couldn't even get near where they wanted to go because the amount of people that were out and the traffic that was around that area. Dude, just insane.
Imagine when, like, next year, like, how big do you think Ohtani's signing is going to be for the back-to-back? That's going to be wild.
Yeah.
We have to talk about Shohei. John Heyman with the report that we're the leader in the clubhouse among the big 3. But first, the Brian Broaddus drunk audio that Pepe went through. Why don't you set up these cuts, Peyton, since you've listened to them? And I don't really want to talk about the words written down here to describe the first one.
So this was a bunch of it has Broaddus thrown in there. He's the main character in all these clips, but it's also got Eric Chiafalo, Zach Walchuk, Gavin Dawson made an appearance in some of these. They're just Eric's just messing with Broaddus at this point. He knows he's drunk. He's drunk as ever.
Because I've rarely have ever seen Broaddus drink. Any of our events, he's usually driving some of the other guys around. He's being DD, Mr. Responsible. So when I saw that video of him dancing to the music with the Miller Lite, I was like, uh-oh, I've never seen this out in public, and especially while he's working.
Yeah, so I asked Broaddus yesterday before the pregame. I was like, dude, all right, you got to take me through just a little bit. What was it? How much were you drinking there? He was like, man, dude, there were times he had 3 drinks in his hands. He was carrying them. I was like, dude, you're broadcasting. You're Mr. Professional. And he was like, dude, I had to go, man. Tolos were bringing me drinks left and right. I had to do it for them.
Yep.
So this first one here, Eric starts it off. Broaddus is eating cookies apparently. And at the end, Broaddus just says, you know what? I love you guys so much. He's just drunk Broaddus here.
Drunk Broaddus hammering his cookies that he forgot he had on the table.
I'll tell you what, if it ain't thanks to our sister station, it's funny because sober Brian's usually like, oh, I'll buy you a shirt. I'll do this for you. Now drunk Brian's like, hey, bring me a shirt. Go ahead and bring me Hurtado barbecue. I'm telling you, man, bring me everything. I love you guys.
Broaddus is just getting bombarded by Tolos at this point. He's just like, oh, you want me to sign something? You want me to drink something, get some cookies? He's taking everything here.
All right, next one's marriage advice.
Which one was that?
You did go through them, Peyton.
Trying to talk Walchuk out of being married. Is that, you said 30, 31?
Yeah, 30 is, did he try and sneak a fart past you? That's 30.
You know what? Just go.
We'll just do that one.
Did he really try and sneak a fart by you yesterday?
All right, I assumed you were going to go in order, like from the top. 30's the first one, but that's why I wanted you to set it up when I was like, set it up.
Sorry, I thought in the order I had sent you, but
go ahead, set it up.
No, this next one is
Peyton Russell.
We'll let Walchuk take it.
Can we get Jeffrey back?
No. He's gone. We'll let Walchuk take this one away.
Did he really try and sneak a fart by you yesterday? I think he actually farted on you, is what he told me.
It was like, I mean, it was so close. It was over my shoulder. He leaned in. To his credit, it wasn't his fault, but like he leaned in.
No, he purposely did that. You know he purposely did that.
Bro is just getting upset at this point.
All right, that wasn't too bad. You can tell. You can tell he's really buzzed, but he hasn't had
It's the delivery. It's the cadence. You can hear it.
Because that's not how Broadus is on the air. You know, during his crusty
much less personality.
Yeah. And I mean, the fan cam was going crazy that day, too. Oh, the Twolos were loving it. And this last clip here, he was, Eric was like, okay, how many beers have you really had here? You've had to have drunk. Because I think, was it Texas Live that ran out of beer there?
Outdoor vendors did.
Outdoor vendors,
and Texas Live ran out of draft.
Yeah.
By like 11:45. No, it was really 10:59. I don't know when they opened. They had to open earlier before 11 because they were out of beer by 11, or draft at least.
Yeah, so the guy swore that Broadus was the culprit for why they ran out of beer.
Broadus is accounting for at least 25% of that beer that is no longer available on tap at Texas Live.
I'm sorry about that. I'm not sorry. What am I saying? You're not sorry at all. You're not sorry for a damn Hell thing. No, I'm not.
Never apologize for being a champion.
No.
Keep the drinks coming, all right?
I've got some of that Powerade cooler right there.
My fiance is so livid with me right now. She's like, what are you doing? How are you going to drive home?
I told you I tried to talk you out of being married. I really did.
Jeez. Wow.
I would like to hear the rest of that right there. I was expecting worse. I was expecting much, much worse. He wasn't going to let himself get too sloppy on air during the parade celebration.
Yeah, we've seen Bobby worse than this on air with us.
Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah, on air. When we've done fan events on the weekend, I have been
Liddy
straight blasted before on the air.
That's awesome, though. That was fantastic. A moment that all of them will remember, especially KMC and G-Bag set up live right in front of the stage. Now, Shohei. John Heyman with the report. Baseball Insider. Maybe we try to get Heyman on tomorrow, one of the other shows.
He's got me blocked.
He blocked you?
Yep.
Why?
I drunkenly tweeted some nasty stuff to him when I was like 22 or something.
Oh, wow. According to John Heyman, Ohtani's 3 preferred landing spots include the Dodgers, Giants, and the Rangers. Now, you have to keep in mind, Shohei's not going to pitch next year. All right? So his plan is to hit and then resume pitching in 2025 when you're probably getting Jacob deGrom back. So if you throw that money towards Shohei, and some people believe the Rangers have that money, we're about to have a luxury tax conversation as well. If you throw that money towards him, he's not going to replace deGrom in the rotation next year because he's not pitching.
Yeah, the luxury tax is 100% at the discretion of the owner. Like that's what it is. It's not like it's if they want to go if they want to go into it, they'll go into it. If they don't, they won't. It's pretty much that simple. There's no cap, there's no floor in Major League Baseball. You've got to spend 90% of your money in football over a 4-year period or something like that. You could go cheap in baseball if you want to. And you could go Steve Cohen with the Mets and have a $350 million payroll. Doesn't matter. If the Rangers want to do it, they want to do it. I wondered, will the title, sometimes a title takes the pressure away from spending that kind of money.
Yeah, ask Cuban.
Sometimes the title makes you want to spend more. There's no way of knowing what's going to happen.
Like Golden State.
Golden State, they win a title we want to keep this thing going, spend more. Some are like, hey, win the title, let's get back some of the money we lost trying to win the title. So it could go a number of ways.
Marlins.
We've seen the Marlins do it. The Braves wound up spending. The Braves win, and they wound up getting Matt Olson. We've seen teams, though, win. Kansas City, they won, and they didn't sign everybody. They didn't bring it. But at the same time, we're not Kansas City.
Now, Ray Davis did say Wednesday night, quote, "This is not going to be our last. We're set up to win for a long time."
They got cash. Look, that's what happens when you don't spend for 6 years. You're going to get some cash built up.
Straight cash, homie.
So they got some cash.
Projected payroll of $210 million in 2024. That's according to Spotrac.
Now, that would put them in the tax.
That includes current contracts, arbitration projections, pre-arbitration salaries. So the first tax threshold is 237.
Okay, so they've moved that because it was like 184 like a year or two ago.
They got more than 60 million coming off the books, with another 56 million set to drop after next season. Again, no one really knows all the exact finances, but these are what the different money websites are saying.
Man, if you could get, though, just imagine you got Jonah Heim, Lowe, Simeon, Seager, Young. Then the outfield, you've got Evan Carter, Wyatt Langford, Adolis Garcia, and then Shohei Ohtani DH. You can't pitch to that lineup.
No, you can't. No. And look, the assumption is, and I think it's a fair assumption, like this wasn't like a bunch of guys having just career years. Like this was the culmination of good signings and good development from the position player standpoint.
Speaking of the Rangers' future, Kumar Rocker was in attendance yesterday for that Cowboys game.
Yeah, but I'm not hearing any of you say that you don't want him or a negative.
I want him.
Spend. Of course. Absolutely want Shohei Ohtani. I mean, let's just say you pay him $50 million a year.
Yeah, was this a debate? I thought we were just talking about like how fun would that be? There's no debate for me. Bring him on. Spend all the money.
It is a debate.
Yeah, spend all the money.
The debate is to allocate the money elsewhere versus a possible pitching option that has 2 Tommy Johns.
Well, the 2 Tommy Johns that's a problem. Like
that is a problem. It's a humongous freaking problem.
But even
it's like we can give 25 and 25 to 2 other fantastic players, or break it up however you want.
You can.
What if I told you he never pitches again?
Fine, I'm still doing it.
Still doing it
for $50 million a year. Yeah.
Okay.
Here's the reason.
All right.
Shohei
going to be 30 or 29-30, just so you know.
It is estimated that Shohei brings in $25 to $35 million of added sponsorship value to you per year. So if you sign up for $50 million, you're really only paying him $15 to $25 million.
Okay.
So you still have that extra $25 million to give to somebody else.
By the way,
so I would do it.
Bob Nightingale reports Rangers are considered the favorites to sign Josh Hader.
No.
The left-handed pitcher.
Why?
The exact quote is, "It's hard to find a single executive who is not predicting that Hader will ultimately be a Ranger."
Why are you out on this? You were in on trading for Hader.
Yeah, but that was before he quit on his team. I'm out. He quit on his team at the end of the year.
Chapman quit on his team too, and you wanted to trade for him.
No, I was out. I'm out on Chapman. I don't like Chapman. He quit on his team.
But you wanted to trade for him from the Royals. You argued for it.
Hader's the one who didn't want to continue to pitch.
Yeah.
He
was like, I'm done.
How good is he?
He's tremendous.
Great.
He's tremendous. Here's the thing: bullpen help. And Steve Phillips talked about this. Bullpen help is really easy to find. It's really cheap and it's really easy.
Steve Phillips is also unemployed. He's not a GM anymore.
When it's not cheap is at the trade deadline.
All right.
I don't want a guy who quit on his team.
We'll get back to this. Oh, it's so fun to have Ranger offseason topics. I'm talking about a champion, how to add to it. Below the belt, star up, star down after the Cowboys' filthy game next.
Let's get you some help at BetterHelp. BetterHelp.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is racing to finish this year #1 in America. They're leading the way with an unheard of 400 Silverados with their best Black Friday savings all month long. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
At the Dallas 29, left to right in the green shirts. First down, Hurts back. Plenty of time. Deep to the end zone. 1 for 1. Smith, did he hold it? He did. Devontae Smith, touchdown Eagles. They're back in front.
Mike McCarthy, more like Mike Shula. Let's talk about that here on 105 Through the Fan. Star up, star down here on 105 Through the Fan. Why you look so annoyed, Sean?
You dig your own grave. Get the shovel out. Let's just see how far you want to go.
Howard Eskin was right.
Monday to start off.
Howard Eskin was wrong about a lot. Did not jump off of a bridge. The bread was not good. The water, I think, had listeria or something in it. It was, it wasn't a good trip. I actually will say the trip to Philadelphia. I know I've said it. This is blasphemy, I think, to Cowboys fans because they hate Eagles fans so much that somehow they associate some of the people there with the actual city itself. The city of Philadelphia is hands down my favorite road trip in the NFL.
Wow.
By far. I absolutely do love the aesthetic of that city, everything there is to do out there. It feels like the way New York has been represented to me in movies and television my entire life, only it actually like lives up to it.
Smaller New York. It's a tenth the size. That's what it is, right?
But there was an Eagles fan who gave Pat Doney the business.
Dude, yeah, this was this guy. So the press box setup in Philly is unique in that when most of the press boxes are sort of elevated, there's usually fans like 15 feet down from you in most press boxes. Not this one. The fans can walk right up to that. You can see their heads right there at press box level. And so the Eagles fans, every time the Eagles score, they will turn around and they will start like knocking on the glass and like flipping you off and, saying things or they'll just smile and wave. There's this one guy who was pounding drinks and they could tell he was just staring at us, mean mugging through the glass. And the other Eagles fans around him, to their credit, they sensed it. And so they would like lean forward and they'd tap him. They'd like start like pointing back like they're taking pictures of you or whatever. Like they were like trying to egg him on. And so he found Pat Doney and he'd point at Pat and he'd go, "Hey, you. Yeah, you. F you." I was just screaming at Pat.
Poor Pat.
No, Pat loved it. Pat was laughing the whole time. And the guy, like, here, let me show you what he looked like here. He was, this is our buddy right here, as you can see him. This is what he looked like right there.
Oh, yeah, I saw that video.
So Pat...
I don't think he said F
Pat
you.
pulled up a photo of Santa Claus and, like, turned it around to him, and he was like, "Is that you?" And the guy, to his credit, he started laughing, and he stopped trolling Pat the rest of the night after that. But it was a great trip. It is a great environment for a football game. It really is. Like the intensity of Cowboys Eagles, they do hate Dallas. They hate Cowboys fans.
Is it a much better crowd than AT&T?
I think AT&T deserves a lot of credit for becoming a real home field advantage over the last few years. 10 years ago, yeah, AT&T Stadium was dead. It was all suits. They get loud at AT&T now. Like, I want to say the first time I remember that changing was 2018 against the Saints. And I remember being in the building and be like, this is as loud as New Orleans. It's very, very loud. And so I think the Cowboys fans deserve a lot of credit for not just being suit and tie, business casual type of crowd anymore. They get loud. And so I think it's a real advantage. I don't know that they're up to Philly level yet, but that's also Philly hates Dallas in a way that I don't think Dallas hates Philly yet.
Yeah.
I don't think that's completely even.
Well, look at the parade. I know there was one Ranger parade incident reportedly, but you didn't see, and someone climbed a light pole or a traffic pole.
People climb a lot of poles.
Got megged. But you didn't see shootings and fights and the ugliness, and we're civilized. We're a little more civilized. That comes with some boredom, but I'd much rather be able to take my kid out there and not worry about hoodlums and whatever other terms old people say.
I think it was Coward.
Hooligans.
I think it was Coward that said the further west you go.
Yes, angrier, weather, colder, more bitter. That's going east.
The further west you go, the less rabid the sport fan is. Now, maybe that's because, like, basically all the sports teams were located far east, and now you've got like 10 generations of fanhood in your family, and as you move further west, it's newer.
Could be, but I will say one of our producers, Chris, who recently joined the station. I know he was in Philly for the game, and he had shared on Twitter the list of vile things that were said to him walking into the stadium wearing Cowboys jerseys. Not like in a look at all this. He was just keeping track. He's like, I decided to keep track of like all the things that got shot to me. Some nasty stuff got said to him, but Broadus was disappointed we didn't get egged. This is the second year we've rode into the link, and we haven't. I will say,
I saw some middle fingers from one of the reporters.
We got mooned by a woman. We did get a woman in a pickup truck who mooned us. It
was it full or half crescent?
It was full. It was.
She had some Angelo's pizza.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. It looked like she had some Angelo. Like she was.
Was it Harry?
She was just a.
Jesus, RJ.
Big
He said, "Hey, Angelo." So I mean,
fat woman. That's what it was. But it was a little soft. I got to say, both times I've gone into New York, the bus ride into the Giants Stadium has been worse than the Eagles. Both times.
I think Giant fans are just miserable right now because their team sucks. Like Philly's like, what is Philadelphia? Here's problem. This is Philly's problem with winning a Super Bowl, rebuilding, and going back to one in 6 years. They don't have anything to be angry about anymore.
Yep. Star up, star down here on 105 through the fan. Obviously, we've knocked out Dak Prescott. We've knocked out CeeDee Lamb. We've knocked out Jake Ferguson. Those are big star ups. We know the star downs, Terrence Steele, Michael Gallup. So I'm going to hit on some of the lesser known ones. My last big blinking light star up is Dorrance Armstrong. I thought Dorrance Armstrong was really, really good in this game, and he was somebody who really generated a lot of pressure early on, was forcing Jalen Hurts out of the pocket. I think Dorrance Armstrong deserves a lot of credit for stepping up.
I have a blinking light star up. He had one maybe bad decision at the end, but this one's obvious.
Prescott's in the gun, slot on each side. Back and stands and looks and pumps and throws it in the end zone. And Turpin caught it. Turpin caught it. Turpin ordered the ribs and caught it for a touchdown.
47-yard kick return after the Eagles' opening touchdown. Huge response. Third down touchdown. The third and goal from the 6, clutch. And he was in the tent for 7 minutes after I thought he broke his collarbone.
Ooh.
I thought he had a clavicle, and he gave the Cowboys a 14-7 lead. Star up, Cavante Turpin, even though some people wanted him to not let that punt roll.
Man, when that ball, the rolling punt cost you about 6 seconds. Didn't matter. You still should have executed in the end, but that could have cost you in the end. But man, when that ball was kicked to him and I saw he was going to run it out, as it was coming to him, I was like, he's going to score. Because you could just see how everything was blocked up in front of him. I really thought he was going to run that one back there. But yeah, Cavante Turpin has been so much better as an actual receiver than I was anticipating. Now, did you guys have
Mike doesn't like little?
I mean, he's proven you wrong in all areas. You tried to cut him, which I didn't forget. I thought it's funny that you put him in. You didn't put him in your star up when it's obvious, but you've had something out. You've had some agenda against Turpin.
I don't have any agenda.
You tried
against
to cut
Turpin.
him. You said, "Oh wow, Pro Bowl, whoop-de-doo, da-da-da."
And was he?
Bill Belichick said, he's the most dangerous returner in the league. There's something there. I'll find out what.
Yeah,
it is.
yeah, Belichick. That's a huge compliment. He's the one going, Sean Wright, he's somebody who, he can lock down your receiver. And like that's the way he talks about everybody. That's
no, but he called him the most dangerous.
Yeah. I know. And he also was like, let me spend 5 minutes on CJ Goodwin in my press conference. And so I will say that he played a great game. And that's why I just said, he's proven me wrong. I just said that.
And you didn't really say it like that. And props to McCarthy for getting him involved offensively, whereas last year he was not involved offensively, and the thought was he was not going to be involved. So got to give Mike some credit for that. Save your sarcastic follow-up. Move on to your next star up, star down. Save it.
Star down. I thought about it. Star down.
I can tell.
Star down. Why can't this team get Brandon Cooks involved? What is the problem here? Okay,
Sean is a pretty diehard Houston fan. He texted me and said, there's a reason, and maybe this is it.
He gets passed around?
There's a reason he gets passed around. When Cooks doesn't get the ball, he becomes a blank. And I can't read what he said on the radio.
Pilot?
Attitude. There's a lot of attitude.
Attitude reflects leadership.
This is from a Texans fan. But there must be something to it. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, he does get moved around a lot, so that clearly he can be.
We need to look up his yards of separation, too.
That's the thing. It looks like he's gotten open. Now, this is somebody.
We just assume he's blinding fast, can run by everyone. We actually should probably look at it.
I think he's been open. He's been open. Now the yards of separation is only going to count targets. So it's not going to count the times that he was open and didn't get the ball thrown his way.
All right.
Now, I think that he's gotten open. I think that he has an ability to impact this offense. This is on somebody. This is on either Schottenheimer, Dak, or McCarthy. Somebody has to take responsibility for it because this is a problem that he has not run into anywhere else in the NFL.
2.5. 2.5, which is the same as, are you ready for these names? Tell me if these are any good. DK Metcalf. AJ Brown.
Wow.
Let's see. Mike Evans. Odell Beckham Jr.
Wow.
More than Cooper Kupp and Amari Cooper. More than Kyle Pitts. More than DeAndre Hopkins. More than T. Higgins. Calvin Ridley. But again, you're right. It's just on actual receptions or targets, I should say.
Somebody in those.
How many targets does he have? Like 7?
Yeah, no, not many.
Somebody in those 3. It's on somebody. Dak, Schottenheimer, or McCarthy. Somebody has to take the blame for that because he's getting open.
I'll tell you this. Every time I watch one of those detail segments, Manning always says quarterbacks throw to guys who get open in practice. That's what they throw to in the games. They generally throw to the guys in the games they know can get open because they're getting open in practice. We've seen guys who are not great practice players for whatever reason.
But
generally those are quarterbacks.
But we all got really excited about Cooks in Oxnard because he was open more than anybody else.
So it didn't make a whole lot of sense. I don't know what's going on.
I can't figure it out. Star down Jordan Lewis.
Who's Brandon Cooks' agent?
Brandon Cooks' agent. Who is it? I can't remember off the top of my head.
Might be time for you to morph into insider.
Well, I mean,
let's get an agent to vent. Let's get an agent to.
It says Ryan Tolner.
Yeah, Rep 1 Sports, Ryan Tolner.
Yeah.
Let's get an agent to lash out.
So, Rep 1 hasn't always liked me, but we'll try with them.
Join the crowd.
No, Jordan Lewis gets a star down for this. I thought he played better in the second half. The whole defense played great in the fourth quarter. Everybody solidified themselves. But man, Jordan Lewis early on, I thought he got picked on a little bit. That was a tough performance for him. I thought that for the most part, Bland and Gilmore played pretty well. The guy it felt like that they were targeting a little bit early on was Lewis. But I mean, look, when you hold AJ Brown to 66 yards receiving after he's gone on a historic run of 125 or more and has just bullied everybody, you expect to win that football game.
We giving Mike a star up?
Sure, the same way that we it's one of those, it's kind of like the whole, like, you could give the MVP award to Michael Jordan every year. Like, yeah, he's always good. Was he as huge of a difference maker as he's been at other points, like the 3 sack games or something like that? No. And I think we've become numb a little bit to just how good he is at times. But yeah, he was good overall. I will say that, and without watching it and seeing how he was impacting the game, I don't remember seeing a lot that I felt like DeMarcus Lawrence had an impact on this game like he normally does.
Hurting another quarterback.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't really him that went low, but he was right there in that mix like he was against Stafford with the nasty leg injury to Jalen Hurts that he responded to. Star up, star down. All right, we got one more segment of Cowboy Calls for you to lash out. Blame game. Take it wherever you want at 877-8 877-881-1053. Hit us up next, 877-881-1053. And does this team now need to be worried about the playoff picture? That's next with Around the NFL. Sean, RJ, and Roberto on 105.3 The Fan.
Rants studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Pats have the ball at the Commanders' 41-yard line. It's a 2nd and 8. Snap to Jones. Washington brings forth pressure up the middle. Throws over the center of the field. That was popped up the air, picked off. It is picked off. Quan Martin at the 32-yard line. And Washington's going to get a win in New England.
God. DC Radio with the call. Hideous game, but the Commanders go into their bye week with a win over the Patriots. You okay?
Yeah,
I thought you were
good.
holding your wrist. You're adjusting your little bracelets
Yeah.
there. Sean, RJ, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell on 105.3 The Fan. Commanders beat New England 20-17. Your Cowboy calls coming up at 877-881-1053. And let's look at the standings now, because you're now 2.5 games behind the Eagles. Washington's 4-5. Giants look like they lose Daniel Jones for the season. They're 2-7. But when you spread things out, expand things for the playoff picture, Bobby, the Cowboys are the 6th seed.
When in doubt, spread them out.
Philly's the 1. Lions are the 2. San Fran's the 3. New Orleans is the 4. Seattle had a big test. Like, okay, are you for real moment against Baltimore? They failed miserably. The Cowboys are the 6. The Minnesota Vikings.
Man.
What a job, Kevin O'Connell and Josh Dobbs. Josh Dobbs, that was tremendous. We all feel great for him. The Vikings are the 7. The Commanders are the 8.
I think that's Josh Dobbs' like his career move could just be, I want to sign a week-to-week contract, and whoever needs a quarterback that week, just call me up. I can figure out your playbook in about 48 hours.
Yeah, like is he just now is he the modern day, or has he taken the mantle that was previously held by like Josh McCown,
Fitzpatrick,
or Fitzpatrick or Billy Volek? Like is that Josh Dobbs?
5th team in 2 years. He didn't know the plays. He just got there this past week.
He got there on Tuesday, right? Something like that.
Yeah,
and
it was trade deadline, so it was Tuesday,
and he just picked it up in no time. And he did the same thing last year with Tennessee, because when he was with the Lions,
yep,
he was with the Browns, and the Lions picked him up in their practice squad, and he's sitting in a quarterback meeting, and he gets a call from his agent, and he has to get on a plane to Tennessee.
Yeah, this is from Alec Lewis, the Vikings beat reporter from The Athletic. Josh Dobbs said that Vikings head coach Kevin O'Connell was essentially translating calls and mapping out plays mid-huddle as the play clock was ticking down. Kevin O'Connell called Dobbs' ability to handle it all one of the most impressive things he'd seen in his career. Can you imagine that? You put in the call, Dobbs has to spit out the call, and then as he's walking to the line of scrimmage, O'Connell's just basically in his ear saying, okay, now what I just said, it means this. And then balancing all that and still going out there and beating them, that was incredibly impressive.
I know he's smart. I know he's very intelligent, but man, this might make some coaches and coordinators look bad. If I'm an owner and GM, I'm sitting back saying, and we need all this verbiage and all your installments and all this crap when this guy gets dropped in there and wins a game. I know he's very, very smart, but still,
he
kind of makes all the you can't trade for anyone, you can't pick it up. Kind of makes that look weak.
He's smart, but he's not like a rocket scientist.
I think he actually is.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like he interned at NASA when he was in college. Like that's the thing with him. He is like this really brilliant guy, and that's probably why it's easier for him to maintain this role than a lot of other people.
And before we get to your Cowboys blame game, I got to hear it because I'm sure the call was special on Vikings radio.
Dobbs back to pass on 3rd down. He stays in the pocket, fires to the end zone. Touchdown! Brandon Powell, the former Falcon, has beaten the Atlanta Falcons with a 6-yard touchdown pass from Josh Dobbs. 30-28 Minnesota with 20 seconds to go.
All right, Cowboys blame game, 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line, and the way to hit us up over the phone lines where you take over. They lost because of the referees. Now, 5,400 Tolos have voted. I just retweeted at 1053SS if you want to participate.
Well,
23% blaming the referees, 39% blaming coaching and details, 26% are blaming Terrence Steele, and 12% saying Philadelphia is just better. Some wanted me, of course, to include Dak Prescott to continue to hate, and some wanted me to include the defense. Where are you taking it? Alton and Temple. Alton, you're live on Sean and RJ.
Hey, morning, man. RJ, Sean, Peyton, Bobby Bell.
How y'all doing this morning?
I love that you put Bobby last.
Right.
But he said my full name. He respected me.
Well, he brought that pizza. He brought the brown pizza. He has to be last. Nah. Seriously, I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna fall under the 29% of the coaching and paying attention to details. Our offense is number 29 in the red zone, and it seems like this team, our Cowboy team, we have peanut butter, but we never have jelly. We have cereal, but no milk. You know, we need to run every year is something that we need that our ownership does not get us. We didn't lose this game at Philly in the first series. We lost this game before the trade deadline. We all knew and know that we need a running game. Our poor quarterback, Dak Prescott, almost committed football suicide by, running the ball as hard as he did when we need a running back that can chip somebody, that understands the blitz. We need running back. So our ownership / coaching and not paying attention to details cost us this game, and it's costing us a lot of games. One more thing before I go. Who is the coach that keeps our defensive line on sides? Because that's so – brother, that got to be so hot. Every game seems like we have an offsides penalty.
Yeah.
And I'm tired of hearing about complimentary football. How about fundamental football? Thank you guys for taking my call.
Good
Y'all
call.
have a blessed one.
Good call. You too. Well, you have the goal-to-go numbers.
Oh, yeah. They're 50% conversion rate in goal-to-go this year. That is
think that's very good.
second to last in the NFL, your Dallas Cowboys. So
red zone touchdown percentage, 44%. That's 29th. Goal-to-go, 31st in the league. They are better than only the Denver Broncos, 46% goal to go.
I would have guessed the only team that would have been worse is Kellen Moore's Chargers.
Well, let's see if they make the playoffs. Well, you can see tonight when the
Find out
Jets
tonight, right?
when the Jets shut them
I
down.
need 28 points from Herbert tonight, so let's go.
Jared and Rockwall. Jared, you are live on Sean and RJ.
Brothers, good morning. Glad to hear from you guys. Love hearing everything you guys say and do. You guys are awesome. I do want to know one thing here. We need to take a deep breath. We outperformed Philly yesterday, hands down. We just lost at the end. The other thing I want to add here, and who cares? We're not going to win the division, right? We're going to go on the road. We need 6 more games to get into the playoffs, and we're good. The other thing I want to add here is I want to see more Lupke ramming the ball like some Mike Allstott back in the day, back in the 90s, early 2000s, to just open things up, and I want more Deuce Vaughn. I just want more Deuce Vaughn. I think we can all agree Pollard's not there. He's getting worn out. Give me some more Deuce.
And Deuce was in street clothes. Thanks for the call.
Street clothes. Look, Mike Allstott. I respect any Mike Allstott reference. You could not get more 90s, more old school than Mike Allstott.
Mike in Fort Worth. Mike, you're up next on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys, I just had a question. What is the definition of chop block? Because it seems like every time Philly, does that quarterback sneak, they go below the knees. Right. Is it going to take for somebody to get hurt? I mean, especially yesterday late in the game, I saw that. It seemed like the whole defensive line got all chop block, and I just don't understand why they don't. I mean, I'm not making an excuse, but, I was just wondering if when y'all talk to Steven, why don't y'all ask him about that,
Chop block is you're engaged in a block. So it's if somebody's got you like locked up, engaged in a block, and then they come in and they cut your legs out. So the difference would be they're diving, but it's not like guys who are engaged in a block.
And I was terrified that on our sneak, they were going to reverse that in the commercial break. I was waiting because the personal foul came afterwards. Sirianni's like, no. And I was like, they're going to reverse this or we're going to get screwed here.
It was damn close.
It was very close.
Very, very close.
I think they leaned on there's not enough to overturn.
Right, absolutely.
But it was worse when I was watching the replay than live.
Yes.
I was like, he got it, and then I'm like, ugh.
Oh yeah, and like that. Look, the tush push is it's tough, man.
It's called a wedge chop.
Whatever. It's
Don't
the
be an
oldest
idiot.
dang play in the sport. I don't know how Hurts doesn't get more hurt on that play. Like he has 2 people at least falling on him every time.
Kelsey and Mailata talked about it last week on New Heights, that it's a very specific technique that they use that they try not to talk about publicly, but they use a certain technique to try and create all the space.
Stan and Tyler. Stan, you're next up on the home of the Cowboys.
Stan.
Morning, guys.
Morning.
Hey, so one of my big things, pet peeves I've seen so far has been why on 3rd and 5 are our corners 10 yards off the ball, and they keep talking about how they're getting rid of the opposing offense is always getting rid of the ball so much quicker now, and that's how they're countering our pass rush. Why are we not bumping up there, jamming the receivers, and giving our pass rush a chance to get there? And I can't figure out why we're always 10 yards off the ball whenever it's a crucial down.
Thanks for the call, Stan.
Stan. It depends a lot of the time on, obviously, down and distance, coverage scheme. Are they in zone? Are they in man? What is it that they're trying? So that is going to depend a lot on whether or not they're pressing or not. I hate the cushion on 3rd and 5. It's something that's driven me nuts all the way back to Jock Reeves. I remember they used to drive me nuts when he'd line up like that. That would be his alignment. But look, I mean, that's a coordinator thing. That's a scheme, a design thing. A lot of times it can be somebody's in zone, so you don't want to press up, and that you're reading and reacting to the quarterback. You're supposed to drive on the ball. There are different reasons for it.
What's this defense? The Dallas Cowboys defense.
I'm sorry, your defense is not good when you give up 28 points.
Your defense is missing your best corner.
Yep, that's what happens. You have a depth issue in the secondary, and it's a weak link. The secondary is a weak link.
Safeties have not been as good this year as they've been in the past years. We've got to be more critical of the safety play. The safety play has not been great.
Yeah, I didn't even notice J-Ron yesterday.
I noticed he got a penalty at one point.
Lupe in Arlington. You're next up on Sean, RJ, and Bobby.
Sean, you're gonna hate my answer, bro, but I want to blame it on the coach and my man. Yes! Time management is no bueno, my man. You guys have that, like, we have no urgency. You know what I'm saying? Even when we have to stop the clock, we don't stop the clock. Like, give yourself 2 more downs. You know what I'm saying? Instead of just 1. But that's really what I'm blaming it on, time management.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to kill that. Greg Olson was killing their pace, lack thereof, in terms of, hey, work for a second possession if this one does not work out. McCarthy seems like he's kind of, out for a Sunday stroll in those situations. I don't know who to blame the delay of game on. I don't know whether to blame that on too much chaos taking place, whether to blame it on Mike, whether to blame it on Dak. I do not know.
Yeah, that could be on Dak. I have no idea who it's on. We don't. I saw Ferguson looked confused. That may have just been having to take the extra time to communicate that. It's on one of them, though. It's on Dak or McCarthy.
Erie in Nashville, listening on the Odyssey app. Erie, you're live on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Appreciate
it. I'm a Tolo from Nashville.
Thank you.
I'm very frustrated. I'm with Bobby, and I think RJ, one of the choices that you didn't put on there, and it just stems back to the beginning of the season. It's ownership. Who are we to blame ownership? Philadelphia is just a better team. Their GM has outmaneuvered the Cowboys at every corner, loaded the team. They got depth. They're just doing everything right. And from the get-go, you could see it yesterday. We lost because we didn't have depth. We don't have depth at running back. We don't have depth in the offensive line. We don't have depth in the secondary. And it's just you could say McCarthy, you could say Dak, you could say whatever, but it just comes down to ownership and just their lack of, hunger. I don't know. I mean, I'm with Bobby. They're stuck in the 90s. They're stuck in the 90s, and they think they're going to win it by managing the salary cap and sitting with the team they got and not improving every minute that they can have an improvement. But anyway, thank you guys. Love your show. And thanks for taking my call.
Great call, Larry. Great call.
Look, I mean, can you really kill the way this roster is constructed when they win 12 games every year? And the only time this team doesn't win double-digit games is when the quarterback is hurt?
You can kill the way the run game's been constructed.
Well, because they're paying it?
Sure. Well, I mean, just in general.
Yes, I agree.
Have they mismanaged the offensive line? Putting faith in Tyron Smith to be reliable.
In Tyron.
In Tyron, yeah.
Did they mismanage giving Steele his money?
I mean, that's something we're going to have to evaluate. I don't think so. I think what you're seeing is coming off the injury, but it is something where you can't know for sure. You are going to have to evaluate it.
This team has a good dozen years of elite line evaluation. Like this team just doesn't miss on offensive linemen.
A little too sentimental, though, I think.
Nick,
that's true, but they're a mom and pop. That's what this is the world's biggest mom and pop, And we just got to deal with it. It always is. It's always going to be like that. They're not going to get rid of guys quick like the Patriots do. They're just not going to do that. That's not their MO.
Nick Eatman saying that inches feels like miles.
Yes, it does.
Nick, back from the Eagles locker room, DallasCowboys.com. Who is he putting this on next?
Let's get some hair on top.
Unpredictable accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
Okay, from the 27, Prescott back, in the pocket forever, deep, he's going to the end zone, Lamb at the 3, but he's going to be tackled short of the end zone, and the game's going to end.
And that is how it ended on this radio station. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt is back from Philly.
Touchdown.
So is Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com. And Nick joins us every single Monday, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. The headline from Nick's column is, when a game of inches felt like a mile. What do you mean by that, sir?
Well, I mean, I've never seen so many plays inside the 1 yard line that didn't go one team's favor. But it just every time it felt like the Cowboys were really, really close. I mean, close, but getting down to the 6 yard line still felt like a mile to go, and it was. So they backed up 20. I mean, I just heard the call from Brad. I mean, I was standing right there. I didn't know they'd gotten all the way back to the 27 yard line, but I mean, they're on the 6. I mean, not one time in that game did I think the Cowboys were going to win. When they got on the 6 yard line, I was like, seriously, like this could happen? And I turned around. I was right there on the sideline. I turned around. I saw 2 players like on the bench, kind of jumping around and laughing and getting excited. And I thought, wait, they haven't scored yet, so calm down. And then next thing you know, they go back 21 yards and they lose. But they were so close in the fourth quarter, and yet it just wasn't enough.
Do you believe the Eagles are definitely the better team?
I mean, they are the better team. Yeah. I mean, I that's a good question because
when you're saying the feeling I'm getting from you, and I agree with you, is like the Eagles are just better. The Cowboys can play with them, but I believe the Eagles are better.
Yeah, I think so. I think they're better. I think they're better yesterday. I mean, I don't know how they are. If they're better today. Because they're definitely beat up, but they of course just they get a bye week at the right time. But I mean, I think the Cowboys. I mean, I'll tell you right now. I mean, the Cowboys are not going to lose until mid-December. So I think, and that includes the game with Philly. I mean, so
yeah,
they're 5-3, and it sucks for them because they easily they're in the final minute could have gone 6-2, but I'll be shocked if they're not 10-3, and so that's the. I mean, so I think I feel better about this team right now at 5-3 than I did 48 hours ago at 5-2.
I think you can.
I agree.
I think you could say, and I agree generally with that. I think you could say that when you're up 11, entering the fourth quarter, I know who the better team is.
Right.
But the Cowboys can absolutely beat them at any point, and the fact that they were that close at the end. This is a good football team. This is not some team that we need to overreact to one loss on.
Right, and I agree. I agree. But the offensive line. I mean, that's the biggest issue is that the Eagles' defense against that offensive line. And when you look at those plays that happened there, like the quick throw to Schoonmaker. I mean, they had to throw it quick. You'd like for him to get in the end zone. I'd like to throw it to someone else if I'm really being honest. I mean, rookie, second-round pick. He's going to be there. But 4th and 8, you're throwing. You're trying to see if Jalen Tolbert can make the play. You're seeing if Schoonmaker can make the play. I mean, this is where I'm forcing it to a playmaker, a proven playmaker, and but still, the defensive line just gave that offensive line fits, and to the point at the end with the sack there. I mean, that was a killer, an absolute killer sack from the 11-yard line back to the 22 or something. With all the time rolling off the clock. But I say the ironic part of the game for me, and I'm sure you guys have talked about it, is that when this ball's on the 6-yard line and they call a false start on Tyler Smith,
yeah.
Which the weird part to me was, and I tweeted this during the game, did they outlaw false starts? I mean, because I think you could make the case the Eagles false start every single snap. Like I think Lane Johnson gets out of his snap a half second before everyone else.
Yeah.
Like, they never call that, which, hey, they're not calling it. Fine. And it's just the ironic is this game ended and changed on a false start penalty for Tyler Smith, but who's not a 5-time Pro Bowler like Lane Johnson.
I want to talk about, let's go through the last series of events. Nick Eatman, Boomer Jack's Bar and Grill Hotline here on 105 through the Fan. False start. I disagree with that. Then their own 11, Dak is sacked. Some are blaming Dak, lack of awareness, followed by a delay of game. Some are blaming me, Terrence Steele. How do you feel about the sack and then the delay of game?
I'll be real honest with you. I mean, I got lucky enough to be down there at the end, so it was hard. Yeah, and I know I kind of like finagled my way down. I was like, no, I'm watching this down here, and I honestly couldn't tell you what happened in the sack.
Yeah.
So you hear it all the time. You can't take a sack there. You absolutely can't. That's why the false start penalty is the biggest play of the game, not the sack, because at the 6-yard line, you're going to get rid of it quick. At the 11, you got to wait for them to get into the end zone, obviously.
Right.
And so that was crucial. I mean, that's probably a combination of both. Terrence Steele obviously did not have his best game because, you know, he's going up against some really great players. But I don't know. Does Brandon Graham make a lot of plays against other teams? But it seems like against the Cowboys every year. I mean, he's making big plays, and he did in that game. But I think Dak is, I mean, you got to just throw the ball away. It's first down, right? I mean, you got to throw that football away, and you just can't take a sack there.
Do you think that the referees screwed the Cowboys?
I thought there were some calls that were, you know, interesting for sure. I mean, the Gilmore one is. Yeah. I mean, guys, I almost caught it. I mean, I really did. I mean, the way they threw the ball up like that. I mean, I was about to go for it. So, you know, and yeah, I guess it's uncatchable or you know, whatever. I just don't get it. There was another one too. I don't know if TV even picked this up. I'm not sure, but like they called a holding penalty on defense for Michael Gallup, way on the other side of the play, but they threw the flag. And so it looked like it was in the fourth quarter. It looked like, okay, Cowboys were going to get automatic first down. And the ref just ran over. It was right on the Eagles bench, and he ran over and he said, I'm waving it off. And I'm like, but you threw it, you know, like
yeah.
That
was Bradbury hitting him in the helmet, and they picked it up.
He picked it up because it was like on the other side of the play or something like that. I mean, I don't know. I don't know about they screwed him. It just, you know, there were some calls. You just don't expect it, you know. I mean, and that's what it is. I mean, guys, let's be honest. I think it is what it is. I mean, the Cowboys aren't going to get a lot of these calls, and some of it they put on themselves. So
why aren't they going to get some of these calls?
Well, because I just
you're in Philly.
You know what? Because I think refs are human. That's why. I'm just going to leave it at that. I think refs are human. I don't think the Cowboys are going to get every call. I don't think some of the top teams are going to get all the calls. I don't ever remember a lot of games where you would say, man, you know, the Cowboys got a ton of breaks on this one. It happens. I mean, I'm sure the Eagles fans are saying we got some bad calls too, and they did. I mean, I think the officiating the last 3 or 4 games hasn't been good at all. You know, I don't know if Dak got that 4th and inches on. I really don't. I mean, I think he did, but I mean, I understood why they challenged that. But I just think that in a game like that, you're just not going to get a lot of calls. Where they need to get better at is it's just getting the breaks. I mean, think about it. I mean, Sam Williams causes a fumble. Of course, Jalen Hurts gets it. These 3 guys, like the 3 stooges at the end of the game for the Eagles, run into each other in the fumble. Of course, they get the ball. You know, those are the ones that it's you know the breaks that just didn't go their way in a game like that, which to me signals back to the first thing you guys said was I think the Eagles are the better team. I do, and they were just a little bit better than the Cowboys. If they would have won that game, I think they would have stolen it. Which is fine. It happens. Cowboys have got some games stolen from them. But I just think it was a game. I still think the Eagles are better.
Yeah.
But hey, if this is where it is, and they're going to face each other in, 4 or 5 weeks, they'll probably face each other again. If that's the best team in the NFC, again, this is not a moral victory speech, but my point is if that's the best team in the NFC, I think the Cowboys are like they can play with them all day long and, you know, give me a chance to do it again in January and, you know, see what happens.
Do you think that Dak was outstanding yesterday?
If he would have been if he would have got that pylon. He played his ass off. He did. He played it. I thought he played a really, really good game. I thought he had that angle. He gets that 2-point conversion. I mean, I don't know. You guys have discussed it. I mean, the game's completely different. I think it's different. I mean, but we'll see how Philly plays it on offense. I think Philly put their foot off the gas a little bit there that helped the Cowboys get in there. But I thought Dak played well. I really did. I mean, he played really well. I mean, he played like a football player. We talk about it all the time. He's flipping around, diving. If he would have got that pylon, that changed everything. But no, I think he played a really, really great game.
Nick, when you look at the guys that they've paid recently, which one is giving you a little bit more concern right now, Michael Gallup or Terrence Steele?
Well, Gallup, because last year he got the pass, right? We didn't talk about it last year as much because of the knee injury, and as that's the case. I mean, we're still not 12 months from the injury for Terrence Steele. So, I don't remember all this talk about Gallup last year, and so if that's the case, then I think Steele needs to have the same kind of stuff. But both of them, is a problem. But what's funny is looking at the stats. Why isn't Brandon Cooks getting any heat? Cooks' numbers are terrible, and I know that those are the two you asked me about, and I
because we blame the quarterback or the play caller. We just assume Cooks is open because he's lightning fast. That's why.
Well,
I'm not saying I don't know what's right or wrong. I'm just telling you that's why we assume he has to be open.
I get it. His numbers are not even as good as Tolbert, and so he's got 2 touchdowns and he scored 2 in the last 2 weeks. So it's like, all right, Cooks is turning the corner, but 1 for 7 yesterday. Again, he didn't have the drop though. He didn't have the drop that Gallup had. That was a big drop. He wasn't really ready for the pass, and I don't know why. I mean, that's the thing. Why not? You're running over the middle and it's 3rd and 3. I mean, you got to the sticks. You got to catch him. Gallup is it's not working out right now with him. I mean, he's the 3rd receiver. It's that now. I mean, Tolbert looks like he may have jumped him. So yeah, that's not good. I give him a little bit less of a pass than I would for Steele, who's still coming off that injury.
Thank you, Nick. Great stuff. We'll talk Wednesday.
See you guys. All right, bye.
Nick Eatman, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Mike Bassick is still as high as broadest from the Rangers parade. Let's celebrate it on your home of the champs. Serenity now. Rangers are the World Series champs. Crosstalk with KMC is next.
Chevrolet is racing to finish this year #1 in America. They're leading the way with an unheard of 400 Silverados with their best Black Friday savings all month long. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
2 receivers right, 1 to the left, stamps his foot, snap back 3rd and long, pressure coming. He runs out of the pressure to the right, throws on the run to the sideline. It is caught by Lamb down inside the 20. That's unbelievable.
That was Brad Sham with the call, but this crosstalk is not going to be about the football team. It's going to be about the baseball team here on Sean, RJ.
Pastime, baby.
Can I ask you a quick question about that? What kind of feedback ratio did you get today in terms of Cowboys versus, hey, I'm still pumped about the Rangers?
Do you want honesty?
Yes.
Like honestly, the Cowboys still the Cowboys overwhelm.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean it's something where I think a lot of people I found that when they lose, there's almost a more intense feedback. Like people want to talk.
Sure.
People in terms of people want to talk more. When they win, it's like, we're kind of happy and we're happy to sit back and listen to it. When they lose, it's everybody wants to talk about it.
I mean, at the end of the day, the Rangers for the clinching game got 1.4 million people in DFW. It's a crap system, so I don't believe it. But they got 1.4 million people, and that's about what a Cowboy game gets. A regular season Cowboy game. We don't know what an NFC Championship game will get.
Oh, my gosh.
Last time they had an NFC Championship game here, there was about 2 million people that lived in DFW. Now there's over 7 million. So I don't know.
So real quick on that, do you feel like Cowboy fans complain a lot more? It's fine.
Bobby, do you need help over there?
I understand.
I don't know what this is. I'm excited.
It's
like triple taped. I don't even know what this
is. We rarely get, Sean, a big win for the Dallas Cowboys. Like most of the time, and I get it, you can go through the stats. Well, every quarterback, if you're 500 against the best, but it feels like we are 0 and whatever against the best teams in the NFL. So if there's ever, and I know this game wasn't built up here because we were celebrating the Rangers, but it was the game of the week nationally. And I just wonder if the complaints come in very strong, and I get that it'll probably always be that way, but it's, when was the last time that we really talked about, oh my God, we just beat the Kansas City Chiefs, or we just beat the healthy Jalen Hurts Philadelphia Eagles, or we just beat the Jimmy Garoppolo San Francisco 49ers? I think what's tough is we never really have the super huge kind of big upset win, and maybe I'm missing games off the top of my head the last 5 years.
Minus Seattle on the road with Terrence Williams. That was a long time ago when it was like, okay, Legion of Boom.
That was
Super
14, Bowl. Right? 2014?
Yes.
There had to be one since then. And do you think yesterday would have qualified?
Dak's rookie year, they had some.
Yeah,
At
Pittsburgh.
Green Bay.
Pittsburgh
That was inspiring. That was a very inspiring year.
And yes, I think yesterday would have counted for sure. Yeah, you went up on the road against the team with the best record in the NFL.
I know,
Absolutely.
but the problem is now also trying to figure out what Philly is. Is Philly really good? Is Philly 8-1? None of us think of them as 8-1 though. Sure. It's yesterday was their formula: play a close game, win it at the end.
Okay, well
do they have another level to reach, or is this a level down from last year that is going to stay consistent?
Is that still the best in the NFC though?
Depends on what you think about San Fran.
I think they've lost 3 straight. I don't know about you guys. I think they've lost 3 in a row.
The biggest problem is Philly has what is one of the worst detriments to have in modern football, which is they can't cover. Bradbury, Slay, those are not the same dudes they were last year. You can throw the ball on them as long as you can block it up.
If the Cowboys played Philadelphia and San Fran neutral field their next 2 weeks, who would you feel better by getting a win against?
Philadelphia.
Philly.
And is that a matchup thing, or do you really think they're better than San Fran? I think it's more of a matchup thing, in my opinion.
I think it's a matchup. Yeah. I think Philadelphia could,
Well, I don't want to. I don't want to talk about them anymore. I want to relive the glory of what you guys had on Friday, and the #1 microphone moment besides Brian Broaddus' blood alcohol content.
Oh my gosh.
Was Corey Seager.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Really, this was truly special. We appreciate all your support, but I just got one thing to say. Everybody was wondering what would happen if the Rangers didn't win the World Series. I guess we'll never know.
Where were you for that, Kevin Hagelin? And by the way, where's Corey?
He is ill today. I think he has World Series flu.
Alcohol poisoning?
It could just be
Old
regular
75?
flu.
Cowboys depression.
I can't rule that out. I think some people in his family are sick as well. I was about...
Everyone was drinking.
That's true. I was about 25 feet away with an unobstructed view. So what we did was we stood between the camera wells, and there was nobody. You know how there were seats on the right side and the left side of the stage, and there's nobody in the middle? So we were all standing kind of between the cameras, and so we had an excellent view of the whole deal. It was awesome.
Just blocking the real fans behind you from seeing.
Yeah.
How considerate.
The real fans that were out there, I appreciate the heck out of them. I am a real fan. I was excited to see it too.
Michael, you look like you were floating on cloud nine while riding in that truck.
It was awesome. I was like a little kid. Jared was unbelievable getting to ride with him. And I mean, he was, you can't,
Jared double fist bump.
You couldn't hear anything.
His reaction to Seager was epic.
Awesome.
Someone recorded it. Did you see that?
Where he runs out into the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
It's like Tiger Woods.
He was having the time of his life, and he's screaming Astro rants on the float. Like, nobody can hear him. We can hear him. We're right next to him.
That's awesome.
But he's like just yelling like Astros trash and stuff. And it's just so funny.
We do have one Tolo, one of the Astro fans I like, who's paying off a Ranger bet.
Yeah, Andy's got Rangers gear on, World Series champs.
Yes.
He's very emotional about the Astros cheating in his feels today.
Because you guys were on a float all together. Why did they put the players in separate trucks and not on one float?
I didn't ask that. I don't know. It's a decent question. I did hear that.
Of course, decent. Of course.
Well, it's a good. I don't know.
It's a really good question.
I don't know.
It's borderline fantastic.
Because those were the two complaints.
Right. People that were not on the front row or maybe second row could not really see the players or the coaching staff on the trucks. I don't know. I would love to tell you, behind the scenes, I heard this or heard that. I know they were working very hard to make the beds that we were in. We weren't in a truck bed. We were in kind of, I don't know, what you'd consider kind of a normal, like just street float type of thing with benches on a little trailer hitch thing. But I don't know why. I hope that in the next couple years, there's another chance to do it differently and say the players will be higher than most of the audience will.
So
higher?
They should have just borrowed the Cowboy Parade floats. They ain't using them.
How else was the experience?
What?
It was, my father said this, which I thought was really cool. He called me at the end of the night. I saw him there. Obviously, I brought him over, and
we had 3 generations of Bassick on the coverage.
Well,
and he said,
they look alike.
If he wouldn't have gone, he wouldn't have known kind of what he's missed, because it's kind of like, it's a parade. Whether you've gone to a 4th of July parade or whatever, like there's a huge Mardi Gras parade down our street in Oak Cliff that's pretty darn big for just a community parade. But that was, I think, for a lot of Ranger fans, really special. And if they were there and they got to experience, I think they're all like, wow. Like I would have not thought that it would have been that amazing or cool. I'm sure there were places and things that were not the best. People were on porta potties. That had to smell really bad. If you got on top of a porta potty, I don't know how that smelled, but they did get to see. They did get at an angle where they could see, but that had to be smelly. But there's people on rooftops, and I'm sorry, I'm not naming this right. The new veterans, I call it the Veterans Hall of Fame. I know I'm wrong about that. Where the old
Medal of Honor Hall of Fame?
Medal of Honor Hall of Fame. The construction workers stopped working, and they were all up top, like watching and waving and stuff. That was super cool. People on top of rooftops, and not like a few people, like a lot of people. That exceeded, I think, the Rangers' expectations so much. They thought because of
200,000. They thought 200,000.
Right, because of the Mavericks parade.
Yeah.
They thought, okay, the Mavericks won a championship in 2011. They had approximately 200,000
Rangers are
people.
bigger.
We're looking for around that number. Maybe we exceed it by 50,000 people, which is a lot of people. And they exceeded it by 500,000+ people.
Baseball town.
Like I mentioned earlier to Sean and RJ, though, things like, we should have maybe not had the players in the truck, and there were more people than we anticipated. Maybe we didn't play. That is why cities plan for parades at the beginning of series and don't worry about jinxes. They just plan.
Which we don't know if they did.
We don't know they didn't.
But my point. Oh, well, then it's even worse. You should have been more prepared with the floats. Did you scream, "I got a heart like a truck" while you were on the back of that?
No, I should have. I didn't even think of that. I was screaming and having a blast. I will say this. They did know in Game 4, they knew that if they closed it out in Arizona, the parade was Friday, and if they closed it out back at home, it was on Monday.
Well, I'm glad they got that far.
Well, I don't know, to your point of planning, I do know when they were in Arizona and they won Game 3, they knew at that point, the city of Arlington knew at that point, if they win the 3 games in Arizona, it's going to be Friday. So it was not we won Wednesday night. When's the parade? It's Friday. They knew. We're like, hey, I was guessing, because I told you. And I was like, well, you're right about your guess.
I was trying not to be obvious so that we already knew that.
Who else amongst you guys or G-Bag was like super into it or emotional? By into it, I don't mean brought us doing keg stands.
He was into it.
He was emotional.
Like, to me,
though.
I feel like Wolchuk and like Corey would be like the the fan of it. You know?
Alec Medford was
shout out Alec back there.
Yeah, who's going to be running our show all week, most of the week, was really into it. But I was hoping I could mention just real quick how much fun that 7-Eleven was right there, because they have a regular
on top
roof.
of the awning, right?
Oh yeah,
yeah.
But they also have the little slatted part, you know. And so somebody climbed up there and everyone went nuts. And then another person got towards them. I thought they were going to help the first person down, but instead they got boosted up there. And I was like, how many people are going to get up there? Eventually they got down. Then on the other side of the 7-Eleven, somebody climbed up on the very top of the roof, at which point we saw 2 police officers start to move and go through the crowd, and they were definitely going to take that person down off the top of the 7-Eleven.
Zach was definitely emotional about it, because as I was on the phone with him trying to figure out parking, and I was getting annoyed that I wasn't able to park, he was getting annoyed that I wasn't just appreciative of the day. Like, why are you complaining about parking? This is a special day. So he was all worked up.
Do you think if the Cowboys were to ever win, especially with this team that they have, which they could, right? Let's be optimistic
This
here
year.
in Dallas-Fort Worth. This is a championship city now.
Computer is going off.
It might be mine. I don't know. There's the off there. Or my phone. Sorry, I don't know the iPhone very well yet. They'll start the parade, but then they'll have to stop it really quick. Because there'd be a penalty for going too fast. And then we'd be waiting forever. We're like, dude, this parade was supposed to start. What's the delay? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you.
That's a joke. I like it.
Yeah.
I appreciate
And
it.
then they would sit there and have different directions going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, they'd have to like turn it back.
And they would choose the wrong option.
Parade's just like anything, you know?
That's right.
What hour is it, Dawson? It's hour 4. Damn right it is. Let's rock and roll.
That's awesome. Let's do that again.
Hour 2 for Dawson, though, after he
let's do it
took his
again.
nap on the bench,
Do it again.
right?
Yeah, with Shohei.
With Shohei. How are you guys going to divide up Cowboys Rangers?
That is a great question. I'll tell you this. Here's my cop-out answer. At noon, we have Stephen Jones. At 12:20, we have Bruce Bochy. So best of both worlds.
Bruce Bochy again?
Like hot ice.
We didn't get him Friday.
Oh.
He's a partying man.
Okay, good.
Or Thursday, right? Because they were flying back Thursday.
We'll have Jerry Jones talking about this Eagles game for the first time tomorrow, and more Shohei talk with the possibility.
Should have covered. Should have kicked the field goal and covered.
The KMC masterpiece is next on The Fan.
I'm here.
studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. As we return to somewhat sports normalcy. But I have a question because we were getting feedback from Sean and RJ, which I appreciate very much. But I do really want to know from the people, because we got tons of Cowboys on the agenda today. We got Stephen Jones coming up at noon. Are you still riding high on the Rangers, or are the Cowboys dominating all of your sports brain right now? And the only reason I ask that is because that seemed to be so many people's posts in response to the Cowboys losing, obviously a very difficult game to lose, because it seemed like they were about to grab that victory a couple of different times. I saw multiple people posting up. They're like, hey, but the Rangers are still the World Series champions. How many people take solace in that? Or are you like, yeah, that's great, but we still should have won yesterday?
I am. The Rangers are the world champions.
Okay.
But you understand that I have my Cowboys fandom has gone way down over the last 3 to 4 years, and way down. Really. I know the marker of it. When you lost at home to San Francisco, I just felt like this is just not going to change, and it never will. And they're a good team. Cowboys are a good team. The Cowboys played solid yesterday, sloppy. Like both teams played sloppy.
Yeah.
It was a good game. Like I told you in the break room before we were getting ready, I said, if you'd never watched football this year and you didn't really know the history of Philadelphia and Dallas last year, you'd say, boy, that was a good game, but these can't be two of the best teams in the NFL, right? Like they make too many mistakes. They do too many silly things. You had a wide receiver almost knock out the running back on the last play for Philadelphia, and they fumbled. And then obviously the Cowboys, you get all the way down the field and you don't even complete a pass for the most part, and you're here at the 6-yard line. I know you did near the end there. And then they just backed themselves up almost out of field goal range for the last play of the game. Like it was one of those games where you go, entertaining game. And we know that those are two good teams, two teams that will make the playoffs. But if you just watch that game not knowing, you'd say entertaining game, but that felt more like a Bears versus Colts game or something.
Yeah, and that's so the early feedback I'm seeing is kind of shocking to me, is baseball, 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 baseball. And then I see I like to watch football more than baseball, so I'm going with that. And then you immediately get that countered with from the 469. I'm willing to sacrifice this football season for that Rangers World Series. I have to admit, I'm a little surprised because I thought everyone would be like, it was awesome. Wednesday night was the best. Thursday, still the best.
Right.
Friday, maybe even more the best. And then I had Saturday to come down, and then everything shifted to Cowboys Philly week. And the fact that the game was so competitive, like if the Cowboys would have got run the same way they did against the 49ers, then I understand how people would be like, yeah, let's just talk more about the parade and the Rangers and everything like that. But that is not the case. You had, obviously inches away from a touchdown. You had inches away from the 2-point conversion. You had the could have recovered fumble. You had the just brutal day from Terrence Steele, which felt like it set the team back very, very many times. This was a very entertaining and very close game.
Yeah, I'm with you on everything you said on that. The Cowboys had their opportunities.
They did.
The Eagles aren't much better than the Cowboys. I do think they're better, but I think it's very close. In fact, I'll pick, as long as you're pretty healthy for the most part, I'll pick the Cowboys to beat the Eagles next time they play.
I agree.
In a very close game. And I'll pick them 27-24, 27-26, something very close. And you better hope that you're the team that doesn't make the last mistake. Maybe, I don't know if it's the team that makes the best play, because at the end, did anybody make any plays? It was just, the game was won by the other team going, we don't want to win. Do you want to win? No, I don't want to win. Do you want to win?
I think Gallup put up a hell of an effort there drawing the PI, right?
Yeah, and so I just felt like in the end, it was, the Cowboys had the last chance to say, hey, we really don't want to win this game.
From the 817, this person says they're an Astros fan, so they hope we talk more about Cowboys. From the 940, that makes sense. From the 940, I'm still in on baseball, so much so that I forgot to set my fantasy football lineups and left Christian McCaffrey in on the bye week. Look, That's understandable. I'm sure you kicked yourself for that, but that's understandable. And the question that Sean and RJ posed, I thought was a really good question, is I'm not saying that the Philadelphia Eagles are so much worse than the San Francisco 49ers. I'm not saying that at all. It's just you've seen the Cowboys and Eagles matchup multiple times, though I realize it changed with the quarterbacks, who could play, who couldn't, and it feels very, very close. Last several times I've seen the Cowboys play the San Francisco 49ers, it didn't feel that close. It didn't feel like always a blowout, but it felt like you could look at those games and say, the 49ers are definitely better. I did not walk away from the game yesterday and say, the Eagles are definitely better, despite the fact that they won. Obviously, they won. But I didn't walk away from that and be like, well, we can't beat the Eagles.
I'm with you, and I don't want to ruin one of your upcoming segments. What were your thoughts on Dak Prescott?
Okay. This is where I hope there can be some semblance of like a little bit of common ground, right? So what I've seen is people say Dak's terrible and this is what always happens with him, which I don't agree with that. And then I saw people were like, you don't know anything about football if you think this is Dak Prescott's fault in any shape or form, which I don't agree with that either. All right. I think you should be able to go, man, Dak was really, really good yesterday. I think it's okay to say that. But there's a couple of plays that I wish could have been changed. And the one in particular that gets to me, and I'm not trying to set everyone off in the world. Like I said, Dak was really, really good yesterday. You know who was really, really not good yesterday? Terrence Steele. And you have to have that awareness. That sack he took on the new final drive. I thought the other one was the final drive, but then you shut Philly down, and obviously they had a punt and everything like that. Is the sack that Dak took. I know the pressure got to him quickly. You have to know that your right tackle has been struggling all day. You have to know that the absolute last thing you can do is take a sack and try to throw the ball away. I realized that he was trying to spin out and still make a play that could have ended up scoring a touchdown and winning the game, because we've seen that from Dak before. I hated that sack he took. That does not take Terrence Steele off the hook at all, because he struggled. I thought Dak had a really, really good game, but I wanted a little bit more when it was all on the line.
I hear what you're saying. I think that this is what makes him a good quarterback. Can he elevate himself to a great quarterback? My answer is no, but that doesn't mean I'm right. It just means that that's my opinion on Dak Prescott. Really good quarterback, man. He keeps you a lot of times in these games, but does he do what the special quarterbacks do in some of these situations? And usually the answer is no. So I'm with you on that. He's a good quarterback. I want to go back to the not last drive, but the second to last drive, since a lot of people thought that was it. I actually told my son.
I 1,000,000% thought that was the last drive.
If we can go 3 and out here, we'll get the ball back with a minute. And they actually did. The Cowboys defense did their job, almost got really lucky by, I think it was A.J. Brown in motion, who just laid the best hit of the day on any player in the NFL, his own player. Was that Swift who fumbled?
Yeah, I cannot believe that we didn't get that fumble either. Like, I'm not saying it's Micah's fault or anything, but you just know how good he is and how much he seeks out the person with the ball. When I saw him there, I was like, he's going to get it.
So the last play there, that was to Tolbert, right? A little high pass to Tolbert, but he was pretty covered.
Correct. Yes.
So
correct.
I'm not going to blame Dak on that, because then they show the replay of CeeDee Lamb's route. So CeeDee Lamb's your best receiver by far, and I'm sorry I'm not remembering down and distance, but it was 4th and long. I know it wasn't like 4th and 3 or 4th and 5. I know that they needed to run, like, I can't remember, 8 to 12-yard routes at least to get a first down. Why is he running like a soft, I'm going to call it like a fade or an S route almost, to the corner of the end zone? Like, that route just didn't look like one of those where we're going to use your athletic ability, your skill, your cut, your maneuvering, and we are going to make CD the first option to try to win this game. They're like, make him the third option. So this isn't Dak at all, and I'm not a Mike McCarthy hater. Why are we making in the biggest moments of the game, why are we making CeeDee Lamb the third option in a play? I don't get that. And maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe somebody who's way smarter than me, maybe Troy Aikman or somebody would come on, or Brian Broaddus, and say, Mike, he was the first option. They really wanted him to run a soft kind of route where you just kind of run and there's no cutting at all. No, we're not going to make any type of hard cut. We're not going to try to really get separation. We're just going to run kind of this soft S route, I'm calling it. And I know it wasn't an S, to the corner of the end zone and try to fade the ball maybe in between a safety and a cornerback. I'm just like, that doesn't make sense to me. Help me make sense of why do you have a star player and in key situations you're like, let's make him the third option.
I understand every bit of your question. I don't think I can because I wasn't always in line with Olsen and Burkhart yesterday, but that was one part is I think balance is a good, in theory, concept. But when the game's in line, I don't give a crap about that. We asked Steven this last week when CeeDee Lamb had gone off the weekend before. Sometimes you just have to force the ball to your best player and trust that he'll figure it out. And the fact that your best player receiving option-wise yesterday was CeeDee Lamb, followed by Jake Ferguson, and it felt like first option was to go to neither of those. I don't understand that either. So I understand your question. I don't have a good answer for it.
So I just want to, this came in 2 minutes ago from Quan Champo on the Twitch. I hear you. I just want you to maybe re-explain for a second, just because this is such a tough job when you're like, because I heard you. Yeah. You're not blaming Dak for this game.
Nope.
But this person says people act like they just didn't watch the game just to blame Dak. It has been a few games where you could blame him. This ain't one of them. And I don't know if he's speaking directly to you. I'm not going through all the Twitch but he's not responding to somebody. I just want you, since you had a little bit of criticism for Dak, not a lot. I said he played a good game.
I said he played very, very well. By no stretch of the imagination do I think this loss is on Dak Prescott. Like, if you're putting together my hierarchy of loss, I feel like Terrence Steele would be up there. I feel like Mike McCarthy would be up there. I actually feel like the defense would be up there to a certain extent. I'm not trying to drive people crazy about that. I think that you can put the refs in the mix there, though I know usually we don't like to go that direction. But you can have a great game and still say, I wish you would have done better on these two plays. I don't think that is a crazy point of view. Is like, you sure do wish that Dak would have turned his right foot to the instep of the left side a little bit more.
I went to the bathroom.
Did you miss that?
I watched him run it in the end zone, and then I went to the bathroom and I got back. I didn't even look at the score.
Yeah.
And then, I don't know, 30 seconds to a minute later, my brain is like, hey, these dummies at Fox don't know how to put 2 points on the board.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, oh, crap. What happened? Like, they do have the score right. Because I thought it was such, in a way, I know he was busting his butt there, but an easy dive to the end zone. And I get it. He barely stepped out of bounds. He didn't mean to, but he accidentally did. But those are the things that win and lose games. We just saw the Rangers. We can go through 20 different plays in their run to win the World Series. When you do stuff like that, it causes you to lose. Whether you're not meaning to lose or trying to lose, but to your point, you got to keep your foot in bounds there. You have to do these certain little things. And I know that's a big thing, stepping out of bounds, but those are things that win and lose games against good teams. And in a weird way, the Cowboys find a way to lose these games.
And from the 4-3-2, terrible play call script to start the game, 3 and out. I could not conceivably agree with that more. I did not understand that at all. We will get more to that. I hated that the first 3 play calls. Hated. So all I was saying is, wish he would have turned his foot, instepped it to the left a little bit more, and I wish he would have known my right tackle, and I'm sure he did know this, but I wish he would have been able to get rid of the ball instead of taking the sack in a game where Terrence Steele was just getting toasted all day long. And look, and I know what people look back at the Schoonmaker touchdown, no touchdown, and they're like, throw it into the end zone. Well, one of the arguments you're going to make there is, was he already essentially getting tackled before the ball even got to him? Like, for people who are upset about the refs, I think that is a very valid concern. That play, not their finest hour, and that could have been the difference. Because, the broadcast crew said it multiple times. You get that 2-point conversion, do you end up kicking a field goal right there and tying the game?
Right.
And if that's the case, do the Eagles still run their same order of operations on plays and the Cowboys get the ball back again and double field goal it up? I don't know that for sure. If the touchdown ends up counting, do you go home with a victory? There are a lot of things that it was really, really close.
And maybe Dak thought we were on the 19 or 20-yard line the last play of the game, and he's like, look, we're not good in the red zone. It's official. Let's make sure we're out of it. We're like, no, we were already out of the red zone by 2 yards. We didn't need to back up 5 more. But he was just making sure we were not close to the
Mike,
red
we were
zone.
so close to this segment ending well.
I know. Somebody's going to clip that and then take it as a serious comment.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Corey's not here right now.
Oh, geez.
But this is from the mind of Corey. And I bet it's going to lead to a lot of different answers. Why are you mad at the Cowboys? 877-881-1053. Feels like there's plenty of options. We'll get to it next right here on The Fan.
Nice Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Okay, from the 27, Prescott back, in the pocket forever, deep, he's going to the end zone, Lamb at the 3, but he's going to be tackled short of the end zone, and the game's going to end.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in the conversation. Corey asked this, or I guess he tweeted it out last night. He is not feeling well today. We'll see. Maybe he'll be back tomorrow, but perhaps it'll take another day or so.
He ate too much crow, I guess.
God, Mike, you know what? You need to be
Crow would make you throw up.
You need to be careful about that, though, because I'm going to bring you some Derek Lively stat lines, right?
I'm very happy.
Okay, good. Okay, good. All right, good. So, but his tweet was, why are you mad at the Cowboys? And I've already seen some people text in and say, I'm not mad at the Cowboys. They lost a game on the road, that they were underdog to a team that just might be a little better than them. And I totally understand that. We've talked about this many times, Mike. This is just my opinion, is I think so much the anger that you get with the Cowboys, it's not about a game. Yeah. It's also about, I have to factor in the last 28 years or the last however long you've been a Cowboys fan. And those feel impossible to separate for some people. And sometimes I'm one of those people as well.
I hear you. I understand. I'll tell you why I'm not mad about yesterday, but in general, very frustrated with the Cowboys organization. This might not be, I'm going to be honest here, this might not be fair. Starting this conversation off by, this might not be fair. But to multiple people, by the way, I look at the Texas Rangers and I look at what just happened, and they won a championship, an unexpected championship. Well, what are the main reasons why? Well, they had lost for 6 straight years.
Yep.
And they said, I don't care, John Daniels, that you've maybe done this or maybe signed that guy or maybe this is going in this direction. You've had your opportunity. You've had your chance to turn this organization around. We are going to go in a whole nother direction. It was very surprising to John Daniels. I mean, that was not expected by him. But that major change in the organization, and then Chris Young, who I think is a genius, who is going to sacrifice a lot of his family time. He doesn't need the money. Money is not an issue for Chris Young. He's like, I'm going to sacrifice my time and I'm going to give everything that I have. I'm not saying he's not a family man, but I'm going to give everything that I have to the Texas Rangers. And I have to hire the right people. I have to hire people that really have a presence about them and are going to change the ways of this organization. And that is very inspiring. The reason that I'm so I know that Jerry's not going to change. Jerry's not bad. Jerry's the greatest owner in the history of sports. There's no greater owner in the history of sports than Jerry Jones when it comes to owning a franchise, making money, all of those things. Yeah. Now, when it comes to the football side of it, it's the same football side ever since Jimmy Johnson left. A few things have changed. Will McClay was a great hire. He pretty much is the general manager, but still, Will's not able to really change the organizational philosophies here. And so because of that, because I know it's always going to stay the same, if John Daniels was here, nothing against John, this might be unfair, the Rangers probably wouldn't have made the playoffs because you don't have Bruce Bochy. You don't have Mike Maddox. You do not have the philosophical change that you really had in the organization. Chris Young is helping, but he can't really do everything. And Chris Young didn't even want John Daniels gone, but Ray Davis made a very smart decision and said, I have to change the whole culture of this thing. This has to be now some other face, some other voice leading this thing if this is really going to change. And I just know that the Cowboys, nothing against Jerry here as a person, it's not going to change. He is who he is. He has his philosophies. He has his beliefs. He believes an organization should be ran the way it's been ran ever since he got rid of Jimmy Johnson, and Jimmy Johnson didn't want to be here. And it's going to be the same. So that is That's not fair. It's not about yesterday's game for me. It's about I know what the Cowboys are always going to be. At best, they're going to be a good playoff team who underachieves in the playoffs.
And it is tough to argue about that because I don't have a counter argument where I can go, what about this season, without going generationally back. From the 817, I'm mad about Terrence Steele. He played like, I'm going to change it to not well because there's a lot of curse words in there. But the point is very, very poorly. And I think what's really caught up for some people, and we've talked about this numerous times, I like Terrence Steele. Like yesterday notwithstanding, that was not good. I liked Terrence Steele. When they gave him an extension, even I was stunned at the money that they gave Terrence Steele, especially coming off the injury. So I think some people are upset about that, as well as giving another huge contract extension to someone coming off an injury and not seeing any like monetary gain from that from these 682. I'm mad because Mike McCarthy has had his opportunity respectfully. And here's the way I think the Cowboys are going to tell it to you. I believe last 3 years, let's include this year, they're going to finish 11-6, 10-7, something like that. And they're going to make the playoffs. That is my opinion. So they're going to look at the last 3 years of Mike McCarthy, and they're going to be like, you went 12-5, 12-5, 10-7, or 11-6, and you made the playoffs 3 straight times. Why in the world would you change that? I don't agree with that, right. To your point. I'm just telling you the way it's been explained to us by many people, both on and off the record, and I think that is a fair reason to be upset, is the Rangers did it for a more obvious reason. Hey, we stink.
Right.
We've stunk for a while. And the Cowboys, what I think people get upset about is, hey, we're good. That's good enough. And there are millions of Cowboys fans who go crazy, and they're like, no, it's not. No, it's not.
I think to your point, now trying to be specific about yesterday, why you're probably mad as a Cowboys fan, is you want everything to be clean. If you lose, you just have to say they beat us. They are a better team. They have more talent, whether they drafted a little bit better than you, they signed a couple of free agents that were better than you. Totally get it. But it feels like the Cowboys lose to San Francisco in the playoffs, lose these big games in the regular season to teams that are supposedly a little bit better because you shoot yourself, and I'd love to say just in the foot, but it feels like more in the private area that you shoot yourself in these games. And
Alec was ready with that dump button. I appreciate it.
It doesn't seem like the Cowboys really care to change that, if that makes sense.
They don't.
We've tried.
No, it doesn't seem. They don't.
Right. You could say it's Mike McCarthy. Well, then before it was Jason Garrett. Before that, it was an offensive coordinator. I'm forgetting the dude from Detroit. Before that, it was a defensive coordinator. Before that, it was, I don't know, Dave Campo. Before that, it was like it's always been somebody, Wade Phillips. But do you understand that no matter how good you are at general managing, and Jerry's decent at it, if you really won't hire the best of the best, if you're not willing to hire a Bruce Bochy who says lineup is the same tomorrow as it was tonight. There was no discussion with Chris Young. There was no discussion with the analytic department. Bruce Bochy had total and complete control on who was starting the game as a pitcher. Now, yes, he did talk to his coaches about it at times, but he's like, I'm the guy in charge. I make the lineup. I choose the pitcher. I do this and I do that. That's why I am hired. And there's not that same, I'm not saying everything's perfect with the Rangers, but when you win a championship, it surely feels like it. And then you're just like, I just wish that it would, but I know it's not. I understand that it's not going to change.
From the 214, we're asking why you are mad at the Cowboys. I have seen a few people like, I'm not mad at the Cowboys. And I saw another person who said they're not mad at the Cowboys because they're still riding high on the Rangers. From the 214, Dak takes too many sacks. Throw the ball away. From the 817, stop Terrence Steele. Now, they worded it a little different, that it was very clever, but I want to avoid saying that specific phrase because of all kinds of problems that it's going to cause me. But you are very, very clever, and I appreciate that. Mike McCarthy, what is up with the penalties? And that's a tough thing for a coach that I know goes both ways, because Mike McCarthy's simple answer would be, yeah, well, I don't tell them to do those penalties. But on the flip side, when they're pre-snap penalties, I feel like, well, there's something there.
Yeah.
What are we doing in practice?
And to your point, like I heard the morning show, RJ Choppy go, they didn't teach that at Michigan. Well, a lot of times when Scooney was great at Michigan, right? There's a reason he was considered a top 3-round pick going in the draft and went in the second round. His talent far exceeds almost every person he played against in college football. So if you run your route 1 yard shorter than it should be, does it matter when you have a Michigan jersey on and the person trying to tackle you is Michigan State or Purdue, or I get Ohio State's great. Maybe the game against Ohio State, it does matter if you run your route 1 yard shorter than you're supposed to. But in the NFL, it really matters because right now you're considered a below average talent in the NFL. So you got to be really smart. And I'm not saying he's a below average talent for his whole career. I'm just saying that where he's at right now, things really need to be tight. That's why rookies can have mistakes because they're not used to playing people this good at their sport.
Okay, let me ask you this then, because that play in particular is a point of contention for a lot of people. Do you view it more on Scooney that you have to fight through the contact and make sure you're inside the end zone, or do you view that was a PI because he was almost being tackled before he got the ball? I'm seriously asking.
Great question. I hate doing this answer. My honest answer is I'm not 100% sure because I think I heard Broadus on the postgame show say that there was supposed to be some sort of pick, I think by Ferguson. I'm not 100% sure. That might have there was a
separation.
There was a little bit of, right, but that's execution.
Yes,
that is now.
Agreed.
So does that mean do we totally blame Scooney? Do we blame somebody else but that seems to be the Cowboys way is we're not going to be as tight as we need to be in these situations. We're going to have a little bit of confusion in the huddle. How do you have 40 seconds to snap a ball and you're like, let's just take a 5-yard penalty and make it from the 27 with, one play left? Like
that might have been the most infuriating
and I know
play of the game.
I'm jumping to another play and maybe taking something off of that play where you end up not scoring the touchdown where you thought you did once Scooney caught the ball, and then on replay you're like, oh crap. But I just feel like there's these small things that it feels like to me, never be corrected with the Cowboys. And that's what will always keep them just a peg below. And sometimes we just blame the coach. And sometimes we just blame the quarterback. But ultimately, haven't we done that since 1994?
Yeah. Or at worst, 1995. From the 317, I'm furious at the team for not having the urgency to win. This one is interesting to me. I don't know if this is the same person or I've seen a couple of different people say this. From the 214, I'm mad because I think Dan Quinn gets a pass too much. I have seen some steam build up about this. I guess I've just been way more pleased with his job performance the last few years than maybe other folks. But that doesn't mean it carries over to this year because the defense has had some struggles, man. Yeah. It really has. Now, I know Philly is an excellent team, but there were a couple times where the defense is frustrating as well.
For sure. We thought going into this season, and especially after 2 weeks, that this team could have one of those Baltimore Ravens, early 2000s defense. They could have maybe what you saw from the Rams when they won the Super Bowl, or if you want to go way back to the Bears defense or doomsday defense of the 70s Cowboys. It's not that. It is a solid, good defense, but it's not a Super Bowl changing defense. And so now you have to look at the offense and go, look, you do have a good defense. Your defense did do a good job in the fourth quarter. Now, did it do a good job the first 3 quarters? You could say, no, it did not. It allowed 28 points to that point. But I could look at that defense and say, it's good enough if you have great coaches, great quarterback. I do think Dak has enough. Terrence Steele was pathetic yesterday.
Yes.
There's no way or shape around it.
I'm with you.
Pathetic, arguably the worst offensive tackle in the NFL, and I did not watch all 12 games. But I'm pretty sure we're going to have a tough time going back and watching the other, let's say, dozen games in the NFL and find somebody worse at offensive tackle than Terrence Steele was yesterday.
And I do think the defense would get credit if, not for the entirety of the game, it's what we were talking about with Dak, because he was so good for so much of the game. I wonder if the defense gets some credit if you go back and you're like, hey, the Cowboys won because the defense was able to shut the Eagles down in the fourth quarter. Ignoring the entirety of the game, a lot of times what you do in the fourth quarter ends up being the narrative of what happened in the entire game.
The last thing I will say is this, being optimistic. The Cowboys can beat the Eagles. The Cowboys can beat the Eagles at home. The Cowboys can beat the Eagles in the playoffs. But then the question to you as a Cowboys fan is, do you believe the Cowboys will play well enough when it matters the most to really beat a team like the Eagles?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about some baseball nuggets with Mike Basak?
Rangers bring back 2 key pitchers, and I think they're about to bring in 2 Hall of Famers next.
Oh. RJ Chop, your good friends over at K-Post.
Classic Chevrolet is racing to finish the year #1 in America. They're leading the way with an unheard of 400 Silverados with their best Black Friday savings all month long. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax, and enjoy the difference.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for some baseball nuggets with Mike Bassett.
All right, I'm going to give a little bit of love here to the Diamond Factory because baseball nuggets are brought to you by the Diamond Factory. What a great choice to get a diamond at the Diamond Factory and then to sponsor baseball nuggets when, you're the World Series champs. But here's my main baseball nuggets here. The Rangers immediately, because free agency, if you don't know this, and it makes no sense, free agency starts today at 4 p.m. Now, if this was
a lot of people don't know
if this was football free agency, you would know because 8 guys have already signed by now, and we would know of another dozen guys signing in the next, let's say, 8 to 10 hours. But that's not the way baseball works. In basketball, when the button hits, Ohtani would sign today at 4 p.m. We would already know who Ohtani's signing with about now, and then it would become true at 4 p.m. today. That's not the way baseball works. Baseball is a very slow process when it comes to this. But the Rangers had their opportunity and took the opportunity to pick up Leclerc's $6 million team option. That looks like a steal of a deal. I would assume at this point.
How much again? 6?
6. 1 year, $6 million deal. They pick up that option. I believe that in the market, he would probably get a 4-year. I'll go on the low end of $48 million, the high end of $60 million. So somewhere in that range would be my guess on what he would get in the open market.
And he's only going to be your 8th inning guy. You know what I'm saying?
That's what my dad thinks.
You know.
So is that where you're teasing there? Now, he did say that during the playoffs. He said, I think Spores is the future closer.
Oh, nope. I got somebody else. Keep going, though.
Oh, somebody else said that?
I'm trying not to be a hater.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying.
Oh, I got you. I got you. And then the Rangers.
Alex knew right away.
The Rangers bring back Andrew Heaney. I think Andrew Heaney is so important to a 162-game season. He was very important in the playoffs, too. But you understand, Heaney can start 25 games for you. He can be a really solid left-handed reliever in multiple roles for you. So in a 162-game season, you might look at Andrew Heaney and go, oh, well, he's a 4th or 5th starter.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right. I'm not going to argue with you on that. He might even be like a 6th starter, but he's a guy that you can use in so many different ways, and he has that funky left-handed motion. A manager like Bruce Bochy, a pitching coach like Mike Maddox can get the most out of a guy like Andrew Heaney. So those 2 guys are coming back to the Rangers. I've had the question on, do I think that if Jordan Montgomery's coming back to the Texas Rangers? I've only heard a few rumors. I lean towards I'm scared that he might not. Not that he doesn't want to be a Texas Ranger, that his market might get to a point where maybe the Rangers make a decision on.
So he did too good. He did too well.
In a way, yes. Thank you for doing too good. So it might be a little bit of a Cliff Lee situation. Now, Cliff Lee was a Cy Young winner. I'm not trying to put Montgomery into that category, but why won't they just bring back Montgomery? Well, I do think 2 players are in major play here. One, I think Ranger fans are going to be 50-50 on, and that would be Clayton Kershaw. Clayton Kershaw just recently had shoulder surgery. I believe, I need to confirm this, I believe it was here with Meister. I'm not 100% sure about that. But if you don't know who that is, Dr. Meister is the Rangers team doctor. He's considered one of the best arm doctors in the world. So, second opinions, it used to be Dr. Andrews. He's a little bit older. I'm not saying he's not great at what he does, James Andrews, but it seems like Meister have maybe taken over as the number 1 guy to go get your arm examined and an opinion, and for Meister to do the surgery. So that's how big he has become. Now, the reason I say that is the Dodgers are in a situation where they're going to be competing for the Rangers on this next guy, but they might be moving on the way that the Reds moved on from Joey Votto. Now, Joey Votto's last 2 years were bad. Clayton Kershaw last year had a 2.46 ERA in almost 150 innings and a 13-5 record. He has something left if his shoulder recovers from this. He doesn't have a lot left. He doesn't have a lot of years left, but I do think there's a good chance. This is all my opinion. I do not have Chris Young's opinion on this. Chris Young and Clayton Kershaw are pretty close. If you guys don't know this, they both went to Highland Park High School. They're not of the same class, I believe. I know that Chris Young is 98. I'm 99% sure he graduated in 1998 from Highland Park. And I believe Kershaw was like 01 or 02.
Yeah, I'll have to go check on that. I'm not
So they're a little bit different in age, but they do know each other very well. And I do think there's a real possibility that Clayton Kershaw, who's hoping to come back in the summertime. I know that's not a very good June, July, and August is summer. That's a big window there, but the hope is that this surgery, he's able to come back in the summertime for whatever team he signs with. I am going to go with he signs with the Texas Rangers on a 2-year deal. Money is not going to be very big there, but just in case it takes longer for him to rehab than expected right now, that you do have him in the 2025 season. The big one is Shohei Ohtani. The Rangers, according to John Heyman reports on Friday afternoon, the Rangers have now become the front runner to land Shohei Ohtani.
So let's talk about that.
Okay.
Where did that information come from?
I just saw it.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm not kidding about this.
Right.
So I went to the Dallas Card Show over the weekend. On Saturday, people were feverishly coming up to me and be like, did you just see we're the favorite to get Ohtani? And I was like, oh my gosh,
Right.
Where did you see that? John Heyman. And then people were sending me the little blurb. I'm sure you saw it on social media. Where did that come from, though? Because here's the thing.
On that day, on that Friday.
Yes. I can't.
November 3rd or 4th.
I can't find the source. I think that would have been the 3rd.
Thank you.
I can't find the source information for that. I can't find the audio.
I can't either.
find a story. I saw it shared on social media 50 million times. I'm sure you got
maybe
it
it went on a local radio show, but then you'd think we'd have a cut
audio
of it.
somewhere. And that's the thing. I could not find the origin of that. What I think is the origin of it is the Rangers are one of the favorites. Or if the Rangers win the World Series, they'll be one of the favorites.
It would be weird a week later. This is an article from the New York Post on October 26th. So the Rangers are not the world champions of the world on October 26th. They are in the World Series. MLB Network insider John Heyman named the Dodgers, the Rangers, and the Giants as the 3 favorites for Ohtani, followed by about 6 or 7 other teams. Now, that's awesome. But then all of a sudden on Friday afternoon, it gets posted that the Rangers are now in front of the Dodgers and the Giants. And almost the way that I saw it, and I think it was through Sean Sharif's Twitter, not that Sean Sharif posted this, he just retweeted something, is that Ohtani wants to be a Texas Ranger as long as the Texas Rangers want him. Now, the Rangers have to offer the most money. I do think the Rangers are going to offer a very strong offer. Will it be more than the Dodgers and Giants? I don't know, but I do think it's going to be in that category. I do think the Rangers are willing to give him $500 million. I do think the Rangers are willing to offer him $500 million. That being said, Ohtani has to say yes to the Rangers. The Rangers are the world champs. The Rangers want him here. He will not pitch in 2024. But I do think the Rangers, I've been teasing it all last week after they won it, but I really feel like, I know this. I do know this. The Rangers were not going to be outbid by the Dodgers, by the Giants, by whoever in baseball. They were going to offer the most prospects to get Ohtani for this run. He never became available, so there was never a real discussion on what they were going to offer because they traded for the White Sox players that did not help them at all. So if the Rangers were willing to trade the most prospects of any organization in baseball to get Ohtani for the August, September, and October run, why wouldn't they now just offer the money? Because if they're going to do that, they were still going to offer the money too. They weren't going to trade all of those prospects and then go, well, we're definitely not offering $500 million. So I think they are going to offer $500 million for Shohei Ohtani, and they are going to see if that is enough and if possibly they will take it. The prediction from Jim Bowden real quick is 10 years, $477 million with incentives to get it above $500 million is the contract that he will get.
And I just want to throw this out there because I saw some people, they might have got what you were just saying a minute ago, twisted up just a little bit. The Rangers most certainly would not take Kershaw over Jordan Montgomery. Not at all. So because
Montgomery's going to get $30 million a year or close to. Montgomery's contract will be somewhere between 4 and 6 years. Somewhere in there. His salary will be around 23 on a low end, and I do think that's too low, to 30 million. And I do think 30 million might be a hair high. So Jordan Montgomery is not going, hey, we want Kershaw over Montgomery. They're looking at offering Shohei Ohtani approximately $50 million a year. They're looking at giving Kershaw a 2-year deal with maybe a 3rd-year team or player option at around $5 to $10 million a year. So just to give you the idea, you can sign Kershaw for somewhat of a 3-year, $15 to $30 million contract. Or you can sign Montgomery to a 5-year, $150 million contract. Now, that's a little high on maybe the overall, but it's going to be around $100 million for Montgomery, give or take. Maybe all the way up to 150, maybe as low as 90 million. But I mean, so I just want people to understand. It's not Montgomery is being, we want Kershaw instead. Just think of those numbers.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
You are officially... Fan Studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you guys. How's it going?
Well, it's going okay. How's it going for Terrence Steele? Because it feels like not great.
So you're going to blame this loss on Terrence Steele?
Look, I think there's plenty of blame to go around, and I have a variety of issues with the way the game played out yesterday. I realize it was a close game against the team with the best record in football, so you don't want to be too harsh. But that felt like a game that was there for the taking, and Terrence Steele was struggling pretty mightily.
Yeah, and the weird thing is, despite his struggles, they almost totaled 400 yards total offense, right? And, for the most part, I know the protection wasn't great. Dak got sacked 5 times. And I think I saw he got hit maybe another 10 times. There was a lot of scrambles. But yet he threw for a single season high 300 and whatever it was, 74 yards, I believe it was. And look, I know it's a old cliche, but it's a game of inches. And I think if you look at about 10 inches, they would have won the game, right?
Yes.
Schoonmaker's knee hits just before he crosses the goal line with the ball, and it was the width of his knee. And Dak steps out of bounds with his toes, and it would have been a 2-point conversion. And they're kicking a field goal probably at the end to tie it up and go into overtime. So, yeah, I mean, when you lose a game like that, there's a lot of plays that you look at that didn't go right. But I don't know. I mean, they played them toe-to-toe, right?
They did. No, I agree.
And despite, whoever, didn't play well, they seem to overcome everything within, 5 yards? So, yeah, I know they got beat. But when did you give up on the game? Like, when did you know they were losing?
I honestly, and it turned out to be inaccurate, is what I thought was their last drive when they went to the 4th down and the pass went high. I thought that was the end of the game. And then clearly they got the ball back and a bunch of crazy stuff happened.
So I think that's when it was pretty funny. Yeah, the 4th down was incomplete, and I closed my computer, right? I'm watching it, and I'm following it online, right, watching the video. And when I got in the airplane and I started working, I opened the screen. I hadn't X'd off the broadcast, so it was frozen, 1:17, right? And the Eagles have the ball at the 29-yard line. And that's when I shut my computer, started packing up. Okay, this is over with, right? And then they get the ball back. They get a 3 and out. What are the chances of that?
And they almost got the ball back before that.
And the fumble, right, that was nearly recovered. And they get the ball back at the 14 because Turpin doesn't catch the punt for some reason. And there's 46 seconds left. And it's like, are you kidding me? And it came down to basically the last play. Unfortunately, once they got to, the 6-yard line, they get a false start on Tyler Smith, who I thought played pretty well. Dak blamed himself for the 11-yard sack. He should have got rid of the ball. And then they get a delay of game because they had problems with the wide receivers lining up correctly. So now you're, at the 27-yard line, and it's going to be the last play with 5 seconds to go. So, yeah, I know. No one's happy. They're not happy with the win. But I thought Micah Parsons was right on when he goes, well, we get to play him again in 4 weeks. I think it's actually 5, but nonetheless, they get another shot at him. And then the question is, can you hold serve until you get to that game again? Because they've got 5 games in a row against teams with winning records.
I guess my question then to you is, what is your confidence level in the Cowboys holding serve? And you might have just answered my other question. Do you think this takes them out of the division?
No, I do not. Because I still think the Eagles are beatable. And, you didn't beat them yourself, but you get another chance to do it. And, who knows what happens going forward. Hurts, I mean, he was good, but he wasn't great. He wasn't, the Hurts you think about. So we'll see. They've got a pretty tough road to go here in their next 5 games, and we'll see what's happened. They held serve at home, which you probably would expect, and now you got to do your job going forward, playing at least at that level that you did on the road in that atmosphere. To start on a winning streak, and that means winning games on the road, which they haven't been very good at so far this year. All 3 losses on the road, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and I think Brad Sham said it in the post-game show, Mick, and I can agree with this, is that there's a good chance you're both 9-3 going into that game, the Eagles Cowboys game, because of the way the schedule looks for the Cowboys. But to your point, the Cowboys cannot have a hiccup going into that Eagles game. They need to win the next, what would that be, 4 games to go into that Eagles game 9-3. And most likely you look at the schedule and you can't have an Arizona Cardinals game at all going into that Eagles game.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I said you cannot have that hiccup like you did against Arizona. Yeah. And that's the one thing. Although we forget, and they only scored, 16 points in that game, they had 3 starters on the offensive line missing in that game. And 2 guys started their first games in their NFL career in their place. But again, you gave up, 28 points to a team that's their only win of the year, right? They got beat again this weekend. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, the Cardinals got beat.
They got beat, right? Yeah.
They got shut out. They stink.
And they traded away their quarterback, right? That beat you. So, yeah. I don't think all is lost. You certainly had your opportunity to win that game, and, maybe that gives you some confidence. But when you go back and look at it, you're kind of kicking yourself in the ass that you had a couple plays that, you needed to make and you didn't make them.
Here's one of my main positives, and we haven't talked a lot of positives in this game. We've only been on for an hour, and we've done a Ranger segment too, so it's not like we've gone straight 1 hour on this game. Jake Ferguson looks like he's turning into a stud tight end. Now, maybe that's too quick, too fast, but yesterday he was pretty darn great.
That was a career high. It was 91 yards, right?
Yep.
Receiving.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Tolbert catches his first NFL touchdown pass of his career. So they had a lot of things that, kind of went right, except that, they got to the 6-yard line and it was almost like somebody put a stop sign up, and then the 2-point conversion. It's just weird stuff. Two of Philadelphia's touchdowns, they started at the 40-yard line. Now, how come after a kickoff? Well, Brandon Aubrey, who just set the NFL record for making his first 19 consecutive field goal attempts.
Incredible.
Kicks the ball out of bounds.
Not incredible.
The first time in his career that he kicked one out of bounds. And it almost, fortunately that guy had his foot out of bounds. Otherwise, it had been out at, the 2, the 3? And then on the other kickoff, it's a touchback, and Evans gets called for face masking on a touchback. And they get the ball at the 40, so they get 2 60-yard drives for touchdowns. Go figure. How does that happen? And I'm not saying if they started at the 25 both times, the Cowboys would have stopped them, but it sure helps when you get an extra 15 yards like that. So there was just weird things. And I heard this when I was coming home. Somebody figured out, and I went back and checked. It was the first time in 9 games that Dak had thrown for 300 yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, and lost.
Wow.
The other 8 times they won. And this one they lose. So, yeah, they're not happy losing. I guarantee you that. I think Dak used the word sucks. I think there was another one that started with an S and an H.
Are they as mad as they should be then? Because I think that's some people's issue sometimes. I'm not saying they're happy, but
yeah,
are they as mad as they should be?
I don't know. I don't think they're looking at it as a consolation, but they're looking at that there were some things they had to overcome, including that last drive. And, to a man, they thought they were going to go down and score in 46 seconds. And they came up, 4 or 5 yards short on that last play, which, by the way, Philadelphia played it right. I think they had 8 guys on the goal line, right, or whatever, in a 3-man rush. But I was sitting there looking at all that space, and I'm saying, well, throw the ball underneath, and maybe you get a block, and who knows? Well, they almost did. So
listen to me, Mick, being a Cowboys apologist here.
Now, when does that happen?
I know.
That's a good question.
But when the Cowboys lose a game like that, and maybe people aren't happy with McCarthy's answers or Dak's answers or whatever player's answers it is, talking to the Texas Rangers behind the scenes on Friday at the parade, that Seattle loss, the last game of the year, was devastating to them. They were furious, and they had to sit on that plane for 6 hours going to Tampa to sit on that. So sometimes, I'm sure after that game, maybe some Ranger fans were like, the Rangers should be disgusted with themselves and should be so mad that they lost that last game of the year 1-0 and didn't win this division, this and that. They were really mad. You can now, after everything's played out, they will talk about how just mad and furious they were with themselves that they didn't win the division, that they didn't win the final game of the year. So if you're a Cowboys fan, the Cowboys might be a lot more mad or disappointed behind the scenes losing that game yesterday than they're letting out to the public.
Yeah, and I think, I didn't see anybody throwing stuff around in the locker room or whatever, but, for the most part, most of those guys stood there and faced the music and, and expressed their disappointment. Somebody asked Dak, this was supposed to be a test game. What did you do? And he goes, well, we didn't pass because I judge myself on wins and losses.
Good, yeah.
Now, Parsons said we didn't flunk. So I thought that was a good one. And I don't know if you guys caught the little byplay when somebody asked Dak in the press conference that this was supposed to be a litmus test, and he blanked out on what litmus meant, right? And somebody started explaining to him, and he goes, "Well, I grew up in Louisiana and Mississippi, so he didn't understand."
Oh, my gosh.
And he just kind of blanked out when we were walking towards the bus leaving the stadium. I said, did you take chemistry class? And he goes, not a high level one. And I said, well, there was the litmus papers that you test, the chemicals, right? And he goes, oh, yeah, I know that. But he blanked out on it. It was pretty funny. But, the question was, this was supposed to be a test. Well, they did better than the test was in San Francisco. But in his mind, it still wasn't good enough because he said, I judge myself on wins, and we didn't.
As
win.
They should.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. No matter, how well he played, how well he created. And he blamed himself for the sack on that last possession. Should have thrown the ball away instead of being stubborn,
Agreed.
trying to save the play. And he realized that, he said, I'm not that fast, and I thought I was going to get cut off on that 2-point conversion.
Yeah.
He goes, and as it turned out, all I had to do was keep running, and I would have made it. Sort of the way he tried on that one and tried to dive and got flipped up in the air.
That was
it's
a crazy play.
Yeah, I'm not advising you to be that brave. You got to live to play another game, another down. But yeah, I mean, they understood, and it's like, okay, let's correct some mistakes. the offensive protection, the line has to play better. They still having problems running the ball.
For sure.
They sure haven't gotten, one of those big gains that we were used to seeing. But you got to keep working and not lose confidence. And so, everybody else can be mad, and they can be mad, but you can't quit, right? There's a lot of games to play.
You would hope not. Yeah, absolutely. You would hope not. Appreciate it very much, good sir. Let's catch up again tomorrow.
Sounds good. Talk to you guys.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Wanker of the Weekend. Who was the best at being the worst? Looking at you, NBA tournament courts. We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
All right.
But Hurts will be in the gun on 2nd and goal from the 3. And he will float it out into the left flat to A.J. Brown, who makes a move on the cornerback Bland and cuts into the end zone. Touchdown, Eagles.
All right, I'm starting off here.
Okay.
It was 1st and goal from the 5. If they do the power bottom play for 4 straight plays, don't they just score every time from the 5?
100%.
And I thought, we're not ready for the power bottom play. What if he just really quickly got under the center and then power bottom it on 1st down? Could they go 5 yards? Here's another thing on the power bottom play. Every team does this. Do they not understand, like, jumping over the top of the power bottom play does not work? So our guy, Micah Parsons, you're not helping by leaping over the top. You're just going on a ride for the power bottom play. I think you need to get underneath the Eagles to try, and I still think it might be unstoppable. They just might have the perfect offensive line and the perfect quarterback for this.
Have you looked that phrase up ever?
I know what it means. That's why I call it the power bottom play, because Philadelphia runs it to perfection.
They do. So you like that over a brotherly shove or the tush push?
Yep, I do.
All right. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And it's time for some Wanker of the Weekend. 877-881-1053. Who was the best at being the worst this weekend? Also want to hear from all the good folks on YouTube and on Twitch. Unfortunately, do you have to put the Dallas Cowboys in this because they lost? Or are you like, it was a back and forth game?
Let's Micah Parsons this. There's no such thing as losing. There's just learning. All they did was learn yesterday.
Okay.
In fact, we've had 3 learning games this year. We've had 5 winning games and 3 learning games. It counts as an L, a learn.
Okay. Do you think the Cowboys are the Dolphins in terms of like, hey, they're good, but you can't beat anybody good?
Why did I say the Dolphins are going to win the Super Bowl last week?
I'm sorry about that, Mike.
I will say that I was disappointed in that game. First of all, it took me 75 years to figure out what channel it was on. This is what the NFL has done to us. I'm like, I went to Prime, then I went to Hulu, then I went to someplace else, and then then I went to the internet. And I'm like, what channel is this game on? Because at first I did go to 4 and 11 going, I know it's not going to be on any one of these channels, Fox and CBS. And then I had to go to the internet going, what channel is this awesome game on? And it was on NFL Network. So I forget where we started, but that's where I finished.
Fair enough. All right. Thank you. You said it was a bad idea to pick the Dolphins to win the Super Bowl.
But I feel like even before that, we were talking Cowboys.
I feel like this will really speak to you, Mike. Are the Vancouver Canucks the wankers of the weekend for throwing off the role that the Stars were on?
Yeah, I watched a lot of that game. This is my opinion on it. I was texting our buddy Brian Ray. I know Spittle gets mad at that. I should just text him, but I know that Brian's 100%. I'm sure Spittle is too. I'm not trying to take.
You're making it worse, Mike.
Well, he's on the pre and post and the period briefings.
The intermissions.
Yeah,
is that what you were trying to say?
Yeah.
That sounds
it's in
like
between
something
periods,
totally different. And you're like, call your mom.
He has a brief response in that, and I just felt like watching that game. I didn't feel like the Stars played bad. I just felt like maybe the Canucks are just better. And he did give me a few reasons why they might have been better the other night, is that they were a little bit fresher. It was a home game. The Stars were a little bit maybe more fatigued because of their schedule recently. So I think those are good. I call those excuses. Just like the Mavericks will have a huge excuse tonight when they lose.
You already think they're going to be benching people and they're going to lose tonight.
Intentionally. This will be an intentional loss, I think, from the Mavs tonight. But I think that the Canucks look just better. They looked faster. They look stronger. They're not that I love Otter. I think I'm going to get one of his jerseys, but I do want to cut the sleeves off and
like Pat McAfee.
Yeah, I want to McAfee my Otter jersey. But I think maybe the Canucks, and they might just be better.
You know what I'd really love is for you to like show up to your kids' school functions with a sleeveless Dallas Stars jersey. I think that would be pretty awesome.
Should I cut it obviously with scissors, but then get my wife to like sew it to really make it look like a clean cut?
Yes. I think you vastly overestimated the amount your wife's going to be in on this bit, but I like that you're trying new things. I appreciate that.
All right.
Now let's stick with hockey. The San Jose Sharks inevitably have to be the wankers of the weekend is, have you seen how their last couple of games have gone?
No, but my kids let me know about the minor league game, what happened last week in a minor league hockey game. Did you see that?
What happened there? Is it about the
throat
slash?
slash?
Yeah.
I was like, no, I do not know about this. And my kids told me, I was like, did you guys see it?
It's very horrifying, and they're making safety corrections to hopefully ensure that never happens
I
again.
did not see what happened in San Jose. I do know the way to San Jose.
That's very nice.
Because I did play there in AAA.
They lost to the Penguins 10-2.
Ooh, that's a big loss.
The game before, they lost to the Canucks, who obviously you are familiar with, 10-1, which means in their last 2 games, they have been outscored 20-3. They're the first NHL team since 1965 to give up 10-plus goals in back-to-back games.
Yeah, that sounds like you're in trouble for the rest of the season.
Does.
That sounds like you might have the worst defense and the worst goalie combination in the history of the NHL.
It does sound pretty bad, doesn't it?
Yeah.
From the...
When do we play San Jose? That seems like a fun game to go to. If you want to hear the horn,
we'll go find that one.
Yeah.
From the 972 Wankers of the Weekend, all those Astros fans that were butthurt over Corey Seager on Twitter, man, that was the best part of...
Yeah, he's getting beamed next year.
Yeah, I probably think that was the best part. If we can go ahead and fire that off, cut number 19, I'm sure you've heard it, but I feel like it bears playing again.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Really, this was truly special. You know, we appreciate all your support, but I just got one thing to say. You know, everybody was wondering what would happen if the Rangers didn't win the World Series. I guess we'll never know.
He's so proud of himself for that, too, and
there's
I think
nobody,
he should be.
There's nobody prouder than Jared Sandler in that moment. I thought Jared was going to rush the stage and get arrested.
All right, so if you haven't seen the video, go back and watch the video where you can see Jared Sandler, not just the stage. So on either side, they have all these rows of white chairs for like dignitaries and everything like that. Jared's in there and he gets up and he's like fist pumping, and it does look like he's going to rush the stage a little bit.
Yeah, that was great. That was great, but I'm just going to tell you, he's going to wear one from an Astro next year. And that being said, guess what? You're going to wear one from a Ranger. There's going to be multiple beanball wars.
Is going to take one too, right?
I think so. I don't know so, but I know that Seager will, and somebody else will too. I just don't know if it will be Garcia, but probably so.
And somebody was asking if you're serious about the Mavs losing tonight because you think it's going to be a rest day.
I do think they're going. It's a back-to-back night, and I don't think Luke. I hope he plays. I hope I'm wrong, but this just seems like a built-in. We talk to the doctors and let's just rest all players that matter, and I hope that's not the case.
From the 940, Hedges' face behind Seager was the best, man. He was the on-stage version of what Jared was doing off the field or off the stage. Is the NBA tournament courts. All right, look, we've already established, I don't care how many commercials that guy from The Sopranos does. It's not going to make me care about the NBA tournament. They're all different, and I understand that. And I actually think maybe the Bulls one is not that bad. But some of these NBA tournament courts are horrific.
The Nuggets blue and gold or blue and yellow.
I hated it.
Horrible. Looked horrible on television. Obviously, the Mavs went up against the NBA champs, and it looks like you might have issues if you don't make a few moves. And I love what the Mavs have done to start the year. We're going to talk more about that tomorrow.
Yep.
But those courts were horrible. But I will give the NBA this credit. So the NBA sends out memos. If you don't know this about professional sports, especially the ones that have 82 and 162 games in them, they mandate at times what they want you to kind of say. And I will say the NBA does a tremendous job at this. I don't know if Derek Harper really likes this situation, like the new in-season tournament, or really likes that only 1/3 of the league doesn't make the playoffs. But what they do is, and this is why like Jeff Van Gundy doesn't have a job anymore calling national televised games. They do not want, and this is smart, they do not want any of their people on broadcast trashing this tournament or saying, I don't really care about it. It's about winning 50 plus games. It's about having a good seed. It's
that
about
makes sense to me.
And so what David Stern started and what, why am I forgetting Adam Silver? What he's really done is they want to make sure people like, I think Mark Followell is one of the best in the business in all of sports calling games. And I'm not trying to take a shot at Derek Harper or anybody else. They're told you have to say this is awesome. You have to say the NBA is the most progressive sports league in all of sports. That doesn't mean that it's true. It just means that they're supposed to say these things. And they do a good job of, because I think they do look at Major League Baseball and go, man, they have too many broadcasters and too many former players trashing the game when they come up with a new rule. It might be a good rule. It might be a bad rule. Just say it's good. And the audience will go, gosh, if everybody loves it, if all the people calling this loves it, if all the people doing this loves it, then it has to be good, right? There's no reason to say it's bad if everybody says it's the greatest thing that's ever happened. And so I do want to give NBA credit for this. I think they send out good memos to say, look, say everything's great with our sport. And then the audience will believe everything, or at least most of the audience will believe this tournament must really matter. It matters to Derek Harper. It matters to Mark Followell. It matters to JJ Redick or Richard Jefferson. This thing matters a lot. Just believe that it matters. And I think the NBA does a good job at doing that.
With the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy and the most unbelievable game of the weekend. Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Chevrolet is racing to finish the year #1 in America. They're leading the way with an unheard of 400 Silverados with their best Black Friday savings all month long. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Gunbowale, 7-year NFL veteran, normally a running back. The field goal attempt is good. Houston leads.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and that might have been the craziest game of the weekend. Let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. And we just went through the kick by Ogunbowale, and he is the first non-kicker or punter to make a field goal since Wes Welker in 2004. And the first running back to kick a field goal since 1979.
As I was watching some of that game, I was paying attention, but not the closest attention.
Okay.
I thought, man, I think D'Amico Ryans could be a good head coach. What the hell is he doing going for 2 in these situations? And then, I don't know, 3 or 5 minutes later, they talk about,
they got no kicker.
Yeah, Panda Bear, whatever the guy's name was, I can't remember, is hurt and he's out. Whatever the
is it
kicker.
Fairbarn?
Yeah. Fair Bear.
Fairbairn?
Because I thought at first, is his nickname like a Care Bear?
Uh-huh.
But then I can't remember his name. I just remember it was something Bear. I just remember it was like a Care Bear or something like that. But I guess it was Barn. It's not Bear.
I know it might be Barron, actually.
Okay.
All right. That game was crazy. Running back kicked a field goal, but also 39-37. Houston is victorious, which is scoregami, my friends. For the 1,080th time in NFL history, a unique final score. But also, how about C.J. Stroud?
All right.
Holy moly.
Is he the next superstar quarterback in the NFL?
Early on, he looks amazing.
He has, in his games right now, 14 touchdowns and 1 interception. So as much as we thought of, now, he went, I get what the record was for the Cowboys, 4-12, and you get Dak Prescott in the 4th round. You had the 4th overall pick, so you were a really crappy team because Romo was out, Dez was out, crappy year. Houston's really a crappy franchise. I mean, they were crap for a reason, not because of injuries. They were crappy because it was crap.
Uh-huh.
Is he about to turn around the Houston Texans into a perennial playoff team? And maybe, not this year, but he's turning them around quickly.
They're 4-4.
We both like C.J. Stroud, but he did horrible on the, whatever it's called, the Q2 test or whatever.
S2?
S2. But he looks like he's turning that S2 into an S type of situation because that thing didn't matter at all. He looks like the superstar of this draft.
The Texans are 4-4. I thought the Texans would win 4 or 5 games all year. So it's clearly he's off to an amazing start. 30 for 42 yesterday, 480 total yards, 5 passing touchdowns, no interceptions, an average of 11 yards per attempt. If you're at 8 or higher, things are probably going really well.
And he's done that now twice this year. He had a game against Pittsburgh where now he didn't have a lot of completions, 16 completions for 300 yards. That was 10.2 on average.
Yeah.
So
which is incredible.
I'm thinking this dude is the real deal. He is going to be, by the end of year 2, I think we're talking about a guy who we're having conversations of a top 5 quarterback in the NFL.
Now and
he's really screwing over my Trevor Lawrence situation because I didn't know anybody was going to be good out of this draft like this to possibly start taking over that division quicker than T-Law.
Absolutely. Now on the flip side, again, only halfway through their first season, Bryce Young has continued to struggle. He threw 2 pick-6s to Kenny Moore yesterday and had 3 interceptions as they lost the Colts 27-13.
Not the worst thing in the world. He's throwing a very catchable ball. If cornerbacks can catch him like this, then that means he just has to get more accurate because cornerbacks have the worst hands in the NFL. That's why they're cornerbacks. They're great wide receivers who have no hands.
They have the 2nd worst record in all of the NFL, behind only the Arizona Cardinals, who are 1-8. And somehow that one win, of course, came against the Cowboys.
Yeah, but it was a really close game.
Yeah,
Not really.
it wasn't really that close. Speaking of the Cardinals,
think about how different would you feel right now about the Cowboys losing that close game? They'd have lost to San Francisco, got blown out. They would have lost a really close game on the road, but they would only have 2 losses on the year. Would you feel any different?
Yes, because then I think you can make a much better argument that the division is still there for the taking, especially with a rematch in Arlington against the Eagles. Now, I am having a more difficult time with it.
Arlington, the home of parades.
That is very, very true. Let's go.
Didn't sound like Jerry was going to make it its home.
Well, you know what? We'll have Steven on in a few minutes. Right. We can talk about that. Stephen Jones at noon. Bruce Bochy at 12:20. So all kinds of awesomeness happening in the noon o'clock hour. The Browns defeated the Cardinals 27-0. It was pretty bad. The Cardinals managed only 58 yards passing, which is their fewest since 1955. Clayton Tune went 11 for 20 for 58 yards and 2 interceptions. So less than 3 yards
Altoon's son
per pass. I don't know that to be the case.
It's not. They spell it different. Unless Altoon decided to spell his name
No, that is true because this is Tune. Tune was sacked 7 times, with Dalvin Tomlinson having a career-high 3 sacks along the way. Total offense for the game. Arizona had 99 yards.
So I look at the Browns. They have a better defense than the Cowboys, but if you look at their scores, it's very Cowboy-like. They won 24-3. They've won 27-3. They've lost 28-3. They've won 27-0. Now, they've had a few more closer games, but they've had a lot of games that have just been blowouts. One the wrong way against them, but a lot of their wins has just been complete and total dominance by their defense.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And Arizona continues to just be terrible, terrible, terrible. All right, some big injuries around the NFL. Daniel Jones has, in fact, torn his ACL, and he's going to be out for the rest of the season. Another season-ending injury is it looks like Cam Akers tore his Achilles, and it would be the second time in his career.
Yeah, that's a career injury.
Yeah,
he's done.
Especially since it happened just 2 years ago, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
So, some devastating injuries yesterday, and I know the Giants, this has been a rough season for them. Let's go to the Baltimore Ravens.
Whoa, Nelly.
Lamar Jackson, now 18-1 in his career against NFC teams. He has dominated first-place NFC teams for the second time in 3 weeks. Now putting a whipping on Seattle 37-3 after they destroyed Detroit. He's had a hell of a start to the year.
He really has, and in a weird way, Lamar Jackson, I know he's not going to get any votes for this. Shouldn't he be like a top 3 MVP candidate?
Yes.
It's just that I guess at this point, fair or unfair, nobody believes he's actually going to win 3 playoff games in 1 playoff run.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, just throw him to the back burner. Who cares? But he is having a really good year, and he's like a dude that you can pencil him in for 10 wins minimum. As long as he's healthy, he's going to win 10 to 14 games a year.
Yeah.
It's just that in a weird way, there's not the belief that he can lead a team like Patrick Mahomes or, and fair or unfair, in the same draft, Josh Allen. Like, people don't really put him in the same category as Josh Allen. I think that's unfair. But I guess they just don't believe that Lamar Jackson's way of playing will lead to a Super Bowl. And I think that's unfair, but it is what it is.
The Lions and the Seahawks either both are or were in sole possession of first place going into those 2 games. And they got outscored by the Ravens 75-9. That is some level of domination right there. All right, let's go from that to Montez Sweat. You remember the trade that got made last week with Montez Sweat moving on to the Bears? He signed a 4-year, $98 million deal. One of the reasons I took note of that is $24.5 million a year. I know people get caught up on the guarantees, and for good reason. But if Montez Sweat is bringing in $24.5 million per year, Mike has 30.
25.
Okay.
Yeah, $500,000 more.
Uh-huh. I don't
El
think...
Paso? Are they going to El Paso on this one?
No,
No?
I can't envision that, but you just have to start wrapping your mind around it's going to be $30 million, right?
I think it'll be more.
More than $30 million?
Yeah.
Okay.
But, yes, wrap your mind around it will start at 30, but I think that it will be a little bit higher than that. I don't think it gets like to 35. If somebody's like, well, what number do you think? Mike, you dummy. I do think it's just going to be a hair over 30.
Now, right now, the best division in football, at least you can make the argument, is, we were just talking about the Ravens, the AFC North. If the season ended today, which would be weird, all four of the teams from the AFC North would be in the playoffs, with the Ravens as the second seed, and then the Steelers, Browns, and Bengals as seeds number 5, 6, and 7. Do you think at least 3 of those teams make it into the playoffs?
Yes.
Okay, who's your odd man out? Is it Pittsburgh?
Thanks for asking. I do. Yeah, I think that they obviously have a major quarterback situation there.
Yep.
And I think that it just shows how great of a coaching staff and a head coach. I can see his face. Why am I doing this in my head? What's Pittsburgh's head coach's name?
Mike Tomlin.
Thank you. It just shows how great he is. I think that he's arguably the best coach in the NFL. If you gave him like a really good quarterback, any one of the 3 in his division, I think that they would be serious Super Bowl contenders. But he has dealt with either at times an older Ben Roethlisberger or now a young Kenny Pickett, he's a below average quarterback in the NFL. And yet it looks like he might be able to win 10 or maybe even 11 games with a below average quarterback. I'm going to put them at 9 or 10 wins, and I don't know if that'll make the playoffs, but the other ones for sure will.
Now, we were talking earlier about how the Cowboys in Philly was probably the game of the weekend. If it wasn't, it had to have been this game, no matter how complex it was to find on TV. If we can fire off cut number 23, this was a huge game. This was a huge play.
Tua out to Hill, and that goes nowhere. Ball's loose. It is loose and picked up and lateraled. Brian Cook. Touchdown.
So Tyreek Hill gets stripped of the ball by Trent McDuffie. Mike Edwards recovers the ball, and then I don't know if coaches love this play until you see how it pays off. He laterals the ball to Brian Cook, who goes in for the touchdown. When you know what's going to happen, it seems like a super heads-up play. I don't know how many coaches are like, hey, that was great, and I'm really glad it worked out for you. Next time, feel free to just go down to the ground with the ball.
It was a very risky play, great play, and they needed it. You know why? Because Kansas City has the worst receiving core in the history of the NFL. I don't know if it's the history, but in this year, in the year 2023, the Texas Rangers, never forget, are the world champs of baseball. And one of the other ones, Kansas City has the worst group of wide receivers in all of the NFL. Arizona has a better wide receiving core. Name another pathetic team. They have better wide receivers than, let's name this, Noah Gray, 3 for 34. Sky Moore, 2 for 33. Jerick McKinnon, who's a running back, 2 for 22.
What did Kadarius Toney do?
Valdez Scantling, who can't catch a ball to save his life. He threw a perfect pass to him. He's like, you know what? I think you need hands to do this, and I don't have them. 2 for 22. Kadarius Toney, huge one catch for 18 yards. Rashee Rice, who I think might be their best receiver.
He's from SMU.
2 for 17. This is McCole Hardman, who they picked up. He did have 3 catches for 10 yards, who nobody else wanted in the NFL. They're like, hey, guess what? You suck unless you have Patrick Mahomes.
God,
That's what we found out about your career. And they're like, give him back to Patrick Mahomes and see what happens. This is I don't know how he's doing this. How are they 7-2? Like, they literally have, at this point, I don't even know if they're number 3 receivers. They literally have a group of number 4s and 5s. Michael Gallup might be their best receiver if they traded for him, and he's horrible.
Oh, horrible.
He's horrible.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. So rude. Right here on 105.3
That knee injury ruined his career.
I know what you're going to say next, Mike. This is going to be huge next hour. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. We will follow that up by talking with world champion Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. So stay tuned. We'll fire it up next right here on The Fan.
and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is the Executive Vice President of your Dallas Cowboys, Stephen Jones. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys. How you doing?
We're doing good. We've been kicking this around most of the day, and I know we got to hear from some of the players. I would love your takeaway on this as well, is exceedingly close with an opportunity to win on the road against the team with the best record in football. So that's a positive, or do you just look at it as we had a chance to win and we didn't, so that's a negative?
I look at this as, there's a lot of football to be played. Obviously, we had some great opportunities there throughout the game. I mean, we had started off with Sam Williams with the sack fumble that came right back to the quarterback. Had another fumble in the red zone, with Swift that went right back to him. And then, of course, the butt fumble at the end. And, we were just right there on the verge. We had the long drive there, that stalled out after a sack when we had 1st and 10 from the 30 inside of 2 minutes. And then our defense did a great job of managing the clock and got down there and gave ourselves a chance to win. Obviously, we didn't get it done. It's a game of inches. We had opportunities, but hats off to the Eagles. But, this is a long journey, the NFL and a season. And we've got a lot of football left to play. I think we continue to get better. That's a really good football team we were up against. A tough environment up there in Philly. There's no excuses. They won the game, and hats off to them. And we have to continue to work to get better. But there's a lot of good things that come from that in terms of, obviously Dak and CD are really getting a connection going. There's a lot of things we can improve upon. And, we just got to make some plays. They do a really good job on their 3rd and shorts and 4th and shorts that a lot of people are trying to figure out how to stop them on. But we just have to continue to execute, have to continue to get better as a team. I think the body language on our team is good. I think we're a confident group, and we just got to go continue to improve and, hopefully peak at the right time. Which is as we move forward, continue to get better and win a game like that we didn't get done last night.
It does seem like this was another game with your preferred offensive line that maybe is not playing to the level we would have expected at the beginning of the year. Particularly, it felt like a really tough day for Terrence Steele yesterday, did it not?
He's a young player, and, obviously they've got some really good pass rushers. And, those are things we have to look at as well in terms of, I know at times we chipped and gave him help, but, when you got guys like Riddick and Sweat that line up in those wide nines, you've got to understand that they're going to give, our guys some troubles. But I think Terrence will learn from that. He's such a focused individual. He does things the right way, and I think he'll get better from that.
What you're talking about there, Steven, is sometimes since the Rangers just won the World Series, sometimes a good pitcher just doesn't have it on that day. They're fighting and they're trying, but they just don't have it. That seems to happen at times with offensive linemen where maybe, I don't know if it's a loss of confidence in the game, but can you kind of talk about football where an offensive lineman, maybe a couple plays don't go his way, and then to try to fight that feeling of like, I'm effing up right now for my team. I gotta do better. And just the same thing as a pitcher. I'm on the mound trying to do the same thing, but you kind of have some negative thoughts in your head.
Analogy, and I think what it goes to in football more so is just the matchup. And, throughout my 30 years of being in football, people used to say certain players would get the Eric Williams flu. And, certainly you go against Zach Martin will tell you go against an Aaron Donald, you're going to have your hands full. And, I think it's just matchups. And then, going in, it's going to be a tough matchup in terms of your skill set versus his. And then a couple of plays don't go your way. And I'm sure, you just got to have a strong mind to sit in there and keep firing at them. And, like I said, I think we can do things to help that as well. Obviously we're trying to when you keep a guy in to chip and that type of thing, it's one less guy out in the route that can make a play for you. But those are all things that we'll learn from in terms of getting better as a team. You just gotta know that the Eagles are gonna, they're one of the top teams in the league. We feel like we are too. It was just one of those nights where we didn't quite get it done. We were right there knocking on the door and had our opportunities, but didn't quite get it done.
One of my huge positives from the game is the development of Jake Ferguson. I know that's not his first good game of the year, but it just seems like as you guys have lost Schultz, moved on, that Jake Ferguson keeps getting better and better as the season's progressing.
Yeah, we really feel good about that position. I think Jake's just doing an amazing job. His run after catch is really becoming, it's not a surprise anymore. It's just consistently good. And so I think, really like that tight end position. I think Schoonmaker made a great catch there. We can do a little better job executing that play in terms of making sure he's in the end zone when he makes a big catch like that. But really like that position. Another guy who's coming along good, obviously, is Tolbert. And I think after a tough drop early, Gallup responded well, making some big catches and obviously throwing that PI call, there at the end of the game was nice. So, and of course, obviously Tolbert, I just think he continues to develop. Dak's getting confidence in him. So, there's a lot of positives about our offense. Obviously, Dak himself's playing at a really high level. We protected the ball well. I don't even know that we put the ball in harm's way in terms of the way we look at it from a coaching staff standpoint. So, we protected it well. We had our shots to get the ball, and the ball just didn't bounce our way. But we have to continue to learn from this. We can grow from this. We have to give the Eagles credit, but we've got to. I like this team. I like our personnel. I like the way we're playing the game, and I think we'll respond.
Now, when you're talking about some of the really positive things about Michael Gallup and the development of Tolbert, I'm kind of curious how it balances all out and if that's come at the expense of Brandon Cooks at all, because it seemed like he was picking it up the last couple weeks. He was a non-factor yesterday, and it feels like he's had a disappointing season for somebody who I thought was going to have really big things this year.
Well, I think sometimes you don't necessarily see on the stat sheet or the target sheet what he's doing. I mean, when he lines up out there, he's got people's attention. Everybody knows he can run by you. I mean, you turn on the tape and watch it, and they're bailing real quick in terms of not wanting him to run by you. Obviously, he didn't get the targets and the touches last night, but he had a really nice game the game before. And when you got the four receivers and the tight ends and you got Pollard, not everybody's going to get the optimal touches with each game. And that's a good problem to have in terms of, especially when you got CD getting, the number of targets and touches he's getting, which he's, that connection between him and Dak are certainly good. And when you got a number one like CD, he deserves to have those targets and those touches, and he's certainly making the most of them. And, you can always walk out of the stadium and say, boy, I wish Tony would have touched it half a dozen more times and wish we'd have gotten Cooks a few more targets. But, the other guys are doing their job, and they're deserving the chances that they get. And as you said, Ferguson's really stepping up in a big way for us. I know Schoonmaker, given the opportunity, he's doing some of the dirty work in terms of the blocking. We've just got a good group that I think, in my opinion, just has playing the right way and should just get better with each week. And obviously we're going to have to do that if we want to get to where we want to be.
Now, with all that in mind, I was hoping you could tell us anything about Martavis Bryant and if he's coming in to work out tomorrow, somebody who's been out of the NFL for the last 5 years.
Yeah, he'll be in this afternoon, and we'll look at him. And he's been out of the league. He played in the USFL or XFL. Forgive me for which one it was. We've got about 3 or 4 leagues now, I think, going on in the off season. But he's a guy who got caught up, obviously, in his suspension, but it's a guy that's a big, strong, fast receiver that we'll certainly take a look at.
Now, one of the things I was curious your takeaway yesterday was, did it feel like a penalty-happy referee crew at all? Or if not, what led to so many penalties for the Cowboys? I know the Eagles had that problem as well.
Well, it was, what you want is consistency, and I guess you could say it was consistent. I don't know, sitting on the competition committee that, that's not, necessarily what you want to see is 20 penalties in a ball game. But, they were pretty, I don't think you blame the refs for anything here. I mean, sure the Eagles had some calls they didn't love, and, we had some calls that we felt like could have been called and had some that we felt like shouldn't have been called on us, but that's the NFL. And, they're calling the game, when they see a foul, they're going to, in their mind, they're calling it. But 20's a lot, but, that's part of it. And it wasn't, it seemed like it was pretty consistent in terms of they were even-handed.
Since you are on the competition committee, I know we've asked you this about it before, but you saw it again in person. Still good with the tush push or the brotherly shove or whatever you want to call it?
Of course not. I'm against it. We're playing a team twice a year that probably does it the very best, and they've perfected it. I'm saying that in jest. There's no injury data or anything that would suggest that, it's a bad play, and so you have to, that's the things that we're looking for. You always look at it in terms of a play like that. You look at it every year. I know we'll give it another good going over in terms of making sure the injury data is not an issue, and continue to look at the way it affects ball games. But hats off to the Eagles. They do it the very best, and they've obviously worked on it and perfected it. And it's got a bunch of top defensive coordinators and head coaches trying to figure out the best way to stop it, because obviously they're very efficient at it.
I was wondering about Leighton Vander Esch. I know he can come back for this upcoming week. I didn't know if there was an update on Vander Esch and his progress of coming back this year.
Yeah, he's still, I would say that's still a question mark as to when or will he come back this year. I think that's a work in progress in terms of his injury, but it certainly won't be this week or, for that matter, probably in the next couple of weeks.
And then I was going to ask you this question because off of the Vander Esch injury, which happened weeks ago, Micah Parsons has obviously moved around a lot more. It's kind of been really fun to watch how he's impacting the game from different situations, but it's given, I feel like, the opportunity for Sam Williams to get some more reps at defensive end. I'm a big fan of his. I like what he can do for you. What have you seen from him from the start of the year and now pretty much at the halfway point of the season on his progression?
A little bit of it falls into the line we were talking about on targets to some of our weapons on offense. I mean, we've got a good group of defensive linemen there, and I like you, I'm a big fan of Sam Williams. I mean, all he's done is block a punt last week, played gunner, running, 4.45, I think, at 6'5" and 260 pounds, and playing the gunner role, and he's proud to do it. And then obviously comes up with a big sack fumble, giving us an opportunity to make a play. And I think his skill set is really good, has a bunch of upside, and as he gets more opportunities, I think all you'll do is see this guy make more plays. Speaking of Mike, I agree with you. He just keeps lining up in different places. He almost made an unbelievable play on himself blocking a punt there late in the game, and certainly had a chance on that hip fumble, as we like to call it. It almost landed right in his hands. And, Mike, in his history as a running back, he might have taken that one to the house. So he's we've got a good group of guys over there, and all of them probably deserve to have more snaps in terms of that second group of guys like Fowler and guys like Armstrong and Sam. They're all doing a great job for us, and I think when given the opportunities, they make plays.
Speaking of Micah, I'm not saying you're saying this at all. This is my opinion from watching all season and going back to last year. Is there any recourse if you feel like he's continually being held and the calls aren't being made? Do you submit video footage or anything like that? Can you walk us through what happens if you feel that's the case?
Yeah, the head coaches, they come up with their tape that they send in if they so desire to do so. And, it's after the fact, so there's really not a lot you can do, but you do sometimes want clarification on why something was called, why something wasn't called. And certainly, I'm no different than anybody else. Feel like sometimes it's got to be extreme for them to call a hold on Micah, I think, just because that offensive lineman's got to do something. And I feel like, I'm sure a lot of people feel like their best pass rushers get held more than what's called. But, the guys, the officials do a great job out there in general. It's a tough job, tough positions they're put in. But there is a system in place where, our head coaches take the tape after a day like today. They send it in and they walk through it with Walt, who's head of officiating up there, and he can walk them through, if they felt like it was officials should have called something, shouldn't have called something, or, obviously justify why, in the officiating crew's mind, why they felt like it was called correctly, which is, it's a work in progress. It's never going to be perfect, as we know, and but I do admire and respect all our officials in the NFL. It's a difficult job, and everybody's always going to have an opinion, and a bigger opinion when it doesn't go your way than when it does, and that's part of it. Most of the time, I think most people will tell you these things even out. You just hope there's a good consistency, which usually there is, and like I said, my hat's off to the officials in the NFL. They have a hard job, but overall, I think they're trained well, and I think they do a good job.
Appreciate it very much, good sir. We will catch up with you again next Monday.
Thanks a lot, guys.
There you go, Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, nothing but positives to talk about with our next guest, world champion Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy on your home of the Cowboys and the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
bar, it's gotta be bacon.
Everyone loves bacon.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by Louisiana Hot Sauce World Champion Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How we doing today?
We
you guys all rested up?
Yeah, actually, one of our usuals couldn't make it. We think he has World Championship Parade flu, so he could not make it today. I just wanted to say on behalf of him, me, Mike, we all grew up in the Metroplex, and I know this isn't a question. I just wanted to tell you, all the guys, all the staff, everybody, thank you very much. We have been waiting for this for so very long.
Well, I appreciate that. All the guys do. You know, going through that parade, you get a better understanding of how many people are impacted by our game, which is awesome. You know, the support that we had, and it just grew, and we could, and I said it at the parade, we could feel them. We heard them in all the cities we were playing in, and it's why we played the game. So that means a lot to me, and I appreciate that. It means a lot to these players. I think the ones that had not been in this situation, I'm talking about in the World Series or even in a parade, they even have a better understanding of why we played this game, and it just does a great job of bringing the community together. So it's a special time, and yeah, that last out is big. But to me, you know, comments like you just made, or the parade, that's when you realize, you know, what you've done, and it's emotional at times. I guarantee you, there were guys that were tearing up when they were going through that parade. That's how emotional you can get during this time.
Well, Boch, I know that you had your grandkids with you on the float, and you had a great comment about she wants to do it again, and you said yes. You know, I'm wondering, is this the first time your obviously last championship was in 2014, and I'm sorry I don't know all the ages of your grandchildren. Was that the first time you got to be in the championship parade with grandkids?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're pretty young. The oldest was Braxton, he's 5, and Maddie, who made the comment after the parade. She had such a good time. She was dressed up in her Rangers dress, and she's all into the cartoons, the TV shows with all the beauty queens and everything. So she just had a blast waving, and when it was over, she goes, "Papa, I want to do that again. I want to go around again." And so. You know, it just hit home for me, and but yeah, that's the first time for me to have grandkids.
Well, the Ranger fans wouldn't have been upset if you would have taken a second lap with almost 750,000 Ranger fans there in attendance. Now, I do have this question for you, Boch, just to make sure, because he said let's do this again. I'm just making sure you're ready to manage the team in 2024, right?
Well, yeah, no, I am. You know, I got asked that question, and you know, see why he changes his mind. I get it, but no, seriously, no, I feel, you know, I feel awesome. I mean, you just can't help to, you know, be in such a great place when something like this happens. So, no, all good with me. I'm heading out here soon, but no, I plan on taking some time off, but I need to, you know, take care of a couple of things. I'm going to get in even better shape and just get ready to have a great spring and season next year.
I think it's the same philosophy that you have. If somebody hits a grand slam, they get to play again the next day. I feel confident if you win a world title, you're very much welcome back. So thank you for telling us that.
No, thank you. Thank you. You know, it's really, you know, I think most of the guys are probably heading out now, but I can tell you they're recouping right now. You go through something like that, you're running on adrenaline, especially all the games that we played on the road. A few of them have probably slipped into coma last day or so, just catching up and catching their breath. And you know, I'm hoping they get away for a little bit because it's a short off season, and That's Marcus and I were talking about it, especially somebody that just broke the record for number of at-bats in the season. That's incredible to me. But anyway, it's going to be important that these guys take their time, heal up, and then it's time to get ready for another run at it.
Now, you guys had even more to celebrate last night. Jonah Heim, Nathaniel Lowe, and Adolis Garcia all picked up Gold Gloves. Now, for Nathaniel Lowe, what a turnaround defensively that has been. And Adolis Garcia, I feel like a lot of us have thought maybe he should have already had one of these.
Right. I can't say enough about the work that Nate put in to accomplish this. And I'll say this, when I found out, when he told me, it was probably as big to him as winning that Silver Slugger, because he was not known as a defender. He had that tag on him, and I think Marcus led the way on getting him out there every day working on it. And I don't know how many times he came out the ballpark, but we do our infield stuff, and then Beasley would hit him fungos to work on his his picking, and for him to win a Gold Glove, it meant so much to him. So happy for him. Dolly, early in the season, going from center to right, made a couple errors. You're hoping that didn't take away from how good he is out there. And then, as the season went, we all got to see it. We saw it in the postseason, the throw he made home. This guy he's incredible. He just showed the world that he's a megastar, superstar. This guy, there's nothing he can't do on the ball field.
Well, I feel like
Jonah, I did text Jonah real quick last night. So, really happy for him. And of course, Bobby Wilson, those two are attached at the hip. And, Jonah, I mean, you look at how can you have a better year than what Jonah had? He started out starting, get the Gold Glove, and was the catcher and a World Series champion. It's just incredible what he accomplished this year.
I feel like I'm about to turn into Chris Farley in the old Saturday Night Live video where I just ask you the question, wasn't that awesome? But I will put some context behind this. Is we didn't get to talk to you after the two major injuries to Max Scherzer, which ended up, didn't have to make any Game 7 decisions, and then what happened to Adolis Garcia. And when Max Scherzer back tightens up on him, you decide to go to John Gray. He was phenomenal, pretty much had 3 perfect innings there. You have a decision in Game 4 on who to start. We were having discussions on Dunning versus Heaney and how to do it and how those guys are going to mix and match, or if Bradford might be in the mix there, and it works out great. Heaney goes 5 innings, 1 run, outstanding. Then we're going, well, Jankowski or Grossman, which one should Bochy go with? And you go with Jankowski. He has 2 huge hits in the second and third inning of those 5 runs. So that was awesome. And when you have to make a tough decision, how come it always goes your way and it's just so awesome?
Well, I don't know if it always goes my way. You guys saw what a bumpy ride it was this year at times, especially in that bullpen. So trust me, I don't always get it right. But, I lean on guys too. Mike Maddox and I are constantly talking every day. I pick the brains of our hitting guys. I try to get all the information I can. Of course, front office, Bobby Bandolo, I got to tell you what a great job he does. He's one of our analysts, and we kind of go through the plan and kind of map it out. First inning through the 9th inning. Don't always get to follow it, whatever, but just have a plan. But he does a tremendous job of giving us the information we need on the pitching side. So, we all did this together, and that's what makes it so cool. And I'll say this real quick. I know I get long here, but those guys, they were so selfless. You saw I was moving guys in the batting order, looking at the team we were playing. They had more left-handers in the bullpen. I was trying to make it tougher for them to bring them in on certain pockets. I was hitting Josh Young 8th. I dropped Low down to 7th. Then Josh went back in the 5-hole. The kid Carter, when he goes 9 to 5 to 3. Anyway, you cut this short. Nobody said a word. Nobody. They didn't care who did it, how we did it. They just cared that we did it.
One of the constants during that entire thing, and I know you got asked about this, and you're like, no, Marcus Semien is our leadoff hitter. You've made a couple allusions to him having more at-bats in a season than any player in the history of Major League Baseball, which is wild. I know this might not be a short answer, but what does Marcus Semien mean to this Texas Rangers ball club?
Stability. I'll start there. I mean, he's the anchor. He's out there every day. It's just one spot I don't think about. But I will say I'd like to think about it more next year. I'll sit down and talk with him. I mean, what incredible what he accomplished last year, playing every game, breaking the record at bats. But I need to take care of him, and hopefully I can work him a little bit. I'll find him at a good time. Get him where he's got a little more give. To give somebody else a chance to get 3 or 4 bats, and that's how I'll probably approach it because, he's set in his way. He wants to be out there, and we're fortunate. He's built. He's wired to play every day, but more importantly, he's wired to get it up every day mentally and do what he needs to do out there. And that's what's so impressive about him.
Butch, one of the things that I was thinking about as you guys were on stage and the confetti happened and then you guys were dispersing is just being a former player, my dad being a former player, I just thought, man, this was awesome. But there's this part in my heart that gets sad. And I know you're bringing back a lot of the players. You're probably going to bring back a lot of the staff. But that's it for this team. It's the celebration of a championship, and you'll always be remembered. But then there's that part where I just think of some of my best friends on certain teams that I just don't get to see much at all or talk to anymore. So can you talk about being in the sport for decades upon decades? And sometimes it ends in a championship. Other times it doesn't. But that whenever it ends, whether it's in championship or not, that's kind of that team then is not the team anymore.
Right, and it's part of our business. It's baseball, and I mentioned it a while back. That you know what, we're a special group, and we got a chance to do something special here, and that's together because you don't know what's going to happen next year. You're all not going to be there. It doesn't happen in our game, whether it's on your bench or even regulars. On the pitching side, of course, the free agency and all that. So, yeah, you're right. It is. And so, and that's why I said at the end, I'm going to look back at this moment, a few years from now. And I said this, I'm going to cherish the fact that, I was part of this group because it is a special group. And it won't be the same group next year, but you have to savor that. And down the road, we'll all get together, hopefully, at some point, which you have reunions and things like that. And of course, with the phones now, social media and all that, these guys are able to keep in touch no matter where they go.
What former teammate that you played with when you were a player do you still talk to the most or text the most with?
I tell you what, I have quite a few. I do. I go back to my early days, with Wally Joyner, for example. I see him a lot. We text a lot. Bumgarner was texting during the postseason. Tim Lincecum, he sent me a beautiful text. So, I don't want to leave anybody out. Somebody happens to be listening because there's quite a few that I still keep in touch with, I run into. And the cool thing about getting back in, unretiring, so to speak, a lot of these parks we went to, some of them would come out, and I'd get to catch up. And not just on the major league side, when I managed in the minor league side, and I'd still keep in touch with some of them. Well, one, Rick Davis, was a pitcher for me in rookie ball, and he came out to see me, and we still text. So I have one that lives here, Mike Humphreys, that played for me. So it's just special to run into these guys because I do care about them. I hope they know that. They mean a lot to me.
First sporting event I ever went to, my mom made sure to remind me. I was 11 months old, and I went to the old Arlington Stadium to watch the Rangers. This has been a long time coming for so many of us. So thank you for doing the show with us all year long, and obviously thank you for an unforgettable run.
Well, thank you guys. Enjoyed doing the show, and it's the season we'll never forget. So, I'm glad to be part of it and be, with all of us, including you guys. What a year. And, I'll drive back home probably either later today or tomorrow and start catching up. And after a week or so, we're looking at the winter meetings here. So it's time to get back to work. But you got to enjoy this. So thank you guys.
Absolutely. We'll see you in March.
All right, guys. Y'all have a good winter.
Awesome.
There you go. Bruce Bochy right here on 105.3 The
We'll
Fan.
talk to him in early December when Shohei signs here.
Okay, fair enough, which could happen as early as today in about 3.5 hours. Yeah. I do want to point out one thing because multiple people texted in. I had the exact same reaction when you were like, you're going to manage again in 2024, right? And he goes, well, look. And I was like, oh, no. And he goes, no, yeah, definitely. You need to clear your head for a little while, but I'll definitely be back. A bunch of people were like, oh my gosh, that just gave me a heart attack. Yeah. Same. And also shifting of Marcus Semien. Like, I don't think that's a shock, but.
Yeah, I think everybody knows there's a good chance Evan Carter's your leadoff hitter next year against right-handers. I do think there's going to be kind of two lineups, versus lefty lineup versus righty lineup. And I think this year it didn't matter who was pitching on the other team. It was Semien, Seager, Lowe, Garcia, Young. When you were healthy, you knew who the first five were. And then pretty much Heim was batting sixth, if I'm remembering correctly, because that lineup, when healthy, there was no change. It didn't matter if it was a lefty pitching, righty pitching. Every once in a blue moon, because of a guy needing a day off or a guy struggling, he might change it. But I do think next year you're going to have, I don't know in what order, and I think Shohei's going to bat second.
Oh, my God.
But I do think that there's going to be a little bit of a change in the lineup. Simeon's going to be a major part of it, and I think he'll lead off against lefties. But I do think he'll bat in a different spot in the lineup versus righties.
From the 214, this person is far from alone. Thank you, sir. I'm still crying in excitement. We effing did it. Hey, tell Boch he just made a 66-year-old cry. Like, even after the fact, all those emotions are still there. I didn't even get to ask him about, hey, the only managers who have ever won more World Series titles than you are Joe McCarthy, Casey Stengel, and Connie Mack. What's it like to be in that category? Because we just had so much, and Bochy is also the first ever manager to beat the same franchise and then win with that franchise a World Series.
And I know the rules on players. You have to be retired, and like Beltre's coming up. Once you've retired for 4 years, then you are on the ballot for the Hall of Fame, and you can then go into the Hall of Fame. But I feel like Bochy needs to be in the Hall of Fame now.
Yeah, Chuck Morgan even said
but
that.
I don't know how that works. I don't know the rules on current managers. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like, do they get in while they're managing? Like Tony La Russa, he's in the Hall of Fame, right? Like, but did he like retire for a little bit, and then that's when he got in? Then he came back. I can't remember all the rules, but I do think Bochy
over La Russa
needs to be in the Hall of Fame in a hurry. Okay, so is it time for a mic like that?
Yes, we got to do the reset. You've heard the show before.
Reset.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You're home of the Cowboys and the Rangers, and you're home of Mike Likes It.
Well, once again, one of you guys is really screwing me over by giving me all this responsibility on the show by not showing up.
He's sick. You know Corey is sick.
You can talk while you're not throwing up. You know?
That is a weird point, I guess. That's a point you made. Of all the points out there, you made
one. So real quick, I didn't know I was going to go with this, and I did ask that question because I was thinking about this, and maybe this is just from the perspective of this is the way baseball life is, and I don't want to compare it to the military, but I am going to for a second here is obviously I was not part of the military, but maybe when you kind of leave your tour of duty and you leave the men and women that you were touring with, that you were close with, I don't know if like, hey, in 6 months or 3 months when you go back on duty that it's the exact same people you're going with or it changes up a little bit. I'm sorry, I don't know that about military, but I'm just trying to compare maybe other people who've had these feelings. Is I did think when that confetti went off and we were all celebrating and we went back to the desk to continue broadcasting, what a day on Friday. Thank you, Tolos, for listening and everything like that.
Can we stop on that for just one more second? I got so much feedback about that, and I'm very grateful because I thought we're having the time of our life. I hope it's translating, and it felt like it did.
Good. I just thought of as they were walking off the stage and then they were going to go to their cars and either go to the airport the next day or that night or start their drive back to where they live is it won't be the same team next year.
Yeah.
People have asked me about Montgomery. There's quite a few free agents in that bullpen. Whether you love the pieces on this team or, like individually or not, it's just, I just thought, man, that was always kind of the tough part about a season ending. You were ready to go home. I think I never won a World Series, but even after you win a World Series, I think you're like, okay, I've been away from my family for, I guess it's 8 months now, if not 9 months that you haven't been back home. Maybe you went home for the All-Star break and that's it for the whole season. Is like, I'm ready to see my mom, my dad, my family, and possibly some of your friends too. Is I just was like, man, that's it for these guys. A lot of the team will be back. I'm not saying that the majority of the team will be back, but I just thought, man, that's it. That team is over. And for me, look, I was a guy who had to move teams. I was wanted, but not wanted enough to keep.
Right.
And so I just kind of felt sad about that moment. So for a second, there was sadness that when they were walking off stage that it was over.
Yeah.
Did you have any type of feeling as the guys were walking off the stage and we went back to the broadcast of like, this was such a joyous moment, but then that ended at least the guys being together celebration?
I don't think it was that moment. Honestly, it was actually that night, because that would have been game 6, right? And so, not that there's not, sports keeps rolling on, and obviously we've talked about the Cowboys a lot today, but I'm not as invested in early regular season Mavs or Stars as you are like the playoffs and the World Series. And so I was a little bummed out on Friday night and then obviously Saturday, because you don't have high leverage sports happening this moment. And then Sunday comes along and it felt like a really big deal. But yeah, I think that's when I was like, oh man, no high leverage Rangers.
All right. So my next Mike likes it is Corey Seager and Evan Carter. I saw these on social media and I thought this was amazing. And you name me, I know that there were a couple shots on Twitter, and I'll get to those in a second, is you name me another organization, and maybe it has happened and I forget about the Stars in 1999. I was playing baseball in Akron, Ohio, so I don't know what happened the day or two after they won the Stanley Cup. Corey Seager went to like an Academy Sports and signed autographs for free, and Evan Carter yesterday was at a Dick's Sporting Goods in our Metroplex and signing autographs for free. Like those are the MVP, the best player on your team, and then the future superstar 21-year-old. Like during the weekend after they've won the World Series and the stuff, they're just like, yeah, I'll go sign some autographs for an hour. And so like, I just thought that was amazing from the Texas Rangers and their players to like engage like that.
There's probably not enough time in the autograph line, but how much would you love it if Corey Seager was signing it and also wrote, I guess we'll never know? Like for a moment in time, people would freak out. I think it's super cool.
That'd probably have to be on an 8x10 rather than a baseball card.
That is probably true. That is probably true. But it also will help grow the game. And I know that might sound ridiculous because they just won the World Series. But when you win the World Series, you're a huge Texas Rangers fan. When you get an autograph from Evan Carter right after the World Series, that's what keeps you there forever, right?
Yes.
Now, that's what I think.
Scoobs18 asked this question, and I just responded here on Twitch. Academy paid a heck out of them. No, that is something they did out of their hearts. Now, I will say this. The Rangers might I'll give you what pretty much happens. To do that, the Rangers are like, hey, will you do this? And they give you $1,500 to go do that. But Academy, because they're a sponsor, Dick's, that just happened because it's free. If they were paying a lot of money, if they're like, hey, Corey, we'll do this. First of all, Corey Seager has a whole bunch of money. So he would probably, for that, be like, dude, I don't want to do this. I'll do it, but you're going to have to probably give me $100,000 for a short amount of time. And they're going to say, we can't do that. We don't have enough money at this local Dick's Sporting Goods. Nationally, yes, but locally, no. As a general manager, I don't have $100K to pop out to Corey Seager for an hour of his time to sign autographs. So it was really, that's out of their
I've seen
hearts.
A bunch of people are shouting out Josh Young and Adolis for also signing.
Okay, isn't this amazing?
That's awesome.
So just so you guys know, there's for them, financial benefit little to none. A little bit more for Evan Carter. He did sign for over $1 million when he got drafted, but Evan Carter is going to definitely make more money in this playoff run than he ever did playing baseball so far. This year, if you don't include him making it to the major leagues, he made about $10,000 playing baseball until he got called up to the major leagues. So that's just kind of the facts of how little you make playing minor league baseball until you make it to the majors.
This is amazing to me, Mike. I love it as much as you're bringing this up from the 682. I saw Marcus Semien at a baseball tournament in Grapevine. Then another person from the 817, Marcus Semien signed autographs at a South Lake Little League game. So they were everywhere and making multiple stops.
What's really cool about the Dick's Sporting Goods event for Evan Carter yesterday is the guy who filmed how long the line was listening to Eric Chiafalo and Brian Broaddus
on the Cowboys
pregame show on 105.3 The Fan. So you could hear that in the background, Chiafalo and Broaddus talking. So thanks a lot, whatever Tolo Broad, filmed that. The line had to be over 2,000 people, right?
It was so many people. You could hear, this is my interpretation, the size of the person as they turned or continued to go, and the line kept going.
You hear his breath going, oh my God, because he didn't know. Maybe he did, but he did a good job of filming that. And here's my question to you. I'm not going to compare him to Dak Prescott or CeeDee Lamb. First of all, nothing against those guys. They would never in a million years ever do that. I'm not saying they wouldn't sign autographs like at a local South Lake game.
I have no idea.
They're not going to a Dick's Sporting Goods and sitting down for an hour and signing autographs. Are these guys now, are these Texas Rangers as popular as Dallas Cowboys?
In this specific moment, yes. But I just like the rate. Not that everything goes off of ratings, TV ratings, is the end of the World Series was equivalent to an average Cowboys Super Bowl.
Right.
And I'm just thinking, if the Cowboys, I know we're moving into the land of fantasy here. If the Cowboys won the Super Bowl, I think there would be 1.5 to 2 million people at that parade.
Yeah, so I'm with you on that. I'm just wondering if like Mozzie Smith was signing at Dick's Sporting Goods, the same Dick's Sporting Goods, who has a longer line, Evan Carter.
For sure.
And I know I'm comparing him to a first-round pick who hasn't done much this year, but that's the person that might go to a Dick's Sporting Goods. You're never getting the starting lineup of the Dallas Cowboys to show up for any of these things. In fact, when we had Jalen Smith that one time at Texas Live, he's like, I'll take a picture. I ain't signing doodly squat. And I'm like, that's the Dallas Cowboys.
Person for person of equal stature, it's still going to be the Cowboys. But how cool is it that you could make some of these matchups? Is if it was Jake Ferguson, who had a huge game yesterday against Corey Seager, Corey Seager's having the bigger line.
Yeah.
And people might say I'm crazy for that. I believe that.
Yeah, so that was just amazing to me. Now, I will take a shot at Twitter X people because somebody responded, Evan Carter didn't sign for everybody in line. Do you understand that he would have had to been there till 9 a.m. signing? Because that line would have never stopped. More people would have said he's signing until the line is no more. The line would have never been no more. He's giving you his time for free. And I guess it's not for free. He probably got $1,500 to do that signing, which is very little. All of these guys out of their hearts, whether it was, I knew Seager and Evan Carter, but people are now giving you pretty much, hey, all the best players for the Rangers went out of our Metroplex after Friday, after the parade was over, Saturday and Sunday. They all went and just signed autographs for free for everybody, which was and is unbelievable. So I just want to tell people who maybe were at the back of the line or in the middle of the line that, hey, he signed for an hour or for 2 hours and I didn't get my stuff signed. That's not fair. That's not right, Rangers. That's not right, Evan Carter. There's no way to please everybody. So for them to go out there for free and people I heard spent overnight, I guess, that had heard about.
I just saw people texting that in. That's wild.
Which,
good for you.
Awesome. But those guys out of their hearts said, we're going to do this for the Ranger fans in our Metroplex. And I'm not trying to take a shot at Cowboys. They are just protected so much. They're wanted so much.
Sure.
This is the first time ever the Rangers have ever been wanted like this.
That's probably true.
And so the Cowboys know even Jalen Smith limping around,
Oh, my goodness,
And so
Mike.
it's just like, yeah, hey, just show up an hour late and just tell them you're not signing autographs, even though you said you would, and you got paid $10,000 to be here. That's how it works the other way. So the just Rangers, you have a special group of guys. Not only are they great at baseball, but I think you have a special group of great people too.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You know what? And I can't speak for all the Cowboys. I'm glad somebody brought this up. Micah Parsons has done a bunch of super cool things for charity. I think your point was the brand.
Yeah, there's a lot of great Dallas Cowboys, and they do a lot of great things in the community. They are never sending them to a Dick's Sporting Goods or Academy for free autographs because they know the line will be like what we just saw with Evan Carter, and the players don't need to do that or have to do that. The players felt like we want to give back to our fans, and I'm not trying to take a shot at the Cowboys. They're on a situation where the people that run that stuff for the Cowboys, like, we're not doing little things like that.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we go around the NFC East. Is there finally going to be a repeat division champ after all? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I know normally this is where we would go into the C block, but Corey is sick. Perhaps he'll be back tomorrow, perhaps not, but hopefully very soon. So we're going to do something totally different here, and we're going to go around the NFC East. But first, I got this from the good people at Roadshow Cards, who are excellent friends, always.
This is what happens when you show up late to a meeting, Bassick.
Yeah!
In Mansfield, right? We've been to their...
We have been there.
Been to their shop a couple times. Awesome guys, yeah.
Absolutely, and they always donate cool stuff for Peace-a-thon, and appreciate them very, very much if you want to go check them out. Got a note from them. From a card buying perspective, people are buying more and paying more for Seager, Carter, and Garcia over Dak and CD, but not as much as Parsons. So, interesting note right there. You ready to go around the NFC East?
Yep.
That, you know what? Good enough. Would you like? Should I just start? No.
B,
Stop it.
D,
Stop it.
E, F, G.
Okay.
Eagles.
I'm going to take you.
They beat us.
Yes, I am aware.
They're 2.5 games up on us now because they have the tiebreaker.
Yes, I am aware.
For now, though.
There you go. That's a spirit. Let's go to cut number 24. This is a person calling in to Philadelphia radio. But feel free to wait. There's going to be a pretty hard twist that gets thrown in there.
I have never hated anything more than I hate the Dallas Cowboys, ever. The only game I look forward to any year, the 365 days, all 4 major sports, is the Dallas Eagles game in Philly. We need to bring this back. I hate the Cowboys. Everyone who loves the Eagles should hate the Cowboys. Hate them, despise them, including the players. Sirianni's a motivator. He's all about culture. He needs to bring that back. He's got to get the team up, the players up, to hate the Cowboys. Hit them in the face. Knee them in their glory holes, as Jerry would say. You've got to bring that culture back. You've got to get them. Sorry, I'm pulling someone over. You've got to get that back and get them back in. This is not just a game. This year especially, it's the division. This could be the home field advantage for the playoffs or not.
Yes, that was, in fact, a police officer.
That is awesome.
Who said, sorry, I'm pulling someone over. Alec, can we go back and just isolate that one part? Because that's incredible, because that person seemed really focused on their rant. He even took the shot at the glory hole joke, all while they were in the midst of tracking someone's, maybe tracking their license, but getting ready to pull them over. Let's hear it one more time for the big M. Night Shyamalan style twist on this.
You've got to get them. Sorry, I'm pulling someone over. You've got to get that.
All right. What is more noteworthy? Is it that, or I'm going to take you to cut number 21. Jess asked me if these are people getting engaged at the Eagles-Cowboys game. No, it was people getting married at the tailgate before the Eagles-Cowboys game.
Do you take Rob to be your lawfully wedded husband? And you kiss the bride.
Cut it off. I don't want to hear that spelling. I do not want to hear that spelling. What do you think is more noteworthy?
E.
No! Stop it! The Eagles fans.
Why does spelling the Eagles upset Cowboy fans so much? Look, I hate the Eagles, but it's just.
It doesn't feel like it right now, Mike.
Spelling out their name. I feel like that's
Can't have it. Can't do it.
Basic thing.
Can't have it.
They came up with a chant. Hey, what could make us original? What if we spell out our name?
Like the Jets. What is more noteworthy?
They're not even original doing that now.
The cop pulling someone over in the midst of their sports radio rant, or the Eagles fans getting married in the parking lot before a game?
Why make me choose? I think the cop is just, that is unbelievable.
Hold on. I'm pulling somebody over. All right. Obviously, the Cowboys lost yesterday to the Eagles. Jalen Hurts now 16-1 in his last 17 home games for Philly. So clearly done an incredible job there. And then Jalen Hurts has passed Randall Cunningham for the most rushing TDs in Eagles history. Jalen Hurts has 33. Randall Cunningham had 32, and Donovan McNabb is third with 28.
Okay. Good for them. But they don't have 5 Super Bowls like our Dallas Cowboys. COWBOYS Cowboys!
Woo! That's what I'm looking for.
Cowboys learned yesterday, right?
Well, they did.
It's a great learn for the Dallas Cowboys. Our guy Micah Parsons learned yesterday.
On the Cowboys front, Dak now falls to 7-2 against the Eagles in his career.
And you didn't say he played great yesterday.
I said he played really, really good.
What takes you from really, really good to just the word great? Is really, really good better than great?
No.
Really, really, really good. Because I had a guy that would say 3 reallys, and that meant like perfection if you got 3 reallys.
Maybe that's the scale. Maybe it's 3. I just feel like great is better than whatever superlative you put before good, right?
Okay.
Like no matter how many reallys you say. Dak also had 374 yards passing and 3 touchdowns. That 374 yards passing were his most in a non-overtime game since the season opener back in 2021. So most yards he's thrown for in a non-overtime game in 2.5 years. Well done, sir.
He did it.
Stop it. I know what you're doing.
I'm just ticking off people right now.
Hurry and heal up, Corey. We miss you. CeeDee Lamb. I want to see if you can do this. This is tough. CeeDee Lamb is one of 3 receivers to have 10 or more catches in 3 games this year.
Okay.
Can you name the other 2?
Catches 10 or more catches in
at least 3 games this year.
Oh, well, you know what's going to be weird is I think I'm going to get one is Puka Nacua, right?
Incorrect.
Dang it. I thought he started off the year with like 73 catches in 2 games.
He did, but part of that was because he had like 18 catches in that first game, right?
Okay, he didn't have a 15-catch game, too? I guess it'd have to be 3,
yeah.
so...
I'll double check.
He didn't hit the 3 mark.
That's true.
Jefferson got hurt quickly, so even he would be... how about Tyreek Hill? He's had a great year so far.
Oh, that is a good guess.
But I'm wrong again?
Incorrect.
Great. This segment's going horribly bad for me.
It's because you kept doing all your spelling nonsense.
Well, I'm also trying to get a Shohei Ohtani rookie before he becomes a Texas Ranger, okay?
Okay. Is Jamar Chase, and the person I don't think you would have guessed.
He got off to a rough start,
he
too.
Did. Well, I mean, clearly.
And then he hit his back hard last night. Did you see that play?
Yes, I did. But they've been turning it up, right?
They have, and Bills have been turning it down.
That is very true. The other one is Adam Thielen.
Oh, wow. For Carolina, huh?
Definitely.
I feel like their quarterback has 10 completions every game. So that seems like that is a really huge feat for Adam Thielen as he's playing with little Bryce Young, as we like to call him.
Do we call him little Bryce Young?
Well, isn't he like 5'6"?
I don't know if he's that.
Spud Young? Oh, my God. Muggsy Young?
And then also...
How uncomfortable are you right now? On a scale of 1 to 10, how uncomfortable do I make you that you think I'm going to cross the line?
Yeah, like a 7.5, because I know it's there. I've seen you in meetings where you've definitely crossed the line, and I get nervous.
What's my deal?
Yeah, what is your deal, Mike? By the way, Brandon Aubrey, 51-yard field goal. I thought maybe he'd get a short one to break the record. He did not. 19 for 19 to start off the season. That is an NFL record for most field goals made, 19 without a miss to start his NFL career. But you can't get cocky because the person whose record he beat was out of the NFL in 2 years.
You even hit was that an extra point?
Yes, it was.
An extra point, yeah.
That was.
Counts, went in.
It does. We told you earlier that Daniel Jones went down. He is out for the rest of the year with an ACL injury, but the Giants also put Darren Waller and Tyrod Taylor on injured reserve. So it is going catastrophic for the Giants. But if you're a Giants,
guess who they play this week?
Tell me about it.
Isn't it the Cowboys? Pretty sure.
I was going to see if you were going to stick with your convictions.
Well, you always confuse me. Last week at this time, I was like, look, I'm so invested in the Rangers. I'm like, the Cowboys play, is it Sunday Night Football? I felt like I was, and then you're like, is it? And I'm like,
it wasn't.
I don't know. I'm asking you a question, Kevin.
Yes.
I don't know what time the Cowboys play on Sunday.
3:25 against the Giants.
Oh, that's a mistake for the NFL.
What?
Right?
Why?
Because 3:25 means premium game. 3:10 or 3:15 kickoff means
I get
like,
what you're
they're
saying.
playing at 3:00. And I feel like the NFL's like, it's the Cowboys. It will still draw well, but they are playing a crap team, and they'll probably win. I'm going to give you my prediction today instead of Friday.
Okay.
Cowboys win 40-3. They will give up a field goal in this upcoming game. So 40-3, Cowboys over New York. I'm assuming the spread isn't 37, but
It's not.
that's what it
I'll
is in my
check.
mind.
Okay. It was crazy yesterday, and I know this is not the case anymore. By the way, the Cowboys are favored by 16 points.
That's close.
I know it's going to be closer now because of how close the Philly game was, but did you see the crazy stat that the Cowboys had the largest margin of victory in the NFL this year?
Yeah.
But also the largest margin of defeat in the NFL?
Yeah.
That is freaking wild.
We brought that down, though.
Yes,
we only
we
lost by
did.
5.
Yes,
in
we
your face,
did.
stats.
Let's go.
Could have covered the spread if we just kicked the field goal. We were at the 27-yard line.
Okay, but you don't think they should have done that, right? Oh, my God.
For fun, yes. Okay. Just because if McCarthy would have come on the post-game show here on 105.3, the Fan said, well, guys, we covered the spread. And just lit everybody on fire. Can you imagine if that would have happened? What was the spread?
It was 3.
Yeah, it's a victory, boys.
So stupid.
How about them Cowboys?
So stupid. I can see why people don't like you. Let's talk about the Commanders. The Commanders got their first road victory against the Patriots since 1996 with their 20-17 win.
Was that like Heath Schuler who won that game?
Actually, it probably was. I didn't go back and double check that, but that actually sounds right. I know he was drafted by them. Is Washington amassed at least 400 yards in back-to-back games. That's the first time they've done that in 3 years. And don't look now, and you still might not think he's any good, but Sam Howell has 2,640 yards in 9 games.
I watched some of that game.
Okay, what do you think?
He was good yesterday.
Yesterday, I agree with that. That's the most ever yards to start the first 9 games for the Commanders.
Okay.
Do you think
I
they still
just
move on
wouldn't-
from him?
No, because they're good enough that they can't.
Yeah.
Does that make now? The only way that they can is I'm not going to put them out of the running for Kyler Murray in the offseason. Look, Arizona is going to land either Caleb Williams or I'm sorry, is it the North? Drake May. I do think that's the new quarterback for Arizona next year, which means Kyler Murray will be traded. So I do think a team like Washington could be very interested in a Kyler Murray and saying Eric Bieniemy. I think Rivera is going to get fired, but
I could see that.
I could see them going, hey, give me Kyler Murray, move Sam Howell back to backup quarterback because Kyler has a lot of injury issues being a little guy in the NFL. So I wouldn't put it past them to do that, but Bieniemy would have to be the guy I'd go to and say, hey, do you believe that you can get him to the Kyler Murray that everybody thought he was in 2021?
Sure. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how will the World Series champion Texas Rangers answer these key questions? We'll fire it up for you next right here on The Fan.
Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
It's a big two-point play. Pollard behind him, fakes the draw, rolls to his right, looking in the end zone, running to the 5, toward the pylon, diving! Did he get the pylon? He did! Prescott runs it in for the two-point conversion, and it's a field goal game.
Crowd doesn't like the call. Now they like the review. Oh, yeah.
He didn't make it.
We're going to see
He did not make it.
He did not make it, and the Cowboys would fall to the Eagles yesterday right here on 105.3 The Fan. And by the way, for the Mavs fans asking, the Dallas Mavericks victorious last night over the Hornets. They'll get back after it tonight in a game that I know we've had some discussions about who is going to play and who is not going to play as they go up against OKC. Orlando.
And Orlando's playing well this year, if you didn't say that. But
4-2, I believe.
What do you real quick? What do you think before we get into Cowboys? Do you think the on a back-to-back this early in the year, the Mavericks are off to a good start? Do you think they're going to try to play Luka and Kyrie tonight?
I think they are.
Okay,
but
I like what you're saying. I hope you're right. I hope I'm wrong.
On the flip side, let me ask you this. With maybe the more offensive production from Williams and Lively, do you think they're better suited if one of them sits than last year to still pick up the win? Better suited. I'm not saying that means they are going to win.
Yes.
That is a soft yes. That is a very soft yes. All right. By the way, Orlando's favored by 3.5. Take that for what you will.
So Vegas is cooking in. The Mavs might not be
because otherwise,
100%.
In Orlando, I would have thought it would have been closer to Mavs by 1 or 2, something in that nature. All right. You ready for some baseball? Let's talk about baseball again.
What are we doing? Woo! I thought we were talking football.
Nope.
We're going back to baseball?
We're going back to baseball.
I like you.
Thanks. Sometimes you have a funny way of showing it. The reaction that we got...
I'll physically show it if you want me to.
Oh, my God. No, thank you. Is the reaction we got for Steven interviews versus Bochy interviews. It is astonishing how different people are feeling right now. So I wanted to run through this Dallas Morning News article about some key off-season questions for the Rangers. And I know you might be like, let's talk more Cowboys, but also free agency officially opens at 4 o'clock today. So I'm not
it's crazy.
I'm not predicting anything crazy will happen, but it is there. I think the answer is definitely yes. Do you think that the Rangers are comfortable paying the competitive balance tax for a second straight year?
Yes, I do. I think Ray Davis has a lot going for him right now, and I also think Ray Davis loved that feeling. It paid off, and I think he's willing to do this for a while because he's still making a lot of money.
Yeah.
It might, and this one, he did make a lot more, but I do think he's not going, gosh, if I get Shohei Ohtani on $50 million a year, I might go into the poorhouse. That's not the case for Ray Davis.
And since you brought this up, I know you think it is an option. Is Shohei Ohtani an option? And what I want to add to that is, how real of an option is that? We kind of debunked the John Heyman thing earlier, but the Rangers are still high up on that list.
My brother-in-law asked me a percentage of that Shohei Ohtani's a Texas Ranger next year, and I said my percentage is probably going to be higher than most, and I said 20%. There's going to be 10 teams bidding on him. You're going to be one of 10 teams that is bidding on him because of the market he brings into your area. But if there's 10 teams and I'm slicing that pie and I'm giving 20% of the pie to the Rangers, I'll tell you what, I'm going to give 20% of the pie to the LA Dodgers. So that takes up 40% of the pie to two teams. I do think this is going to be a battle between the Dodgers and the Rangers. I really do. I understand San Francisco wants them bad too. But I think the Rangers legitimately have a chance and are legitimately going to get close to $500 million, if not $500 million on this contract for him.
Would you rather have Jordan Montgomery and Josh Hader than Shohei?
No.
Okay.
I do like. It's a good question.
Yeah.
It's not an easy no, but I have to answer this in radio time.
Yes.
So I'm going to lean towards I'd rather have Shohei. I think Shohei next year in this lineup. Think about what he did last year, and I know he got hurt. Think about what he did. Mike Trout was not a very good hitter last year. He was good, but not close to what he usually does. And there was nobody else in this lineup. I can't remember who it was. It was Chapman in Toronto. Chapman almost punched his manager in the face for pitching to him. Like, why are you doing this? There's a load of you-know-what around Shohei in this lineup right now. Stop throwing him a pitch. Can you imagine if he has Evan Carter and Seager and Simeon and Adolis and Josh Young and Jonah Heim and possibly, like, let's just say Nate Lowe and maybe even Wyatt Langford surrounding this guy?
Yeah.
What? Okay, don't pitch to Shohei. Ready? You got Corey Seager next. You
Good
ready?
luck.
You got Adolis and Simeon and Carter and Young and Heim. Like,
Good luck.
he might here in Texas, Shohei might break Aaron Judge's record that he just had in the American League. He might hit over 62 home runs.
All right, and that would be awesome. And this leads us to another
And he
question.
wouldn't worry about pitching next year either.
That's true. From the 682, will Mike get drunk on air like Broadus if the Rangers sign Ohtani? That is a quality question right there.
I have got drunk on the air before.
Oh no.
It's been a long time.
What was that when the Mavs won or?
No, I wasn't hired then.
Okay.
It was when we had to do a show at Texas Motor Speedway overnight.
Okay,
I
yeah.
was like, screw it. Let's just drink.
Fantastic. All right.
Maybe I do it again.
Yeah.
Would you want me to?
I don't know.
I can still, even though I'm having a party, I can still get fired. So
yeah, my instincts say no, but Broadus was super fun on Friday. And the whole reason I asked that about Hader and Montgomery is it feels like, obviously the Rangers have Jordan Montgomery. They're going to try to bring him back. They've been rumored a lot with Josh Hader, the superstar closer.
Yeah.
But it feels like neither of those are viable options if Shohei is here.
Right.
Okay.
Because you are spending approximately $50 million on.
yeah.
I do think, I don't know if you're asking this Kershaw question coming up, but I do think Clayton Kershaw is a really strong, real possibility here. That being said, I don't know if he's ever going to pitch again. Shoulder surgery at 36 years old is not good. But I do think there's a risk reward that both sides are willing to take right now. And I just don't know how much the Dodgers are wanting to bring back Kershaw right now.
Do the Rangers try to get an extension done with a young player?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think, because I threw out Adolis for you in the past, who will now be arbitration eligible, and you told me, I want to make sure you're still on this.
Yes.
Is that you don't believe a long-term extension is going to be there. They'll ride out the arbitration where he will definitely get paid.
Yes, I think that's going to be the Garcia route. I know that Garcia would love to stay a Ranger for more than 3 years. I think the Rangers are looking at it and going, we love him, but we can do year to year. And unfortunately for him, he didn't make the major leagues till he's 28 or 29. So
that is correct.
His 6 years is going to take him to 33 years old. And I just don't know if the Rangers want to buy into year 34 and 35 with Adolis. And they love him, but it's just the business of baseball, where Evan Carter is going to be a free agent when he's 26, 27 years old, which means you would still be looking at a 10-year contract if he played it out that way. I do know this. Josh Young's agent is Scott Boras. It's probably not, you're probably not going to be able to buy him out of free agent years. He's not opposed to possibly, when Mark Teixeira was here, he's not opposed to doing, like right now, a 5-year deal to buy him out of arbitration. But I don't know if you're going to get, I won't say free years, but buy you out of Josh Young free agent years.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I appreciate what you're saying right there. I think the answer is definitely a no, but it comes up all the time. I've already seen it.
And Evan Carter, I do think they're going to work really hard on like an 8-year contract with Evan Carter.
Okay.
Will it get done? I think you can look at Corbin Carroll. 8 years, $110 million. I think that's in play for both sides.
Any chance on Trevor Bauer? That question continues
I
to
don't
come in
think
all
so.
the time.
I think the culture here is so great. These guys love each other so much. Everybody doesn't get along on every team. Michael Young came on and talked about that. But I do think, how much do you want to bring in a Trevor Bauer right now, talented pitcher, hurt this year at times in Japan, and possibly ruin one of the very strong things that you have going? I don't know if Bochy wants to do that. I don't think you're going to get a good report from Corey Seager on how it was as a teammate with him. So you can ask Corey Seager that question. I don't think anybody played with him in Cleveland or Cincinnati. I could be wrong, but you could form opinions on Bauer. I think he's going to be back in Major League Baseball. I'm leaning towards that, not strongly, but I don't think it'll be as a Ranger.
What do you think is the contract it will take for Jordan Montgomery?
5 for $130.
Okay, so 26 year. I like that. And then, do you think the Texas Rangers enter next year? I know you have to make this decision right now when things could still move and shake, as the AL West favorites.
Yes, I think that they'll be the AL West favorites.
Let's go.
It'll be close. It will be close with Houston. And I'll tell you what, Seattle is not going to be the favorite, but Seattle's not going to be a bad team next year. I do think the Angels will be horrible. And I think Oakland will be horrible too. So you will have 24 games there against those two teams. That this is probably too high of a standard. But, man, you could go 20-4 against those teams. That sets you up pretty well for the rest of the season.
And then the last thing I want to ask you, we've kind of touched on it a little bit here and there. I didn't realize this was an issue for people until I looked on social media afterwards. Have you seen feedback from people saying they didn't love the parade? I loved all of the parade.
I haven't, but if you were one of 750,000 people out there, there's going to be some complaints.
Yeah.
I get it. Hopefully, whatever your complaints are, guess what? The Rangers are really part of this community. They just sent out 5 of their best players in baseball out into the community to sign autographs for free for you.
Yeah.
They are probably going to take in how the first ever parade in Arlington ever went. The things that went well, they're going to do the same. The things that maybe didn't go as well, they're going to try to improve. So what if you couldn't see the players, let's say? They're probably going to try to get them on elevated trucks or elevated whatever to put them on. If you felt like parking was an issue, there might not be much they can do with that. Arlington is getting bigger, and they're building more things, which means less parking. So I don't know how they can help out the parking situation, but I do think they can help out maybe the seeing the players a little bit better situation.
And then also not releasing the vehicles so far apart. That and maybe slowing down. Those are the other two things. Is folks,
they felt like it went too fast.
Folks thought the drivers were going too fast.
Okay, that can be improved on.
But the time between cars releasing was too long as well.
Okay.
Now, part of that will change, obviously, if you put everybody on the same vehicle. But those are some of the big things that I heard. Now, from where we were in the midst of all these people, and I thought it was a blast. But I understand a lot of people invested a lot of time, and some were disappointed with their
how
experience.
quick it went.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, that can be improved upon.
Yes.
I have no clue what speed we were going at, to be honest.
I saw a couple of videos, and a couple of the floats did look like they were moving quickly.
Okay.
Just compared. I know you were on cloud 9 and maybe not focusing
It
on
was
that.
I mean, when we got done, I was like, dang, that went fast. But I don't know. I also was standing up a lot too. And if we were going 40 miles an hour, I don't think I would have been standing up in the back. But that being said, all of those things can be improved upon. It's not the easiest thing. Think about the parades. When 2011 in downtown Dallas, I'm going to be honest, I can't remember exactly how that went. Was it double-decker buses?
I thought so.
And most of there were 3 double-decker buses for the players, so you could have.
You saw so many
5
more per
on
vehicles.
each one, and then you had kind of. I don't know exactly how it went, but I understand. There's going to be complaints, but we can get better at this. We just have to win more championships.
Okay. I like that. I support that idea. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105 through the Fan.
Classic Chevrolet is racing to finish the year #1 in America. They're leading the way with an unheard of 400 Silverados with their best Black Friday savings all month long. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
First and goal at the 7, but now the clock down to 6.5 minutes. Prescott in the gun, Lamb in the slot. Prescott back, flushed out. Great block by Tyron. Rolling, throwing to the end zone, wide open. Tolbert for the touchdown. Coming left to right against the boundary.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where unfortunately the Cowboys did lose to the Eagles 28-23. Mike has, I believe it was described as politely, been kicking people in the balls all day. Did you have a #1 takeaway from the Cowboys game yesterday? And if so, would you share it, please?
You asking me?
Yeah, you can start.
You guys.
Anybody can start.
I usually Gavin starts the show, so I was just I was letting my leader, my guy, start the show today.
Tell us all the things that you loved last night.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I was trying to get ready, and usually Gavin talks. My bad.
I thought yesterday watching my 2-year-old daughter fall off of her high chair, hit her head on the corner of the kitchen table, and then fall back onto the ground was the biggest disaster I was going to witness in my home yesterday. Then I saw Terrence Steele play right tackle.
Oh, my God. Is your daughter okay?
Yeah, we did go to the emergency room.
Oh, my God.
It looked like a cartoon, dude. Whoop! It goose egged really big, and then it turned white and purple.
Did she cry?
Yeah.
That's a good sign.
Okay, yeah.
Why is that?
Because
the brain's working.
Yeah, I'm just married to a pediatrician. If something like a head injury happens, that like crying like immediate pain is a good thing.
Yeah, she was crying. I thought she was going to be fine, so I picked her up and looked at her, and I was like, "Yeah, you're fine. Okay, let's go back to eating your chicken." She sat there and cried for another 45 seconds, so I went back to her, and I saw the like goose egg growing in real time. Ooh. I was like, honey, you might want to take a look at this.
It's like
but how about Ferguson, man? That's a good tight end.
Yeah, let's go. People finally joining the Ferguson party, huh?
We're going all the way.
Man.
We're setting everybody up.
Do I need to worry about how wide open Brandon Cooks was when we went to Old Scooney on that?
That's not a new development.
No.
And
Yeah.
people want to text in and say Brandon Cooks isn't a good player anymore. What a bust he is. No, to help if you just threw him the damn football.
And when we talk about the development of, that was one of the questions I asked Steven is, whatever you think about Michael Gallup, the development at Tolbert, my question was, is it coming at the expense of Brandon Cooks? And he was like, no, I don't think so. I do think so.
Yeah, there's been a couple of different times where they've got down into the red zone, tight red zone, where they've tried to get the ball to Cooks, and then, say Biotish decides he doesn't want to block on that particular play.
Yeah.
And now Dak is facing pressure. There have been some creative things they've done to try, but the pass you mentioned to Schoonmaker, when you watch that on tape, man, Dak took the harder of the two throws. And maybe because the blitz, he was facing a blitz, but Dak is usually hanging there. They ran double picks is what they did. Schoonmaker and Ferguson picked, but the mesh point picks have just not been very good.
The Cooks one looked great.
Well, and the Cook one, and so CD and Cooks, they do that enough.
They run it well. The tight ends will mess that up.
The tight ends. I'll tell you what, the pass that went to Gallup, he was running a pick for Ferguson, and what happened on the play, though, is the Eagles were in zone defense. And so all of a sudden they had Bradbury waiting on the other side. So I think that Gallup probably was thinking, I'm not going to get this ball. But again, they try and run the pick to create opportunity for Ferguson to get the ball, and Dak's like, no, man, he's not open. You got to take it. And I don't think he was particularly ready to catch that ball, but you have to be ready in that situation. But their mesh points on some of these pick routes, rub routes, we love when they do it because we see everybody else in the league creates massive separation. And we're struggling with to make that happen.
Does it feel like it's unlikely to change? Because if it was going to change, you feel like it would have been implemented more in this game?
I just wonder because there's so many of these days where we hear Veteran Day. How many guys are really practicing today? Or all the guys that are out? And I'm just, Mike, you're a former professional athlete. And so I'll say this. When you didn't practice, you probably weren't ready for the game.
Yeah, it's crazy to me at times how little football players can practice, but how good they can be at this.
Yeah. The thing that I always wonder is like, okay, with all these veteran days and now you're trying to implement things during practice that you're going to run in the game, but you're not practicing them. I think there's what's the trade-off here? Is the trade-off like we got healthy guys, or the trade-off we don't know what the hell we're doing? Or we're not.
Is that possibly like an issue of a delay a game with last play, like 5 yards? I don't know.
You needed those 5 yards.
Yep.
By the way, you should have known very early in the game that these officials were serious about calling delay of game when the Eagles got one on an extra point. When they got a delay on an extra point, which normally never happens, you should have been right there and knowing, okay, this is going to be one of these games that we have to be on the screws when it comes to getting plays in, communications, all that. And unfortunately, I'll tell you what, you got away. Well, there was a lot of poor calls for both teams. I know people hate me for saying this.
Yeah, people did get pretty fired up about.
That's okay. And and vent, be mad, whatever you want to do. But feel like this though, when the 2-point play you ran where Dak, and by the way, Brandon Graham, what a play. But Brandon Graham, it reminded me so much of Jeff Heath in that game against the Raiders when he fetched, when he
forced the fumble.
They forced the fumble on,
on Carr.
On Carr's trying to get to the corner there. It was just a great effort play. But you got away with one on that 2-point play. Biotish picks up the ball before the snap. Biotish is like they're calling. So Biotish picks the ball up and puts it back down. That's simulating a snap. What if you get the 2-point play and then all of a sudden, but there was no flag thrown? But you could see during the time, you're like, well, wait a minute. That's a legal procedure.
Yeah.
Right there. I mean, that's just, there were so many things that happen in these little things that happen in these games that cause you to lose. Missing Ferguson. And we'll get into it today in Krusty's Corner, but missing Ferguson on the 4th down pass to Tolbert. I mean, he wins. I mean, Ferguson wins
immediately.
Right off the line. And I mean, it's a clean shot. And Dak says, no, I'm going to throw it over here. Now, I think Dak really missed just 2 reads that I felt like in that game that were just huge plays that could have been.
What do you find fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold as always. Hagee, thanks for asking. Broadus did tease Krusty's Corner. I believe that's going to be at 3:40 today because the first hour is action-packed. The Mike McCarthy press conference at 2:30. And our guy, Cy Young, is going to join us at 2:10.
Let's go!
Champion. What you need, Mike? Any questions?
I think Major
Ohtani,
League,
maybe?
Ohtani.
I'm going to tell you something. I think baseball is in trouble with Chris Young.
Ohtani.
Who's in trouble?
I think this dude might be the Jerry West of basketball.
Let's go. All of baseball is in trouble?
I think that he's immediately working on this team. The way that I've read that book, they had the show. Winning Time, but the book's called Showtime.
By the way, is Winning Time that show got canceled?
Yeah.
Okay, I've seen clips of that.
It's so good.
That thing is incredible.
It was such a good show.
They're cussing, they're smoking, they're like it's kind of like
with the Celtics winning.
It was
it's
kind of
like it's kind of like they're trying to change out the coaches and stuff.
But in the book,
crazy
Jerry West, like they win the championship, and the next day he's like on the draft board. He's figuring out who AC Green is and trying to get Byron Scott for Norm Nixon. Like he's just like, no. I know we won, but I saw the flaws on the team, and I'm going to correct these small things to make sure that we have the best chance to win again. And I do think Chris Young is that dedicated to this and also that smart at this that he's going to be pulling off things that we don't even see that are going to be that important. He's going to find, I don't know if Jankowski is going to be on the team next year because maybe somebody's going to pay him. He's going to find the next Jankowski. He's going to do these small things. The Will Smith that nobody wants, he's going to find some dude that nobody wants and figure out for 2 months how to make it work. I think that baseball is going to go, how the crap is Chris Young figuring out all of these small things to make great impacts?
Chris Young coming up at 2:10.
That's
Looking
right.
forward to that. Thank you very much to Bruce Bochy for jumping on with us today as well for your world champion Texas Rangers. We'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Thanks to our From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. We have 5 hours of content on your home of the World Series champion, Texas Rangers. And Chris Young's coming up in about 10 minutes, guys. You looking forward to talking to the GM or what?
I gave him a high five at the parade.
Hell yeah.
I had to jump up to give him a high five, but I jumped up there and
There you go.
he says, "Hey, we'll talk to you next week." I'm like, "Yeah." Kind of yelled at him.
Don't worry, he was
yelling
yelling
at a lot
back.
of people, yeah.
There is Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup, Master Control, Woolchuck, and Chiafalo. You have Carter Freeman coordinating your video at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And we're going to have to get his thoughts on maybe not specifically Shohei Ohtani, but do they have the appetite to add an MVP candidate right now? Because that was the rumor over the weekend. Ohtani favors the Rangers. Giants and Dodgers, co-favorites. And that's exciting. You know, obviously, it's a historic type of player. It's a Babe Ruth type of figure. Is that what you'd like to see the Rangers do? Would you like to see the Rangers make a big run at Ohtani right here, Woolchuck?
I'd love it. I mean, this is something that, I'd been hearing for a while. There was flirtation at the deadline a couple years ago. I talked about it on the show. Things didn't really develop. I think the Angels proved they never really wanted to trade Ohtani. Now he's a free agent. You don't have to work with the Angels. And I think this is absolutely a ballpark he's had a lot of success in.
Loves this
He
place.
wants to win. He just saw them win a World Series. But it seems like all the big names now, you win a World Series, you're the team that's linked to him. Josh Hader. People believe, hey, Josh Hader is going to end up with the Rangers. That's the best bullpen arm out there. I get some people are saying maybe quit on his team at the end of the year. Do you want him? I don't know. But that's your biggest weakness. Go ahead and bring in the best arm at that spot. That's a free agent. But I'd love Shohei Ohtani because as a DH, he's an incredible bat. He's one of the best in all of baseball. But also, if you don't want him to be a starter, maybe that's a guy you can look at as a closer or relief pitcher for you for an inning or two.
Yeah, crazy GM Brian from baseball was thinking about, hey, how do we get Ohtani? Let's trade. Let's do. I was trying to line up prospects and drum up business and all that. And, hey, I'm glad nobody listened to me because that, now that you have the opportunity to maybe go out and meet with him.
You were
going to
send him Evan Carter.
You were drumming up business. We were drumming up championships over here.
Was I going to send him Evan Carter?
No, I think
you were. I think you were going to send them literally everyone.
Well, then shame on you if you were going to send him
I
Evan
was
Carter.
I was going to.
I thought we ruled out Evan Carter.
I thought you proposed changing the name to the Texas Ohtanis and making it a one-man show.
I know. I just wanted to make the deal happen. I think I was probably. I'm just glad everybody cooler heads prevailed on this one.
Yeah,
and you guys didn't listen to me, but I mean, we'll still get him. I think that would be great. I think they would absolutely. I think that would be so fitting for the Rangers just to continue to add pieces and and spend money on players that could absolutely keep you in the news.
Well, we do have CY coming up in about 5 or 6 minutes, and we'll try to get his thoughts on what their offseason plans look like as we look back and start to look forward a little bit. Their projected payroll is $210 million. The tax threshold is at $237 million. So do they want to go over the luxury tax threshold? Is that something they could possibly do? Or is that considered a hard stop sign for Ray Davis? I don't know.
They handed Ray Davis a trophy the other day. That thing sits in his office now. That should remind him every day what he needs to do to help this baseball team. I mean, the fans will fill that place up for him. You get Shohei Ohtani here. The fans will fill. I mean, when the Angels come to town, I mean, how many extra fans did you have in that?
Tons.
Just imagine.
Oh my gosh, yeah,
just
absolutely.
imagine that, and him going on the road stuff. This to me is it would be so fitting if he could pull this off. And an 80-year-old guy, and you get a taste of winning that way, and you see about the parade and how much fun all that was.
Yeah,
some of us overserved at times, but it was okay. I'm not saying. You just keep going.
Here we go. I do not want Ohtani. This is Seager and Simeon's team, says the 817.
He's not that guy. It's still Seager and Simeon's team. Ohtani's not coming in and saying, hey, this is my team. He wants to be a part of the culture and the success that this team is having.
Yeah.
He's not trying to take over for Seager and Simeon.
No, I mean, a baseball team is one where there has to be multiple stars. If you have a chance to get the best player in the game, I know you can get sort of sentimental and nostalgic about your players, especially after they've become champions. And I would not want to see this team break up the core, right, in order to make room for Ohtani. I don't want to do wholesale changes and bring in Ohtani. But if we're talking about adding Ohtani and maybe having a tough decision on a couple of guys, but you still have the majority of it together, it's a no-brainer. Fans, I think with their hearts. The best GMs don't turn down opportunities to add a modern-day Babe Ruth.
Yeah, you're not saying no to Ohtani. For the on-field
You're
production,
taking a meeting. You're absolutely taking that meeting. Right?
For sure. Yeah. Absolutely. You're taking the meeting 10 times out of 10.
Yeah,
the production on the field.
Easiest yes any team will ever have.
I mean, it's great for business as well, as you mentioned, Broadus. Like, I don't see a single downside to this thing. If he gives you the pitching, fantastic in some capacity, but just the bat alone, the nightmare that it would be for opposing pitchers. My gosh.
Yeah. Seager and him and Carter and Langford and Simeon. Wow. I mean, you can talking about maybe one of the greatest teams of all time.
Well, and Michael Young, who of course is involved
he's coming
in
back
making
too.
Decisions.
Let's go.
He thinks Ohtani's the best player ever.
Yeah.
Maybe. So he's got love for him.
It's true.
I like Brian's closer idea too. Like, could he just be your DH or your outfielder, but he's also available to close like 2 out of every 3 games?
Yeah.
Maybe that could take a little bit of the load off of his arm.
Absolutely.
And maybe
pitches 1 inning.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I mean, we're not talking about doing this till 2025.
No.
Right? Obviously, next year is a total off year from all kinds of throwing. You're just DHing.
I just need him to hit, in this ballpark, hit about 40 home runs, which he probably will do.
Okay, we're standing by for Chris Young, maybe coming up in 3 or 4 minutes. On your home of the Rangers. Mavs beat the Hornets 124-118. A lot of people tuned into that after the Cowboys game. Hardy back in the rotation. He was great. Lively coming along very nicely. And Jason Kidd saying the kids are starting to figure it out. Grant Williams is a perfect player for this Mavs team. He's awesome.
Yeah, I don't appreciate what Grant Williams did, though, in his postgame. He had the Eagles jersey on.
Yeah, I know. I was like, come on, bro.
Hey, congratulations. You won.
Read the room, dog.
If you're an Eagles fan, go for it. But, yeah, really good. I mean, the Mavs were down at coming out of half, they were down 10. They weren't playing particularly well. And then Luka, he's on the court, and he's kind of grabbing his thigh again. I'm like going, oh, please don't be one of these days. But
I think him and Kyrie are both questionable for tonight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, this is a game where maybe second of a back-to-back, we're injured, you're load managing and taking a little bit of the strain off of, your player who's still coming back and has been playing great. The amazing thing right now, though, an actual team offense is coming into focus. These guys appear to have a much better chance of having a defensive identity, and your rookie Lively, I thought I was going to have to eat a ton of crow on C.J. Stroud, but the amount of crow I'm going to have to eat on Lively might dwarf that, actually. I mean, this guy can ball. Apparently, as a big man, college production doesn't mean anything. If you're anonymous and running around like, oh, no, I can't get a rebound or block a shot or dunk on 19-year-olds who are 195 pounds soaking wet, you can go play against professionals who have been lifting weights for the last 10 years as long as you're on the court with Luka, and he's going to throw you alley-oops, and somehow the space is going to be there for you to start yanking down like 11 rebounds per game. So we're going to have to, reevaluate, I think, what our idea is of big men transitioning from college to the pros.
And you got to you grade on a different scale when that player is coming into, as you mentioned, playing alongside Luka, playing alongside Kyrie Irving. All of a sudden now you ain't a focal point at all. I can't worry about you, Derek Lively. And when you're that athletic and you got guys feeding you, I mean, my gosh, dude, you just get to go out there and, okay, I'll do some putbacks. I don't have anybody really worrying about me.
Yeah.
Let me just go be athletic.
And he is doing that tremendously well. So great. The Mavs are off to a great start, and the AAC is going to be rocking tonight, 7-2-1, hosting 9-1-1 Boston this evening, Brian.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, that was a nice job, though, on the Western Canadian swing. I mean, going to Vancouver and trying to get that one was going to be difficult. They're playing really, really well. So, yeah, nice to be back on home ice. I was going, if I could circle back, this game against Orlando tonight, Orlando's got a good young team, right?
Yeah.
Aren't they? They're one of those teams that kind of
beat the Mavs last year.
They're 4-2.
Yeah, they're 4-2, but they got my guy Joe Ingles, right?
They've been
Joe Ingles.
Ingles.
Joe Ingles, like the old man out there throwing it up. Yeah.
They've been stockpiling talent, and it appears that this might be a year where that talent is ready to grow up and start winning some games. So it's going to be a challenge for the Mavs tonight, and maybe not. All is lost. You still have some talented players, and you can defend. And I'm looking for Tim Hardaway Jr. to keep shooting it, Brian, and maybe have himself the kind of big game that can put him on the trade market. You know what I'm talking about?
I see what you're doing already.
I see what the Mavs are doing.
I see what you're doing already.
The
right
Mavs
now.
are playing a lot, giving the ball a lot. He's
Yeah.
responding. He's averaging 18, 19 points per game, and he's shooting 39% from three. If this keeps up, you might have a trade asset on your hands.
You majored in this, right?
Yeah.
You majored in willing it, talking about it into existence.
Yes.
So I see exactly what you're doing.
In my dream.
So just
Let's go.
every day, get ready at 2:11. Gavin will give you a report of how Hardaway's playing
Perfect.
for it, and in a positive light.
They really need a.
Here we go.
We have CY. No, they need a capable athletic big to complement Lively. It's not Dwight Powell. It's not Rashawn Holmes. Okay, can you give me somebody else to go handle the bigger guys like Jokic and Embiid? You know, right now you're done against Jokic. You're going to lose the games. You're going to get swept in a playoff series. Is there a player out there you could trade for that could at least help you hold it down and hope your perimeter advantage against guys like Jamal Murray and Porter and stuff can win the series? Because right now, Jokic would squash you.
Yeah, we could borrow a bat from the Rangers and maybe do some damage that way. That'd about be the only time we'd stop him, I think.
Talking about going Tanya Harding here?
If we have to, just trying to kind of slow him down a little bit.
Have to get Troy Aikman's thoughts on that. See how he feels. Cowboys lose. 2 chances for the game-winning drive. Just couldn't do it. To me, it's fun, but I'm over it. I'm sorry. Does somebody else want to talk about them? Because the Rangers just won the World Series. The Mavs and Stars look good, and I feel like I've been watching Groundhog's Day with the Cowboys. Hey, it's a good team. Guess what? You can't drive in the fourth quarter. Oh, here's multiple chances to go score it. Oh, but Dak had a great game, didn't he? Yeah. I don't think so. I mean, at least, the thing about it, they have absolutely zero running game. We knew that going in. That was going to be a problem. Philadelphia statistically wasn't any better. What Philadelphia was able to do is their playmakers individually, they have guys that do make plays. I mean, whether it's the tight ends, the receivers. I mean, Smith quiet really all day, whether they hit him for a bomb. Brown, the way they run him around in there. Goddard, they run the ball, Gainwell just well enough. The quarterback's playing on one leg, and you really can't get to him. That's tough football right there. But what happened at the very end of that game, just it's the comedy of errors,
just the dysfunction. Really.
It just and if you watch the last several plays, it just. The last play that they threw the ball to Lamb was the only one that had any resemblance of a route. Everything else was 4 verticals trying to get, and there wasn't anything. They weren't trying to. The guys are trying to get open. It's all about. It's like playing in the backyard. Okay, hey, everybody, just go deep. I'm going to lob it. There was really nothing that you would say. Okay, this is a play. Okay, let's hit this. Let's hit this. Let's hit. I think they lost their way there at the very end when it came to.
It was backyard football.
I felt when you watch it, it's like 4 verticals, and you're thinking like the quarterback and
we have time.
Yeah.
We should be crossing and throwing it to guys on the move.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
You
get the penalty, you get the delay of game play. It costs you 5 yards. Now you're throwing it at the end zone. He catches the ball basically at the 3-yard line. You could have used those, but how you got him open was you ran verticals and then ran him underneath. The verticals, I just didn't see that.
The Cowboys were inches short consistently in that fourth quarter.
Oh, yeah.
Because they can only take what the defense is letting you take. They can't go take. Yeah. They can only receive what the defense is giving against good teams. It's like, how do you come up just inches short? Because the Eagles said, don't let them pass that line. Yeah. And if you can't open them up with an offensive line and a running back, you ain't getting through in this passing game. You keep getting stats and losing because you can get all the way to the 15-yard line, and then your offense gets turned off. That is where Dak's ability to see out into the fog of war and find an open spot ends. It ends there. The field gets too short for Dak to have enough space to get confirmation that somebody's open.
Well, and you can't self-inflict too. Adoga, report eligible. when you don't hear the official and use the officials,
well,
will
those
announce,
things happen.
But
what I'm talking about is what happens every time.
But it's attention to detail.
Sure.
It's what are some of the issues you have? Like you have a play where you score a touchdown, and then what happens? No, you didn't report. That's attention to detail.
Yeah.
Right. You have, and that's on the delay of games. That's on the staff.
You can't have a false start.
You can't
have a delay of game.
But the Eagles overcame the same
They
amount of
absolutely
penalties.
did.
More penalty yards.
They absolutely did, and that's why they're 8-1 and you're 5-3.
Yeah.
Because they find ways when they're backed up on their own goal line. What do? They sack you twice, and they back you up. They figure out that, hey, today you're not doing a very good job over at right tackle. Or, by the way, your center's not very strong right now.
They make an offensive line and a defensive line. They don't do one or the other. This is embarrassing what the Joneses keep doing. It really is. And how do they not know the team's not good enough? They keep thinking it's good enough. It's clearly not good enough.
Well, you have games like with the Rams and stuff like that.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
They can front run with the best of them.
Right. You can beat those teams that aren't very good. The question is, how do you perform against the good teams? And that has been you fail.
Sound like Miami Dolphin radio, too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Mike McCarthy press conference coming up in 13 minutes. We're standing by for CY as well right here on your home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers 105 through the Fan.
Miss any shows?
All right, welcome back, G-Bag Nation. We are about 7 minutes or so from the Mike McCarthy press conference. I feel like we should do G-Bag of the day right here. I thought Chris Young was going to join us. He is a busy man. I think he's on his way to the GM meetings, and we'll catch up with him before too long. The Mike McCarthy press conference scheduled for 2:30. Let's get the G-Bag of the day in here, and then we'll catch up with Mike. Krusty's Corner is coming up at 3:40. He has a film review of the Cowboys' loss to Philadelphia coming up at 3:40. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Gavin, I guess you missed the 5 plays where they did cross the goal line with the ball yesterday. Thank you, Gavin Preach. Gavin is such a Dak hater. You know, I just my biggest complaint, Dak is who he is, okay? And if you think he's all world, then that's on you. I just think the Cowboys are completely clueless when it comes to evaluating their own team. They don't know how good he is. They think their offensive line's good enough.
No, the offensive line's been the worst part.
We're rooting for this team. Dak can't play behind anything but a really great offensive line if you want to play Super Bowl quality football. Great offensive line. 3 off seasons in a row, they're like, yeah, whatever, I guess. You know, we'll get non-offensive linemen other than the Tyler Smith acquisition. You know, that was a premium type of pick. But other than that, they're just kind of shrugging their shoulders and thinking Tyron Smith and Tyler Biotish, Terrence Steele, $18 million. What is that? What's $18 million for Terrence Steele? What's $11 million for a running back coming off a significant injury? What's the Michael Gallup situation, right? It's a salary cap league. There's $40 million of your 210. Nearly 20% of your cap was spent on players that had very significant injuries, and you paid them like they were in their primes, and it just come back and been all world for a month. Just keeping your fingers crossed that they're going to be great. Why? Why do we do that? And how can you support that? That is incompetency at the NFL level. Here is Lucius Alexander with the G-Bag of the day.
Hey, you're my darling baby. You're my sweet and tender love. Hey, so I hope you guys didn't want me to call Chris.
No, I don't think so. I think he's going to call us.
Okay, I hope so, because I sure didn't call him. Our winner and champ of G-Bag of the day so far is Eric Nadell's final call of the Rangers World Series win, and a combination of Jared Sandler, you know, confessing his love for Eric and all the years of his broadcasting, while Mike Bassett just rambles through a bag of popcorn. You're going to hear all of that coming up right now.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Spores kicks and fires. He struck him out looking. It's over. It's over. The Rangers have won the World Series. Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
Not dreaming.
The Rangers are the World Series champions. After 52 years in Texas, 63 years of the franchise. The wait is over, and the celebration has begun.
Yes, and it's still going. Listen to Jared Sandler trying to give Eric Nadell his flowers. Mike Bassett couldn't give any Fs.
Eric has been a part of this organization for 45 years.
Yep.
And he has experienced way more losing than winning. And let's be honest here. Eric's not 35 years old.
Man.
And I don't know that I communicated this with him a ton, maybe once or twice. I know that he thought it. I know Matt thought it. And I know I thought it. It killed me. It killed me to think that Eric would never have this moment.
Right,
Mike, bro.
And we got a popcorn.
There's a skinny popcorn with that bag that Bassett digs into.
Loves that skinny popcorn.
Skinny popcorn ad stuff, going on as that was being played.
Mike could care less, man.
Yeah.
Let's go to the SEC network. Kentucky versus Mississippi. Apparently, there's a family of hookers in college football. I was hoping one of you guys would be like, oh, yeah, there's a whole lot of hookers.
Malik. I mean, maybe he's got some relatives.
There's some more hookers here. Check this out.
Then Mallory, 156. Oh, my goodness. Well, might want to block him that time. That's John Lewis. Almost beat Barry Brown to the football.
Well, John Lewis had a play earlier in the game. He hit a blocker like this, and
almost knocked Brown to Pontotoc.
Here he comes. Out the club. And go hang out with the hookers there in Pontotoc.
Bronner's got it now.
Ryan and Danny? What?
I like how they just held out. What are you saying?
Like I'm working with Andy Kennedy again.
Wow. Oh, my gosh.
Woo. Yeah. Good hooker commentary during play-by-play. Not necessarily what you'd expect. Woo. A little shock jocking.
Yeah. Well, there's some hookers in college football.
There are some hookers, yeah.
Yeah, in college football.
In college football.
He goes through the whole name of. I probably should have kept the rest of that clip then. Let's see what else we got right here. How about Google interrupting Hank Williams Jr. song while this guy is singing his life away?
If I get stoned and sing all night, you Google, you piece of shit.
I'm a virtual assistant, but your words are still very real. Please keep them respectful.
Shut up,
if you're
bitch!
frustrated with
Shut
something,
your bitch ass
open
up!
feedback.
Shut up!
Sorry about that, CJ.
Shut up,
About
bitch!
the problem, you can send feedback.
Tradition.
That's amazing.
Do you guys like those things? Have you had one?
I never used
the virtual
them.
assistant speaker.
No, I've never used
I don't
it.
use them.
Don't use it at all. Are they any good?
Because I'd
I've
probably
never
say
had
the
one.
same thing.
Now, the Siri on the iPhone will pop up on you sometimes when you don't intend it to, and it can get under your skin a little bit.
Yeah,
But
I'll just do the Alexa or the Hey Google every once in a while. Listen to the fan while I'm at home prepping or in the shower, but otherwise no.
See, it appears to be maybe just not perfect enough, to not be worth it. I'd rather just enter it, have certainty.
Yeah. Even though, from what I understand, everything like we're gonna all have to get on board with the voice activated things over the course of the next decade.
Are we turning
so.
crusty for being anti?
We're gonna end up. Yeah, I mean that's.
Look at us, a couple of crusty guys.
We are what we loathe. We're looking into our futures every time we look at Broadus's cul-de-sac.
Damn, it looks shiny today.
Thanks.
It really does, dude.
Does it look shiny?
Yeah, it's got that Monday shine.
It might just be the light.
It might be the light. Yeah.
You don't oil that thing?
Nah, man.
What about lotioning?
All right, Chris Young joins us now here on your home of the World Series champion, Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, Chris. Congratulations, man. You did it.
Hey, guys. Thanks so much. It's the first time I've heard you introduce the radio show as that. There's a nice ring to that. I love it. Thank you.
It's been amazing for us, just an incredible journey that we can't thank you enough for. But I got to know your perspective now that you've had maybe 72 hours to reflect or more. What happened for this team? What clicked, man?
Well, it's just, as I've said all along, it's just a great group of guys, and they came together at the right time. When things mattered most, they found a way. And, sometimes I thought there were moments throughout the season where we were the best team in baseball and we played like it. There were moments where we didn't play like a very good team, but when it mattered most and we had the opportunity, the team came together and they played like the best team in baseball. They earned it and proved they are the best.
Now you're on your way to the GM meetings now, right?
That's right. Yep. GM meetings start tonight in Phoenix, and we'll be out there for the rest of the week.
Did you at least take a couple of days, like Saturday and Sunday, to enjoy some family time or relax after the great accomplishment?
I did. I had a great weekend with the family. It was fun just kind of hanging out and being dad and re-immersing myself back into normal everyday life a little bit. But there was also some business stuff that needed taken care of. So I was on the phone a little bit more than I anticipated, dealing with a few things. But it's back to work and, off on to 2024.
Okay, so speaking of that, we're wondering, what kind of framework are you dealing with or expectations for the offseason? Could you be big spenders again?
We really haven't crossed that bridge yet. We need to take a look, sit down as a group and take a look at our strategic planning, where we are. I think we've got a great core group of players in place, and we obviously believe that this group can continue to win. We should expect to win. And how do we build around that? How do we supplement the places where we may be losing players via free agency? It's an open mind on any way to improve the roster. So, we'll sit down this week and have those discussions. We'll get a better feel for free agency, meet with a lot of agents, have discussions with other clubs, and at which point we'll be able to have a better plan in place.
See why we've talked to you about rumors before, and it seems like you win the World Series. Now you're linked to just about every big name there is out there. I mean, is it even realistic for fans to consider the potential of adding an MVP caliber name?
I think it's always fun to daydream, so I support that 100%. But I myself have not gotten that far yet. We really have not sat down as a group. I think one of the things I learned about myself is that I'm not good at multitasking. I'm not good at compartmentalizing, and so my sole focus was on the playoffs and winning the World Series. And now that we've done that, we're back to work. We'll meet as a group out in Phoenix and really come up with our planning for 2024 and beyond.
Certainly, maybe you've had a conversation about this in the past with the owner. It does seem important, but would you guys be willing to go over the luxury tax threshold would be my question.
Well, I think that Ray certainly showed the willingness to do it this year, and that showed the commitment to winning. And if he feels like that's what we need to win, I have no doubt that he will continue to make that commitment.
Chris, is there a certain amount of sadness that you know that this team might not be all together again? That you have to start all over, but is there just the memories you have of the player? But is there certain sadness that maybe it's not going to be the same guys?
Absolutely, and there always is a level of sadness. I have this every year, whether I was a player or in this role. But these are special moments that you spend really 8 straight months with your colleagues, and you develop these bonds and. You don't always win championships, but when you do, it's a super special time and a special group of guys. And really, the last night in Phoenix is the last time you're kind of all together as one. And the journey is probably, is what it's all about. It's really as satisfying as the ultimate prize of winning a championship. And all of a sudden, the journey just ends abruptly and it's over, and you all go your separate ways. And so. Friday night there was a good celebration with a majority of the guys. But even at that point, some of the guys had to get home. They had families at home, kids who were going back to school. And, it's just a very abrupt ending. And that's really the last time that full team will be together, minus reunions. But even then, it's not quite the same.
The world champion Chris Young with us here in the G-Bag Nation. How much pride do you take, Chris, seeing guys like Lowe, Heim, Garcia, 3 Gold Glovers on your squad?
Well, I'm so happy for those guys. They've earned it. They work so hard for it, and really, it shows the level of commitment and work that they put in to earn that. And it's great to see it recognized throughout the league. Great to see that they were voted Gold Glove winners and really, really deserving. And I actually think we had a few more, but I know these votes are hard and not everybody can win. But nonetheless, it was one of the traits of our team. We played great defense all year long. And, these guys definitely earned it.
The parade on Friday, it was a magical day. We got to be out there and experience that. As you've now had some time to let that all soak in, what were some of your favorite memories from that, and why was it Corey Seager trolling the Astros?
Well, the neatest thing for me is it really sinks in when you go out in the parade and you see how many hundreds of thousands of fans you've made happy, how much joy that this team has brought to their lives, and to see them come out and show their support and their gratitude to these players and coaches who gave them something very, very special, and really will forever be in Ranger history, the first team to win a world championship. And just knowing that all of DFW and our fans across the state, across the country can be proud of their team. That's what the parade was for me. And I just love seeing so many fans there. It warmed my heart to see it. That's what makes these jobs so wonderful, is that we can impact people's lives. We can have a positive impact on people. And seeing that is just, I can't even describe how satisfying that was.
Running with the Rangers in franchise mode on MLB The Show, and I signed Ohtani, and I just want to let you know he looks incredible in the uniform.
That's good to know. Is he pitching yet?
Yeah, and he's kicking all the ass, Chris.
Awesome.
What was your favorite moment of the run? Maybe on the field or off the field? Is there something you can share with us that is like in your forever memories now?
Oh, man. I'll always look back on that Houston series and the adversity we had, and just kind of the way that Game 5 ended, and just what a heartbreaker it was. And then just remember the way the team responded, the resilience of the group and the way they responded. We had that next day off, I believe it was a Friday. We had a workout at the field, and we came in, and there was just a positive energy to the group. In fact, I think that Austin Hedges said something to the effect of, this will make a great 30 for 30 one day. And when I heard that, I knew we were going to go to Houston and win 2 games. I knew that we would go there and play good baseball. This team was motivated, and they would find a way to win in Houston, and they did. And And then when you look at that series, you go down there and the series that the Dolis had, I've never heard somebody get booed that loudly. And then for him to have the 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts and then his last at bat hit that home run, it was one of the coolest moments I've seen. And the next one that really stands out for me are the 2 home runs in game 1. Seager's home run to tie the game, and then Dolly's home run to win it. Just special moments in really baseball history, not Rangers history, but baseball history. And it's just so cool that last one happened in front of our fans in Arlington.
Chris, the fact that you went out and won 10 games straight on the road, how do you even?
It was 11.
Oh, excuse me,
11.
Yeah,
It'll never be done again.
I'm sorry. I was thinking.
No,
hell,
let's get it right.
Correct. Yeah, if we're going to talk about it, let's get it right. I should think better of that. But you win 11 straight. How do you win 11 straight? How does a team, and you talked about all the things with the players and the coaches and all, but what do you I'm sure other general managers around the league are like, they're going to see at the meeting and go, how the hell did you just win 11 damn games on the road and a playoff in the playoffs?
I think, I can't speak for the players or even Boach and the staff. For me, it was just one individual game at a time, and it really didn't matter what we had done the previous road game, and it didn't matter how many more road games we were going to play. It's just go out and win one game, and it just so happened that we were able to do that, and we played great on the road, and we did. We won one game at a time. So I think that was the way we approached the entire playoffs. We needed 13 wins, one at a time, and that was the mentality of the group, and they were very professional about it. I felt like even after a couple of those series victories in Tampa and then against Baltimore, the only thing they would say is, okay, 9 more, okay, or 10 more, and then it became 8 more, or whatever it was, whatever the number was. So there was just a very, very simple focus amongst the players that it was one game at a time, and I don't think they ever got caught up in a streak or the magnitude of the World Series. It was just, hey, go out and win one game at a time.
I learned to never doubt that when they say that it's genuine. I learned to never doubt a decision you or Boach make from this point moving forward. CY, I wanted to thank you for that because it's rare in sport. I can promise you can doubt a lot of my decisions. I'll have a lot of bad ones, but my hope is that I have just a few more good ones than bad ones. Well, I did want to have maybe one request, and that is, if you're going to say it's like any other day, then that should include joining us on Mondays, even during the World Series.
There was Monday during the World Series, there was something going on. I had pregame meeting or something. And as much as I love you guys, the pregame pitching meeting definitely trumps you guys. So don't take offense, but I couldn't break away during the World Series.
Well, man, we just want to thank you for including us the way you did. You've really been incredible to work with.
Thank you, CY.
Thanks,
Congratulations.
CY, so much. Congratulations, man.
I really, the feeling's mutual. I love the support. I love hearing you guys talk so much about the Rangers and the pride you have. And I just speak for really on behalf of the entire team, to our fans who absolutely deserve this championship. I hope the wait was worthwhile, and I'm so proud that DFW and all of Texas Rangers fans everywhere can celebrate being the best in baseball. So thank you guys, and look forward to chatting with you again.
Cheers, buddy. We'll see you soon. The great Cy Young here, Chris Young, Rangers GM on 105.3 The Fan. All righty, we were interrupted. It's time to get a vote in for the G-Bag of the day, and then off to the Mike McCarthy press conference. Is it our champ, the play-by-play, and Sandler recognizing Eric Nadel? Is it the SEC Network, Kentucky versus Mississippi? Or is it Google interrupting the Hank Williams Jr. sing-along? I'll go with the champs, Chief. How about you?
Same here.
Lucius?
Yeah.
Yep. We got
McCarthy's here. By the way.
Champs all the way.
Champs all the way. There's Mike McCarthy. Thank you. Up at the Ford Center at the Star.
The way the season's unfolded at this point, you haven't had that many of them. So
yeah.
you feel that serves you better as you go along, the more these you have?
Yeah, totally. I'm trying to remember the year. I think it was 11. We went 15-1. We're winning a lot of games by big margin. And then we had a tough game up in New York. And just in the locker room, it's just, hey, we need those type of games. And so that's, just like anything as a coach or a player, you learn from those experiences. And hey, trust me, you like to get about 10 big wins in a row out of the way and then have a bunch of tight ones after that. But if you could pick your order, but I think these are games that you your young players especially have to learn to play in. I mean, our young players will be better moving forward because of this experience. You put a tremendous amount of time in the end of game situations, and gosh, I just really wish we would have got that done because of the commitment and how much we've been working on a lot of those things. So disappointed clearly that we didn't come out of there with the win, but I am proud of the team and how they battled through some things. Because I mean that game, it had a lot going on. I mean, you look at the way the first half was played, and then the second half was really like a whole different type of ball game. I think we had we had 2 penalties in the first half, and I think they had 4, and then everybody in the second half. So just the twists and turns, the ups and downs, the challenges. I mean, there's a lot of up and down the distances, long down and distances, cutting it in half, converting, being aggressive on 4th down. And they did a lot of the same too. The third quarter was a challenge. Clearly that's when the time of possession flipped, and we went in with the lead, and then going to the 4th quarter, we got behind 2 scores, and battled all the way back and was in a position to win. So a lot that went on in the game. The videos was good. The corrections was good. The players are, they're confident of where we are, but more excited about where we're going.
All right, so for what's talking, how would you evaluate the play of Terrence Steele? Is he where he was before the injury, and what can you do to help him?
Yeah, I think like anything, anytime a player has a major joint injury, it's the first year back is always a very it's a challenge. There's no doubt, and I don't really want to get into specifics, but there's things that he has to continue to work on because of the injury, the surgery and things like that, and he's working through it. He won't make any excuses. But that's part of coming back that first year. I mean, because there's the first for everything. So, but yes, I mean, it wasn't his best game. We've looked at it. He's looked at it, and he'll definitely learn from it. But yeah, he's definitely still fighting back a little bit from the injury.
And conversely, I mean, when Tyron Smith's on the field, it seems like he's the old Tyron Smith.
That's Tyron Smith I remember. I mean, that's the best game I've seen Tyron play since I've been here. In my time here in Dallas. So I thought our left side as a whole was the best game that they played. So both Tyron and Tyler graded out very well.
And that's why you're patient with him through the injuries and stuff like that, because when he's there.
Absolutely. And I think just, we're looking at our plan moving forward. So just to make sure he's ready, get what he needs to get.
Mike Todd Archer with ESPN. On that last drive, when you look back at it, did you ever think spiking the ball would have been better served after the sack than running the play?
That's the other option. It's a situation we practice quite frequently, frankly, every Friday or Saturday. So it's a 911 or clock, spike. We call it clock. So yeah, that's definitely part of it. But the gain in the 911 is the transition of the play, because they have to react to it too. The clock obviously gives you a chance to set the plate.
Are you and Dax Air in that situation, or do you kind of okay? I didn't know how that plays out.
Well, I mean, as soon as you can.
Yeah.
Once they activate the headset, yes.
And then back on Terrence for a second. You mentioned that he's coming back from the injury, and I think it was 12 pressures he allowed in the game. To give him help in any situations, is that something?
Well, I think we did give him help, but I think if you look at the end of the game situation, I mean, there's some formations and things you have to get to, particularly versus the coverages you're going to get. So.
Sajis at The Athletic. Mike, back in OTAs, you said you wanted your quarterback to be smart, Hall of Fame type quarterbacks that own the offense. Where do you feel, how does Dak Prescott so far right now grade out that description?
Oh, he owns it. Yeah, he definitely owns it. He's in total command of it. I think just like anything, growing through the ebb and flows of a game, definitely it creates a pattern to grow through the ebb and flow of the season. I think if you look at the way our season went in the first 6 weeks and now, what we've done the last couple of weeks. So, yeah, he definitely has total control of the offense.
Do you feel like his ownership of the offense, have you seen a visible difference in these last 3 weeks or so? And is that just a natural progression of learning a new system and picking it up?
Yeah, definitely. I think, there's what, five points we focused on, from the change last year, and we're moving in that direction. So you're seeing the evidence of it in the productivity. But, yeah, I think the clear point for Dak is, not only the ownership, but, the understanding and connection that he has with both the, the front and the perimeter. So I think that's something that, all quarterbacks, if they can stay in the same system and continue to grow, you got similar concepts, you got timing, the connection, younger players coming in. I mean, all those things going on. And, I think we have more growth in front of us, which is exciting.
Michael Gelkin, Dallas Morning News. Defensively, on the opening drive of games, you guys had a lot of scored in 6 straight weeks. In offense, you guys had a 3 and out in 4 of your 8 opening drives. Is that something that internally you guys are focused on correcting? And if so, how to do so?
Well, it's an emphasis. We take time Friday to focus on the beginning of the game, and really Friday, the primary, situational things that we do on Fridays is the start of the game and the end of the game. So that's built into our mock game. It's built into the presentations in both, offense and defense. So we just got to continue to work on it.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. Despite what happened yesterday, how much comfort do you get that the next couple of games you will be at home where you have played well?
Definitely. I mean, we love playing at home. We've played very well at home, and I think it's important to come off this game. And this was a heavyweight fight, so we got some guys that we'll just got to be smart with. We're gonna go to a lighter Wednesday, and that was planned before we even played in the game, just anticipation of it. And we got another division game, so this is important for us to get back in the win column and keep that home field advantage going.
They got 56 snaps, and they only got 2 targets. When you saw the film, what happened there?
Nothing happened. He was a big part of of the production. We have a tremendous amount of production in the pass game, and Brandon and all the guys are part of that. So I mean, I get it. You want to see the ball spread out to everybody, which it was. But yes, I mean, anytime a guy comes up short, you want to see him to get more targets and more opportunities, and he's as good as a pro that I've worked with, and and we'll definitely focus on that moving forward. But he's still part of that production.
Like the home away penalty disparity, how do you
I
explain
don't know. If you can figure it out, let me know.
I mean, is it's 45 on the road, 5 games, and 15 at home?
I know. Well, going into the game, I don't know if you look at it, they're very high. This crew is, I think they're number 1 in 5 penalties. So to me, it's really a way for us to continue to emphasize, discipline and the pre-snap. And I even told them at halftime. I thought that the focus and the discipline, just keep it up in the pre-snap, and let our play style and productivity take over the second half. So, but I think both teams were penalized heavily in the second half.
Scholar.
Skyler Dixon with DAP. Back on Brandon Cooks briefly, for the season, his targets is not realizing. He's averaging about 4 per game. Is that what you envisioned? Is there anything that's going on that maybe kept it from being more than that, or is he?
I don't play fantasy football. I don't have. We have game plans, and I think it's important. And this is which is a challenge for guys because our system's built on making the quarterback successful. That's the way this pass game's taught. It's the way I've learned it. It's the way it's always been in the last 30 years. And the quarterback's responsible to go through progressions. The way they play coverage can't affect that. So, I mean, all those things. When you start forcing the ball, now you're changing the quarterback's feet. Now we're going down, a different road. You have to have some of those plays. You have to have coverage beaters and so forth. But we play to the discipline of the quarterback and the training of the quarterback. So yes, I'd love to see, everybody get the ball. But when you throw for 300 something, I don't even know what we threw for 370 plus, and you got to come in here and answer questions about someone not getting the ball. I mean, come on. I don't think that's real evaluation.
Michael. Tony Pollard, you mentioned Terrence Steele coming off a major injury. Pollard is as well. Are there any benefits to getting Rico more involved and putting a little less on Tony's plate?
I'm comfortable with our play time right now. Yes.
Mike, to the penalties thing, Schoonmaker, the holding penalties seem a little ticky tacky. When there is a play
you gonna
like
rate that?
Huh?
I said, feel free to write about it.
When there is a play like that where it doesn't look like he committed an infraction, how do you as a coach kind of tell him to continue doing what he's doing, and how do you kind of approach
Well, that's more on the assistants, when they come to the sideline, because, I think you see the process, now we have the tablets and everybody has one, so every coach has one per position, so you go through every play, so the corrections are continuous. You really don't have a chance to address it while you're in the middle of a series. You got to go on the next play. So, but yeah, those corrections are made, when the defense is up.
And you've been through a lot of playoff runs and things like that. At what point in the season do you start looking elsewhere in terms of standings and things like that? Is there a point in the season where that does happen?
I've always felt like you just fight like hell to get to 10 or 11 wins, and then you take a look around. So, we have 5 wins. We need to get to number 6 this week. That's really what I've always focused on.
Okay. I was going to ask about Cooks being open on that touchdown pass to Schoonmaker, but I'm not going to do that because I want to get my head.
Well, it's a great question. You can work either side there, and he had the coverage look on both sides. So, it was, I think, could have been a touchdown on either side. So, but yes, CD ran a great route.
Yeah, but getting back to the play was good. Is it easy to say he should have run into the end zone, or how do you look at that play with Schoonmaker?
Yeah, it's the details of the route running. But it's he was short on his route, and there was a collision and so forth. But he'll learn from that. We can be better there. He was late getting lined up, and so just a young guy that will learn from that experience.
Dave Laufenberg, Cowboys Radio. Games on the road can kind of get away from any team.
I'm sorry, babe. Say it again.
I'm sorry. Games on the road can kind of snowball pretty quickly, and you guys go 3 and out. They go 80 yards in 8 minutes, but then Turpin comes back and gives you that big return. So, kind of a 2-part question: how big was that in terms of a lift right there? Because then you go down and score a touchdown. And have you been around a team that makes more big plays on special teams? And I guess starting really with the Giants and the left field goal for a touchdown.
Well, Turp's special, no question about it. I think John Fossil does a tremendous job with our guys. We're fairly young, and we've adjusted to some things. That's always for every football team is the area where there's always the most change. And I think we handle that very well. But yeah, he's dynamic, and obviously he gets more opportunities on the road and outdoor stadiums than at home. And but when he does, it electrifies our whole bench. So yeah, definitely that was a great field position, and it was definitely a momentum boost. But it's a lot of football left to be played too. I don't think our guys, there was no, the 3 and out and why we went 3 and out. That's always the loudest part of the game. So having that first, that's part of the reason why I love the defer on the road. Not as much as getting the ball in the second half as hopefully they can tap off a little bit before we get out there. So, but yeah, that's those openers are usually a little tougher on the road.
All right, the real David Moore.
Since we've asked you so much about ball distribution, we're CeeDee Lamb's emergence here this season. Have you always, when you look at ball distribution, have you always just focused on your completion and run touch numbers versus how much one guy in particular is ever getting the ball? Is that,
I think that's where the matchup part comes in, and what you're anticipating. Are they going to cloud the CD? Or are they going to, play, buzz to them, insert the safety to them? Are they going to double them and man? So what does that give you, away from there too? So, those are all conversations, and they're really heavy into your selection process, particularly when I refer to as the primary situations, 3rd down, red zone, 2-minute short yardage goal line. So, and then you got your secondary situations where not as much, because you're focusing on things that you feel good about and which you got a lot of reps in. So 4-minute, end of game, those types of things. So, but yeah, it's a long year, So how are they going to react to CD's production the last 3 weeks? So we'll find out this week against the Giants.
Jake Ferguson seems like he's growing up a little bit more and more. Just your thoughts on how he's been playing last
Yeah,
season.
well, I agree. For me, he's the lead dog in the room. I love his passion, his aggressiveness that he plays with, and I just think like anything, Dalton was an extremely productive player here the last 2 years, and now being the guy in the room, there's to play that many reps, that's where he needs to continue to grow, because there's a conditioning that goes with that, the physical, mental, and the emotional. So, but I think he does a really good job, and I know Dak and him have a strong connection.
I know it's not fancy football, but you did acquire Cooks for a reason, because you figured he was a playmaker. So how do you draw that balance to, we got this guy for a reason and we got to play
Yeah, but I think sometimes too, I'm not looking for a pass by no means. I know I'd never get one in here, but I think that, I think some of our games early in the year, I mean, we've played in some out of balance games. I mean, this is, how many times have we thrown the ball north of 40? I mean, I think if you want to be a top offense in the league, you definitely want to throw at 40, maybe run at 30, if you want to, and be out there for 70 plays. So, but that's we haven't played a lot of those games too. So that's one. I think statistics are really for the end of the year, and we're all conscious of them every week. You guys make me conscious of them. So I mean, but yeah, that's we're aware of it. We're definitely aware of it.
Scott,
You just said CD. We'll see what the Giants do with him this week. What about this? He's probably the best stretch of his career that he's in right now. I mean, what do you see from him? What do you think has led to that?
Oh, I just think it's something that's been building. I mean, I think you look at his path, from his rookie year, and then really starting last year, being the number one, and and I think just like anything, you got to look at the connection between the receivers, all the perimeter players, and the quarterback. That's growing more and more. And that's why, going back to the first day I arrived, it was important to build off what Dak established here in the prior years. And because Dak's going to play with a number of different receivers in his career. I watched Aaron Rodgers go through this, and the most important thing is they come in to develop that connection, and but most importantly, continue to grow with the number one, and I think that's what you're seeing happen.
Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com. Got a couple of them for you. First, Jalen Tolbert. Was there trust built throughout the night last night, or is it more of a testament to the trust he's built all season?
Really, testament since his offseason. Yeah, absolutely. Jalen, clearly, it's probably, he's definitely one of the top candidates for taking that second-year jump. He's done a great job. I mean, starting in the weight room. I mean, he was here year-round. He's part of that weekend crew that you always see in here on the weekends, back in March, April, and May. So I'm really very proud and happy to see him have the success that he's having, because he's put in all the extra time, and definitely the connection he has with the quarterbacks, the understanding. He loves doing the dirty work, which you got to appreciate. I think the way he's playing on special teams is night and day compared to last year, because he really never played special teams before. So every challenge, every opportunity he's been given, he has crushed it. So it was great to see him get his first touchdown yesterday.
And then how would you overall assess the run game as of late?
The run game? Well, I think just like any healthy run game, you start with the attempts and then break it down from there. So I think if we get the attempts up, we'll probably be where we want to be.
Since we're on receivers, you're working out Martavius Bryant tomorrow. Can you talk about that and interest?
Probably after I see him tomorrow. Yeah, I think just based off Will's evaluation and his interest. We talked about in the personnel meeting today, but that's all I really know. That we're working them out tomorrow.
Mike. In regards to CD, what about what he's doing to you are you most impressed with?
I'm sorry, what was the first part?
CD.
Okay.
In regards to what he's doing out
in
there.
In regards, yep.
Yeah, what to you is most impressive about what he's doing right now?
I mean, obviously, extremely gifted athlete, but I just love his tenacity for the football. I mean, he excels to go get the football. His yards after the catch, I think, is primo. I think you tend to forget he was a punt returner for us in his rookie year. So I mean, he's complete. He's got excellent catching radius, has excellent hands, be able to get in and out of breaks, can get on top on the vertical balls. So he's playing extremely well right now.
In the way that Dak's been able to find a lot of success after, we talked about the 2+ second, 3 second, whatever it may be.
2.3, yep.
Yeah. Thank you. But that improvement or that increased activity that we're seeing, like how much of a difference maker do you think that's been for some of the success in the passing game?
I think it's an important part of a productive pass game. You look at these rushers in today's game and in the rush lane discipline. You look at how they tie the ETs, the TEs, and the 3-man movements together, and with that, it's something we spend a lot of time on, in the quarterback room as far as how you want to vacate that. So when we play above the 2.3, it's an excellent opportunity for a big play for the offense. That's the only approach I know. I mean, it's the way it was taught back in the 90s. So, and I think Dak and our guys are getting better at it.
All right, thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
There it is, up at the Star, the Mike McCarthy press conference here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, we got the first hour down and out of the way. Let's come back and get some reaction to that, and then we'll get you best of the weekend and more coming up as we move into hour number 2 after a break here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat about
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, welcome back, G-Bag Nation. It is hour number 2. We're coming in hot, coming in late. The Mike McCarthy press conference ran long, and it got a little bit testy as he did not appreciate some of the questions, and the reporters weren't backing down that much. At one point, Mike McCarthy said, I know I'm not going to get a pass ever from you guys. I thought they've taken it fairly easy on Mike McCarthy, but maybe feeling a little bit defensive today, and you felt that energy a little bit, didn't you, Brian? I'm not off on that.
No, and it was Skylar Dixon asked the question about using Cooks, and Mike went after him about it, and Calvin Watkins is like, well, and by the way, Calvin, I believe, is president of the Pro Football Writers Association, so Calvin's never going to back down from a challenge, and he didn't want any of his
taking up for his guys.
He's taking up for his guys, and rightfully so here. And
it's a good question.
It was a good question.
He said, "I don't play fantasy football."
No,
and then Watkins goes, "I know this isn't fantasy football, but you brought Cooks here for a reason.
Yeah.
You might want to use them."
Yeah, that's. But Mike has also used the fantasy football line on us talking about the offensive line, right?
Yeah.
Remember that when they were shuffling guys around and we were talking about it, he was like, "Well, this isn't fantasy football." And then what do? They shuffle linemen all over the place. So, be a little bit careful, Mike. Be a little careful.
He did not have, great answers, but he did have a great answer to Tyron Smith. Mike McCarthy on the performance. That's the best game I've seen Tyron play since I've been here. Him and Tyler played very well.
Yeah, he is not lying. It was Tyron Smith turned back the clock to those days when he used to play against the Eagles and completely shut them down. They were so good on the left side with him, but they were really poor on the right side, and the problems that they had with Steele. And we'll see. I mean, Steele, he talked about the injury and bouncing back. Steele's worked extremely hard to try and get himself ready to play this season. And unfortunately, he put himself in a couple of bad spots with his footwork.
He's not the GM. I don't know if he wanted Steele back, but he said anytime anyone has a major joint injury that first year back, it's a challenge. There are things he has to continue to work through because of injuries.
Yeah.
I feel like when we look back on this era, we're going to say they did not win the Super Bowl for a couple of reasons. And the biggest one was falling in love with their own guys and paying them even after they got hurt. 5 years ago, it was paying Zeke and paying the running back because you loved your guys even when the market forces were telling you it was a bad idea. And I just don't think this front office is sharp enough. They have a hell of a scouting department working for them, Brian. Don't get me wrong. These guys can find talent, but they can't manage the whole thing well enough.
Yeah, the thing that I always worry about, and I've never had anybody tell me this, and I worked over there for 14 years, but 6 as a scout, and I kind of know how the operation works with Jerry and Steven and those guys. But the thing that I worry about is that sometimes coaches fall in love with their team.
Yes,
and I
great guys.
And I wonder, and I just wonder. I'm not trying to make it an excuse.
That's why you need a GM, real GM that's not helping you fall in love with guys. He's falling in love more than the coach.
The thing about it is, though, you might be very well right, but there might be a situation too where Will is asking Mike McCarthy, "Hey, Mike, what can we do to help you at the trade deadline? What can we do on the practice squad? What can we do to poach a guy? Is there anybody out there you want to try and sign?" And when you do that with your coach, and then all of a sudden, like 2 days after the trade deadline, what did Mike McCarthy do? He came out and said, "I love my guys. I love my team."
Right.
So now it makes me feel like, okay, did Will ask him, "Hey, Mike, how can I help you?" And then Mike says, "No." It's kind of like kind of like auto racing when the driver says, Don't touch the car. Just put 4 tires on it and fill it up.
I think we know that if Will did ask him that, he told the media, "I'm not the guy to ask about, hey, do I want additions at the trade deadline?" Because he told us all the same thing. He likes his guys. He's more interested in the development of the people he currently has in the building.
We got a really interesting stat out of that presser. 45-15 road to home penalties. There are some penalty getting guys out on the road. At home, they're not.
Yeah, Eric and I broke this down. We do every week, and I know on Fridays I try now to kind of talk about the officials, and Eric and I were breaking down what was going on with Trey Blake and this crew and the heavy calls that they were going to make. But yeah, that was that was a little bit more a little bit more than what they normally do.
All right, NFL news of the day coming up next. Wolchuk, where are you going to be taking us?
Well, the dumpster fire that got McDaniels canned in Vegas and Thongate.
All right.
The Fan continues to grow. 95.3 The Fan.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by The Glass Doctor.
Hi, this is Larry Patterson, owner of Glass Doctor. Your fogged insulated glass window frames don't have to be replaced. The specialists at Glass Doctor can install new insulated glass in existing frames for less than you might think. Visit glassdoctor.com today.
Shoot yeah, welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a fantastic day here on your home of the World Series champion, Texas Rangers. We do have Krusty's Corner coming up at 3:40. He was watching the film this morning. Has the goods on what you need to know about Cowboys and Eagles. Right now it's time for the NFL News of the Day. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to truckwreck.com. And here's Zach Wolchuk with that NFL news.
Let's do it. Let's rapid fire this, because I think we're going to try and back half this with best of the weekend as well. But we did find out that Dallas Goedert has a fractured right forearm, which he injured during the tackle against Marquise Bell yesterday. He's undergoing an MRI today. He's set to miss time. He is a candidate for injured reserve for the Eagles, so they're probably going to be without one of their best weapons and their top tight end for, I'd say, at least a month.
You could tell he was bothered and perhaps in quite a bit of pain.
He was.
Yeah. I think he was in shock.
Yeah.
I think the way you watch him on tape, he kind of crumples. I mean, he just kind of like, oh my God. And it's like he's trying to get up and he really can't get up. And he looks down at his arm and you just see him just kind of like, oh my God, what just happened?
Now, what do you guys think of that technique for handling a stiff arm?
Oh yeah, that's pretty much.
If you can get a hold of that thing,
yeah,
I think that's it's a great counter move.
Yeah, that's right out of the book, man.
I mean, he was like calf roping there.
He was. He wasn't going to take no for an answer. Marquise Bell had some nice tackles yesterday, but being the ball carrier being tackled from behind is always a scary proposition. It will awkward tackles all the time. But that's a huge loss. Goddard for them, huge loss. Because, it's not like they have a ton in the way of weapons. They got their mainstays, and then that's it. Goddard's a huge part of what they do. And after the bye week, it's just a gauntlet for the Eagles here. So it'll be interesting to see how that affects them.
Absolutely. And it is confirmed that Daniel Jones is going to have season-ending surgery. He's torn his ACL. Cowboys will not be going up against Daniel Jones next week against the Giants. Probably going to be the rookie Tommy DeVito, who's going to get the start. He's going to be the 10th rookie to start a game this year. And we're going into week 10. That is already an NFL record for most rookie quarterbacks to start a season in the NFL.
Yeah, it's not even a debate. Like, is he ready? Are you worried? It's like, we're putting him in.
We don't have a choice because Tyrod Taylor's also hurt right now with a rib injury.
Rib injury, yeah.
So there you go. Now, we did have the Thonggate deal yesterday. You guys see that on the sideline?
I did, yes.
I noticed it in real time, dude.
Yeah, I was like, oh my gosh. Yes, I know you did on the G-Bag Nation account. I did it as well. The Game Day Thong lives on. But Matt Leo, who is one of the coaches for the Philadelphia Eagles, it appeared that he was wearing a red thong. And he is since...
He's going to try to say jockstrap.
Well, he got crushed on the sidelines. He took a spill, and then all of a sudden... Instead of plumber's crack, there's just undies riding way up the back.
I believe that's called a whale tail.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I like that.
Yeah.
Now he's going. He says that this was not a thong, and we have had some people do some research on the undies that he was wearing, and it does seem as though while they do sell and supply thongs from this certain brand of underwear, it appears it's more a type of a waistband underwear that he was wearing. But he's had a good laugh about this, and he said, I'm going to be wearing these all season long now. And he tagged the underwear brand at PSD Underwear. I need more colors.
Ooh, okay, yeah, he's probably going to get a deal out of this.
Why does it look like there's a big waistband and then skin and then the pants resume?
I thought it was a thong.
This is exactly what you would say if you didn't want people to know you were wearing a thong.
I see that. I think you should just lean into it and just, even if you weren't wearing a thong, you say you were.
Well, then tuck in your shirt. If you're wearing a thong, he had his shirt undone, right?
I don't know. He got taken to the ground so hard. If that shirt was tucked in, that was an untuck it kind of slide tackle that he ate.
I think Belichick's throughout his career has now made it mandatory that all coaches dress like friggin' slobs on the sidelines. You know, that like you can wear whatever gear you want to wear at practice, you can now wear it on the sideline. You can keep your shirt untucked and all that.
Matt Leo, this guy used to play Australian rules rugby. This is a big guy. I think, for him, just go ahead and own it. I was rocking the thong.
They wear bad shorts in rugby.
They do.
They wear really bad shorts in rugby.
I think he could have owned this. He really could have.
My grandfather is a guy who owns up to wearing thong underwear.
Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, there's
Is this
dudes
like
out
a
there.
European Speedo thing?
Look, my grandfather did. I mean, it's tidy whities essentially, but
They start to ride.
They are thong underwear. Yeah. Let's be real. Yeah, my grandfather did the same thing in South Africa.
What happened to wear just old grays under your slacks? Like
I don't think anything happened to it. I think for the most part, the run of the mill dude is still doing that.
Yeah.
But then there are some other branches to this tree that have dudes wearing G-strings.
They don't wear slacks anymore. I mean, these coaches, we used to wear those bad slacks on the sidelines, and we don't do it anymore.
Well, Harbaugh kind of cornered the market on that.
This is the crustiest thing you've said in a while, Brian.
With the slacks?
Yeah,
I mean,
not tucking your shirt in, talking about slacks.
Well, like that Sirianni.
Why don't we wear the grays
Sirianni
anymore?
wears those. He wears like capri pants. Well, our guy in Miami,
Capris?
right?
He kind of does those too. Yeah,
They have their cuffed at the ankle.
Yes, he does. Mike McDaniel
He likes to
does
show a
like
little
wear those.
ankle on the
Yeah,
sideline.
I don't mind it,
My
man.
man, like he does. He shows calf when he's playing coaching.
I
up
did
on the
love,
side.
and I did love him showing up and saying Guten Tag the other day. Like he's just been in Germany too long. It just took him a week, and now he's speaking fluent
How
German.
about the official calling a false start in German? That he said.
Yeah, that
he
was
said
impressive.
That is very impressive.
Yeah.
And he'd been
Clay
practicing.
Martin.
He'd been waiting for that all
Clay
week.
Martin been waiting for that
100%.
That's a referee ready to make it about himself.
Okay, we found this out yesterday. We talked last week about Josh McDaniels getting fired. There was that fun butt-cracking story that he was fired with a fortune cookie that I still wish was real, and I'm pretending is real.
PF Chang's.
But we got more information from Jay Glazer of Fox Sports, who always gives us great intel. This essentially went down right before the firing, as Josh McDaniels had completely lost the locker room there with the Raiders.
Just give us a scoop on exactly what went down as part of this transition.
Well, to piggyback off of what Howie was just saying, there was such a big disconnect with the players there and Josh McDaniels that players recently were going upstairs to the owner, Mark Davis, to tell them what their problems were. However, the big thing is last Thursday, there was this big airing of the grievance meeting, and players just unloaded on Josh McDaniels, from captain to player to player. And finally, Josh McDaniels actually had Antonio Pierce get up and speak on behalf of him and the coaches. When Antonio Pierce got up there, he said, look, guys, we have to have our own culture. It's got to be about culture here. And we also have to look at it. And he brought up the old Giants team that beat the Patriots, Josh McDaniels' team, in the Super Bowl in 2007 season. He said, no matter who we played, we thought we could beat them. We had a game plan that we could beat them. We had to believe that, and that's not here. We have to believe it here at the Raiders. We could beat anybody. Well, he finishes up that speech. Everybody thinks they're great, except for Josh McDaniels. Josh McDaniels then goes over to him and says, don't ever talk about the Patriots like that. And then you really saw how divided that building got. That got up to Mark Davis, and I think Mark Davis looked at it and go, okay, I'm going to choose the guy who believes that we can win every single week, and that's what his plan's going to be. And by the way, this is not just a throwaway for Antonio Pierce where, he's just going to coach out the rest of the season. He has a shot to keep this job. That's Mark Davis's mindset.
The hell of a debut, 30-6. The Raiders got that win. The locker room was going crazy yesterday. Everybody is now rallying around Antonio Pierce. But what the hell is wrong with you, Josh McDaniels? You are probably one of the worst, if not the worst, head coaches in NFL history in 2 different stops now. Don't talk about the Patriots like that. All right, you get your wish. You can go back to New England. That's clearly where you want to be.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of things going on with Josh McDaniels, and I'm not surprised at all. Like the first go around 15 years ago in Denver, I was working with a Broncos fan, and he's like dialed in on the message boards and reading all the bloggers and talking to the reporters. And it was such a train wreck. I wasn't surprised that it took him so long to get another head coaching job, but I was surprised anybody would give him another shot.
And he backed out on the Colts.
Yeah,
he did.
He accepted that job and then
yeah.
double backed on it. I mean, it was unbelievable. He crawfished.
I think he's a great coordinator, though, and he and Belichick work well together.
They do.
So, maybe they can have some success in New England again.
You just can't, you can't imagine the likability getting any lower for Josh McDaniels, and then stories like this come out. Like that's legendarily
terrible,
bad, and bleep hole right there. And Antonio Pierce, did you see what he was cruising out of the stadium in yesterday,
bro?
This is a candy apple red '64 Chevy Impala,
gorgeous.
Roll Antonio Pierce,
stunning.
And I think they were smoking victory cigars,
They were.
championship cigars.
Josh Jacobs was living the dream. I mean,
in the locker room,
they're excited. They're happy to be part of the Raiders, and shout out to Antonio Pierce for that.
We got to win.
You did.
I tell you what, I never thought we'd win again. Mark, he's the smartest kid I've ever had. Well, he's my only kid, but he's the smartest kid.
And the dumbest.
He has something to do with the hairstyle. I didn't teach him that. That's not me. That's not me.
No, you liked way more
Much
gel.
more style.
Way more gel.
I liked my hair going straight back with like the wind, like
did.
that convertible. You see our coach? Our coach was driving a convertible
Yeah,
yesterday.
we were just giving him love for it. Actually,
that's
Al.
what you were talking
Fantastic.
about. Oh, okay.
Candy apple.
Yeah,
It's beautiful.
yeah.
Really, really
like
was.
The wind blowing in my hair.
All 20 or 30 strands of hair, Al?
Maybe a few more than that.
Few more.
Few
Maybe.
more. Yeah,
Depending
maybe.
on what decade we're talking.
Well, one guy who, and fans are now shaving their eyebrows in honor of Josh Dobbs. And what an amazing story this is.
Yeah.
Jaron Hall.
That's a payoff, by the way. Anybody can, in the name of Josh Dobbs
Since
or
you
losing
lost-
Survivor, you can
since
lose
you
your
lost-
eyebrows.
I mean, I don't
Since
think
you
I'm going
lost
to
with
do the
Atlanta,
eyebrow.
you should.
Honestly, I should do that. I've done the hair stuff with the waxing of the back, and that didn't go well for me. I don't think I really want to tempt fate with the
You're
shaving
engaged.
of the eyebrows.
I do think that's like Walchuk's the most likely to bounce back in a big way from an
'Cause of the
eyebrow
bushy
shaving.
brows?
I wouldn't even say bushy, just like full and profound.
Just how damn
you know?
hairy I am.
Very in your face.
Yeah, I hear you. But man, Josh Dobbs, what the bleep. I was thinking, all right, here we go. You're starting the rookie. He gets hurt. Now you got Josh Dobbs, who doesn't even know the plays. He doesn't know some of the first names of his teammates. He joked about it afterwards with the media. That's for next week. You've got Kevin O'Connell explaining to him, okay, this play is what we're doing here during timeouts, in between snaps. He's telling him, explaining everything. Yet they come back. They win the game. I've got to do a bet payoff now. But this Josh Dobbs story, he's going to start next week. Of course he is. They've already gone ahead and named him the starter. It's
Forever.
unbelievable. And the Vikings now are on a winning streak. They're currently in the postseason.
Let's go.
It would be poetic for Walchuk to, because Josh Dobbs was just incredible yesterday.
Yeah.
Walchuk loses Survivor.
Yeah.
He leans into it all the way.
Not
I mean, I
appropriate.
think we should.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard no for me.
Should flesh this
Hard
out a
pass.
little bit.
Hard pass there for me.
I thought
Yours will grow back.
They'll probably grow back. Yeah.
Definitely will.
I'm still just not going to do it.
Okay.
No,
Well,
probably not going to do that.
All right, we'll take that as a potential. You know,
Yeah.
there's a chance here, boys.
There's a maybe.
I thought you were going to say it'd be poetic for the Cowboys to lose twice in the same year to Josh Dobbs.
They
made the playoffs.
Could,
but that would be inappropriate.
that could happen, but I think it would also mean they'd have to win the division, which I don't think is
Oh.
going to happen either.
Okay, that's a
Too
great
soon.
point.
Too soon.
Great point by
Listen.
Walchuk. I did see Philly's schedule's getting tough, though.
It is getting tougher. Cowboy schedule's not great, and we had scoregami for the 1,080th time, 39-37. Texans beat the Bucks as C.J. Stroud made NFL history yesterday. What an unbelievable game for
Putting
him.
on a show. We got Krusty's Corner coming up next. Brian, what kind of content we looking at?
Yeah, let's do an autopsy of this one. We'll do that next.
All right, I want to chat Frankel.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is racing to finish the year #1 in America. They're leading the way with an unheard of 400 Silverados with their best Black Friday savings offers all month long. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax, and enjoy the difference.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Best of the weekend's coming up at 4 o'clock. We'll talk Rangers and the Ohtani news as well right in there in the 4. Right now it's time for Krusty's Corner. Here he is, King of the Krusties, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. I was going to ask you guys this question right off the jump. And, everybody feels like that I'm taking runs at Mike McCarthy for the coaching things. But was I the only one that felt like he needed to challenge the Hurts scramble on third down?
No, he 100% did. I think the Eagles punt.
Is this on the first drive?
This is on the first drive. This is when
it was a terrible spot.
Yeah,
when the knee's down at the 30-yard line, and the line to gain for the first is the 33, and the official marks the ball basically like at the 32 because of the dive, but his knee was down.
Right.
I think it's a little bit different early in that game. If it's 3rd and 1, they're 4th and 1, they're going to tush push it. We know that's, but maybe if it's 4th and 3 on his own 30, maybe he doesn't go for that.
Right. Yeah, missed opportunity for Mike McCarthy. No doubt about it.
I just kind of feel like that maybe early in that game, it's like, it's Broaddus, it's too early to be challenging, but when you play a team that's as aggressive as the Eagles are, that maybe you can he say, 4th and 3 is a little bit too much for us right now. Early in the game, ball in our own 30. I don't know why, Mike. I don't know why they've got 1 million people sitting upstairs wearing military hoodies, for this game.
Nobody's looking at the replay and saying, hey.
Your quarterback unfortunately steps out of bounds. But you get a down situation that maybe could affect the first drive of the game and give you the ball, and you don't challenge that? Or you challenge the spot?
Well, and they go right down the field and score.
I think he probably thought, boy, this has to be within a yard, and they're going to tush push it. Having the extra time to know it's about 2.5 yards.
It's closer to 3.
Yeah, it would have been about 4th and 3. And I think at that point in their own territory, they're probably going to punt the football.
I just don't think they're going for it there. I really don't. Now,
I just want to know what their processes are in that.
I don't know how you could have confidence you're going to stop that tush push, though.
Yeah,
no, I think it's good. I think it's good for 4 yards.
Challenge it. You think it's good for 4 yards?
It is. I don't know if they would have gone for it, to your point, but I would not have had confidence if I'm Mike McCarthy that 4th and 3 we're stopping their tush push. I think they get that about 78%.
You still would win the challenge, and then you would have found out. So it wouldn't have done you any harm necessarily to have even thrown the flag.
You're right. They should have thrown it. Mike, when it's that moment, what are you going to do? I think he freezes more than the average coach.
Yeah, I had a real problem with that because I felt like that could have been one of those momentum, early in the game, you get it. No, you make them have to maybe make them think about having to put. I don't think you lose the challenge. If you're worried about losing the challenge and the timeout, I really don't see any. I don't see how that's going to happen right there. Can I give you what I thought the worst officiated call of the game was?
Sure.
And I think there were some bad ones.
What was it?
The Scooney hold?
The Scooney hold was bad, but it happens, General, every single time that when you're a point of attack blocker and you have your hands outside the framework and the ball cuts behind you, and Bayer did a great job of selling it.
Yeah.
That he had a handful of Scooney had him. Scooney really did. They could have called holding on Ferguson too at the same spot. I mean, Ferguson got his block, Scooney got his block, but that wasn't the worst call of the game.
It's the Gilmore one.
It's the Gilmore one.
Oh, it was a terrible call. It was a phantom call. I mean, I called it a phantom call in the postgame yesterday.
Yeah, and I know I'm bringing it up, and the reason I say this is because it's not very often that with Gilmore, he's given up a lot of size to Brown, and he's playing with really, really good technique, and you're always worried about them in the vertical game. We saw it on the other side with Smith and, what he was able to do, the double move, the stutter go with Bland on the other side. They got the touchdown. But you worry about Brown just, running by you. And Gilmore, I thought, did a hell of a job. Great technique. He hits Brown within the 5-yard area. He jams, if you watch the sideline copy, you could see where the sticks are. You could see exactly where the ball's placed. He jams him within that area. for that official to make that call, that is rough. That's rough because what happens is Brown runs right into Gilmore again. Gilmore's standing his ground.
And it was an uncatchable ball that went out of bounds. It's like even if you decided to throw the flag, once you see where the ball lands, you're going, okay, we're going to go ahead and wave this one off.
Horrible call. Yeah, there were bad calls on both sides. I kind of felt like I tweeted it that things seemed to kind of even out. But when calls like that are made, especially with somebody that played with the right technique, because a lot of times these guys won't play with the right technique. That time he did. All right, the Prescott helicopter scramble play. You know the one where he's running the ball and he gets helicoptered down.
He goes to John Elway.
Yeah, and
except he doesn't land in the end zone.
It doesn't land in the end zone. It appears that Prescott wants to go throw the ball to Cooks, and here again we're talking about how do you get Cooks involved. I'm sure Mike's like, oh well, we're trying. Well, on this particular play, I think they were really trying to get him. Cooks is on the right side, and he's going to go right to left for you. Pollard is in the motion going outside left when he sees Prescott scrambling. So basically what you do is you've got Cooks coming across going right to left, and then Pollard is outside. Now he's trying to go into the end zone. Okay, problem is he runs right into Cooks. So you wonder, like, okay, why does Dak have to scramble? Why did Dak have to take off running? Why couldn't he throw the ball to Cooks when they had him open on? He ran right into Pollard on the outside. Pollard was trying to find space in the end zone and ran right into Cooks, and it took both of them out of the play.
Because Pollard's sort of in scramble mode at that point. He's just trying to get open.
He's just looking for a spot.
He runs into Cooks.
And unfortunately, he runs into Cooks, or maybe Dak would have the opportunity to get him the ball.
Yeah.
So that was unfortunate there.
It's all in the details, man.
Another one, the Schoonmaker short play. And we've talked about this a bunch. There might have been a missed assignment here. There might have been a missed assignment when it came to Martin and Steele on the blitzer, because you're always taught to let the furthest guy from the ball go, and the quarterback handles that one. I don't know, because Dak never looked right at all. But you look at the way the blitzer was coming, the free rusher, Morrow, it's like Martin goes down inside and then Steele goes wide to take his guy. So now there's this lane. Usually it would be if you felt like there was going to be a blitzer there or that you were going to get a blitz, you would have that, you'd bump that one and then pick that up and then give your quarterback. Even if the quarterback's throwing the ball the other way, you want to pick up that blitz.
Yeah.
You don't want to give a free runner. You know, even though Cooks was open on the play, because what happens is they run the double. I showed you guys they ran the double picks.
Yeah.
And Lamb and Cooks did a great job of executing that. They've had problems with these pick rub routes with these receivers and tight ends. That hasn't been as clean with the tight ends.
I can't be too disappointed in Dak. I think he did stare down Scooney, and Cooks was wide open.
Yeah.
But you're getting such quick pressure, Brian.
Oh,
you
no.
got to take the first guy open.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that to me it was the harder of the throws. If I could, the final.
Was there enough contact before the reception that should have been a PI in your mind?
Oh, absolutely, there should have been. You know, absolutely they should. But that's, you know, these officials. I mean, you really can't bitch about it. I'm sorry. That's just that's why they call these games. You watch these games every week on. You know, and you're like, oh, that's a bad call, or that's one that should have been.
Yeah, they're constantly happening.
Okay,
you got 3 penalties and 2 injured Eagles and couldn't put the ball in the end zone.
Yeah. My final one is on the Prescott 2-point play. You okay over there, Chief?
I'm doing all right.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Surviving, I'm thriving.
They're going to try and get the ball in the 2-point play once again to Cooks real quick, and he's going to go right to left again in the end zone. He's open, but Prescott's got no shot. And this is because of Biotish. Biotish, he gave up. The pressure was so quick from Carter in his face. Prescott has to pull the ball down and attempt to run, and he switches his hands knowing it's going to be close to get to the pylon, but he takes one extra step to launch himself at the pylon. It was a heck of an effort by Brandon Graham. I mentioned that. He's the one that really kept Prescott going wide on the play, and it forced him to have to take that extra step. But there's going to be an opportunity to get the ball to Cooks for the 2-point play, but Biadasz got beat so badly right off the jump that Prescott, I think, did the best he could to try and get that ball to the corner. Unfortunately, they didn't make it because he stepped out of bounds.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
A fantastic film breakdown every Monday in Krusty's Corner. All right, best of the weekend coming up next, Chief. What are we talking about?
Tales from one of the greatest sports days we've all experienced. Next, right here on The Fan.
DFW's #1.
Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. There's Brian Broaddus, the former Cowboy scout, NFL executive. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup at Master Control here at 75 and Fitzhugh. You got your Nosebleed brothers, Wolchuk and Chiafalo. Myself, Gavin Dawson, along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation. It's time for some best of the weekend, Brian.
Dawson, did Chiafalo get you sick the other day?
Probably.
Yeah. He's acting like, he's over here like, oh, no, it's all cool. I work with everybody, and I'm just germing everybody up. I think you're...
It was very mild, though. It was mild. I didn't mind it at all.
I come from the Dusty Baker line of thinking over here.
We're all sick.
Yeah, we're all sick.
I think I got a virus for powering
Everybody's
through,
got
man.
a virus. Okay, there's work to be done here.
Yes.
All right. We had to party all weekend long. You think I was going to let a little cold keep me down from the greatest sporting parade that we've ever witnessed?
No. I'd have to say though, I was trying to wrestle the MVP honors away from you.
You did your best on Friday.
I did.
I thought you pulled it off. And for more on that, here's Eric Chiafalo with the best of the weekend.
I think you were the MVP.
Most valuable drunk?
Yep.
No way, dude.
You were.
That was you. 10 out of 10. It was a Hall of Fame legendary moment for you.
Not me, man.
And our show. I mean, we had so much fun. I don't know about you guys, and you guys have like Dawson Broaddus. You guys have been doing the radio thing for many moons. But for my money, that was as fun as I've ever had.
Oh, it was a legendary day. A day I'll never forget. It was amazing.
So many things to get into.
Somebody told me I had fun.
Yes.
You had a great time.
Did I have a good time?
I think we all had a very, very good time.
The biggest surprise was Broaddus saying, in regards to his championship parade hangover, quote, not that bad.
Yeah, I was listening. You called in the morning.
I
did.
I was with Will and CA. I heard.
I'll tell you what. I learned from you guys about how to drink massive amounts of water before you go to bed. I'd never really ever done that in my life, but it's a big play. That and a breakfast you make breakfast tacos.
The 817 says it was a legacy game for Brian. I felt like it was. I feel like Mardi Gras Broaddus is a sight to behold. I just wonder if that's repeatable. Is that a sustainable type of performance? Because if it is, I'm bringing a 12-pack into work on Friday. He's going to start cracking them in the show meeting.
Hell yes, let's go.
Yes. I don't know if we just caught lightning in a bottle that day or if there's a window of opportunity for the future. But I know I had multiple people texting me saying we got to get this Broaddus as often as possible. Beer Fridays maybe with Broaddus, something like that. But it was a special performance by you, sir.
I honestly was motivated by the crowd.
I know you were a showman out there, dude. You were kissing babies, you're high-fiving Tolos, and the whole time you're just hammering through beers.
You were dancing at one point, Brian.
I was.
You did a little truffle shuffle.
I was doing the little shuffle, but when I saw that G-Bag Nation flag at 9:40 in the morning,
something clear. It inspired you.
You knew you had to bring your game today, and that's when that guy and those gals, they handed like that beer. They're like, "Hey, Brian, you want a beer?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And I'm thinking that's going to be the only one,
a little championship parade beer.
As soon as it hit your lips, though.
I was signing G-Bag Nation flags and putting down like 3 beers, like to sign the flags. Like, bro, sign my. And I'm like, "Oh yeah, hang on." And I put the beers down and go sign the flag and stuff like that. It was kind of a. I appreciate everybody out there handing me beers, though.
It was amazing.
Nice.
It started with the mini vodka shot bottles, and we had the Tolo presents was outstanding. I mean, we had they handed us that margarita stuff they wanted us to chug.
Yeah.
That's really kind of what set me over the top a little bit.
You like I
lipped it.
I kind of
me and Broaddus waterfalled it.
We waterfalled it.
Like hell no, let's go.
And you kind of just said, okay, I don't care. I admired you for doing that, though.
There were 750,000 people there, and a good chunk of them had their mouth on a bottle of homemade.
I'll tell you what, that margarita, it wasn't bad.
It was good.
Broaddus just waterfall that I waterfall it, and Walchuk's like, forget it. This thing's going right into the mouth. And it was a good long pull by you. Very, very impressive. And you talk about those vodkas that you were being thrown upon arrival there. That's when I was experiencing giant FOMO. On the way in, the traffic was insane.
Yeah.
So much so that it kept people away. Dawson fought that hugely.
Yeah.
Should have happened to me. I got extremely fortunate. Like the luckiest thing that's really ever happened to me because it ended up being the most fun day ever. But trying to get to the parking, I U-turned and everything was blocked off in a million different ways. I finally come down Division as I'm making a right-hand turn onto Stadium Drive, which is where I need to get to in order to get to the parking lot that we had for us. I'm making the right-hand turn. I'm seeing all the blockage. Like there's cones, there's police officers. You're not getting past that. But Eric Nadel, as I'm making the right, he's making a left into the same lane. So he gets right in front of me. I see it's Eric Nadel in his candy apple Cadillac XT5 or whatever it was. Gorgeous. I get right behind him. I'm like, okay, I'm just going to ride you, Nadel, all the way up to here. He pulls up to the police officer, rolls the window down. I can see by the reaction of the police officer, he's like, "Oh my God, this is Eric Nadel." Then he starts, doing the thing with the pointer finger, telling everybody like, "Get the blocks out of the way, get the barricades out of the way."
They're moving barricades.
They're moving barricades,
And it's been barricaded. That's what I encountered was the barricade.
They were all
You
over
had
the place.
the Nadel pass.
I had the Nadel pass. The lucky, it just parted
so
like the Red
lucky.
Sea for Nadel.
Wow.
I pull out the credential. I'm like, "Hey, I'm with him. They let me just tail him through, and it was so cool because this was part of the parade route, and there was already tons of Rangers fans lined up as close as you could be to the street to have the best view. And this was part of the parade route getting into this parking lot and hearing all the Rangers fans seeing and realizing it was Eric Nadel in that car right in front of me and just chanting Nadel as he was pulling into the lot. It was just a phenomenal experience. And Eric Nadel doesn't even know this, but without him, I probably wouldn't even have experienced.
He's a hero.
The amazing day of the parade. He is a hero.
No, there was an alternate route as well that like circumvented a drainage ditch that I saw a lot of Tolos going down and then having to like build human chains to get up the other side. I didn't know where that was, but other than the Nadel Pass, that was the only way inside, and that route was only open for about 30 minutes until authorities blocked that one as well.
Yeah,
I was stuck on the outside throughout the entire afternoon until about 3:30.
Hey, but you made it. You did make it
You did
eventually.
make
Yeah, and I had fun on the outside. Yeah.
One of my favorite, what I remember of one of my favorite events or moments was when you were talking on the radio, and it's on Twitter. When you're talking on the radio, and Nadel comes up behind you.
Yeah.
And then you both you didn't even know that he was behind you.
No, he's like tapping Eric on the shoulder, and Eric just keeps talking, and I'm looking at Eric, and as soon as you turned around, then it's just we're jumping up and down like schoolgirls.
Yes.
We won the World Series.
I got to embrace Eric Nadel, and right before he joined, that's a great video for me personally that I will save and archive forever. It's
a great moment,
epic moment.
But
epic
you
moment.
didn't even know he was there. Right?
I had no idea. I'm talking. I'm doing the thing, and earlier you had come up to me with your hands on my shoulders, like letting me know there's more beers.
Yeah.
I'm thinking maybe this has brought us with more beers, but I'm going to get this takeoff real quick. Turns out it's the Hall of Famer Eric Nadel wanting to embrace for a giant championship hug, and then we did it. We jumped, and it was euphoric.
Well, a pro move was CA. So after I got there and I did the hit with KNC, CA's like, "Hey, do you want to go? They're doing a media thing inside the stadium." And I had to go around to get my media credential so I could go out to the parade route because Spittle wanted us all to be individually do some call-ins, during the parade. So I go inside with CA. And I go down there, and Jordan Montgomery's getting interviewed, and Nathan Eovaldi's getting interviewed, and Josh Young, who looked like Josh Young had not slept in about 72 hours since they won the World Series. You could see it.
Is that why his eyes were so low?
Yeah.
Just exhausted.
I'm assuming that's why.
Just exhausted.
I got to talk with Nadel there as well, but then I noticed, okay, they've got like buffet lines out here for all the families.
I had to take the elevator up and go over the top and go on the other side after.
This actually led to one of the coolest moments that I've ever seen Walchuk do. Because
it led to a personal amazing moment.
Walchuk had the appropriate pass to get through into Globe Life Field for any reason he needed to. I didn't. I just had the World Series deal that because I showed up a little bit late. So we walk up and we got to go number one. We had been beering it up.
Oh yeah.
So
broke the seal. Broke a mistake.
Walchuk leads us right up to Globe Life Field to walk into the doors. The security's check in, and they see that I don't have the appropriate pass to get through the doors, but Walchuk does, and Walchuk just goes, "Oh no, he's with me." And the security guy goes, "Yeah, he is." He just let us right in.
And I looked, I'm like,
wow,
I can't
Walchuk.
believe that just worked, dude. Holy crap. I've never done that before.
That was the coolest thing I've ever seen you
Eric
do.
hadn't eaten all day, and I didn't realize you were in the same boat.
Oh,
And I'm like,
you were just living on beer.
Eric, I know they've got food here. Because CA and I
it
had
was
taken,
good food.
They had it was great stuff.
Yeah.
They had like World Series cookies that we had taken out there, and Kevin Hagelin was upset. He's like, "Could you get us some more?" I'm like, "I don't know if I'm going to go back in there and grab that," but I went over to Eric, and I guess the liquid courage was talking enough. I'm like, "Bro, grab a plate. Let's sit down. Let's just hammer this real quick, and then we'll get back out there to the parade route." And we did.
Dude,
Fed my guy.
We're sitting there amongst all the players and their families.
Mike Maddox is saying what's up to us. Michael Young's walking by.
Well, we said what's up to Mike Maddox, to be fair. We said, Mad Dog, we love you.
But he
And
was
gave us
thrilled.
a salute. Yes, he was. Michael Young with the brewski, hanging out with Ian Kinsler. Walchuk got to say hi to Michael Young, his favorite Ranger of all time. Bochy's eating there, hanging out with the grandkids and the family. It was like, I can't believe we're doing this, eating the best chicken tenders that we've ever had.
It was the Pluckers
It was
tendies.
perfect, man. It was a super clutch moment from Walchuk there, and I'll forever be indebted. I'm actually seeing this in real time by John Morosi. Mitch Garver did not receive the qualifying offer from the Rangers.
Okay.
He just tweeted that out, so just want to throw that out there. Garv sauce.
You know what? He seems like a key guy. The fact that they're willing to move on means that they're looking at these roster spots as pretty crucial. And if you're planning to upgrade from Garver, that's going to be a good player. That's my take on it.
Yeah, I would agree there. And there's been some injury history. I will say, just because they didn't put the qualifying offer out there, I think there's still potential he's able to come back. We'll just have to see what his market looks like.
Yeah, it'll be fun over the course of the next few days. And we've already seen
It's
plenty
just
of news
crazy.
coming out.
You
But
play this late into the season, you win a World Series. Literally just a week later, it's time for free agency. You just go right into the offseason.
We did that when we won the Super Bowl in Green Bay. We went from celebrating parade on a Monday to draft meetings started Tuesday.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the rest of the league's starting to work.
Yeah.
The rest of the league's already been working.
They've already been working. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're just now. You guys have been working behind the scenes, but the work you're going to have to do, like Chris Young. I mean, they're going to have a lot of catching up going on here.
Is it fun to work those days, though? I mean, you just won.
Oh, I'll tell you
You're not
this.
like...
Yeah, I'll tell you this, and thanks for asking that, because we had the parade. Next day, we started our meetings. They came in that Tuesday afternoon and measured us for our Super Bowl rings.
Yeah.
So the people came in. We stopped the meeting so we could all get sized for our Super Bowl rings. And then we went back to work, and we were all kind of sitting there, nobody saying anything. And then my boss kind of goes, well, that was pretty effing cool. And we're all everybody started
Hell,
laughing.
yes, it
We
was.
all started laughing about it. But yeah, there's teams that have been out of this for a while. They've been working on plans and stuff, and see why, and then we'll figure it out, though. There's no question they will.
the league has to be so just annoyed. Like, wow, Rangers, you win the World Series. You're going to get Wyatt Langford, the number 4 overall pick, called up, and reports are that you're the leader in the clubhouse for Ohtani.
Yeah.
Everybody's just got to be like, wow, can't stand you right now, Rangers.
This one is incredibly exciting, and it makes me a little bit nervous because if you would add a salary like that, what is it? We'll check $50 million?
Yeah, probably.
Who
at
are
least
you
50.
saying goodbye to? I think for sure it'd be Montgomery. It might be Garcia, and after what Garcia just did, there's more than one way to significantly improve the team. If you've decided you want it to be Ohtani, cool. I'm thinking, could you have other good players and maybe not get Ohtani, but also add some guys too? I think there's a lot of ways to do this, but if he really wants to come here, you owe it to yourself and your fan base and everybody involved to go get the best player possible. It could make it tough though. Luckily, we have CY to put this whole thing together and to make the tough decisions. I feel like for a lot of the second half of the season, maybe some fans were willing to move on from Adolis Garcia. What happened against Houston in Game 6 and 7 swung everybody to, this is my favorite Ranger.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I don't know how you reconcile all that as the GM. What do you do with that information as the front office? I think the best ones see through that emotion of the decision and can move on from fan favorites, from coaching staff favorites. That's the sort of like shrewd mindset that the best GMs have, Brian. You know I'm right about this.
No, you are absolutely right about that. And hey, this guy is for a first-time general manager and kind of learning the ropes, and then coming in and having a plan the way he had. I mean, he went out there. He knew exactly who he wanted to hire, the players he wanted to bring in, and now he's going to have to cut this roster down. And that's why I asked him the question about, is it kind of sad? Is it sad because you know that it's never going to be the same team?
Yeah.
And that's where it's going to come to him when he's sitting there and he's thinking, and he starts moving those tags off that board of the players that helped him win this World Series.
I mean, but you do have to say, how much better is Ohtani than Garcia? And is it $40 million better? Because you're going to get Garcia for under $10 million on arbitration. That's the value. Certainly you could trade him for something awesome.
Right. And the only reason that you're having that thought is just because Dolly was a little bit of a late bloomer, and so
Yeah.
now you've got to weigh the age with the financial risk.
You guys know my feeling about getting Shohei Ohtani here.
Yeah.
I was willing to kind of give up premium farmhand picks. You know what I'm saying?
It's really up to Ray Davis. You know, if Ray's wanting to pay luxury tax and he doesn't care about that, and let's open the checkbook, then you're able to keep the majority of these guys because you're not paying Evan Carter. You know, you're not paying the Wyatt Langfords.
His season tickets, all that stuff has gone up. You know, the Rangers always thought, hey, get your season tickets now. Now that's all been taken care of right now.
We'll have more Rangers throughout the show and throughout the offseason as the GM meetings actually start tomorrow. And historically, that is a week where they're just talking league business and how they want the competitive balance rules and all that. But in recent years, free agency, you get these guys together, free agency and trade rumors have started to flow already, and we'll have Bob Nightingale on tomorrow to start addressing some of these with you at 3:00. But up next is the Woolly Bullies Top 10 at 420. Where are you taking us, buddy?
It's National Nachos Day. I've got the top 10 bar foods. We'll do that next.
Okay, I want to chat D&M Leasing with you before we do anything else, though, because D&M Leasing is my favorite way, the only way.
Windows is sending new customers to a football game at Jerry World on the house. Call 800-972-3631 or visit MaverickWindows.com to learn more now. Congrats on the World Series win, Texas fans. Academy Sports and Outdoors has everything you need to celebrate your hometown team's championship. Swing by your local Academy store today or shop online at Academy.com to find officially licensed jerseys, tees, caps, and more. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a good one. NFL Hodgepodge coming up at 5 o'clock. Time now for the top 10 at 4:20. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks at DFW. If your loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to truckwreck.com. And here he is, the Wooly Bully.
Yes, it is National Nachos Day. I got the top 10 best bar foods. What is your favorite? 877-881-1053. I did see this sports-related. Kyler Murray, the pride of Allen, Texas, he is back. He's going to be starting for the Arizona Cardinals, according to head coach Jonathan Gannon, I should say. He said, quote, if all goes well at practice this week, Kyler will be starting. He was ready to go last week. They decided to not go with him.
Yeah.
They went with the rookie Clayton Tune from Houston.
Played Cleveland, right? Maybe a little defensive problem there.
Could be. And
Yeah.
Cleveland's defense has been so darn good.
That's what I'm
they're
saying.
probably the
Yeah.
best unit in football that doesn't get talked about enough. They're fantastic.
Beat him up too bad with that defense.
Yeah, and so Kyler very likely could get the start this week against the Falcons.
So Clayton Tune was the Kyler Murray meat shield, if you will. Like,
Yes.
hey, Kyler, you're probably ready, but we're not going to run you into the dogs.
Yeah,
that
we'll-
is Cleveland.
We'll wait till
And
Atlanta.
they broke Clayton Tune yesterday.
They did.
If he ever wants to play football again, I'll be surprised. I cannot believe I didn't get the news today about another young player just calling it quits in the NFL. That looked like 4 quarters of misery, dude. It was one of the worst performances I've ever seen, and I don't even blame him for it. It was just an absolute teeth kicking for 4 quarters. Clayton Tune 1.6 QBR, which means he gave his team a 1.6% chance to win that football game.
This is why you needed to play the Arizona Cardinals like late in the year when they've quit and that kind of thing. You know, when you played them, when you're the Cowboys and you played them, they were still trying to they were playing hard and it's just sometimes you catch teams at the wrong time. You just do, and I think you caught Arizona. Arizona might not win another game.
Yeah, well, it's the only game they've won to this point.
Yeah,
you were
it's
the only team that caught them on a good enough day.
And it was amazing how much better they were than you that day.
Yeah, let's hope we don't have to see Josh Dobbs again with the Minnesota Vikings, because that was not a good one. Speaking of the Vikings, Cam Akers is now out for the season after he tore his Achilles yesterday, according to Kevin O'Connell. They traded for Cam Akers from the Rams. That's another big loss for the Vikings, as they are in the playoffs right now, which is crazy. But let's get to the top 10 bar foods. 877-881-1053. Did love the text from the 214. Best bar food, just go to Waffle House after the bar. That or Whataburger. And I hear you. I'm not going to deny that. But this is when you're sitting at the bar, you got a full day, you're watching whatever game it might be, college football, maybe it was baseball, the Rangers World Series run. What are you going for? We can go around the horn. Let's start in the Pimp Cup with Lucius Alexander, L.A.
Chicken strips or chicken wings.
Can't go wrong with that. And both of those will be in the top 10.
Yeah, it's predictable. I feel like those are very popular no matter where you are. You got, I'm going to go with the pizza.
Okay.
Yeah, a little bar pizza.
Like anything that's shareable and handheld. I think that's the key for the bar food.
It's amazing how low budget these bars can churn out pizzas that actually taste pretty damn good. You know.
And the flatbreads.
You just imagine they're back there in the freezer just stacked up like dominoes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're just frozen, real budget $3 pizzas, but they come out of that oven tasting like $30.
I do like
after
the
a pitcher of beer.
214 with the quesadillas. Quesadillas are underrated. And quesadillas on the outside looking in, it's at 11.
Okay.
But I love the quesadillas, and you can do a lot with those. The brisket quesadillas people are rocking with now, delicious. I'm in on that. Where are you going, Brian?
I'll tell you what, I've always been a big fan of the pretzel.
Okay.
The pretzel,
right.
when you like that you could get the
giant soft
pretzel.
pretzel.
Soft pretzel. I've always kind of felt like that's something you can kind of tear apart and eat and all
You
that.
dipping that into the cheese or mustard?
Probably going with the mustard. I know you.
And you like to brush the salt off, right?
I do brush the salt off because I think sometimes they oversalt.
Way
them.
too much salt, yeah.
Way too, but like
you want to knock down to about 80% of that off.
Beer cheese is like pretty good to dip it into.
Yeah.
But I think Lucius is onto something with these wings at these bars. And what about a basket of chips and sauce.
Oh, no doubt. So
That's
chips and dip.
Chips and sauce
Hell
is
yeah.
pretty good too.
The nachos, a lot of good premium like brisket nachos sitting out there.
And we got
I
some
wanna
love
give
for the Irish nachos.
I'm sorry?
Potatoes?
Yeah, Irish nachos.
Is that potatoes?
Yeah, it's basically like potato chips that are then smothered in like cheese and bacon or
Sound like a gratin.
It's
got sour cream chives on there.
sour cream and chives.
Well, that's like
Yeah.
that's like 3 layers of what we're talking about, right?
I mean, they look delicious. And maybe that's like at pubs you can get that. It's like fish and chips.
That's
Or
like
honorable
a-
mention, which you'll go get at a pub. You'll sit down and you can get some fish and chips.
Oh, the fish and chips is awesome.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. You're right.
You got fried pickles, ceviche being texted in taquitos. And taquitos not on here, but that's good. Fried pickles, of course, getting a lot of love.
Ceviche at bars?
Ceviche.
Where? Whoa, what bar is that? If you don't know, it's that seafood. It's kind of a seafood margarita,
Which
is
I
really
had for
what
the
it-
first time in Oxnard.
Yeah, it's really good.
Actually, there is a spot. I can't remember the name of it.
I can't believe a bar would serve ceviche.
That does serve ceviche.
Yeah. It's like all the combinations.
Fancy
of fish.
bar right there.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. That's
Yeah.
high end bar.
It is. It is. So the honorable mentions that didn't quite make it. I mentioned the fish and chips. You got potato skins that have been texted in quite a bit. The soft pretzels you mentioned.
You can mess up potato skins, by the way.
You know what? I never really order them.
You can make them too.
I'd rather just get fries. Like some loaded
Yeah.
fries or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you can mess those potato skins up if you don't do them the right way.
I'm with you on that. Number 10, we do have the fried pickles. Came in at 10. Now I've got to do the fried pickle chips. I can't do the spears. I mean, I could. But I just don't prefer them.
I thought did people do spears?
They're spears. Actually, I think Pluckers does spears.
Fried spears,
Really?
huh?
Mm-hmm.
I've always done the chips.
Yeah,
a lot of
chips,
pickle.
Chips the way to go.
It's a thick pickle.
It is a thick pickle. Number 9 is the chicken tendy, which is an outstanding. It's finger food. Just dip it in some sauce.
No question.
Number 8. I'm surprised this hasn't been talked about or texted in yet. The jalapeno poppers.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. Somebody texted about that.
Did we?
They love the jalapeno poppers.
Man, there's a lot of love for the jalapeno popper out there. And honestly, anytime I have one, I'm reminded, damn, jalapeno poppers actually are really darn good.
Dude, you can just roll up to Sonic and dominate it right there in the drive-thru.
There's
just, to me, so much vegetable in there. Like
It's
I
too
want
much.
I want a sliver of the jalapeno.
Right.
And maybe on a piece of pizza. Boom. Now I'm doing jalapeno right. Or really finely diced into some salsa. Like eating a whole jalapeno might take me a while to get there.
I'm with you. I do love the Southwestern egg rolls from Chili's, 615. You know that.
That's a good call right there.
Now, all the Mexican bars we're getting texted and have the ceviche.
All the Mexican bars.
The Mexican bars will have the ceviche for you.
Good for them.
So that's where we can go find
I put that in a big old beer schooner, I bet is what they do in those big glass schooners.
Yeah.
Probably, with the kind of if you threw it at somebody, it hurt them.
I like that.
I've done that before.
Have you?
Yeah.
Oh, Texas Twinkies, yes, from the 469. Okay, loaded fries come in at 7, which you can't go wrong with. And any type of fry, I'm going to curly fry. If you want to make them curly fries, I'm in on that. Number 6, it's the chips and dip for you.
There you go.
And that can be just chips and salsa, it can be chips and queso, be chips and artichoke
Guacamole.
dip, spinach and artichoke dip, guacamole.
The spinach and artichoke thing, I love it, but I'm afraid when you eat it in that setting, the spinach always ends up in your teeth. And nobody tells you got spinach all in your teeth. Nobody tells you that. They kind of it's a running joke.
What was that?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I was with a guy the other day. He spent like 10 hours with a piece of kale on his right
Ace
front
Ventura.
tooth.
Do I have
never said
something in my
anything.
teeth?
Never said anything.
You
Thought
didn't?
about it many times.
You should have. Why wouldn't you say something?
I don't know.
You're a jerk.
Just like let him. He'll figure it out. He'll go to the bathroom. He'll see it.
Yeah.
He'll figure it out
And
later.
then when he sees it, he's like, "Oh, damn! How long did I have that on my face?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, that jalapeno ranch from Chewy's is delicious. I'm with
It
you on
is.
that. Any
It
type of
is.
fried shrimp. Texas Roadhouse, the Cactus Blossom from the 817.
Is that the Awesome Blossom
The
thing?
Awesome Blossom.
Yeah.
I think Outback does that, right?
Right.
They
the
do that as
blooming
well.
onion.
Blooming onion.
Yeah.
Number 5. Here's the top 5 for you. 5 is the mozzarella sticks.
Boom. I was waiting for the mozzarella sticks to come
Gotta
in. They're
get the
getting a
mozzarella
lot of
sticks.
love on the truckwreck.com
Have
fan
to be
text.
right out
As
of
it
the
should.
fryer.
Yes, or honestly, preferably, it would be there at Globe Life Field.
So those are the GOAT.
Those are the 1 seed
Those
for
are the
mozzarella
best.
sticks.
Best mozz sticks in the business. Number 4 is pizzas.
Yeah.
And what a lot of these bars are doing now is the flatbread pizzas.
Yeah.
Those are delicious.
Yeah.
I'm into it. And it's a little bit different because you can go get a pizza anywhere.
Very Dallas of you.
But it's a very is it?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think flatbread's kind of a country thing. The United
Captain
States of America
Artisan,
thing.
Captain Artisan over here.
Hey,
I think the traditional Dallas pizza like Campese's is pretty close to a flatbread.
I'll tell you what, man.
it is close to a flatbread.
Yeah, that's what I meant by that.
Give me a
no
thin,
disrespect.
Give me a,
No,
give
I
me
get
a
what you're
thin,
saying there.
thin crust pizza at a bar.
Yes.
I'm good with that.
I think you got to go thin crust at a bar.
Yeah, because you're drinking and you don't want to fill up on a bunch of dough.
No,
while you're
overwhelming.
drinking. Yeah.
But gosh, and the handheld, the finger food you can share as a table. I think that's a pro tip. Number 3 is the nachos.
Yes.
A National Nacho
Yes,
Day.
yes,
I don't know
yes.
if you guys have a top spot to go get the nachos. Let us know where the best nachos are.
Make them at home.
877-881-1053. Got some text for some fried mushrooms. Not my thing, but if that's your thing, go for it.
Sliders getting a lot of love here too.
Number
Sliders
2
are good.
Number 2 is the sliders.
Is it?
Number 2 is the sliders.
It's a heck of an item.
You can go with burgers. You can do like pulled pork sliders.
Yes.
You could go with chicken. Hot chicken, barbecue chicken sliders, whatever you want. Very versatile. But number 1, without much of a surprise, it's the wings.
It's the wings.
It's the best bar food.
Lucius knew.
So did
Right off the
tacos?
jump.
Did tacos not make an appearance here?
No, tacos are not listed.
Okay.
No tacos is a.
I'll tell you
bar
what,
food
that's
item.
surprising because they have those nice little taco holders now. You can put 3 little tacos
Dude,
in that.
Velvet Taco. I actually had to go when I met up with my fiance after the parade on Friday. She was like, "Hey, will you take me to Velvet Taco?" I said, "Sure." They've got an amazing one of those where they can fit like 6 of these tacos on here. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Will Chuck.
My pleasure.
A top 10 every afternoon, 420 from the Woolly Bully himself. Biggest questions around the Cowboys after their 3rd loss on the year. That's next in the nation.
Let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell, though, because they are doing it bigger and better than ever. Brand new Gilchrist Automotive. It's in Terrell between I-20 and Highway 80.
Celebrate responsibly. 2023 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Boomer Esiason is on the Fan. Check out Kickoff, getting you ready for every game. Sunday mornings at 7 on the Fan. Presented nationally by Casamigos Tequila. Casamigos, brought to you by those who drink it. And Lowe's. Lowe's knows home improvement. It's Boomer on 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet is racing to finish the year #1 in America. They're leading the way with the unheard of 400 Silverados with their best Black Friday savings all month long. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax, and enjoy the difference.
All righty, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation. Coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, we will have a pair of party passes that you could win to the Cowboys game as they take on the Giants coming up this Sunday. So stay tuned for your opportunity to win. That is coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. Couple of news items. Per Jason Kidd, Luka and Kyrie are both playing tonight.
There you go.
It appears Kleber will not. He's questionable. Also, Derek Lively, rookie baller. I got to eat a little bit of crow there. This game is so different from college to the pros. I was stupid enough to think that a guy that averaged 4-4 would probably take some time to develop if it ever came around for him. But, the Mavs front office and coaching staff came together to find a guy with the traits that they felt like could have an impact. And he definitely is. So salute. I think we're seeing some great signs around the Mavericks right now, including Grant Williams, other than his Philadelphia Eagles shirt that he thought would be cool and funny to wear after the game. That's not quite how we roll. But this guy is a perfect signing. I think leadership in the Mavs is trending in the right direction, and it's been a while since I've said that, Brian, so I'm happy about where they're headed.
Yeah, if I could circle back up, because I was talking to my guys over there about Lively, and I asked them, I said, is Lively a starter in due time, or is this coming off the bench kind of a role? That's but then this was a while back, and I just never had the chance to use it. And my guys were saying, I'm not sure that he'll be full-time yet, again, but probably will get this chance. Kleber's defense and way of playing at a high level, he just can't physically hold up over the season and do it for 30-plus minutes a night. Derek has been pretty diligent in his work habits. He listens well. He's in great shape. His skill set offensively fits us really well with our guards.
Yeah.
That's what they were talking about. Again, I didn't have a chance to work that in. We've been dealing with baseball and stuff a lot, but that's a little bit of a thought about what they got in that rook.
It's a good value. It's a great pick. And, I feel like it depends on the matchup. Obviously, some guys are going to give him a lot of trouble, but he can definitely be part of a winning big man formula now. And we'll see as far as how dominant he could become. Mitch Garver not being tendered by the Rangers, it's because it would have been $20 million. So that makes sense that maybe they can negotiate a different kind of contract for Mitch Garver.
Right. So, the full list of guys that did get a qualifying offer, Shohei Ohtani, Aaron Nola, Blake Snell, Cody Bellinger, Josh Hader, Matt Chapman, Sonny Gray. The ones that didn't, Mitch Garver was one, Rhys Hoskins of the Phillies, Teoscar Hernandez, and Jorge Soler. So it's a $20.325 million contract on a one-year deal.
Okay.
And it might be one of those, I'm seeing a lot of people saying like goodbye to Mitch Garver. Maybe he does end up going and signing somewhere else. I don't think it means that the Rangers are totally out on bringing him back. They probably just didn't want to bring him back on a one-year deal worth that amount of money.
I saw they did pick up an option on Heaney at $13 million, so a lot of Ranger business is going on. Okay, what's more likely for these Cowboys as they slip to 5-3, miss the playoffs or win the division? On the schedule, you have playoff teams, the Eagles again, the Seahawks, the Lions, the Bills, the Dolphins. That's 5 games. If you don't beat a playoff team, you'd be at 8 losses. Okay?
Yeah.
I don't know what their record's going to be against those 5 teams. My guess would be 1-4. I don't know which of those 5 they're going to beat. I could hope for 3-2. That seems very unlikely, and 4-1, 5-0 seems just totally undoable. But all of those teams are beatable. I think you should beat Philly at home. You're close enough. Should you beat the Seahawks? Yes, but they have a physical defensive line now. I don't think you're going to run against them. Should you beat the Lions? I don't think so. Should you beat the Bills? Maybe depending on what Bills team shows up. And the Dolphins are hard to say how healthy they're going to be and what they're looking like. But right now, I'd pick the Dolphins to beat you too. So I would say not make the playoffs is more likely than win the division right now. How about you guys?
It's tough. I do think it's really, really good that you get all these NFC opponents for the remainder, for the most part, at home. Like, you're going to get Seattle at home. You're going to get Washington at home. You're going to get Philly at home, Detroit at home. I think a lot of that is hugely important. Going to Buffalo in December, you chalk that up as an L. You're not winning that football game, very likely. You go to Carolina, that's no problem. You're about to get the Giants at home. I think there's a really good chance the Cowboys are sitting in a good spot here. And with what happens here with Philly moving forward, their schedule gets so much more difficult. They're about to go through a gauntlet right now. And without Dallas Goedert, I think that could hurt them. So,
and how about that secondary though?
Yeah, and how terrible it is.
They're dealing with some injuries with Maddox and some guys like that, but they've just have that second. I don't know how you trust that secondary the way, especially the safety spot, the nickel spot, what they were playing with. I mean, their pass rush saves them.
Yes,
I mean that's clear. I mean they couldn't. Dallas was been able to throw the ball the way they did last night, and it's a shame they couldn't miss some plays. But that's secondary for the Eagles. They're about to play some teams that can really throw the ball. They might get lit up in some of these games.
I think you also have, in terms of missing the playoffs,
your quarterback might be a little hurt too.
True. I just don't think that it's likely. I think they're going to be 8-3 when they play the Seahawks. They're going to go on a 3-game winning streak here. The Giants aren't good. They'll go and beat Carolina, and they beat up on bad teams all the time. The Commanders are bad as well. They'll find a way to win all those games. The question will be, all right, Seattle at home, as you mentioned, but the landscape of the NFC is bad. I mean, we're talking about the Minnesota Vikings, who are holding on to that 7 seed right now at 5-4, and they're going to be playing with Josh Dobbs for the remainder of the year, and maybe Josh Dobbs ends up going in there and is really good, but behind that, none of these teams are a serious threat to make the playoffs. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, so you could be 9-8 and make it as the 7th and final wild card seed.
The one team you're probably fearing you haven't played Detroit yet, right? So I don't know. Maybe we'll look at Detroit like we look at San Francisco.
It's possible.
Matchup-wise, yeah. Detroit's probably going to run the football on them.
Do you see similarities and maybe they're giving you problems?
I don't think they have a linebacker that'll give them problems like Fred Warner does.
The Philadelphia game gave me some hope.
I think they should win the rematch at AT&T against Philadelphia.
Well, saying it and doing it is two different things.
But last year they split them, right? And it's not like you're scared because of the Jalen Hurts thing.
I just don't think you play San Francisco well, and I'm wondering if you're going to be able to play Detroit well. They got a quarterback that doesn't make mistakes. They run the football really well, and they don't let you run the ball at all.
Yeah, no. I mean, but we'll see. It's the second to last game of the season. The type of condition that either of these teams in will be a big question. The Cowboys will get them at home, and Jared Goff under pressure is a completely different quarterback. The Cowboys will put all the pressure on him, so I mean, I think that's an extremely winnable game. Like, the only game that I think you're for sure losing moving forward is going into Buffalo in December. You're not winning that football game. But even the Seahawks, they're coming to your house. They're going to be on a short week. You are on a full week's rest. It's a Thursday night game after Thanksgiving. So, built-in advantage there. Like, everything is advantage Cowboys here. If you drop a game in Miami or in Buffalo, so be it, dude. Who cares? You got all these games versus these NFC teams that you're going to crush, and hopefully you beat the Eagles at home. But at home, I'll take my chances.
Yeah, at home, they're a different team. The penalties, the points, a lot of different stuff at home. So that's important to keep in mind. After the big win against the Rams, I felt like, man, this isn't who they are. And I also feel like it's not who they are whenever they suffer a defeat. But now you're 3-3 over the last 6.
Yeah.
You're 7-18 in your last 25 games against winning teams outside the division. You make your hay typically on bad teams and division opponents. So by those numbers, I would think you're probably going to lose 1 out of every 3, maybe 1 out of every 4 games against playoff teams outside your division. That's just how it plays out, and it's at times very tough to watch. A couple of years ago, Dak ran the game out. I have 20 seconds. I'm running 30 yards for a first down or whatever. Last year, it was the picks. A month ago, it was a complete disaster against the 49ers. Yesterday, it was 2 drives. You're there. It's time to go be the offense. And I don't even put it all on Dak. I don't. I think the people that put it on Dak are mistaken. This is a team failure. And the offensive line and Terrence Steele was the biggest thing last night. But sacks are a QB stat. I'm hearing how great Dak was yesterday. I don't think you can be great when, with the game is on the line, you're getting sacked multiple times in a key drive. Get rid of the ball, Like, how did Dak stop throwing picks? It's because he's taking sacks. It's the same thing. He doesn't know where to go with the ball. Last year, he was like, crap, I don't know where to go with the ball. I'm going to give my guy a chance. Now he's like, well, I don't know where the ball. I'm going to take a sack and hope to make up the play on the next play. But it's the same thing. He needs time. And this front office has ignored that now for a number of consecutive seasons. They keep getting the same feedback in the biggest games. And I think you have enough of them remaining on the schedule now that I don't know how I would answer that. I don't know how sure I am that this team is even going to make the playoffs. And after looking so good to start the season, that's tough. That's a tough acknowledgement right now. I mean, they will get back on the right track, though, right? Washington, New York, and Carolina here over the next 3.
Yes.
Should nurse you back to health. Okay, a little NFL hodgepodge coming up next, Chief. Where are you taking us?
We got some more Cowboys observations. And do you feel confident in who the best team is in the league right now? 877-881-1053. That's next right here in the nation.
I feel confident Twin Peaks is the best place to go to watch. It's your ultimate sports launch with a menu to match. Pair any of their
From our fan studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Coming up at 5:20, we'll have the latest on the Texas Rangers. They're big offseason winners already. And we'll have everything that's been breaking throughout your broadcast afternoon. But right now, it is time for Eric Chiafalo and his NFL Hodgepodge. Here's the Chief.
All right, 877-881-1053. Who's the best team in football right now? We'll get to those here momentarily, but some more Cowboy observations. I just feel like yesterday there was like a season's worth of dumb S that happened to you in one game. And it felt like it was a season's worth.
Yeah.
I mean, my gosh, dude. You start. Sam Williams is forcing a fumble. It goes right back into Jalen Hurts. Donovan Wilson, I believe, he had 2 forced fumbles on one play. And they couldn't get the recovery. Even though for a second you thought they did.
The second one was down. He ripped the ball from Swift while he was down on the ground.
Yes.
The first one was legit. They couldn't come up with it.
Just 3 times they fumbled, got right back on the ball.
Yeah, at the end, the Micah forced fumble on Swift.
Yeah.
And then it's Steen or whatever these random offensive linemen
Tyler
falls
Steen,
on it. It's
Alabama.
Just very, very good fortune for them there. The Scooney play, of course, inches away.
Well, you're Steen, like you're not blocking, so what are you going to do? You got to fumble.
That's right.
You got to be alert.
Steen was definitely not very good.
Yeah.
And on the Scooney play, I'm just like, okay, if you're dialing it up for a guy there, wouldn't you switch roles for Scooney and Ferguson? Let Scooney be the guy who's supposed to be the clear out dude, and let Ferguson be the guy who's supposed to catch the football. Yeah. Why are we drawing up plays on 4th down for Schoonmaker?
I think
they should never attempt another pass to him all season long. You drafted him to be a blocker. I don't want to see him being the recipient of another, especially a key play.
Yeah,
we've seen it enough, dude.
I get the Scooney frustration, but Brian, correct me if I'm wrong. I think they've tried it the opposite way, and Scooney didn't do a good job with the clear out.
Well, then get him off the field. Then there's no business for him being there. Ferguson was a beast all game. Feed him the ball. CeeDee Lamb, feed him the ball. Why are we on 4th down? My quarterback is immediately going to Scooney's my guy.
Or Brandon
should
Cooks,
never be the case.
Or Brandon Cooks, who's wide open on the play.
Well, he threw the ball to Tolbert on 4th down too. You okay with that?
I'm not necessarily okay with that for sure, but I at least know CeeDee Lamb was supposed to get the ball there. He's double covered.
Yeah.
Now I'm wondering why we didn't just go right to Ferguson. It seems like the natural progression. When I look to all the way left, I want to get it to Lamb. He's a badass, almost 200 yards. He's double covered. Okay, Ferguson just won right off the jump. We should feed him the football. It felt like immediately Dak going, okay, he's double covered over there, Lamb. I'm just going to find the single covered guy over there. Unfortunately, it's Jalen Tolbert. Respect, bro. You had a couple of nice moments. You should never be receiving the football on 4th down. It should be Lamb, Ferguson, or Cooks. Say what you want about Cooks. He's come up big on 3rd and 4th and shorts plenty all season.
He has.
But Tolbert and Scooney on 4th down, that's who we're throwing the football to.
No.
That's malpractice.
No. I'll tell you what, I don't think you're wrong. I don't. I was just wondering if, like I say, I wanted to put the Tolbert play in there too.
Yeah, that deserves to be on there for sure.
Tolbert had a good game yesterday, but there was no excuse not to throw to Ferguson, who was wide open.
Well, I'll tell you what, you're going to throw the ball to Gallup anymore? I know he made a couple of plays.
The snaps, Tolbert's definitely starting to eat into those snaps.
Michael Gallup, another guy they paid after a big injury. Him and Terrence Steele.
Yeah.
And Tony Pollard. The 3 guys you paid, they just got injured. Let's give them a contract. And they're doing nothing to help.
It happened with Dak, too.
Yeah, it absolutely happened with Dak too. Unfortunately, that hasn't worked out in the worst way. You know, it could have been much worse. He could be a broken quarterback, and it's like, why did we do this? He is the one where it's like, hey, you've actually played respectably for the most part since you got injured and we paid you. But Jalen Smith, you did not, and Terrence Steele, you have not to this point. Michael Gallup, you certainly have not. Tony Pollard, you have not either.
I do think Mike is on to something about with Steele with the knee injury, though. You know, coming back from that.
Like maybe he will get returned to form at some point, but still, you didn't have to pay him, though. You didn't have to pay him this offseason. He was still going to be your right tackle, and you could have seen whether or not he was going to bounce back.
We can't blame the kid for that.
It's on the team.
Did you hear me say, Terrence Steele, why'd you sign the contract? No. Cowboys, why'd you give it to him?
That's okay. I just wanted to make sure that we were all clear that a lot of these contracts are like they're paying these guys. They have a plan about trying to get deals on guys that have been injured. That's a front office thing. But I think the thing with Steele, I'm surprised that he's struggled as much as he has. I really am. You know, I mean, as hard as the guy works and, you know, and how he prepares himself and stuff like that. I mean, but, you know, that was a tough matchup for him yesterday.
No, Reddick's
you know,
a stud, dude.
and how about give him a little help? I mean,
Sweat's good.
I saw
Rushers.
one play. I saw one play where Pollard came across the formation and actually helped him. You know, and maybe if guys are struggling a little bit, maybe you got to think about that. But
I mean, do you want to do that with an $18 million tackle? If you have to do that,
of course not, Gavin. I don't. Of course not. I don't.
But you realize you kind of have to do that now.
I'm trying to find a way to win a damn game. That's
Right.
what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, help the guy out at this point for sure.
It's 40. It's actually 80 if you count Dak. $80 million of their payroll they signed while they had just suffered catastrophic injuries, and they're holding their breath if they come back. You know, nobody's come back from the Dak injury 100%, including him. I think there's 3 quarterbacks that have managed to come back and appear in games, and it's just so difficult because of the strength and balance and everything that goes along with an injury like that. But, you know, a number of years ago, the Cowboys pivoted because they didn't feel like they could trust that players from other teams would fit their system and could stay healthy. They're like, well, we don't know those assets as well. And they made this big shift to, we're going to re-sign our guys because we know they fit in our system and we have all of their medical history. And I think, you know, if you want to approach free agency or team building like that, you have to be perfect in the draft. And they weren't this year. They're going to get nothing essentially from their first 2 days of picks.
Yeah, it's really disappointing. I also wanted to show love. I mean, it was 12 pressures, by the way, for Terrence Steele yesterday.
Yes, it was.
12 pressures, dude.
Rough day.
It was a terrible game.
We went into this game talking about that the potential problems that they could have, and if you block the front, you make plays. You know, they were times.
And they had times where they blocked it nicely.
I will say this.
Huge plays.
I will say this. That is the best I've seen Tyron Smith play in a long time.
Really good.
I mean, and so if there's one thing that I'm dealing with my right tackle, hopefully he'll get better. But if the left tackle continues to play like he did the other day, and that's always the big if, because he could wake up with a back problem, a shoulder stinger, whatever.
Give him a Romo Wednesday every day.
He
doesn't need to practice anymore.
You could build something on that left side with him and Tyler, though.
Those two right there, absolutely. Now your center ain't playing great.
Tyler Biadasz has regressed this year.
You know, and it's hard for him. I mean, he's just not playing with much power.
And I loved him. Last year I thought he was one of the most improved players in all the NFL and specifically on the team. But he isn't playing really well right now. And with Steele, he's under contract. The question will be next year, does he look as bad? Because we talk about a year removed from the injury, usually you're back to being the same player. I'm really concerned about the run blocking for him. That's why we loved him.
For Steele?
Yeah, that's why the combo blocks with him and Zach Martin, the movement, the power that he played with. You know, pass blocking's never necessarily been his strength.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. I don't think we've seen that. I don't think we've seen the combo.
We haven't.
But they've also, like I said, they've struggled with the tight end blocks too at point of attack. And you know, the one time they actually got a little bit of, they get a holding call. Both their guys really were holding on the play. That's, you know, those are the unfortunate breaks. I'm a guy that threw a lot of dirt on Steele, but I think I've learned my lesson with him. As much as the struggle it was for him yesterday, I think there's going to be a day where we wake up and we watch a game and it's going to go like, okay, things were much better.
I'm hopeful for that as well.
Yeah, and you know, like Terrence Steele's the type of guy that works his rear end off. Like if anybody can get back to form,
we went out
it'll
there
be
for the
Terrence
draft
Steele.
show.
Yeah,
saw Steele out
every
there working.
day.
And it's the same thing with this rookie class. I talked about it last night. Like we can say, oh, the Cowboys have had a bad rookie class. Jalen Tolbert, everyone wanted to write off. Jalen Tolbert's showing you maybe he's going to take Michael Gallup's spot this year and be your third best wide receiver.
I think
you
that
can't just write dudes off 9 weeks into their NFL career and say these dudes are busts.
It's not about writing them off. I think Tolbert's getting the opportunities. It has less to do with Tolbert and more to do with Gallup. I would say that's my opinion.
I think Tolbert's also improved a lot as a player.
He has. But
and I agree with you. I think Gallup has regressed, but I think Tolbert's also taken a step.
But there's a hyper focus here, and now the bar is moved up for the expectation for your rookies when you're a team that depends as highly on them as they do.
No
like the Cowboys are like, we're not really going to go out and do the free agent stuff. We'll mix in the trade from time to time when it completely benefits us. But we're just going to draft our guys. Okay, right. Well then now there's an expectation that these guys need to help you not in 2 years, not in 3 years.
Yeah.
We need your help right now, and we're not getting it, Scooney. We're not getting it, Mozzie.
Right, and comparing it to other rookie classes, they're not getting that type of production right now. And maybe we will look back on it, and this was not one of their best drafts. And maybe it is one of their worst drafts of the course of the last decade. That could very well be. I'm just going to, I'm not going to quit on a guy just because it hasn't been the success that we wanted to see immediately out of the gates.
All right, who's the best team in football?
Right now, today, it's the Baltimore Ravens.
Broadus?
I kind of feel like the Ravens could go anywhere and win a football game right now. I go with the Ravens.
Dawson?
It's the 49ers.
I like it. And the explanation there is just
they're going to get healthy.
They're going to return to form.
They haven't had any season-ending injuries.
Yeah.
Their injuries are crucial and have handicapped them, but they'll be back.
So I always just default to Pat Mahomes and the Chiefs, right? And he's got a legit defense now. So I firmly believe the Chiefs still are the best team. And yesterday they played the primetime game in the morning in Germany. They beat the Dolphins, a defensive win for the Chiefs. And how about this? Chiefs game posted an incredible 94 share in Kansas City.
Wow.
That means that 94% of the televisions in use were tuned in to the Chiefs game. These people are rabid. They actually had Chiefs fans in Germany getting married inside of the stadium, or proposed to. We had a proposal, excuse me. We actually did have a full-on wedding ceremony in the parking lots of Lincoln Financial Field. You had the rabid Eagles fans, paying,
very romantic,
doing their vows and whatnot. Yeah, she looked like Angelo Cataldi. It was perfect. But to the Ravens point, fellas, I do think if I knew nothing about football coming into this season and I was just looking at right now, I probably would I would probably lean towards the Ravens. What they've done, slaughtering Detroit, slaughtering Seattle,
incredible.
9 is the number. I saw this from Benjamin Solak. The Ravens have played 9 games. They've given up 9 touchdown drives.
Yeah.
Wow. That's what their defense has been doing right now. And their offense is so fun, and they can beat you basically every which way. They bring in the new offensive coordinator. They're not married to just running the ball every play. They still run the ball extremely well, and they do it in a diverse amount of ways. But they're passing the ball at an extremely high level right now. But their defense is what is getting a ton of love. Like they hold a top 5 Seattle offense to 3 points. They do the same thing, 6 points for the Lions, another top offense. With a touchdown surrendered on only 8.6% of their drives, the Ravens are on pace for the second best defensive season in the True Media database.
Wow.
Now, who is first? If this Ravens team is on pace to be second, who's first? Well, of course, it's the Ravens of 2000.
Wow, that is insane.
Which we look at as one of the greatest defenses of all time.
Lamar Jackson is the first quarterback since Steve Young in 1994 to lead the NFL in completion percentage and rushing yards.
Very impressive.
He's been outstanding.
MVP caliber.
And yep, absolutely.
He threw a touchdown last week on one leg. It was great. He had a guy on his leg. It was like lifted up, and he just zinger. There's Mark Andrews, and there's another touchdown. The funny part, though, is when you look at the defense, you're going, who is on this defense? It's Roquan Smith for sure. He is the catalyst. They trade for him last year from Chicago. Their defense goes from below average to, oh my gosh, they're a legit defense. Now this year it's even better, and it's like, here's Kyle Van Noy. Here's Brandon Stevens. Like, we're not talking about a bunch of Ed Reeds and Ray Lewises.
Brandon Stevens playing a Wildcat.
Like, okay, who's Arthur Maulet? I don't even know.
Crazy.
But he's getting it done. And their defensive coordinator, Mike McDonald, is about to get all the love. He will be a head coach next year. There's no question about it. So salute to the Ravens. I think a lot of people are jumping on the Ravens right now. That whole division is interesting. AFC North, everybody's above 500.
Yeah, the Bengals are surging. I mean, I still think it's probably going to end up being Bengals and Chiefs because the Ravens are a team that haven't necessarily performed in the postseason. But today, right now, it's the Ravens. They're playing amazing.
Yeah. Can Lamar Jackson stay healthy? Because that is
and he was limping around a little bit yesterday.
The Texans game yesterday, did you guys see that running back kick a field goal?
Yes.
And take the lead while doing it in the fourth quarter?
Yeah.
It would have been a game-winning field goal if both teams wouldn't have had to score a couple of more times, but 8 minutes or whatever left in the game, boom, here's a running back. His name is Dare Agunbale, and he crushed it, man. Shout out to him, and shout out to C.J. Stroud, the rookie quarterback, lighting the world on fire. There was so much tearing him down throughout the draft process.
Preseason.
And he has just been absolutely special. And, 470
yards. They got the
yards.
right coach, though.
5 touchdowns.
Having the right coach makes a difference there, right?
Yeah, D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah, D'Amico Ryans, what he's been able to do, he's got those guys really believing that they can go play.
Shout out to Tank Dell.
Dude,
Yeah.
but yeah, shout out to Tank Dell for sure.
Yeah.
But I mean, you have CJ Stroud is throwing to Dalton Schultz and Noah Brown.
Dominating.
It's not like he's Dak Prescott walking into a ready-made 2016 Cowboy offense.
No
Let's
question.
go, bro.
Yeah.
Just steer the ship. This is like, CJ, you got to be the guy.
Yeah.
Here's almost 500 yards and 5 touchdowns, game-winning drives. Like, CJ Stroud, dude, you are the man.
He's going like over the shoulder to Noah Brown in stride in between the hashes and the sideline. I mean, there were at least 2 throws that he made to Noah Brown. I was like, holy cow, those might be the 2 best balls Noah Brown's ever been passed.
Yeah. Well, shout out to Noah Brown, because how about this? When you look at the most receiving yards on the day yesterday, what is the connection point here? CeeDee Lamb led the day with 191 yards. Then it was Noah Brown with 153 yards. Then it was Amari Cooper with 139 yards. Then it was Dalton Schultz with 130 yards.
All former Cowboys.
Man, we can find some players to catch the ball. That's for sure.
My dear God. CJ Stroud, though, you deserve all the love today, sir.
Yes, sir, he does. And salute to him. At some point, we got to take a look at that S2 test. You know, for that's cognitive processing, how fast your eyes can tell your brain to tell your arm to do something. And they've measured it. There's a pretty good amount of evidence that shows the better quarterbacks have the better scores. And then there's CJ Stroud, who might be the best rookie quarterback ever as far as stepping in and having a huge impact. And so maybe there's outliers, or maybe the test needs to be tweaked, refined. Not quite sure everything that's going on there, but it is early in a career. You know, I'm fond of saying you need to watch a quarterback play for 4, 5, 6 years in a variety of contexts before you can get a great idea of who he is and how good he is. But if you have a historic first 8 games, chances are pretty good you're going to be a successful quarterback. We got to run. Time to hit the expressway. But first, at 877-881-1053, caller number 10, you win a pair of party passes, standing room only tickets, to see the Cowboys take on the Giants at AT&T this Sunday, courtesy of Miller Lite. On the Cowboys Hour tonight, Cowboys rookie record-setting kicker Brandon Aubrey, 19 of 19 field goals this year to start his NFL career. And caller number 10, you win those party pass tickets right now here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Got to chat Diamonds Direct, though, because we're approaching